Introduction. A seemingly ordinary game has sparked a bizarre bloodbath. Within a room devoid of locks, a perpetrator who straddles the line between human and monster, in a tumultuous web of conspiracies and mysteries intertwined. Countless enigmas abound, chaotic and perplexing. When will your keen intellect pierce through the veil of suspicion? Who am I, and who can I trust? Each individual believes they can predict the outcome, yet fate delivers only a mocking smile and a resounding slap to the face. No one can truly see through the fog, just as one cannot fathom the depths of their own soul. Chapter 1. The Eerie Game. Darkness. Silence. As everyone donned their heavy headphones and the sole light in the room flickered out, a sudden wave of abandonment washed over me, extinguishing the excitement that had filled me upon entering. The thrill of the unknown was swiftly replaced by an insidious fear of the enveloping darkness. Just before the lights went out, the female staff member had uttered, "If you begin to feel fear, please remove your headphones." Fear. Why did she choose that particular word? This is not a terrifying horror game. Why should we feel fear? Before me lay an abyss of blackness, and the headphones emitted no sound. The room was so quiet that I could almost hear the heartbeat of time itself. This suffocating silence felt like a heavy stone pressing down upon my chest, making it hard to breathe. I began to regret entering this room, to regret agreeing to accompany Lin Hui to this joyful manor, and most of all, to regret surrendering my phone before entering the room. If I had not, I could have at least sought solace in the light of its screen. My name is Luo Jun, 30 years old, and like the majority of ordinary individuals, I am an I-9-to-5 office worker, a designer, and unmarried. I am at a loss as to how I came to be here with these individuals. Our connections are tenuous at best, some of them barely acquaintances. Moreover, a thrilling adventure park like Joyful Manor is hardly a venue for someone of my age. At least that is what I believe. I am, after all, a person who relishes solitude and tranquility. Yet, despite this, I found myself agreeing to Lin Hui's invitation last night, without much hesitation. I felt utterly deranged. In hindsight, it was this reckless decision that ensnared me in an ensuing series of unimaginable terrors and horrors. Perhaps self-inflicted is the appropriate term. As for Joyful Manor, it is an enormous amusement park that opened 3 years ago, featuring an array of novel attractions akin to roller coasters and haunted houses, offering both exhilarating thrills and spine-chilling experience. An ideal venue for the youth seeking to test their courage. The location I currently find myself in is one of the few sanctuaries within the park, or at least that was my initial impression, a sensory detective game known as the Revenge Chamber. Our game is about to commence. Suddenly, a voice, aged and hoarse, yet tinged with an eerie undertone, erupted without warning like thunder, striking my heart, pulling me back from my reverie. I swiftly turned my head to investigate, for that voice was undeniably right behind me, whispering in my ear. Just as I began to fully pivot, something yanked at me, and I remembered that I was still wearing headphones. The sound I was hearing emanated from them, and I exhaled in relief, astonished that such unassuming headphones could produce such an immersive auditory experience. Thud, thud, thud. After a brief silence, the room was again filled with the slow, deliberate sound of footsteps drawing nearer. I could distinctly feel the wooden floor beneath me tremble. This was no illusion. It must have been some small contraptions designed to enhance the gaming atmosphere, making players feel as if someone were truly approaching and stopping right before them, tapping the soles of their shoes against the floor. In truth, my vision was still engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Yet, the absence of sight was to be expected, as all I could perceive were illusions conjured by sound. Following the footsteps, silence enveloped the room once more, but I knew this calm would be fleeting. The game had commenced. Indeed, after approximately half a minute, that ominous voice sounded once more before me. Your astonished expression suggests you remain oblivious to what has transpired. However, the voice abruptly halted, and I discerned faint rustling, reminiscent of someone rummaging through pockets. But you no longer have the opportunity to inquire, for you cannot speak. Rest assured, I shall not leave you in confusion. You know I am benevolent. Come, let's see if you recognize this. As the voice spoke, a crisp sound resonated from the table before me, as if something had genuinely been placed upon it, though I could see nothing. Oh, my sincerest apologies, my friend. I had forgotten that you are both mute and blindfolded. Ha ha. The voice erupted into a laugh, both arrogant and desolate. I realized I was no longer merely an observer, but had become an active participant in this game. Surely, others shared my plight, embodying the role of the unfortunate soul cruelly slain by the murderer. Yet, Inexplicably, despite knowing this was but a test of courage and intellect, a mere game, I could not suppress my racing heart. Fear not, for I possess ample time to describe it to you. This is a finger that has been concealed for many years. But fret not, for it does not appear gruesome in fact. It resembles a prop, akin to an aged eraser. If you doubt me, you may reach out and touch it yourself. At this moment, the voice fell silent once more, seemingly awaiting my response. Truthfully, I felt an overwhelming urge to extend my hand and touch it, which is precisely the brilliance of the game. It has enveloped the players in its atmosphere, and I was certainly no exception. After a moment of contemplation, just as I was about to reach out, the voice resounded once more, interrupting my movement. I'm not mistaken, am I? You still remember it. Even with your eyes blindfolded, you recognized it. Therefore, it goes without saying that you are aware of the reason for your presence here, correct? The tone of the individual shifted noticeably, a delightful excitement laced with a hint of exhilaration, alleviating the previously ominous atmosphere. The ground, which had been tranquil for a considerable time, began to tremble again, producing a sound akin to thud, thud, thud as the chair leg struck the floor, as if it were struggling with all its might, of course. These were mere illusions, for the chairs we occupied were firmly affixed to the floor and immovable. Why are you so agitated? You will die, but rest assured, it will be swift and painless. Nothing like Lin Shi 3 years ago. As the man uttered Lin Shi's name, the vibrations of the ground intensified. I could faintly discern the muffled sounds emanating from someone's throat. This was the first instance of hearing another voice since the game commenced, the mournful cries of the unfortunate victim played by the other participants. The man across from me ceased his speech, likely relishing the sight of the victim's panic, so much so that he hesitated to interrupt. I was startled by my own thoughts. My heart quivered. Did I entertain such notions? Shouldn't this be the mindset of a criminal? Perhaps every ordinary person becomes peculiar after lingering too long in darkness. The sound of the floor striking grew ever fainter, seemingly indicating that the victim had grown weary. As silence reclaimed the room, the man across from me chuckled sinisterly. So, is the dread of awaiting death utterly shattering? Do you now comprehend the transition from hope to despair? Do not glare at me like that indeed. I have come to avenge Lin Shi. The game had finally embraced the theme of vengeance. The furious voices faded, replaced by heavy footsteps that circled from in front of me to behind. I realized the murderer was poised to strike. My fragile heart tightened inexplicably, despite my repeated reassurances to myself that this was merely an audio novel. Yet, I could still perceive my heartbeat quickening. The floor, which had only just settled, began to tremble violently once more, revealing the desperate struggles of a person, mingled with labored breaths, rife with terror and defiance. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes passed until the sounds of struggle waned into silence, and the room returned to a state of dead quiet. He is dead. The air seemed to carry a faint metallic scent of blood. I found myself genuinely in awe of the visceral realism this game evoked, intense, shocking, and profoundly impactful. The darkness lingered, and the silence remained unchanged. Gradually, I extricated myself from the immersive experience, yet unease crept into my heart. I could not pinpoint the source of this disquiet. Perhaps it was simply that the game had concluded without the lights in the room being illuminated. Or perhaps the story was not yet over. I leaned towards the latter, as this game, in its essence as a mystery narrative, was insufficient, barely qualifying as a mere crime scene. I patiently await the unfolding of the narrative, a virtue not difficult for someone who has spent years immersed in painting. My sole task now is to concentrate, lest I be startled by the sudden sounds emanating from my headphones. Suddenly, my shoulders forcefully nudged. Someone has evidently grown impatient and prematurely concluded the game. Unable to discern the identity of the individual, I remove my headphones and inquire, "Who is it?" It's me," comes Lin Hui's voice, laden with heavy breaths and an unmistakable tension. I cannot help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lin Hui swallows hard, his voice somewhat ethereal, clearly shaken by the previous tale. I am taken aback by the unexpected timidity of this usually audacious fellow, and I cannot resist teasing him, saying, "Of course not, this hardly constitutes a complete story. I suspect there is more to come. Do sit back down." Noticing Lin Hui's silence, I continue, "What's the matter? Surely you're not afraid, with the lovely lady you brought along sitting right next to you." I can never be afraid. I was merely asking out of curiosity." Lin Hui, a person of considerable pride, refuses to admit to any fear. I stifle a laugh and, choosing to disregard him, don my headphones once more, eager to discover how the story will unfold. However, the silence within the headphones persists, rekindling my suspicions. Regardless of whether the game has concluded or a new chapter awaits, it is unthinkable for the audience to be kept waiting for such an extended period, especially when there are others queued outside. Could it be? I shake my head vigorously, dismissing such odd thoughts. This is merely a game, no matter how eerie. It remains just a game. There seems to be a stir beside me, prompting me to remove my headphones again. The darkness is filled with disordered voices. Can anyone tell me if this game has ended? I'm not sure if it were over, wouldn't staff come in? But there's no sound in the headphones anymore. Hey, is anyone out there? I feel a bit frightened. I force myself to listen to that tale. Something about the atmosphere feels off. Surely nothing has gone awry. Voices interweave within the room, growing louder and increasingly agitated. At last, someone can no longer contain themselves and shouts out, while another pounds the table in a futile attempt to attract attention from outside. Yet, all their efforts are in vain. No response emerges from beyond the door. Now, even the air around us feels peculiar, and I can hear the faint sound of a girl weeping. Others must also sense that something is amiss. Surely something is occurring here. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror bursts forth from the darkness. We won't die here, will we? Just like that person avenged by the murderer in the story. Or perhaps that was not merely a story. I was utterly taken aback when this absurd statement detonated like a bomb in this specific moment and setting. In the enveloping darkness, I could hear the chaotic sound of footsteps, the dull thud of someone colliding with the furniture, and the girl's cries piercing the air with an even sharper intensity. Merely by imagination, I could ascertain that this cramped room had descended into utter disarray. Such is the terror of darkness, not a blade that silences with blood, but a force that pierces the heart. Suddenly, my body was roughly jostled by an unseen force, followed by Lin Huey's anxious voice. "Luo Jun, is it you?" Upon hearing my faint acknowledgement, he stammered nervously. We cannot truly. What should we do now? How do we escape? Oh my God, something must have happened. I can feel it." Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening crash resonated before me, as a beam of blinding light surged into the room, rendering me momentarily unable to open my eyes. In a daze, I seemed to glimpse numerous dark figures rushing into the illuminated space. Yet I felt no relief at the prospect of rescue. For amidst the cacophony, the chilling sound of metal clashing against metal, the unmistakable noise of a gun being cocked reached my ears. Chapter 2. Interrogation. My mind was a blank slate, my body frozen in place as if paralyzed by an unseen force. The events that had transpired within those brief minutes had exceeded the bounds of logic, leaving me utterly bewildered. I dared not open my eyes until a commanding voice, resonant and authoritative, pierced through the chaos. "Everyone, stand over here and do not touch anything." "Shall Li, secure the scene immediately and notify the coroner." "Secure the scene?" The coroner. With a sudden jolt, I opened my eyes and strained to discern the figures amidst the blinding light. They were police officers, many of them. My God, what had occurred to summon such an armed presence? "Luo Jun, hey Luo Jun, come over here." Lin Huey's urgent call broke through my stupor as he waved fervently from short distance away. Regardless of the circumstances, the arrival of the police assured our safety, and the earlier noise must have been the sound of their entrance. I could hardly believe that such a scene, one typically witnessed only in films, was unfolding silently around me. Those unaware might have thought we were engaged in some sort of anti-terror drill. I hastened toward the gathering, casting a quick glance at my companions. Has everyone gathered? Lin Huey's gaze remained fixated behind me, his eyes wide with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Even when he had beckoned to me moments earlier, his attention had never lingered upon me. I could sense his body trembling, his voice quavering as he spoke. "No, we're still missing one. Right behind you." A chill coursed down my spine as I recalled the police officer's words upon breaking in. "Secure the scene. Notify the coroner." Could it be that someone had died here? Following Lin Huey's gaze, I turned to behold the most unwelcome sight. Not far from me, a man was bound to a chair, his head thrown back, mouth taped shut, his wide eyes staring in horror at the ceiling, and a deep, pronounced mark encircled his neck. Most astonishingly, his right palm was gruesomely impaled onto the table by a dagger, the surface and the floor already marred with a myriad of bloodstains. Even I, an outsider, could discern that he was unequivocally deceased, leaving no glimmer of hope for survival. The game we were engaged in was titled Revenge Room, a sensory deduction game. According to its description, all players were to deduce the murderer after listening to the story relayed through their headphones. Yet the reality was far from this. The audio, which barely constituted a narrative, felt akin to the assailant's judgment upon the victim, who had been slain right before our eyes, in the presence of all. The game room was a modest wooden cabin, scarcely over 10 square meters, with a single narrow door for each person to enter and exit. Along the walls were 2 elongated wooden tables, each accompanied by 4 wooden chairs affixed to the floor. On the tables lay 8 headphones, corresponding to the 8 players, and aside from this sparse arrangement, there was nothing more. "All right, come with me, I have a few questions for you," instructed the police officer who had previously directed someone to summon the coroner. He was a middle-aged man, around 50, appearing somewhat aged yet with piercing eyes that commanded authority, clearly the leader among the officers present. After quietly conferring with a younger officer beside him, he personally guided us away from the crime scene to a nearby room resembling an office. Upon entering, the middle-aged officer retrieved a small booklet from his coat pocket, brandishing it before us as he stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Yong, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Police, overseeing today's case." As Liu Yong spoke, his keen gaze flitted across the faces of all present, his interrogation more pronounced than mere questioning, which stirred a sense of discontent within me, awakening painful memories from the past. It seemed Liu Yong perceived my unease, gravely stating, "Before we engage in earnest dialogue, there are several matters you must be made aware of. The man who was with you in the room has been confirmed dead, with preliminary assessments suggesting asphyxiation as the cause. Until the investigation concludes, all present bear the responsibility to cooperate with the police." His voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Then, are we being treated as suspects? Or," Lin Hui glanced fearfully around at the others, "or is the murderer among us?" At this proclamation, the young women, already rendered speechless by fear, turned as pale as death. Liu Yong, displaying signs of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You are currently under police protection regardless of the outcome. Your safety is assured. I have already gathered some information regarding the game outside. I merely wish to hear your observations from the time of the incident speak candidly, and there is no need for anxiety." With that, he turned to a female officer in the room, gesturing for her attention, and instructed Xiao Lu, "Please divide them and conduct a routine check before the discussions commence." The officer, named Xiao Lu, complied, summoning a male officer of similar age to separate us by gender into 2 groups for a thorough routine inspection. Routine inspections, in essence, equate to a search of one's person. For the police, uncovering even the faintest trace of evidence from us is undoubtedly ideal. Capturing the perpetrator directly would be even more exquisite. However, such conduct on their part is far from procedural. In foreign lands, such actions would likely prompt the immediate involvement of legal counsel. Until one's status as a suspect is firmly established, even law enforcement lacks the authority to proceed in such a manner. Nevertheless, the complexities of the world often reside in shades of gray rather than stark black and white. During the interlude of the routine checks, all identities were verified. At that moment, there were 8 individuals present in the room, 2 groups of tourists. The deceased man, named Li Qing, was 38 years old and a fitness instructor. Accompanying him were 2 friends, his 35-year-old female colleague, Ai Lin, and a 26-year-old male gym student, Kong Long. Our party comprised 5 individuals, 3 men, and 2 women excluding myself and my closest university classmate, Lin Hui. Lin Hui, slightly my senior by a few months, is unmarried and possesses a certain charismatic charm. He is effortlessly sociable, drawing the admiration of many, and the 2 lovely ladies accompanying us today were indeed his acquaintances. One, a petite girl with 2 delightful dimples, is named Yi Ying. She is a 22-year-old senior student. The other, boasting an alluring figure, is Yi Ying's elder sister, Yi Li, age 25, who works as a secretary in a private enterprise. Regrettably, these 2 beauties, who should have appeared radiant, were now reduced to tear-streaked faces, trembling like frightened kittens, huddled together, their expressions filled with confusion and fear, a sight that truly invoked my sympathy. As for the remaining male, he is Zhu Lu, a junior to me by 3 years, currently employed at a shipping company. Our previous encounters at school had been limited, and his presence here, summoned by Lin Hui, was rather unexpected. Once the inspections were completed, the 7 of us were ushered into separate rooms. I settled onto a chair in my room, quietly awaiting the police to take my statement, yet my mind remained tumultuously agitated as unwelcome memories began to surface in my consciousness. At present, I no longer felt panic. The events that transpired in the dimly lit chamber flashed through my mind like shooting stars, instilling an unsettling sense of unreality. Who could fathom the horror of witnessing a person tortured to death while remaining uncertain of the existence of a murderer among us? Such methods were almost spectral in nature. Or perhaps they truly were the work of a ghost. The sound of a door opening interrupted my thoughts. It must be the officer assigned to take my statement. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, the individual entering was none other than Captain Lu Yong of the Criminal Investigation Team, a man whose presence unsettled me greatly. Following closely behind him was a female officer named Xiao Lu, presumably there to document the proceedings. Before Lu Yong had even settled into his chair, he launched directly into questioning. Let's get straight to the point. Luo, June, what transpired in that room just now? Suppressing my displeasure at his condescending tone, I recounted everything I had witnessed from the moment we entered the room until the police broke in, leaving no detail, however minute, unmentioned. As for the identity of the murderer, whether among us or not, I dared not speculate, for one undeniable truth remained. To effortlessly take down a robust fitness instructor like Li Qing would require more than just one or two individuals. Liu Yong listened intently as I recounted the events, his brow furrowed in concentration. I sensed that no matter how meticulously I detailed the account, he would remain unconvinced, perhaps even suspecting I was fabricating the truth. Indeed, his gaze sharpened as he inquired, "The deceased was positioned less than 5 meters from you. Are you saying you had no inkling of the murder occurring?" "Not at all," I replied with unwavering certainty, shaking my head. Everyone was wearing headphones, rendering us entirely oblivious to the surrounding sounds, and the room was shrouded in complete darkness. Not a flicker of light visible. Wearing headphones makes you deaf to the outside world? Lu Yong clearly struggled to accept my assertion. He turned to whisper a few words to the female officer, who promptly set aside her notepad and exited the room. "Do you believe the murderer seized the opportunity of the darkness to infiltrate from outside, killing Li Qing before making their escape?" Lu Yong probed further. "No, that is impossible." I immediately dismissed his hypothesis, noting his surprise as his eyes narrowed slightly, awaiting my elaboration. The staff member who guided us into the room had already left before the lights were extinguished. Apart from the 8 of us, there was no one else present. If the murderer intended to sneak in under the cover of darkness, it would have been unfeasible the moment the door opened 7. The slightest crack light from outside would spill into the room. And in such an enveloping darkness, it would be impossible for anyone not to notice. Unless what? He prompted eagerly. Unless there are other concealed chambers within that room. Is that not the case? I presume your police department has conducted an investigation into this matter? The notion of hidden compartments had occurred to me serendipitously. Apart from that, it was inconceivable for anyone to enter and exit the crime scene unnoticed. Of course, if the perpetrator were not human, that would be an entirely different scenario. Lu Yong did not respond to my question. He appeared lost in thought before asking, "Did none of you remove your headphones or rise to move about during the game?" The staff should have advised that if you felt fear, you ought to immediately take off your headphones. Or perhaps the recordings you listened to were utterly devoid of terror. I cannot speak for others, but I did not. I abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing that I had indeed removed my headphones at one point. During the climax of the game, while waiting in darkness, I had conversed with Lin Hui, though at that moment, I had not heard anything unusual. "What is it? Have you recalled something?" Perhaps it was a result of his prolonged tenure in law enforcement. But Lu Yong's expression remained perpetually skeptical. I nodded slowly, recounting my recent thoughts on the conversation with Lin Hui and mentioning that nearly everyone had taken off their headphones just a minute before the police burst in. However, these details seemed inconsequential, as Li Qing had already succumbed to death by that time. While the case certainly harbored numerous ambiguities, upon careful reflection, our potential as the murderers appeared slim. Setting aside the formidable challenge of committing murder in a pitch-black, confined space, subduing Li Qing, a robust man, was an insurmountable task. Moreover, should anyone have removed their headphones during the game, the perpetrator's actions would have been exposed. Why would they risk their meticulously orchestrated plan by allowing such a possibility to arise? Lu Yong appeared somewhat swayed by my thoughts, a smile breaking upon his face for the first time since our meeting. "Your analysis is commendable. Perhaps after your departure, you might consider joining our criminal investigation team. However, this case is far more intricate than you presume. Otherwise, we would not have deployed such a considerable number of personnel." His final remark seemed to evoke something within me, though I could not articulate it at that moment. Subsequently, Lu Yong's inquiries became significantly simpler, even repetitive, as if he struggled to recall what else remained to be asked. He glanced at his watch and declared, "Let us conclude for today. Should we require anything further, we will reach out to you." No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed at the door. It was Xiao Lu, entering with the heavy headphones we had just used, whispering something into Lu Yong's ear. A ripple of intrigue passed over Lu Yong's previously impassive countenance. As I exited the room, I caught a glimpse of Lu Yong donning the headphones, while Xiao Lu's expression darkened considerably, instilling within me a sense of foreboding. In the lobby, Lin Hui and Yi Ying had completed their statements and were seated on the sofa, both wearing taut expressions that betrayed a heavy preoccupation. This surprised me. I had never witnessed Lin Hui exhibit such demeanor in the presence of a beautiful young woman. Lin Hui practically sprang from the sofa to approach me, pulling me aside and glancing furtively around as if to ensure we were not overheard. In a conspiratorial whisper, he uttered a shocking revelation. Luo Jun, I realized it. It's a ghost. I mean, the murderer is not human." Chapter 3, A Night of Terror, Part 1. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Lin Hui's startled visage. He was far from an upright individual, often lacking in discretion, yet such absurd and senseless utterances were not something he would intentionally fabricate for amusement. I tentatively inquired, "What do you mean?" "I mean that the murderer is not human at all. It is a ghost," Lin Hui reiterated in a state of agitation. Once I was assured that this was not merely a fleeting whim of his, I found myself profoundly intrigued by his assertions. Despite my repeated admonitions to myself to forget the events of the day and return to a semblance of normalcy, the allure of the unknown and the mysterious is an insatiable addiction for humanity. "What exactly did you see? Why do you say that?" I endeavored to lower my voice. At that moment, we resembled two conspirators, clandestinely plotting something. Fortunate that the police had not yet caught wind of our exchange, allowing our dialogue to persist. That pair of headphones, the very ones we had just worn, was suddenly brought to mind. "Wait," I abruptly interrupted Lin Hui, casting a glance over his shoulder. Lu Yong was approaching us, his purpose unmistakable. The ominous premonition I had sensed upon encountering those headphones seemed to crystallize in that instant. Lu Yong halted before us, pausing to scrutinize Lin Hui and me with that disdainful gaze that I found repugnant. I sought to dispel the palpable tension and hastily asked, "Is there something you need, Captain Lu?" "Oh, it's nothing urgent. I merely wanted to inform you that you may go home now." His unexpected statement took me by surprise, and as I registered my astonishment, Lu Yong revealed his second smile of the day. "What? If you don't wish to leave, you can accompany me back to the precinct." "Let us go." "Of course I want to leave." "What are you thinking?" Lin Hui tugged insistently at my arm, as if fearing I might unwittingly follow them back. "However, you may not be able to venture too far for the time being. The case is still under investigation, and you may be summoned to assist at any moment." After saying this, Lu Yong cast me a meaningful glance and half-jokingly remarked, "I didn't expect your composure to be so remarkable. Even with a death occurring in your presence, you remain so unruffled. It seems we shall have many more opportunities to meet." I was nearly dragged out of the house by Lin Hui, my mind preoccupied with Lu Yong's final remark. "Composed?" I turned to Lin Hui and asked, "Do I truly appear so composed?" Lin Hui nodded vigorously, even giving me a thumbs up in admiration. "Luo Jun, how did I not notice before? It turns out you are quite the daring one. My trousers still carry a hint of warmth from earlier. That's your own ineptitude. Now, you can finish what you were saying earlier. What about those headphones?" Despite Lin Hui's praise, I felt no elation. I truly wished to avoid further dealings with Lu Yong and that cursed criminal investigation team. I had initially thought that the silence surrounding me was due to wearing headphones. Yet who would have imagined that these seemingly heavy headphones could not effectively block out external sounds? What? Li Qing is so close to us. How could we possibly not hear any commotion if he were to be murdered? This revelation astonishes me. To commit murder in such a confined and silent environment without a single sound is unfathomable. Could it be that the perpetrator is truly? This is precisely why I assert that the murderer cannot be human. No one can enter and exit that dark room without a trace, nor can anyone silently torment another under the watchful eyes of many. Lin Hui's breathing grew laborious as he nervously rubbed his hands together. "How do you know all this?" Just now, as I finished giving my statement, I inadvertently overheard two police officers discussing the matter. One of whom was a female officer holding a pair of headphones we had used. The female officer Lin we referred to must undoubtedly be Xiao Lu. If that is the case, then this incident should indeed be true. Although I'm skeptical about the notion of vengeful spirits committing murder, I cannot rationally explain what has transpired. Sighing deeply, I decided to let it go. The police would investigate the case, and we ought not to burden ourselves with unnecessary worries. Lin Hui remained visibly troubled. The conclusion he had drawn was far too terrifying. I did not wish to let this emotion spread, so I shifted the topic. You mustn't let the beautiful women see you looking so defeated, or else. At the mention of beautiful women, Lin Hui's dim eyes immediately sparkled with life, and he shook off his despondency, declaring, "You are right. After all, we are not the murderers. The culprit has eliminated those they wish to harm. It has nothing to do with us. Let us each return home and seek our own beautiful companions." With that, he strode confidently over to the Yi sisters, assuming the role of their gallant protector, completely forgetting the warmth still lingering in his trousers. Following this incident, no one felt inclined to continue their outing. We exchanged hasty farewells and returned home. Although I reassured Lin Hui not to overthink, the events of the day had been too enigmatic, leaving me with no clues and an inability to find peace. Curiosity killed the cat. Countless individuals have perished due to their insatiable curiosity. I repeatedly admonished myself to suppress my swirling thoughts, believing this would grant me some semblance of ease. Before I knew it, the streets were alight with vibrant neon hues, momentarily dispelling the gloom in my heart. As my taut nerves began to relax, my stomach audibly protested, reminding me that I had yet to eat dinner. Glancing at the time, I realized it was past 8 in the evening. I sought out a restaurant and hastily consumed a meal to quell my hunger. The surrounding clamor resembled that of a bustling morning market. Ordinarily, I would have found it unbearable and left. Yet today, this cacophony provided me with a sense of safety, an unusual tranquility. My rented room was situated within a residential complex not far from the city center. On the 5th floor, a modest studio of about 30 square meters. Even such a small abode felt like a considerable burden for someone like me, a member of the lower echelons of society. 3 years ago, I departed from the hometown where I had spent my entire life, leaving my parents behind to carve out my future in this city, driven by aspirations for myself and for a woman. Although I remained single, I harbor no regrets. As I entered the residential complex, a stark contrast to the bustling streets, an eerie silence enveloped the area, shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a scant sliver of moonlight. It dawned on me that the power outage notice I had seen downstairs that morning was the very reason that had solidified my resolve to visit the joyful garden. Yet I had not anticipated that a day would pass without the restoration of electricity. Walking upon the silvery carpet laid out by the moonlight, I felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. The residents of the complex must have ventured out, for the stillness was profound and chilling. Since the moment I entered the community, I sensed footsteps trailing behind me, maintaining a constant proximity that tightened my already frayed nerves. In an instant, a terrifying realization struck me. The perpetrator had not yet been apprehended. Yet, it was too late for such discoveries, and I found myself regretting my solitary return. I quickened my pace, yearning to reach home sooner, but the footsteps behind me quickened as well, creating an atmosphere of dread in the silent night. For the first time, I felt the distance between myself and home stretching impossibly far, while the specter of death loomed ominously closer. My teeth clenched, my breaths grew increasingly labored, and my legs felt as if they were encased in lead. I knew that if I were to falter, I would be rendered immobile, unable to return home. Yet, the eerie footsteps had drawn near, and I sensed that they would catch up to me within mere seconds, perhaps even 5. More horrifying was the faint sound of metal scraping, a noise I could discern with unsettling clarity. There was no time left. I was so close to home, yet the presence behind me felt palpably real. I resolved to fight back. It was better than succumbing to despair. At that very moment, the power was restored. flooding the complex with light as if it were a resuscitating jolt of courage, compelling me to turn abruptly. But behind me, there was nothing save for a lingering sense of foreboding. Stunned, I dragged my weary body home, turning on every light. My legs buckled, and I collapsed onto the bed. Was it merely an illusion born from my fear of the dark? If so, could my earlier experience in the darkroom have been nothing more than a self-induced fright? If it were not an illusion, how could the figure that had been stalking me vanish into thin air? He had been on my heels and had no reason to fear me. Or was it possible that he was not afraid of me at all, but rather of the sudden illumination that enveloped the complex? I swallowed hard, the echo of Lin Huey's earlier words reverberating in my mind. If all that transpired today was not human-made, it would seem to make sense. No, I immediately quashed this dreadful thought, and soon the exhaustion overwhelmed me, plunging me into unconsciousness. Uncertain of how long I had been asleep, I was abruptly jolted awake by a chilling draft that pierced through the darkness of my room. The lights had been extinguished, and yet I distinctly remember the room being illuminated before I succumbed to slumber. Could it be that the power had gone out in the neighborhood again? Regardless of the cause, this scene, this sensation, was far from what I wished to encounter at that moment. With great effort, I extricated myself from the bed and groped toward the light switch. Only by restoring illumination could I hope to regain my composure. Yet, the closer I approached the door, the more the air grew frigid, as if a serrated blade were slicing through my skin. For reasons I could not fathom, despite seeing and hearing nothing, an inexplicable fear gripped my heart. I dared not utter a word, stifling even the slightest breath as though terrified of being overheard. However, fortune smiled upon me as my fingers finally grazed the chandelier switch. Once the room was aglow, I believed that this sense of dread would surely dissipate. But then my outstretched finger hesitated in midair, for I felt an otherworldly hand resting upon my right shoulder. A familiar voice whispered in my ear, urging me not to turn on the light, for if I did, I would become the second victim. It was the same sinister voice I had heard through my headphones. I recognized at the moment it spoke. It had indeed followed me, but how had it entered, and why? Why was I chosen? Had I posed a threat to it? Or was it merely a creature that reveled in murder? Was my demise but a means to satiate its twisted desires? A torrent of questions surged within me, yet they, along with my voice, became lodged in my throat. My mouth gaped wide, but no sound emerged, and the breath of life slowly ebbed from the air. Do you not wish to know who I am? Look up and behold. The words echoed like an incantation, compelling me to raise my gaze. The glass of the window reflected my own horrified visage, contorted in terror, while the face behind me remained shrouded in darkness. Save for two blood-red eyes that glowed with a haunting intensity. My head felt as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer, and with a muffled gasp, I collapsed without a single cry escaping my lips. In truth, death is not the most terrifying prospect, yet it is a fear that haunts humanity. When I finally opened my eyes again, it was already 20 minutes past 11 at night. I offered thanks to the heavens for granting me another chance at life. The room was blindingly bright, and my clothes were nearly drenched in sweat, my body still sprawled across the bed. Could it be that everything that transpired was merely a nightmare? As the saying goes, thoughts by day manifest in dreams by night. I hoped that was the case. Had the murderer truly come, I would have had no reason to survive. With that thought, I exhaled a long, relieved breath. At that moment, my phone rang unexpectedly, startling me from my reverie. It was Lin Hui. What could he possibly want at such an ungodly hour? After a brief hesitation, I answered the call. But before I could utter a word, Lin Huey's panic cries erupted from the other end. Luo Luo Jun, help me. Please, save me. Chapter 4, A Night of Terror, Part 2. I abruptly sat up in bed, Lin Huey's cries for help jolting me into full awareness. I shouted into the phone's microphone. Lin Hui, what's wrong? What happened? I'm scared. Can you come to my house right now? I think that thing might be after me. No, I need to check if the front door is locked again. Since I got back, I've checked it dozens of times. Yet I still can't shake off the feeling of unease. Lin Hui's voice trembled with suppressed sobs, as if he might break down into tears at any moment. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I wanted to ask him more, but the line went dead. the busy tone filling my ears. I attempted to call him back, but my efforts were met with silence. Something was amiss. My thoughts immediately turned to Lu Yong. I needed to inform him right away. However, after rummaging through my contacts for what felt like an eternity, I realized he hadn't left me a number. Damn it! I cursed inwardly, leaping from my bed and striding towards the front door. Although what had just transpired might have been a mere false alarm, I knew venturing outside was hardly a wise decision. Yet after considerable deliberation, I made a reckless choice to check on Lin Hui. His residence was not far, merely a 10-minute drive away. He lived alone, though he occasionally brought women home, often claiming that youth without romance is a waste. The night outside was shrouded in an inky darkness, heavy and oppressive. The autumn winds of October carried a distinct chill, amplifying the cold that washed over me. I pulled my shoulders closer together and quickened my pace. The streetlights in the community illuminated the path ahead, providing a modicum of reassurance. It is curious how human beings, despite not being particularly close, will take risks for one another in the dead of night, perhaps driven by that insatiable curiosity. I hailed a taxi at the entrance of the community, instructing the driver to take me directly to Lin Hui's place. Throughout the journey, the driver seized every opportunity to engage me in conversation. Despite their daily encounters with countless strangers, they often felt profound loneliness. In today's society, people have grown accustomed to living in isolation, becoming taciturn, and rarely engaging with others, let alone with strangers. Out of politeness, I responded to the driver's chatter, which seemed to delight him, as if he had found a kindred spirit, and he rambled on enthusiastically. However, I barely absorbed his words, my mind preoccupied with the events of the day. Nevertheless, I left the encounter with a favorable impression of this amiable middle-aged man. Upon arriving at Lin Hui's home, the clock struck midnight, and I could hear the chimes resonating from within. I gently rapped on the door, but received no response. I knocked more forcefully several times. Yet silence reigned inside, save for the tolling of the clock. A sense of dread enveloped me, compelling me to pull out my phone and call Lin Hui once more. The ringtone echoed from the room, but there was still no answer. Could something truly have happened to him? I found myself at a loss, realizing that if he was indeed in trouble, the perpetrator might still be nearby. My earlier knocking could have alerted them, placing me in a precarious situation. I instinctively turned to leave, seeking a safe place to call for help. Perhaps this seemed less than honorable, yet it was undeniably the right choice. I could not bear the thought of sacrificing myself to the murderer. Such a senseless demise would be intolerable. Unless, of course, the assailant was not human at all. However, before I could reach the elevator, my body froze as if struck by an electric shock, paralyzed by a hand that silently gripped my shoulder from behind. Good heavens! Could my luck be so dreadful? Was I truly destined to meet my end here? I screamed internally, my body rigid as a statue, unable to move. No, I must not succumb without a fight. I must resist, even if it costs me my life. Hey, Luo Jun, what's wrong? Why are you standing there like a statue? Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke from behind me, though I could not immediately place it. It was certainly not Lin Hui. The voice sounded quite friendly, easing my anxious heart. I turned around, dismissing my concerns. As long as it wasn't T the murderer, I would be relieved. Yet, to my astonishment, the person before me was Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu, what are you doing here? I asked, bewildered. I came to find Lin Hui, he replied. At this hour? Midnight? But you just arrived too, didn't you? Zhu Lu said with a cheerful smile. Actually, Lin Hui called me over. He said he was scared, and since I couldn't sleep, I thought I'd come check on him. What about you? Did he call you as well? Yes, but it seems he... We exchanged perplexed glances, unable to fathom what scheme Lin Hui was concocting. It appeared he was not home. I had knocked several times without a response. Could it be? Did he summon us only to vanish? Zhu Lu mused as he approached Lin Hui's door. I followed closely, remaining vigilant of my surroundings, anxious that the murderer might suddenly appear. Yet, having Zhu Lu by my side offered a measure of comfort. Just then, as Zhu Lu raised his hand, the door swung open from within, revealing Lin Hui's weary face, which left me feeling as though I had been slapped. Lin Hui, Zhu Lu and I exclaimed in unison, startling him into momentary silence. Clad only in a pair of flamboyant pajamas, Lin Hui appeared bleary-eyed and exhausted, as if he had just awakened. He stifled a yawn and asked, Luo Jun? Zhu, what brings you here? I was nearly incensed by his question. What do you mean, what brings us here? Lin Hui tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then shamelessly shook it. Had he not called for help? Would I be running over here in the middle of the night? I nearly want to give him a good thrashing. Yet seeing him safe brought me a sense of relief. Oh, right, it was I who called you. But, Zhu, did I call you too? Lan Yu, chastened by my outburst, seemed to regain his composure. However, his languid demeanor ignited a fire of indignation within me. I exclaimed, Lin Hui, are you utterly dazed from sleep? If it weren't for your call to Zhu, what on earth would he be doing here at such an ungodly hour? Lin Hui immediately resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, his head drooping as he fervently apologized. Yet, as I attempted to bypass him and enter the room, he obstructed my path, awkwardly stating, Luo Jun, I assure you I'm fine now. Moreover, it is quite late. Perhaps you should return home and rest? Tomorrow I shall treat everyone to a meal. What do you think? Lin Hui's voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately trailing off into silence. My expression darkened as I coldly inquired, Am I permitted to enter now? Please wait a moment. I shall quickly put on some clothes, Lin Hui responded, turning to hasten into the room. Before long, faint murmurs of conversation emanated from within. What scheme was he concocting? Regardless, we would proceed without him. I opened the door, ensuring both Zhu Lu and I were inside, before cautiously locking it behind us. My eagerness to enter was not solely driven by curiosity regarding Lin Hui's activities, but also by a precautionary instinct. One could never be too careful, as the saying goes. Caution ensures a safe journey. To my astonishment, Lin Hui's room was not occupied solely by him. Sprawled across his king-size mattress was a stunning beauty with dimples. Ying, Zhu Lu and I exclaimed in unison. Startled by our sudden entrance, Yi Ying let out a shriek, and upon recognizing us, her delicate features flushed scarlet as her gaze darted anxiously to the side. Seeking help from Lin Hui. Did I not ask you to wait a moment? Never mind. Let us retreat to the other room, Lin Hui mumbled, hastily ushering us out of the bedroom. Seated on the sofa, I crossed my legs and interrogated him in a frostily accusatory tone. Pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Surely you are not deriving amusement at our expense? No. Of course not, Lin Hui exclaimed, waving his hands in frantic denial. I genuinely felt someone was watching me, which prompted me to call you. You are well aware that I am not particularly brave, especially after the events of this afternoon. And what of now? Your situation appears far more carefree than ours. It is not as you perceive, Luo Jun. Please believe me. I truly felt I was being followed when I called you. Lin Hui insisted, his expression one of innocence, akin to a wronged spouse. I gestured toward his bedroom and inquired, And what of her? Xiao Ying came to my home of her own accord. After I spoke with you, she expressed fear of being alone, and so she sought refuge with me. He stammered. So you allowed her to take refuge in your bed? I offered no leniency. Lin Hui opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately refrained, likely recognizing the seriousness of my displeasure. Zhu Lu, sensing the awkward atmosphere, interjected with a cheerful demeanor. Well, as long as Lin Hui is unharmed, it is merely a minor inconvenience. We were unable to sleep anyway. A trifling matter, indeed. That captain of the criminal investigation team praised my psychological resilience. Yet the one who remains truly composed is undoubtedly you. I cast a disapproving glance at Zhu Lu, who sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. Noticing my demeanor soften, Lin Hui eagerly inquired, What would you like to drink? Be it a beverage or coffee? Or perhaps we could venture out for a late-night snack. It's on me. No need. I lack an appetite. Allow me to ask you this. When you mentioned feeling as if someone were watching you on your way home, could that person be Ying? I refrained from questioning the nature of his relationship with Ying. It would be peculiar to assert that a man known for his flirtations would attend an event with two beautiful women without any connection among them. Certainly not. Lin Hui replied emphatically, shaking his head. That feeling was dreadfully unsettling. Apart from the murderer, I cannot fathom who else would act in such a manner. Moreover, Xiaoying arrived at my home half an hour after I did. Just look at her frail frame. How could she possibly have killed that fitness instructor with her bare hands? Besides, if she truly intended to harm you, She had ample opportunity just now, Zhu Lu added. Indeed, when lost in his own allure, he forgets everything, and fear is the last thing on his mind. Driven by reckless desire, I retorted sharply, delivering a biting remark to Lin Hui. This fellow, in his 30s, still acts so irresponsibly. Lin Hui chuckled awkwardly, turning to Zhu Lu with a beseeching look. Zhu Lu, shaking his head in resignation, gazed at me earnestly, asking, Luo Jun, do you genuinely believe the murderer would silence us? I cannot say for certain, but I felt as though I was being followed on my way home. I even heard footsteps, yet I never caught sight of that individual, not even a shadow. Nevertheless, the sensation of being prey was profoundly intense. Yes, I too sensed something ominous. I even felt as though my life was in peril, which prompted me to call you. Lin Hui hastily explained his prior blunder, casting a gaze at me that bordered on unsettling sincerity. Do not look at me in that manner. Be wary, lest I strike you. I glared back, and suddenly a thought struck me. Turning my attention to Zhu Lu, I proposed, if the murderer requires the cover of darkness to stalk us unawares before committing their act, then they must be human, not a specter. Zhu Lu paused, nodding slightly. You make a valid point. If the murderer were indeed not human, we might have already met our demise this very night. But what more could there be? Luo Jun is entirely correct. As long as it is not a ghost, I shall rest easy. I will simply exercise caution in my daily endeavors. I refuse to believe they can thwart me, Lin Hui declared with righteous conviction, though his sycophantic nature remained apparent. I was puzzled by Lin Hui's sudden display of moral fortitude when Ying, who had emerged from the room at some point, sighed and remarked, while ghosts may be terrifying, the human heart is far more inscrutable. My dear, what has prompted such profound reflections? Lin Hui asked, pulling Ying close and whispering, completely unconcerned with Zhu Lu and me. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. I silently cursed, turning to Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu, what were you about to say? The murder that transpired yesterday is utterly unfathomable. While I'm not one to believe in the supernatural, one must ponder how such an act could be committed by mere mortal. Furthermore, both you and Lin Hui sense that you're being stalked. The odds of such a coincidence occurring are indeed minuscule. Yet, remarkably, you have not even caught a glimpse of this pursuer, which is rather peculiar. Zhu Lu's insinuations are quite clear. His suspicions are not without merit. I remarked, if the murderer were merely a vengeful spirit seeking to end our lives, then why orchestrate such a convoluted affair? Why subject us to torment, akin to the fate of that deceased fitness instructor, who was tormented both mentally and physically to the brink of death? Chapter 5. Fractured memories. The night had deepened, and the insomniacs held their own burdens, yearning to discover the path to dawn amidst the darkness. Within the confines of our room, slumber eluded us, and despite our fervent discussions, they amounted to little more than unfounded conjectures, perhaps merely an excuse for everyone to linger, as none could anticipate what awaited beyond these walls. After all, 4 of us were gathered here, offering warmth in our shared company. The innermost dread of a person is not the specters of the night, but rather the fear of the unknown. It is akin to traversing a terrifying labyrinth, where the true fright does not stem from the grotesque props, but rather from the sudden emergence of the unpredictable. Although Zhu Lu's words were somewhat alarmist, none dared to refute him. After all, what atrocities could a murderer not commit? The room fell into a heavy silence, as we all cogitated upon the certainty that, regardless of whether the perpetrator was human or spectral, one thing was indisputable. He was deranged. He had deliberately orchestrated this scenario to eliminate one deserving of death while endangering 7 innocents, all under the guise of a grim reaper or a judge, providing himself with a rationale for his liberation. After a moment of stillness, Lin Hui cleared his throat and spoke. It is already past 2 in the morning. We are all weary. Why don't we rest here until dawn? All right, Zhu Lu responded, seemingly pleased with the arrangement, though he soon awkwardly inquired, will it be inconvenient for us to stay here? Lin Hui waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no cause for concern, then turned to me, seeking my opinion. In truth, even had he not mentioned it, I would have insisted on staying, Returning home at such an hour was neither convenient nor safe. Thus, Lin Hui and Yi Ying retired to the bedroom, while Zhu Lu and I found ourselves reluctantly sharing the living room for the night. Perhaps fatigue had truly set in, for the moment my head touched the pillow, I slipped into a deep slumber. This time, my sleep was profound and dreamless, and when I awoke, it was already noon the following day. Only Lin Hui and I remained in the house. Zhu Lu and Yi Ying had left a note on the table, opting not to rouse us. Gazing out at the clear sky and basking in the gentle sunlight, the shadows of yesterday seemed to dissipate. Perhaps it had all been mere folly of my own making. Or perhaps the police would apprehend the murderer today, rendering any self-imposed fears unnecessary. I called my workplace to request 3 days off to recalibrate my state of mind, after which Lin Hui and I shared lunch together. We shared a tacit understanding, refraining from revisiting the events of the previous day, instead engaging in light-hearted banter that spanned a myriad of topics. In that moment, life appeared to reclaim its ordinary rhythm. After our meal, we parted ways. I had meticulously planned an entire afternoon of activities, intending to spend the day at Dream Coffee in the city center. Indeed, I envisioned myself seated there for the entirety of the afternoon. To most, my choice might seem dreadfully mundane, which is perhaps why I had yet to find a companion for such an endeavor, save for one individual. My fondness for this coffee shop was rooted in the memory of someone I had not seen in 3 years. For me, spending an entire afternoon here is hardly a challenge. Whenever my creative inspiration wanes, I find solace in this place, ordering a rich cup of sapamo, quietly observing the passers-by under the afternoon sun, seeking inspiration from their lives and expressions. Additionally, when thoughts of her arise, I unconsciously gravitate here, channeling my lingering emotions. Sitting on the outdoor terrace of the CF, I needn't even enter to place an order. Within minutes, a familiar server brings out my sapamo. They have come to know me well, understanding my tastes, and a peculiar individual like me tends to leave a small impression. Customers flow in and out like a stream, and only when that familiar figure appears before me do I regret choosing this moment to be here. What a coincidence, may I sit? She inquires. I find no reason to refuse. Even though I long to concoct an excuse to leave, I haven't even taken a sip of my coffee, and such an action would only seem odd. She smiles gently, settling comfortably across from me. 3 years have passed, and she remains virtually unchanged, her serene face framed by a pair of captivating eyes. In the past, I reveled in gazing into those eyes, savoring the sensation of being utterly enchanted. Yet now, I deliberately avoid her gaze, feigning a facade of worldly tranquility. Her name is Nie Qian. I once affectionately called her Nie Xiaoqian. Whenever I did, she would wistfully remind me, I am not Ning Kai-Qian. Yet, reflecting on it now, even if I were, those two characters are eternally separated by fate. Nie Qian is my high school classmate and the woman I cherish most. We shared a pure relationship, devoid of monetary expectations or fame, akin to a paradise. Beautiful yet fragile, like a bubble that bursts at a mere touch, leaving me unable to let go even now. After a prolonged silence, Nie Qian finally breaks it. Aren't you working today? I softly respond with a non-committal Then, after a moment's thought, ask a rather trivial question. Aren't you working either? She pauses, then bursts into a delightful laugh, her smile revealing 2 charming dimples. Yes, I'm off today, just waiting for someone, and I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, I reply. Do you still come here often? No, not often. I just happened to pass by today and decided to sit for a while. I shift my gaze elsewhere, feeling a twinge of guilt, fearing she might discern my true feelings. Is that so? Nie Qian sighs. I nod vigorously, yet find myself at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grows heavy once more. What is the matter? Do you have nothing to say upon seeing me? You used to chatter incessantly. Used to? I bitterly raise a smile. How could the past and present ever align? So much has changed. I know you're reluctant to part. So why haven't you sought me out all these years? I never expected Nie Qian to suddenly unveil her feelings, like a thief caught in the act, and I instinctively rise to leave. However, Nie Qian stubbornly pursued, her voice tinged with irritation. Luo Jun, if you were a man, Clarify your words and do not run away. Suppressing the anger within, I coldly retorted, clarify? What do you wish for me to say? Why did you leave without uttering a single word when we broke up all those years ago? Nietzsche's emotions began to escalate. Back then, I was merely a suspect in a murder case, unjustly accused. I clenched my teeth, articulating each word with conviction. Yet I did nothing wrong in that incident. Even if it were to happen again, I would act in the same manner. You. The corners of Nietzsche's eyes glistened with tears, her chest heaving with intensity. After a long pause, she spoke again. Does it not matter that you have been confined in a police station for months? Are you truly incapable of considering those around you? What if something were to happen to you? Tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes, sparkling in the sunlight. Her emotional display caught me off guard. The resolute expression she wore when we parted still lingered in my mind. Yet now, Xiao Qian. A pang of sorrow struck my heart as I reached out to wipe away her tears, only to be forcefully pushed away. Just then, a man's anxious voice called from behind, Qian Qian. I turned to see a handsome man, roughly my age, striding towards us with an expression of fury. Upon approaching, he caught sight of Nietzsche's tears. His eyes widened in shock, and he shoved me away, demanding angrily, "Who are you? What have you done to her?" I stood there, like a puppet devoid of consciousness, staring blankly at Nietzsche, unable to utter a word. It had been 3 years. It was hardly surprising that she had a boyfriend, yet my heart felt as if it had been doused in a chaotic blend of emotions. Did you hear that? Do you believe I want to beat you up? The man's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged beast as he struck my face with a powerful punch. Shui Kai, what are you doing? Nietzsche furiously stepped in front of him. Qian, do not stop me. If anyone dares to bully you, I will make them pay. Enough. This has nothing to do with him. I do not know this person at all. Will you leave or not? If you do not, I will walk away myself, and do not expect me to pay you any more attention. Nietzsche shot a glare at both of us before storming off in a huff. The man named Shui Kai quickly followed her, and I watched as he gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder, whispering in her ear while frequently glancing back at me, his gaze rife with hostility. I watched them depart, the entire scenario unfolding so abruptly that it left me with an overwhelming sense of unreality. In truth, the leisurely afternoon I had been enjoying came to an abrupt end the moment she appeared. I gently wiped the blood from my lips and sat back down, stirring my coffee absent-mindedly with a spoon. The painful memories of 3 years ago resurfaced, along with a matter I had buried deep within my heart. I still recall that night 3 years prior. The exact time has faded from memory, yet I remember it was on my way home after work. At that time, I had only recently arrived in this city, earning a meager income that forced me to rent a cheap room far from the downtown area. Consequently, my commute to work involved traversing long, desolate paths each day. Fortunately, as a man without substantial wealth, I remained unconcerned about traversing deserted paths at night. Though life was arduous, the companionship of Nietzsche always brought me joy, until that fateful day arrived. I have come to believe that every event in this world is predestined. On that day, for reasons unknown even to myself, I chose a remote and sparsely populated route home. Along the way, I stumbled upon a dying girl in a haystack. She was covered in blood, her breaths weak and intermittent. I hastily retrieved my phone to call for emergency assistance, but by the time the ambulance arrived, the girl had succumbed to her injuries. I initially thought the ordeal would conclude there, perhaps requiring only a brief statement to the police. However, the situation took a dramatic turn, and I, the one who reported the incident, found myself inadvertently implicated as a suspect. At first, the police merely summoned me for questioning, but soon thereafter, they detained me at the precinct. It was a nightmarish period for both me and Nietzsche, severely testing the fabric of our relationship. It was not until 2 months later that I regained my freedom. The authorities were unable to identify the true culprit or prove my guilt, leaving the case unresolved. Yet, the world outside had transformed. I lost my job and was evicted by my landlord. As for Nietzsche, when she resolutely declared her intention to break up, it felt as though my entire world had crumbled away. Ultimately, I persevered through those 3 grueling years with an obstinacy bordering on madness. The hardships I endured were beyond anyone's comprehension. I had resigned myself to the belief that I would never encounter her again, and if we did cross paths, we would merely pass by as strangers. Yet today, the sight of Niachien's tears stirred ripples in the stagnant waters of my heart. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Lin Hui calling. I took a deep breath, steadied my nerves, and answered. On the other end, Lin Hui spoke hesitantly, expressing a desire to join me for dinner and stay at my place. But he evaded any explanation, abruptly concluding the call with just a meeting location. His peculiar reasoning left me both amused and bewildered. However, this unexpected call significantly alleviated my sorrow. Thus, I found no reason to decline, especially since having company during such times is hardly a burden. As the sun began to set, I composed myself, finished my coffee, and set off to meet him, as there was still some distance to cover. To my surprise, Lin Hui had arrived early and was alone, with no enchanting companion in sight. Given his penchant for flirtation, especially after yesterday's escapade, his solitary presence today was quite unusual. During dinner, I inquired about his intentions for staying at my home, but he remained tight-lipped, prompting my curiosity to morph into suspicion. There was undoubtedly something he was concealing from me. Chapter 6. Tracking at the dining table. Lin Hui endeavored to maintain his usual demeanor, engaging in laughter and conversation, yet he refrained from mentioning the reason for his overnight stay at my home. It wasn't until the meal was drawing to a close that he curiously inquired, "Aren't you at all curious as to why I suddenly proposed to stay at your place?" I asked, but if he refused to answer, then so be it. Understanding Lin Hui's temperament, I knew that the more indifferent I appeared, the more he wanted to divulge his thoughts. Sure enough, he expressed his displeasure with a pout, saying, "Oh, come on. Can't you ask a bit more? Honestly, Ying and her sister might stay at my place tonight." I replied, "What does their staying at your home have to do with you residing at mine? Your place is over 70 square meters. It can comfortably accommodate 3 people, can it?" Lin Hui scratched his head awkwardly and confessed, "Actually, I'm a bit afraid of meeting her sister." I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is there truly a woman you fear in this world? And a stunning one at that. Oh, I see it now. Perhaps you and her sister have a past, and you're worried about the awkwardness of being together in the same space. Lin Hui looked at me with a wronged expression, but his gaze soon faltered. He mumbled, somewhat deflated, "If only there was something between us. It would be so much simpler." Initially, I thought Yili was quite an open-minded woman, but as I got to know her better, I realized she is anything but. In fact, I later learned from Xiaoing that Yili has never had a boyfriend. She is likely still a virgin. Can you believe it? A 25-year-old woman who has never been in a relationship. It's such a pity for someone with such beauty and a great figure. Seeing Lin Hui lamenting in despair, I couldn't suppress a smirk and teasingly remarked, "Aren't you usually one to embrace challenges in such matters? Why back down this time? Do you think I haven't tried? I knew Yili first, and I racked my brain for her, but this girl simply isn't interested in that sort of thing. Instead, I ended up pursuing her sister." He sighed. "I suspect this woman might not even like men. What makes you think you're so special? Just because a woman isn't interested in you doesn't mean she dislikes men altogether." "Spare me," I retorted sharply before asking, "Why did they suddenly decide to stay at your place today?" "It's still because of Ying. That girl has been clinging to me relentlessly, even refusing to go home. This afternoon, Yili came looking for her, and I was a bit afraid she might just run away. As for tonight, well, I certainly won't be going back," Lin Hui asserted, his expression resolute, adopting the demeanor of a stubborn rogue. I shook my head in resignation. After yesterday's events, Lin Hui and I had grown considerably closer, solidifying our bond as friends forged in adversity. On the way home, Lin Hui chattered excitedly, yet he mentioned nothing about the previous day's incident, allowing me to temporarily forget that harrowing memory until we returned home. As I switched on the lamp in my room, believing I could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep, my eyes inadvertently caught sight of something that should not have been there at that moment. Footprints upon the white tiles before the light switch. A disarray of shoe prints extends haphazardly to the side of my bed. I felt as though struck by lightning. There should be no shoe prints in my home, as I change my shoes diligently every day. Moreover, This trail of prints could not possibly have been left by slippers. I turned to glance at the door. The doorknob bore no signs of tampering, and the windows were securely closed, leaving little possibility for an outsider to enter. Even if someone had intruded, it would be improbable for them to leave only this singular set of shoe prints. Thus, only one explanation remained. On the day those prints were left, I had not changed my shoes, and, considering their position, a memory surged forth. Last night, I had returned home without removing my shoes. In that nightmare, I had walked from the bedside to turn on the light, thus accounting for the trail of prints. Oh, dear heavens! That was not merely a dream. My body trembled, and my gaze darted around, desperately hoping to find another set of shoe prints, perhaps of a different size, to at least prove that I was not alone in this room yesterday. Alas, all was in vain. The pristine white tiles bore only that singular, bizarre trail. A wave of dizziness washed over me. Had it not been for Lin Huey's support, I might have collapsed to the floor. My mind was blank, and it took a while before I vaguely heard Lin Huey's concerned voice. Luo Jun? What's wrong? Don't scare me. Please speak. I waved my hand to indicate I was fine, then closed my eyes and sat down in a chair. Resting momentarily before I slowly spoke, please bring me a glass of water, Lin Hui. If last night had merely been a nightmare, how could I explain the shoe prints on the floor? If it was not a dream, then what was that entity with blood-red eyes that appeared behind me? Why did it leave no traces? And why did I awaken in my bed? What on earth was happening? I was utterly bewildered. Are you all right? What has happened? Lin Hui inquired, handing me the glass of water with concern. It's nothing. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night, and I suddenly felt a bit dizzy. I pondered whether to reveal the true cause, deciding against it. The reasons were too lengthy, and perhaps it would be better for him to remain uninformed. I walked to the bedside, fatigue overwhelming me as I collapsed down, murmuring, I feel unwell. I'm going to sleep. Make yourself comfortable, just don't dismantle my home. For the time that followed, Lin Hui indeed behaved cooperatively, keeping the noise to a minimum. Yet I found myself unable to sleep, my mind consumed by that trail of shoe prints. Throughout, I never doubted my logic. The series of prints on the floor indicated that I had indeed walked past, yet the absence of any other prints suggested that the entity with the red eyes was certainly not human. With this thought, I suddenly sat bolt upright in bed, startling Lin Hui, who dropped his phone in shock, neglecting to retrieve it as he hurriedly asked, "What is wrong?" As I shook my head and gasped for breath, Lin Huey's expression shifted, and with visible displeasure, he remarked, "Since your return, you've been acting so jumpy. Do you really think I can't see through it? Speak up. What on earth has happened? If you don't, I might truly become angry." Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly to regain my composure, I recounted the incident involving the pair of crimson eyes in its entirety. At this point, there was no longer room for concealment. Such matters are far too burdensome for one to bear alone. If my deductions were accurate, then informing everyone to be vigilant was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Upon hearing my account, Lin Hui surprisingly fell silent. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room, imparting an inexplicable chill. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Hui, in contemplation, stated, "If what you say is true and it was not merely a dream, then the red eyes you encountered last night must belong to the assailant. But herein lies the conundrum. Why did he not eliminate you?" I could not fathom the reason, yet I was reluctant to accept that this perpetrator was a specter. Do you possess a more plausible explanation? The facts are glaringly evident. The assailant will not spare us. It is only a matter of time before an attack occurs. Luo Jun, our focus should not be on baseless speculations, but rather on seeking out an adept to exorcise any malevolent forces. Lin Hui regarded me with a serious demeanor. I found myself in agreement with him. The sense of impending danger was intensifying, and irrespective of whether the threat was human or supernatural, it was prudent to take precautionary measures rather than be caught unawares when peril strikes. My silence served as tacit acknowledgement, prompting Lin Hui to swiftly retrieve his phone and make a call. Within mere minutes, he had arranged a meeting with a master for the following day, the swiftness of which astonished me. "Lin Hui, your family doesn't specialize in this, do they?" I teased. With a sharp glare, Lin Hui retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. If my family dealt with such matters, I wouldn't allow this entity to torment me. I would have already dispelled it with a talisman. He continued, that individual is an elder from my hometown, quite skilled, indeed. As he spoke, he sat upright on the bed, adjusted his clothing, and, after a moment's reflection, appeared to have made a significant decision. He said, never mind, I should return and check on them. I can't help but worry about those two girls being home alone. They're already staying at your place? I inquired. Yes, Xiaoying just messaged me. Weren't you afraid of facing her sister? Well, I am apprehensive, but I fear even more for their safety at my home. Take care of yourself. We will connect by phone tomorrow. Wait, I'll accompany you back. It's always better to have an extra man around in case anything arises. Lin Hui was taken aback by my show of loyalty and looked at me with gratitude. Yet, I understood that this was only one reason for my decision. The other was the unsettling feeling of being alone at home, especially after having seen the trail of shoe prints on the ground. The clock's hands had already passed 10 o'clock, and the night was tranquil, with few souls wandering the streets. Throughout our journey, Lin Hui regarded me with a look of appreciation that made me feel somewhat awkward. All right, could you please stop looking at me like that? Anyone unaware might misconstrue our relationship. I can no longer restrain myself and spoke up. Lin Hui, however, remained utterly unconcerned. Luo Jun, today I've come to realize just how chivalrous you are. I've decided to let you have Yili. It's clear he can't pursue her himself, yet pretends to be generous. I scoffed, my disdain evident. Of course, if I could pursue her, would I let you? Nonetheless, I had confidence in you. Besides, as the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. Perhaps we could even become relatives someday. Lin Hui's words abruptly halted, and he looked at me with suspicion, asking, but how come I've never heard anything about your girlfriend? You haven't been in a relationship, have you? Or do you fancy? Shoo. I gestured for Lin Hui to be silent. He mistook my gesture for an attempt to evade the question and insisted, hey, I haven't finished speaking. Are you or aren't you? Shoo. I reiterated, urging him to lower his voice while straining to listen to the sound around us. Lin Hui seemed to sense my seriousness and fell silent, looking at me with a puzzled expression. Speak quietly and don't look around. It feels as if someone is following us. I lowered my voice as much as possible. I had noticed the tailing presence the moment we exited the building. Earlier, I had discreetly checked behind me through my phone screen and indeed saw a shadowy figure following us, its face obscured. Is it the murderer? Has it come after us? Lin Hui immediately grew tense. I don't know. Let's hurry to a crowded place and catch a cab. With both of us together, perhaps he won't dare approach. This thought was somewhat self-deceptive, and sure enough, Lin Hui retorted, even if there are more of us, it won't be of much use. Don't forget, the murderer isn't human. My brows furrowed. Although I had tacitly agreed to seek a sorcerer for an exorcism, I was still reluctant to admit the presence of a malevolent spirit. With pursuers behind us, we quickened our pace, eventually almost running to our destination. We plunged into the bustling crowd, and my racing heart finally calmed. Looking back, the shadow had long since vanished. I hoped fervently that we had indeed shaken it off. It was now nearly certain that we had caught the murderer's attention. Their delay in striking must simply be due to the timing not being right. Regardless of whether we had truly evaded the threat, all 7 of us would remain in peril until he was apprehended. Lin Hui and I conferred and decided to first visit the hardware store to purchase some pipes and wrenches for self-defense. Next, we stopped by the supermarket to buy provisions for a prolonged standoff, and only then did we take a cab to Lin Hui's residence. From the moment we alighted until we stepped inside, the sensation of being followed dissipated, reinforcing my belief that perhaps after tonight, I should seek out Captain Liu. Little did the Yi sisters expect that we would return in the dead of night armed, causing them to lock their bedroom door in fright and threaten to call the police, leaving Lin Hui and me in a state of amusement. After much persuasion, we finally convinced them to reopen the door. As soon as it creaked open, Lin Hui glared at the sisters, exclaiming, "Why are you two like this? We were worried about your safety and rushed back, only to be locked out." Kind-hearted, Yili cast a disdainful glance at Lin Hui. "Do you really think you could deceive my sister into staying out all night?" "I deceive your sister? Our relationship is consensual, isn't it? If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoying." Sister Yi Ying, who was about to interject, was abruptly silenced by her elder sister. Yili shot her a glare and admonished, "You should remain silent." Don't you know how to maintain your dignity as a young lady? Is being with me synonymous with lacking propriety? What notion? No wonder at your age, you remain unattached. What did you say? Dare to repeat that. Lin Hui's words ignited Yi Li's fury. She resembled a furious tigress, poised to devour the loathsome man before her. The two were locked in a fierce standoff, tension escalating as if a world war were about to erupt. Yet, before I could step in to mediate, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the charged atmosphere. The previously raucous room fell into an immediate hush. I glanced at my phone. It was 11 o'clock at night. Who could possibly be visiting at this late hour? Chapter 7. Death approaches. It was evident that everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, exchanging glances in bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. While the relentless knocking on the door persisted. Who is it? Lin Hui inquired cautiously, his voice trembling. The response from outside was utterly unexpected. We are the police. Open the door immediately. Lin Hui was momentarily taken aback, but then he hastily approached the door and peered through the peephole. The sight was akin to igniting a firecracker. He spun around, pointing at Yi Li, shouting, "What the hell? Yi Li, did you actually call the police?" Both Yi Li and Yi Ying exchanged confused looks. The former muttering dreamily, "Call the police? I didn't call anyone." I believed her, setting aside their current demeanor, which hardly suggested pretense. Even if she had indeed called the police moments ago, it was improbable that they could arrive so swiftly. So, what was their purpose in coming here? As we pondered the police's unexpected visit at such a late hour, Lin Hui had already opened the door to admit them. The officers who entered were quite young, one male and one female, and they bore a certain familiarity, likely from having encountered them at the Happy Manor. The female officer glanced around the room in astonishment and remarked, "I can't believe you are all here. It seems my colleagues wasted their efforts visiting the other homes. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Nan, and this is Li Rui. We are from the city's criminal investigation team, and we met 2 days ago." As they presented their identification, I inquired with confusion, "What brings you here at this hour? Is there an issue? Don't ask so many questions. You'll find out at the station. Isn't Zhu Lu with you?" Li Rui's tone carried a hint of irritation, and judging by the remnants of sleep still evident on his face, this visit was likely prompted by an urgent mission. Everyone dismissed his attitude, and no one answered his query, which left Li Rui feeling quite awkward. Just as he was about to protest, Lu Nan beside him restrained him, smiling gently at us. "May I ask if you have all been here the entire day?" "No," Lin Hui replied. "Xiao Ying and her sister arrived after work, and Luo Jun and I just returned a few minutes ago." Lin Hui had already regained his composure from earlier outrage. Realizing that the police could not have been summoned by Yi Li, Lu Nan nodded slightly, her tone calm as she said, "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Team Leader Lu hopes to take you to the police station right away." She intentionally raised her voice when she mentioned right away, stepping aside to gesture for us to leave. Though Lu Nan's appearance was not breathtaking, her authoritative presence in uniform exuded a commendable air of confidence. Yet, Yi Li was not swayed. Fueled by her frustration, she unleashed her anger upon the officers, vehemently retorting, "Are we criminals? On what grounds do you presume to take us away?" Such a display of defiance was beneath Lu Nan's notice. She responded unceremoniously, "We are merely requesting your assistance in the investigation. As for your question of on what grounds, how about the fact that your lives could be in jeopardy at any moment? You don't think you can intimidate me." Though Yi Li feigned resilience, her demeanor had evidently softened. She must have realized that the police would not mobilize so extensively without a significant reason. If my conjecture is correct, another incident has occurred among the survivors of that fateful revenge chamber, a scenario no one wishes to witness. To my surprise, we were tasked with bringing back 4 individuals. Yet Lu Nan had only driven a single police vehicle. Thus, I, along with Lin Hui and the sisters Yi Li and Yi Ying, found ourselves squeezed into the back seat. In an effort to separate Lin Hui from Yi Ying, Yi Li insisted on sitting between them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Despite her attempts to lean towards her sister, the majority of her form remained pressed against me, her alluring physique igniting a stir of primal instincts within me. Fortunately, the journey to the police station was brief, This uncomfortable tension dissipated after merely 10 minutes. Perhaps due to the awkwardness. Once we arrived, Yili immediately took her sister by the hand and walked away, while Lin Hui, brimming with excitement, leaned in to whisper in my ear, "Hey, Luo Jun, did you see Yili's expression just now? It's a rare sight indeed. I never imagined she could blush and feel shy. I'm now even more convinced she's never been in a relationship, and she likes men. If you make an effort, her first time could very well be yours." I couldn't help but admire this lad. How could he still entertain such thoughts in a time like this? Perhaps lustful audacity was indeed a fitting description for someone like him. Yet, upon reflection, it might be a trait inherent in all men, to harbor such frivolous thoughts even when amidst peril. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt those stirrings myself moments ago. With a wry smile, I chose to ignore his comments and followed Lu Nen inside. Perhaps due to unresolved past grievances, I held a certain disdain for the police. However, one aspect was commendable. Even in the late hours of the night, they tirelessly pursued their work, all in the name of swiftly resolving the case and delivering justice for the deceased. Lu Nen guided us into a spacious room, which, judging by its furnishings, appeared to be a conference room. Seated at the long table were 3 individuals awaiting our arrival. Upon spotting us, Lu Yong gestured for everyone to take a seat, and I couldn't shake the sensation that he seemed relieved at our presence, as if he had anticipated we might not come. Once seated, I surveyed the room. The other 2 individuals at the table were Zhu Lu and Kong Long, leaving only AI Lin absent from the recent incident. However, Lu Yong's next words sent shockwaves through everyone present. AI Lin would not be joining us. As all were gathered, he declared that there was something important to convey before we began our discussions. AI Lin could not attend, for she had passed away. Although this outcome aligned with my earlier suspicions, the shock did not diminish. I was astounded to learn that she was the first victim silenced by the murderer. Upon hearing this dreadful news, the others erupted in panic and fear. This was a matter that affected each of them deeply. The faces of the Yi sisters turned pale, and Ying began to sob in fright. Lu Yong seemed to have anticipated the reactions of those present, observing quietly until the crowd had calmed down before he spoke again. "There is no need for such alarm. Erin took her own life. We have even found a diary in her room chronicling her experiences over the past few days, and for now, there are no indications of foul play." Suicide. I thought I must have misheard. Though both involve death, the distinction between suicide and homicide is vast, if it were indeed the former. My prior conjectures would be rendered invalid. Yet, if it were truly a suicide, why would the police summon us in the dead of night for questioning? I turned to Lu Yong with skepticism, and by chance, he was scrutinizing me in return. Our gazes locked, and my heart raced as that oppressive discomfort surged once more. Since Erin's death was a suicide, why have we been brought here at such an hour? Zhu Lu echoed my unvoiced concern. Lu Yong averted his gaze, his expression grave as he replied, "This is for everyone's consideration. Although Erin's death was a suicide, it occurred at a sensitive time. It is prudent to convene and discuss the situation." "He is lying." I shook my head slightly. Lu Yong's explanation was utterly illogical, and I sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. "What is the matter, Luo Jun? You seem skeptical," he commented, revealing his keen perception. Perhaps he had been observing me from the outset. Indeed, even if it were as you say, out of concern for everyone's safety, one could simply send someone to check on us at home. There would be no need to hastily gather us unless this matter was more complex than you suggest. Lu Yong appeared taken aback by my directness, his expression momentarily stunned before reverting to neutrality. "Are you always this unfriendly towards the police?" "Of course. The reason for gathering you all today extends beyond my earlier statements. I also hope to glean more information regarding Erin from you." At the mention of Erin, nearly everyone turned their gaze toward Kong Long, as he was the only one left who was familiar with her. However, Kong Long furrowed his brow and said, "Why are you all looking at me? I was only acquainted with Li Qing, and this is my first encounter with Erin. Besides, I have already shared everything I know with the police the day before yesterday." But what?" Lu Yong inquired. Kong Long hesitated, shaking his head. "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm overthinking it." Surprisingly, Lu Yong did not press further, but instead shifted his position and continued, I need to know where each of you was and what you were doing between 5 and 7 this afternoon. What does he mean by that? From 5 to 7. I had just finished work and was heading home. Why is he questioning our whereabouts? He can't possibly suspect us, can he? Lin Hui and Ying whispered beside me. Although Lu Yong's words were directed at everyone, his gaze remained fixed on me, leading me to believe he held a bias against me, a sense of targeting that was palpable. Nevertheless, with a clear conscience, I shrugged nonchalantly and replied, from 5 to 7, I was dining with Lin Hui at the Fumao building on Lonyuan Road. It was peak dining hours, and the restaurant was quite crowded. Indeed, by the time we departed from Fumao building, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Lin Hui hurriedly concurred from the side. Lu Yong, satisfied, nodded, and his piercing gaze finally shifted away from me. Once the conversation was initiated, it flowed much more smoothly. Ying finished work at 5, purchased some food with her sister, and went to Lin Hui's home, thereafter remaining indoors. Zhu Lu left Lin Hui's residence in the morning and went straight home, subsequently staying there without venturing out. Kong Long spent the entire day at the office, only departing around 9, and upon returning home, he was brought here by the police. After everyone had spoken, Lin Hui could no longer contain himself and asked, Captain Lu, do you have any leads on this case? To be frank, we have yet to apprehend the murderer, and these past few days have left us in constant unease, Lu Yong replied. We are diligently working on the investigation. Observing the current situation in the precinct should clarify our stance. Therefore, I implore everyone to avoid undue psychological burdens. I wish to prevent a recurrence of Eileen's tragedy. Actually, I have another matter I wish to inquire about, but I am uncertain how to phrase it. As long as it pertains to the case, please speak candidly. I wish to ask if the perpetrator of this case might not be human, judging by his expression. Lu Yong seemed taken aback by Lin Hui's question. He paused, exchanged glances with Lu Nan, and retorted, What leads you to such a thought? Larry, with a pained expression, recounted the experiences he and I had endured over the past 2 days, along with the speculations regarding the assailant. However, Lu Yong's demeanor remained unchanged. He responded in a calm tone, Regarding your concerns, I shall assign individuals to investigate. Nevertheless, it is prudent to be skeptical of such supernatural claims. And what are being followed? For the past 2 days, both Luo Jun and I have been stalked. I believe the individual trailing us is the murderer, and our lives are in grave danger. Can you be certain that the one following you is indeed the assailant? Have you encountered him? Lu Yong inquired. Lin Hui's emotions suddenly surged, his voice rising. If we had encountered him, would we still be here conversing with you now? Yet, aside from the murderer, what deranged individual would engage in such behavior? Lu Yong nodded ambiguously, casting a glance at Lu Nan, who understood and interjected. This is also why we summoned everyone here so late. Prior to apprehending the murderer, for everyone's safety, Captain Lu wishes for you all to remain in the precinct, albeit only for the night. As for accommodations, we have already. I disagree. Without allowing Lu Nan to finish, I firmly rejected the notion. Your actions are no different from detaining us. I am willing to cooperate with your investigation, but I shall not remain here. My vehement response left the others momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed upon me, filled with confusion and disbelief. I believe you have misunderstood. We do not perceive you as suspects. This measure is purely for your safety. Lu Nan clarified. Lin Hui tugged at my sleeve from the side, quietly admonishing, Luo Jun, what is troubling you? Perhaps you should allow her to finish her words. With the presence of police protection, everyone might feel a measure of solace. No, absolutely not. Even if the murderer is lurking outside, I shall not remain here. My tone was resolute, and Lin Hui fell silent. Perhaps I appeared to them as a frenzied madwoman, having lost all semblance of reason. Lu Yong raised his hand to glance at his watch and remarked, It is getting late. Let us proceed in this manner. You are not criminals, and ultimately, the decision of whether to stay or leave rests in your hands. If you truly wish to depart, you may do so. I will arrange transportation to take you home. Consequently, I was the only one to leave the police station. Regardless of how others perceived the situation, the nightmare could not be erased from my mind. No matter how perilous the world outside may be, I refused to succumb to madness within this nightmare. Before departing the police station, I fortuitously encountered Kong Long in the restroom, and inquired about the unfinished words he had left in the conference room. Kong Long hesitated for a moment, and perhaps sensing our shared plight, he whispered, "You must not disclose what I am about to say to anyone. Aaron's death was by no means a suicide." Chapter 8. Revisiting the hidden chamber as I sat in the police car returning home, my mind was consumed by the conversation I had just had with Kong Long. I had always harbored suspicions regarding Aaron's suicide. However, those doubts stemmed merely from an abnormal logical assessment rather than any concrete evidence. It was impossible for me to assert my doubts with the same unwavering conviction as Kong Long, who spoke as if he had witnessed Aaron's demise in its entirety. Kong Long's explanations lacked the persuasive power of his assertive demeanor. He merely recounted his impressions of Aaron following their interactions, suggesting that even in the wake of the incident, her mental state did not seem dire enough to drive her to take her own life. But could such observations truly suffice to conclude that Aaron had not committed suicide? I suspected that Kong Long possessed more substantial evidence that he had yet to disclose. I understood that he bore no obligation to reveal everything to me. After all, we were both merely participants in this unfolding case. Furthermore, if he did possess such evidence, it might serve as his lifeline or even leverage in negotiations with the true perpetrator. Yet, the conundrum of fortune and misfortune intertwining remains a complex truth to unravel. "You are quite the enigma." A voice suddenly broke the silence in the police car. It was Li Rue, the officer tasked with escorting me home. "What? At such a precarious moment, one would yearn for the protection of the police, yet you choose to risk your safety by leaving. How peculiar. Do you not fear that the murderer may come to silence you?" "What do you mean by that?" I queried. "I simply believe that any unusual circumstance harbors reasons unknown to us. Do you not agree? Is Liu Yong sending you to pry into my thoughts?" "Oh, is that your impression? You're overly sensitive. I merely sought to lighten the somber atmosphere in the car." Li Rue's expression bore a smug satisfaction, akin to a hunter cornering its prey. It is often in such moments that individuals reveal their vulnerabilities. Truth be told, had no one accompanied me home today, I might have chosen to remain at the police station. After all, Captain Liu had just stated that Aaron's death was not a suicide. The more nonchalant my tone, the more it seemed to catch him off guard. "How could the captain divulge such information to you?" he exclaimed, only to realize too late the slip of his words. He shot me an angry glare in the rearview mirror, exclaiming, "You dare to deceive me?" I offered him a faint smile and replied coolly, "Oh, is that how you perceive it? You are rather sensitive. I merely thought to jest in this dreary vehicle." Li Rue fell silent, clearly taken aback. I had intended to exploit his slip to inquire further, yet I ultimately refrained. Pressing him too hard would yield no benefit. Moreover, confirming that Aaron's death was not a suicide had already become a most valuable lead. However, I never anticipated that Li Rue, in addition to his arrogance, possessed a narrow-minded disposition. His earlier deception would soon ignite his desire for retribution. After delivering me to my doorstep, Li Rue drove off without a word. Just moments ago, having confirmed that Aaron was indeed a victim of foul play, I resolved to investigate this case further. The murderer had already begun to act. It was only a matter of time before I became a target. Rather than waiting passively for my fate, I chose to fight with all my might. As for the police, my subconscious holds a disbelief akin to that of a ghostly murderer. Upon returning home and lying in bed, my emotions gradually stabilized as I gazed at the shoe prints on the floor, recalling each detail of the fateful day, particularly before entering the revenge chamber. The decision to partake in this game was purely serendipitous. While passing by the chamber, my companions and I had already roamed the estate for much of the day. Contemplating a place to rest, we opted for this venue that allowed both play and repose. At that moment, only the 8 of us were in line, and our group fortuitously encountered the deceased. Thus, if the murderer were indeed among us, it could only be one of 2 individuals, Aileen or Kong Long. With Aileen now deceased, the police's focus should naturally shift to Kong Long, while Liu Yong's scrutiny toward me clearly bore an emotional bias, likely tied to an incident from 3 years prior. To commit murder in such a public setting, the only individuals present, aside from the amusement park staff, would be those who entered the chamber with the deceased. The fundamental condition for executing a perfect crime is the ability to control the game. necessitating the presence of a staff member familiar with the environment. The sole staff member who ushered us in and explained the game rules was a woman. Yet I hold no other recollections of her. Even if she stood before me now, I would be unable to recognize her. Returning to the scene of the crime is my only option now, whether it be the revenge chamber or Eileen's residence. Regardless of whether the murderer is human or ghostly, the clues must lie therein. I can no longer recall when I fell asleep, only that I slumbered soundly throughout the night, devoid of dreams, awakening when the sun was already high in the sky. In the morning, I received 2 phone calls, one from the company where my boss, having learned of my involvement in a homicide case, generously granted me a half-month leave, both to facilitate cooperation with the police investigation and to allow me a respite for my own well-being. This also afforded me time to delve into the case further. The other call was from Lin Hui, inquiring about my condition. Surprisingly, this charming yet fickle man exhibited genuine concern for his friends, prompting me to include him among my few cherished companions. Knowing that everyone had safely weathered the day alleviated my heart considerably. This relief stemmed not solely from goodwill, for the more victims there were, the more formidable the murderer appeared, making my own survival increasingly precarious. People may boast of their heroism in times of comfort, likening themselves to saviors. Yet when faced with peril, they often prioritize their own safety. It is easy to speak of heroism, yet difficult to embody it. Such is the essence of the matter. During lunch, I revisited my thoughts from the previous evening, contemplating extensively before ultimately deciding to return to the Happy Manor. However, as I'm not a police officer, gaining access to the crime scene seemed implausible. With Aileen having just met her tragic fate, numerous officers would undoubtedly be present at her home. Although there would also be police gathering evidence at the revenge chamber, their manpower was likely limited at this juncture, perhaps affording me a sliver of opportunity. Indeed, my judgment proved to be correct. The sky outside is exceptionally clear, with gentle sunlight cascading down, inducing a languorous sensation. On a typical day, I would undoubtedly spend the afternoon at Dream Coffee, savoring the tranquil joy that sunlight brings. The visitors at Joyful Manor seem entirely unaffected by the recent incident. Just 2 days have passed, and the flow of people is as bustling as ever, as if nothing had transpired. I have no time to linger and head directly to the revenge chamber, which has ceased operations, just as I anticipated. Outside the chamber stands a young male police officer, diligently guarding the entrance and preventing anyone from approaching. However, I am aware that he is not the sole officer present. At least one more is likely stationed nearby to relieve him. I dare not venture too close to the chamber for fear of drawing attention, instead opting for a seat in a beverage shop diagonally across, contemplating my next course of action. The revenge chamber features both an entrance and an exit, presenting an excellent opportunity. Yet, to my surprise, both doors open onto the same wall, and given the compact size of the building, any individual standing before either door can simultaneously observe both entrances. This undoubtedly poses a significant challenge for me. Waiting in anxious anticipation is a tormenting affair. I could sit quietly in the afternoon sun for hours, but I cannot endure this torturous waiting. I truly admire the young man's perseverance. For a full 2 hours, he has not wavered, not even taking a moment to visit the restroom, while I feel fatigued merely from sitting, rising from my seat to stretch my limbs. I intend to venture elsewhere in search of those elusive clues that seem almost impossible to uncover. Anything is better than fretting here. However, before I could take a step, a conversation from a nearby table captures my attention. Hey, what's going on with that revenge chamber across the way? Why is there a police officer at the entrance? Can we play anymore? What? You don't know? Someone died in there the day before yesterday. WH what? Is there a danger to life involved in this game? Of course not. That person was murdered, and in a most bizarre manner. Bizarre? Yes, because the killer was not human. Huh. If not human, then what? A ghost? Shoo, keep your voice down. They say there were 8 people inside that day, yet no one saw the killer, and the murder occurred right among them. Isn't that peculiar? I heard from a friend that the game is played in the dark. It's not strange at all if the killer is unseen. But the room is small. Even if you can't see someone, how could there be no sound? Who in this world can kill without a trace? I did not continue listening to their conversation. astonished that rumors about the case had already spread, and in such a terrifyingly absurd manner. People are inherently drawn to the unbelievable, yet dramatically captivating tales, making them the perfect fodder for lively discussions over tea and meals. The situation, reminiscent of the fable of three men conjuring a tiger, raises the question of whether the truth will be submerged beneath the tide of rumors. Even if the police were to apprehend the true culprit, the public might perceive them merely as a scapegoat. Suddenly, a cacophony of curses erupted behind me, interrupting my thoughts. As I turned around, I found amusement in my previous, overly pessimistic musings. The source of the outburst was two middle-aged men embroiled in a heated dispute, their faces flushed with anger. Before long, they resorted to physical confrontation, prompting those nearby, who had initially gathered to observe, to intervene, resulting in a chaotic scene. I had no desire to partake in the tumult, so I directed my gaze towards the police officer on duty. He merely glanced in our direction a few times, showing no inclination to approach, which left me rather disheartened. Such a level of discord hardly warranted police intervention. The estate staff could manage it. Indeed, moments later, a uniformed staff member arrived, positioning himself between the two men, attempting to mediate with calming words. I initially believed the squabble would dissipate, but a meddlesome onlooker reignited the flames of anger, and both parties, previously subdued, resumed their altercation. The situation escalated rapidly, drawing in several others until what began as a one-on-one fight devolved into a brawl, leaving the mediator to suffer a few unwarranted blows as he awkwardly retreated, pulling out his phone to call for police assistance. Observing this chaos, I hurriedly approached him and said, "Wait. If you call the police now, by the time they arrive, who knows what the situation will look like?" I was determined not to let this rare opportunity slip by. The staff member looked at me in confusion, asking, "What do you mean? Shouldn't we call the police?" Look at my face. You can't expect me to separate them alone. I gestured towards the entrance of the revenge room, saying, "Look, there's a policeman right there. Go summon him for immediate assistance, and I will help you call the police." His logic was sound. Without hesitation, the staff member agreed and dashed towards the young officer. I quickly dialed the emergency number, succinctly explaining the situation while waiting for the young policeman to depart. The circumstances had changed. As an officer, he had no reason to remain passive. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the staff member returned, followed closely by the young policeman. At last, I could seize this fortuitous moment and re-enter the revenge room. Chapter 9. Refusal of arrest due to the police's forced entry 2 days prior. The entrance to the sealed room now lacks a door. They have merely erected a slender barrier of caution tape at the threshold, symbolically obstructing access, which conveniently spares me considerable trouble. The lights within the room are illuminated, yet the ambience remains dim, devoid of windows. The crime scene appears meticulously preserved, unchanged since the incident, suggesting that the police have not unearthed any substantial leads after 2 days of investigation, prompting them to maintain a watchful presence for future reference. However, from the very moment I stepped inside, I sensed that something was amiss, though I could not immediately articulate what it was. I have always believed that returning to the scene of the crime is a prudent decision, not because I possess superior deductive skills compared to the police, capable of identifying crucial clues upon arrival, but rather because, as a participant, I might discern details that others might overlook. Moreover, even if it is merely a matter of chance, anything that could aid in solving the case or preserving my life must surely be worth the endeavor. I do not intend to conduct a thorough search, as that is the responsibility of the police. They would never engage in the same reflective process I am undertaking now. Reassuming my seat and meticulously recalling the events of that fateful day. The room is a standard rectangle, with a long table and 4 fixed chairs on the left side of the entrance. I marked these seats, numbering them from 1 to 4, starting with the chair closest to the entrance. Adjacent to chair 4 is the exit, while across the table, symmetrically positioned, are chairs 5 through 8. The 8 individuals present at the time of entry were arranged according to these numbers: Zhu Lu, Kong Long, Li Qing, Ai Lin, myself, Lin Hui, Yi Ying, and Yi Li. Even a layperson like myself possesses a rudimentary understanding of the fundamental elements of murder: motive, method, and weapon. The killer's motive and weapon remain to be investigated, yet the method seems almost absurd. How does one remain oblivious while another is strangled to death mere feet away? It is simple, brutal, and efficient. The murderer exploited the darkness, completely disregarding the proximity of others. In such a confined space, any minor misstep could have thwarted the entire act. Perhaps, in the killer's eyes, we were no different from the deceased. Suddenly, a patch of dark red blood on the table drew my attention. It was located at chair 3, the seat of the victim, Li Qing. How could I have overlooked such a significant detail? Li Qing's right hand was pinned to the table with a dagger at the time of death. Why would the murderer choose to do this? He bound Li Qing's body, yet left this arm free. He possessed the capability to strangle his victim. So why resort to using a dagger to secure Li Qing's hand? This defies logic. Behind every illogical circumstance lies an undisclosed secret. I recalled a statement made by Li Rue while he was escorting me home the previous night, and I remembered that I too had extended my right hand during the incident, attempting to touch the severed finger mentioned in the recording. Could there be a deeper connection between these two events? Is a recording we listened to truly linked to the murder case? Upon recalling that recording, I am instantly transported back to the indescribable sensation I experienced when I first arrived, an unsettling feeling as though something vital was amiss. This absence was palpable, for every pair of headphones in the room had vanished. It brings to mind the previous afternoon when, upon concluding my interrogation, Lu Yong was presented with headphones by Lu Nan. They must have uncovered significant clues within those headphones, leading them to take even the remaining 7 for further investigation. How unfortunate! Not a single headphone was left behind. As I surveyed my surroundings, a wave of despondency washed over me. The confidence I had upon entering had all but evaporated, replaced by a sense of defeat. I had anticipated discoveries here, yet after spending the better part of the day, all I was met with was a barrage of perplexing uncertainties. It became evident that the intricacies of this investigation were far beyond my amateur grasp. With a self-deprecating sigh, I paced the confined space twice, ultimately murmuring to myself in resignation. Perhaps I should leave before the police notice. Leave? Lu Yun. Where else could you go besides the police station? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the room, startling me greatly. I whirled around to face the source of the sound, and there stood 2 uniformed young officers, their gazes fixed upon me with a predatory intensity. To be precise, only one of them bore such a menacing look, while the other wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Li Hui, I exclaimed, unable to contain my surprise. Indeed, the one relishing in my misfortune was none other than Li Rue, who had engaged in a heated exchange with me in the police car the day before. As the saying goes, fortunes shift, yet I never imagined the wheel would turn so swiftly, leaving me in disbelief. The murderer returning to the crime scene to obliterate evidence. How audacious! Without hesitation, Li Rue accused me of a crime, and even the officer on duty appeared uncomfortable, quietly advising him, Li Rue, tread carefully. We have no proof that he is here to destroy evidence. Li Rue shot him a condescending glance, retorting, he is not a police officer. What other reason would compel him to sneak in here? Would a rational person act in such a manner? The young officer was left speechless, unable to respond. I merely wished to see if there were any clues that could aid in solving the case. I contemplated for a moment before confessing my intentions, yet even I found this explanation hard to believe. From Li Rue's expression, it was evident that he harbored no faith in my words. He didn't even bother to unmask my deception, instead urging his colleague, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and call the station. Tell them we've apprehended the murderer. This is a frame-up. Li Rue, you cannot do this," I exclaimed, springing to my feet in agitation. In response, Li Rue swiftly drew his service weapon, aiming it at me, and barked, "Don't move. Raise your hand above your head, or I will fire." Gazing into the ominous muzzle of the gun, my heart sank suddenly. Resigned, I raised my hands, convinced that any impulsive action on my part would compel the assailant to unhesitatingly pull the trigger. Upon learning that the perpetrator had been apprehended, the reinforcements arrived with remarkable swiftness. Within 5 or 6 minutes, the air outside was filled with the wailing of police sirens. I felt as though I were suffocating. my heart racing to my throat, and my greatest fear was materializing. The nightmare from 3 years prior was on the verge of reoccurring. No, I absolutely could not allow myself to be taken back. Yet, with the arrival of the reinforcements, the moment I was escorted out of this confined space, my chances of escaping in full view of the crowd will be virtually non-existent. This room had only 2 doors, and if my instincts were correct, all the officers should be congregated at the entrance. With Leroux reporting that the culprit had been captured, their vigilance towards the exit would surely be considerably lax. Although the 2 doors were not far apart, a sudden dash for freedom could still yield a chance of escape. Of course, achieving this would require an extraordinary stroke of luck, but I was willing to take the gamble to prevent a repeat of the tragedy from 3 years ago. Once I had resolved my determination, only one question remained. I turned to the 2 officers behind me. A forceful confrontation was clearly out of the question. With 2 of them present, even one could easily subdue me. Thus, my only recourse was to rely on cunning, taking advantage of their unpreparedness for a surprising victory. And such opportunities often arise in mere moments. All right, Luo Jun, it's all over. Just extend your hands obediently. Leroux smugly holstered his service weapon and approached me, producing a pair of handcuffs from behind him, feigning an intent to secure them to my wrists. Yet, people are capable of unexpected actions at the most unforeseen moments. Leroux would never have anticipated that the instant the handcuffs brushed against my wrist, I would deliver a powerful punch to his face. Taken completely off guard, he staggered backward several steps before landing unceremoniously on the ground. Simultaneously, as I swung my fist, I leapt from my seat, and amidst his astonishment, I dashed towards the exit of the confined space. Thank heavens, it seemed the divine had heard my fervent prayers, for the door swung open effortlessly, allowing me to burst forth and leave the officers behind, a veritable miracle. As I stepped outside, I could hear Leroux's furious shouts, the pounding of footsteps in pursuit, and the ominous click of a gun being cocked. I believe that misunderstanding among individuals arises from rigid, irreconcilable notions, the sparks that fly upon collision. To many, I must appear as a madman now, a stubborn and neurotic fool, recklessly toying with my own life, inexplicably frantic and devoid of logic. As I had surmised, there were no officers guarding the exit of the confined space. In the instant I burst through, I caught a fleeting glimpse of the entrance. There were no officers present. They must have rushed inside upon hearing Leroux's furious outcry. I dare not indulge in a moment of complacency. Fortunately, having recently traversed this place, I retained some semblance of familiarity with its paths, preventing me from floundering about like a headless fly. If I can merely locate a crowded area, and, with the encroaching twilight, perhaps I might seize an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, relying solely on my reckless sprint forward will inevitably lead to my recapture. Not far ahead, in the square, an event appears to be underway. Throngs of people gathered in a sea of humanity. With utmost urgency, I plunge into the crowd, seeking a means to elude the pursuing officers. 50 meters ahead, I must turn left into the first room. Lo Jun. Suddenly, a voice beside me calls my name. Soft yet unmistakable, and astonishingly, it even delineates an escape route. Though I yearn to pause and discern the identity of this man, the police have already closed in. In that moment, I resolve to heed the mysterious voice and seek refuge in that room. Uncertain of whether this person intends to deceive me, I am acutely aware that failure to follow his guidance will result in my imminent capture. Their approach is alarmingly swift. Drawing a deep breath, I summon every ounce of strength and accelerate, managing to create a brief distance between myself and the officers. In mere seconds, I navigate through the crowd, reaching the corner described, turning left to face the deep brown door of the first room. Without a moment's hesitation, I push it open. I enter, slam the door shut, and the sequence unfolds seamlessly as though orchestrated in advance, leading me effortlessly to this sanctuary. As I close the door, exhaustion overwhelms me, and I collapse onto the floor. My stamina has reached its limit. Had I hesitated even slightly, I might never have made it through that door. The police have arrived at the threshold. Pressing my ear against the door, I strain to catch the sounds outside, too anxious to breathe deeply. In that instant, I am transformed into a true fugitive. And I ponder the path I have chosen. A sense of confusion washes over me, listening as the footsteps pass by and gradually recede. I exhale a long sigh of relief and allow myself to lie down. The police. I silently scoff at their incompetence. It is precisely such mediocrity within the precinct that led to my unjust suffering 3 years ago. The pain and resentment born from that experience are ineffable to those who have not endured it themselves. My rapid breathing, like my tumultuous emotions, gradually finds tranquility. I sit up from the floor, and in the stillness of the room, a voice suddenly emanates from behind me. Who are you? The tone is achingly familiar, and I can scarcely believe my ears. Yet, I find myself calling out her name, Nie Qian. Lo Jun, Nie Qian, too, recognizes me, her shock mirroring my own. How could it be you? I remain silent, and we stand there, locked in a tense standoff. In that moment, time and air seem to freeze, the awkward atmosphere tightening around my throat, rendering me breathless. After a considerable pause, Nie Qian softly inquires, How did you end up here? I suppress my frantic heartbeat, inhaling deeply to appear more composed before turning to say, I apologize. I must have taken a wrong turn. Nie Qian gazed at me, her penetrating gaze igniting a sense of guilt within me, prompting me to avert my eyes and survey the room. The exquisite decor and furnishings indicated that this was indeed a lounge, and not just any lounge, given that Nie Qian was the sole occupant. It was highly likely to be a private space. Quickly, tell me what brings you here? Nie Qian inquired again, her disbelief evident. Indeed, why was I here? I murmured to myself, recalling the enigmatic voice from earlier, but why would it lead me to this place? Furthermore, it was clear that it possessed an intimate familiarity with this location. Could it be that Nie Qian was also entangled in this matter? Chapter 10. Old flames, even if we are never to meet again in this lifetime, I would rather not encounter her here. It is the last remnant of my dignity as a man that stirs within me. Oh, pitiful dignity. Perhaps it is fate that plays cruel tricks on us. We are forever ensnared in this peculiar destiny, the rise and fall of our connection drawing us together once more after 3 years. Nie Qian despises her own silence, a fact I am acutely aware of. She gazes at me with a mixture of anger and bewilderment, demanding, Luo Jun, what exactly are you doing? How did you get in here? You, don't you know? She regards me with the incredulity reserved for monsters. No, what should I know? Why did you leave the door open? Who opened it? Observing Nie Qian's genuinely perplexed expression, it seems she is not feigning. What, then, is the true nature of this situation? Why has that mysterious voice led me here? Had anyone else been here before me? This time, Nie Qian's ire truly ignited. She nearly shouted, Enough, Luo Jun. I have no idea what you're talking about. All I know is that you barged in without permission. Though this is a lounge, it is also my private space, and outsiders have no right to enter. Please leave immediately, or I shall call the police. No, please. Allow me to stay a moment longer. I promise I will leave. By the end, my voice had turned to a plea. The anger faded from Nie Qian's face, replaced by a look of confusion. I understood her thoughts. Who would have imagined that a stubborn mule like me would one day find himself begging? Staying put was undoubtedly the right decision, for within a minute, I heard Li Rui's voice outside, still searching, check every corner, every room thoroughly. They had returned. Exiting now was out of the question, yet remaining here. I cast a complex glance at Nie Qian, who was equally gazing back at me. It was evident that she had uncovered my secret, and I was left with no avenue for retreat. As I stared into her eyes, I suddenly lost my desire to gamble. No longer did I wish to wager whether she would reveal my hiding place when the police arrived, nor did I want her to witness my capture in that moment, all for the sake of my meager pride. Go to the restroom. Nie Qian glared at me fiercely, and upon noticing my hesitation, she urged, Did you hear me? Hurry to the restroom. I will handle this. I was taken aback, but had no time to ponder her motives. I dashed towards the restroom. Just as I slammed the door shut behind me, I heard the sound of the door opening outside. I vaguely discerned voices, but the content eluded me. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the conversation ceased, and footsteps approached my direction. Strangely, I felt no panic, Perhaps I still harbored trust in her. Come out. They have left. Nie Qian knocked on the restroom door, her tone cold. As I opened the door, our eyes met. This time, I did not shy away, but instead looked into her eyes and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Just now, those who pursued me were all police officers. Nie Qian spoke with an unnatural expression. I don't know. The way she gently bit her lip was still so captivating. I embraced her tightly, ignoring her protests, allowing her to strike and kick, while my sole desire was to hold her close. Gradually, Nie Qian ceased her resistance and began to weep softly, her hands finding their way around my waist. Holding me firmly, her head buried deep in my chest, her sobs growing louder until she eventually cried out like a child. I caressed her back and whispered soothingly, "Do not cry, Xiao Qian. I have returned. I love you." Nie Qian remained silent, stifling her cries, yet she held me even tighter. I sincerely wished for this moment to last forever, forsaking all worldly matters, with just the two of us in the purest embrace. Yet reality often opposes our desires. Outside, a group of police officers awaited to apprehend me. The more I loved her, the more I wished to keep her away from this case. As darkness descended, perhaps it was time to leave this place. Gritting my teeth, I softly whispered into Nie Qian's ear, "I'm sorry, Xiao Qian, I must go." She looked up at me, her eyes filled with confusion and reluctance. "Where are you going?" "Home, you." I suppressed the urge to take her with me. That would be selfish. Ever since I burst forth from the secret room, my identity had changed. How could I drag the woman I loved into a life of exile? "Home. Can you still go back?" "Why not?" I realized, indeed, they must have already sent someone to my house. Returning now would mean surrendering. But if I didn't go home, where could I possibly go? I gazed at Nie Qian, troubled, only to see her face suddenly flush with color. Casting a reproachful glance at me, scolding, "What are you thinking?" Honestly, seeing her suddenly shy demeanor, I couldn't help but smile. She must have thought I wanted to seize this opportunity to stay with her. Alas, I wonder who was truly lost in thought. Noticing my silence, Nie Qian continued, "The police are surely searching the entire estate for you. They were just here, so for now, it's safe. You need not rush to leave." Happiness arrived so unexpectedly that I still had not fully grasped it. For 3 years, I had believed I had lost this girl forever, yet fate is ever-changing. I never anticipated that 3 years later, we would meet again and embrace. Fate, indeed, is wondrous. However, I did not wish to drag her into my troubles. Nor did I want to consider her current boyfriend, the man named Shui Kai whom I encountered at the CAF. Although I loved her, I did not want to be that third party who disrupts their love. "Luo Jun, what is wrong? Are you listening?" Nie Qian gently nudged me, pulling me back from my reverie. "You can temporarily stay at my place, but before that, you must tell me what exactly happened today." I nodded and recounted the astonishing events that had transpired in my life over the past few days to her. I spoke with great detail, covering every nuance and speculation, as if fearing her dissatisfaction might jeopardize my chances of remaining in her presence. In truth, I merely wished to linger a while longer, to gaze upon her for a few moments more. Like a fleeting blossom, I was acutely aware that I might lose her at any moment. From the myriad expressions flitting across Nie Qian's face, this incredible case unfolded like a dramatic film, captivating yet seemingly surreal. It was terrifying. Could that murderer truly be a ghost? Nie Qian grasped my hands in astonishment. I shook my head. I didn't believe it. However, it would be wise for you to steer clear of this matter altogether. What do you intend to do next? You can't genuinely hide from the police for a lifetime, can you? I wish to investigate on my own. I refuse to let the tragedy of 3 years ago repeat itself. But you're neither a detective nor a police officer. Do you truly believe you can manage it? Moreover, we cannot even ascertain whether the murderer is human or supernatural. Nie Qian was not in favor of my plan, hesitatingly saying, "June, I think it's still." I interrupted her, shaking my head. It was too late for such discussions. I did not wish to involve you in this, so until the case is resolved, we should. Observing the disappointment in Nie Qian's expression, I refrained from uttering the words, "Let us not keep in touch." Instead, opting for a more tactful approach, I suggested that living with your parents at this time might not be appropriate. They have never held me in high regard. And, considering my current circumstances, perhaps I should find another place to stay. No, In fact, I moved out long ago. I'm currently renting a place with friends. Friends? You don't mean? Mean what? Oh, it's nothing. But why aren't you living with your parents? This is a matter I can explain to you later. My roommate called last night, saying they would be away for a few days, leaving me alone at home, which is why I found myself here out of boredom. We should indeed express our gratitude to your roommate. But is it truly all right for me to stay over? What about him? I tentatively inquired, but Nietien clearly misunderstood my intent, asking in confusion, what about him? She has her own room. It won't affect her. Luo Jun, what exactly are you trying to say? After much hesitation, I finally decided to broach the subject of Shui Kai. I wanted to say, your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Nietien looked at me in astonishment. I don't have a boyfriend. Ever since we broke up 3 years ago, I haven't dated anyone. What? This revelation was completely unexpected, causing a whirlwind of emotions within me. Sourness, tenderness, affection, and guilt, all blending into a complex tapestry of feelings. Is that so strange? Aren't you just like me? Who said that? I don't recall ever stating that I was still single, did I? Nietien, instead of being upset by my words, flashed me a mischievous smile and playfully declared, "Humph, I knew it all along." Suddenly, it seemed she had a revelation, softly exclaiming, "You wouldn't think that Shui Kai is my boyfriend, would you? You certainly resemble each other. You look like a couple," I teasingly remarked. Nietien pinched me fiercely at the waist, feigning anger. "Absolutely not. Dare you say that again?" I wouldn't. Our playful banter erupted, momentarily allowing us to forget our circumstances. This feeling of regaining something lost stirred within me an impulse to weep. The term private lounge had reached my ears when I visited the estate 2 days prior. Within the vast amusement park, there were only a handful. Certainly not for ordinary folk to possess casually. Seizing a moment of leisure, I surveyed the room once more and curiously inquired, "By the way, Xiao Qian, how is it that you have a private lounge here?" "This is a friend's," she replied. "By the way, are you hungry? I'll step out to fetch some food and check the situation outside." Without waiting for my response, Nietien turned and left. As I watched her charming figure depart, a sense of clarity washed over me. I thought, as long as I could unravel the case, happiness could return to our lives. Autumn nights always descend swiftly. Outside, dusk had settled in. I touched my stomach, realizing I was indeed a bit hungry. As I calmed from the earlier excitement, I recognized that matters were far more complex than I had initially perceived. Setting aside the case for a moment, the very reason for my presence here today remained a mystery. The enigmatic figure who had guided me was now beyond my reach. Why had he chosen to assist me? Or was it merely his intention to lead me further astray on this misguided path? How peculiar! The events of these few days had surpassed my capacity for logical analysis. And what was even more daunting was my continued state of confusion. The hope of unraveling the revenge mystery had vanished, leaving me with the stigma of guilt and the label of a fugitive. The saying, "character determines fate," seemed to encapsulate my predicament. Moving forward, I lacked any sense of direction. It felt as though my leads had been severed entirely. Dejected, I sank onto the sofa, the excitement of reconciling with Nietien replaced by a sense of rationality. I felt cornered, trapped in a dire situation with no clear way forward. However, it was premature to dwell on such thoughts. My immediate concern was how to escape from the watchful eyes of the police at the Happy Garden. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Nietien must have returned. I sat up from the sofa, approached the door, and was about to reach for the handle when a chilling thought flashed through my mind. No, the person outside was not Nietien. Chapter 11. The mysterious man. I instinctively cover my mouth with my hand, a cold sweat trickling down my back, fearing that the person outside the door might hear my labored breathing and recognize me. It was certainly not Nietien knocking. This was a private lounge, and she would not need to knock to enter, especially given the precariousness of my current situation. Moreover, she had only just stepped out and would not return so soon. So who could it be? The police? Or perhaps the true owner of this lounge? I was uncertain. The knocking ceased abruptly after a single round. Yet I could distinctly sense that the individual remained outside, standing in silent confrontation with me. This agonizing stalemate persisted for a good 5 or 6 minutes until a small note was slipped through the crack beneath the door, bringing the tension to an end. I retrieved the note, which bore 6 printed words. 10 o'clock. Gate 9. It was him. I almost immediately deduced the identity of the sender. The very person who had guided me here. He had returned to offer direction once more. Perhaps he believed that without his assistance, I would be trapped here indefinitely. Yet, it is worth noting that Happy Manor operates both day and night, and the number of visitors during the evening is just as substantial as during the day. With the cover of nightfall, the possibility of slipping away amidst the chaos was indeed significant. However, I would soon realize, upon Nie Qian's return, that my thoughts were naively optimistic. The prospect of escaping the manor was not just difficult. Even moving outside became fraught with challenges. While consuming the boxed meal Nie Qian had brought for me, I listened as she recounted the situation outside. A considerable number of police forces had been deployed to the amusement park. Nonetheless, no amount of personnel could facilitate a wide-ranging search. They merely stationed guards at various entrances and dispatched teams within the park to seek any trace of me, rendering this private lounge temporarily safe. Given the throngs of visitors at the amusement park, the police had refrained from disclosing any information regarding my situation, fearing that it might incite chaos that could spiral out of control. "Xiaoqian, what time is it?" I inquired. 9:25, she replied. 35 minutes remain. Let us prepare to depart from here. Depart from here? Nie Qian was momentarily taken aback. Have you devised a plan for escape? I handed her the note that the mysterious man had slipped under the door, but to my dismay, instead of displaying any joy, she wore a perplexed expression and said, "Gate 9? But there is no Gate 9 here." "What? No Gate 9? Cold sweat broke out anew on my back. How could that be? Think again." Nie Qian shook her head with certainty. "Happy Manor has a total of only 8 entrances. I've never heard of a Gate 9. Seeing my lingering skepticism, she produced a map of the amusement park from somewhere and spread it out before me, stating, "If you don't believe me, look for yourself." Happy Manor truly has no Gate 9. Nie Qian was correct. Despite scrutinizing the map repeatedly, I could not locate the elusive Gate 9 mentioned in the note. What on earth was happening? I sank back onto the sofa, striving to regain my composure. Why would he play such a cruel joke? Who exactly are you referring to? No, it is impossible. Regardless of whether he is an enemy or a friend, there is no need for such jest. I muttered to myself, there must be a Gate 9. There must be. Can you not be so obstinate? Luo Jun? There is no Gate 9 here. That is a fact. Nie Qian appeared somewhat displeased with my stubbornness. However, I paid no heed and continued my meticulous search across the map. I scoured nearly every corner. It still found no trace of Gate 9. Had I truly been deceived? I fell silent. Time does not pause for one's deliberations, and the window for decision-making was swiftly narrowing. While it may be safe to linger here for a night, what of tomorrow? If I missed this opportunity, would I succeed in departing smoothly then? I had no confidence. "Xiaoqian, what time is it now?" After a prolonged silence, I inquired once more about the time. "It is 9:45. Time was running out. We had to reach Gate 9 before 10. Nie Qian must have thought I had lost my senses, gazing at me incredulously. "Luo Jun, are you all right? You've examined the map several times. There is no Gate 9. Shouldn't we seek another route?" "No, Gate 9 exists. It must." I insisted. You stubborn mule." Nie Qian was so exasperated that she ceased speaking, turning her head away, adopting an attitude of indifference toward my plight. Yet, my insistence was not merely a display of obstinacy. It was grounded in reason. If that enigmatic man truly did not wish to assist me, he would not have gone to such lengths to orchestrate all of this, wasting effort on something utterly meaningless, let alone to amuse someone entirely irrelevant to him. Thus, my conviction remained. The joyful manor indeed possessed a Gate 9. It was simply obscured from our view. There exists a place that is present yet elusive. With this thought, I shifted my perspective, directing my gaze toward the periphery of the amusement park on the map, no longer fixating on the 8 prominently marked gates, but rather seeking those inconspicuous spots. There's a number 9, yet it need not correspond to a grand entrance. Suddenly, I was drawn to a nearly imperceptible Arabic numeral, exclaiming with excitement, "Xiaoqian, look here. Is it on 9? Nie Qian, thinking I had truly discovered Gate 9, leaned in eagerly. Yet upon closer inspection, she expressed disappointment. "This is merely a parking lot. It is not Gate 9. Can you find any other locations related to 9 on the map?" "Indeed, look here." And here, are they not all? Nietien pointed out the various places marked with the numeral 9. This only served to reinforce my hypothesis. I smiled and said, now tell me, how many of these are closest to the amusement park's edge, nearest to the outside? Closest to the edge. Nietien's gaze returned to the map, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. She exclaimed excitedly, there is only one, this parking lot. Could there be an exit leading outside from here? All right, let us go. Should we delay any longer, we may miss our opportunity. I did not respond to Nietien's inquiry. Instead, I took her hand and led her outside. The parking lot featured a designated passageway for vehicles, facilitating their ingress and egress. While this was hardly a secret, focusing solely on the phrase Gate 9, coupled with my inability to drive, made it easy to overlook the existence of this particular parking area. For reasons unknown, I found myself increasingly intrigued by the unfolding events. This note possessed an element of deduction, distinct from the man's earlier remark, evoking an indescribable sensation within me, while the intentions of the other party remained enigmatic. Nonetheless, departing from this place was paramount. Upon stepping outside, I began to comprehend the significance of the man's choice of 10 o'clock, the hour when the Happy Manor concluded its daily operations. At that moment, throngs of visitors were surging towards several designated exits, and Nietien and I blended into their midst, heading towards the parking lot. The night served as an excellent cover. Although police officers were frequently passing by, none seemed to take notice of me, allowing us to reach the parking area with relative ease. As anticipated upon our arrival, I immediately spotted the dedicated entrance for vehicles, along with the prominently displayed number 9 on the ticket booth wall. Xiaoqian, this should be the Gate 9 mentioned in the note, I declared, my heart racing with excitement. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope for escape. However, my exhilaration quickly dissipated upon Nietien's remark. But the note didn't instruct you on what to do next. I stared blankly ahead. At that moment, 5 or 6 police officers were stationed beside the ticket booth, meticulously inspecting the departing vehicles. The exit was within sight, yet I could not risk breaching the police blockade once more. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps someone will come to fetch us. Even if not, we can always return to the lounge, Nietien gently reassured me. Unbeknownst to her, the number of officers behind us was steadily increasing. If we could not depart from here, there would be no opportunity to return to the lounge. Watching others drive away, my anxiety escalated. The once crowded throng was now sparse. And if this continued, I would soon be exposed and become the police's target. Was my reasoning flawed? Did the note's Gate 9 not refer to this place? Or had I truly been deceived? Just moments ago, I had been filled with confidence, yet now I felt a flicker of doubt. No, that cannot be. I must have yet to discover the key to unlocking this escape route. Luo Jun, the number of people here is dwindling. If this continues, Nietien whispered, reminding me. I endeavored to maintain my composure, scanning the parking lot swiftly and moving slowly alongside Nietien, for everyone else was in motion. Remaining still would appear conspicuous. Yet, after another 5 minutes, I still had not uncovered any clues to facilitate my departure. Luo Jun, perhaps we should head back? If there are fewer people, you're bound to draw the police's attention, Nietien urged once more. Returning to the lounge was no longer an option, I lamented inwardly. Suddenly, a question arose in my mind. If I were truly discovered by the police, would that enigmatic figure merely watch as I was apprehended? The answer, of course, was no. If he possessed such formidable capabilities, why not take one more gamble? Nietien could not have anticipated that I would head towards the exit teeming with officers. She grasped my arm tightly, pulling me back while exclaiming, Luo Jun, what are you doing? Are you insane? There are police everywhere. I was resolute. I intended to go there. At that moment, Nietien abruptly released my hand, staring at me as if I were a monster, bewildered by my actions. Rather than viewing this as yet another gamble, it was more accurately a form of coercion directed at that mysterious man. Having exerted considerable effort to assist my escape, it was inconceivable that he would allow me to fall back into the clutches of the police without intervention. I was confident in the accuracy of my deduction. As I drew closer to the exit, my heart raced uncontrollably, as if someone had noticed me. A few officers were glancing in our direction, and an overwhelming impulse to flee surged within me. Watch out! Suddenly, Niet Chien screamed, yanking me back. Before I could comprehend what was happening, a gust of cool air swept over me, followed by the abrupt halt of a black van in front of us. A man in his 40s leaned out from the driver's side window, addressing me. "Get in. I'm here to take you." I had succeeded. My coercion had borne fruit. Although the voice was not that of the mysterious man, it was undoubtedly someone he had sent. Without hesitation, I flung open the door and leapt inside, pulling Niet Chien in after me. The moment the door closed, the van began to move slowly. "Who are you?" I began to inquire, but the man interrupted. "Stay quiet. We'll talk once we're outside." Before I could respond, the vehicle had reached the exit and a police officer was approaching us. An intrusive thought struck me, nearly prompting a leap from the vehicle. Despite having entered a car sent by the mysterious man, I had not yet undergone a police inspection. Logically, I should have been in a state of panic, for in mere moments or even seconds, I could be discovered by the officers. Yet, upon observing the driver's com profile, curiosity eclipsed my fear. I was genuinely eager to see what measures the enigmatic man could employ to extricate me from this predicament. The officer arrived at the driver's window, displaying his credentials as he spoke to the driver. "Hello, we are from the city's criminal investigation team and need to check the individuals in your vehicle." I took a deep breath, fixating on the driver, eager to witness his response. To my surprise, the driver appeared nonchalant, gesturing towards Niet Chien and me. "There are just the two of them besides me. If you want to check, make it quick." Alas, has one not directly sold oneself? What sort of countermeasure is this? My heart quivered violently. Having been driven into a corner, I found myself with no avenue for retreat. Though a sense of suffocation engulfed me, I could only endure for the moment and await the unfolding of events. The police officer followed the direction indicated by the driver and cast a glance at us. His gaze skimmed over Niet Chien's face before scrutinizing me intently, a fleeting complexity flickering in his deep-set eyes. If a hole had appeared in the ground at that moment, I would have unhesitatingly burrowed into it. Observing his expression, it was evident that he had recognized me, and the ensuing circumstances were all too predictable. However, life often takes unforeseen turns. Rather than approaching to apprehend me, the officer turned to the driver and slowly uttered a few words. "All right, you may go." Chapter 12. Coercion. I widened my eyes in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of what I had just witnessed. Even as the vehicle had departed from the joyous manor for roughly 10 minutes, I found myself still reeling from the incredulous scene. "Where are you headed now?" The driver interjected suddenly. Niet Chien glanced at me, who was still in a daze, and was about to respond when I seized her hand, urging her to remain silent. "Please take us to the nearest hotel," I instructed. "Hotel?" Niet Chien's cheeks flushed, but we said. I applied a gentle yet firm pressure on her hand, and she promptly understood, refraining from continuing her sentence. The driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror, a smile playing on his lips. "You needn't be so guarded with me. Don't forget, I was the one who rescued you. Besides, do you really think I wouldn't know simply because you chose not to speak? That policeman was one of yours, wasn't he?" I countered with a question instead of answering directly. Niet Chien looked at me in astonishment. "What? Are you suggesting that the officer intentionally let us go?" I was relieved he didn't recognize your face. "That's impossible. He has already identified me, but chose to turn a blind eye. There can be only one explanation. That officer is allied with those who helped me escape." As I spoke, I maintained a steady gaze locked on the driver's eyes. The driver displayed little change in expression, confidently replying, "You're correct, but such reasoning hardly demonstrates brilliance." "Then, might you spare me, an unremarkable individual lacking in ingenuity? It would be best if you refrain from seeking me in the future." The driver chuckled. "My friend, that is not a very gracious attitude towards one who has rendered you assistance. Furthermore, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." His response was anticipated, and with a resigned shrug, I gestured for him to present his demands. "Are you not curious about my identity? Why I chose to save you? To be honest, I was quite intrigued upon first meeting you. However, at this juncture, I neither wish to learn who you are nor your intentions. You do not think you can remain uninvolved at this point, do you?" The driver laughed again. I turned my head away, gazing out of the window, dismissing him with an air of indifference, as if to say he could speak or remain silent at his leisure. The interior of the vehicle fell back into silence. The driver exhibited remarkable patience, smiling yet saying nothing, which only heightened my discomfort, making me feel like a mere puppet in someone else's game. Fortunately, the van ceased its journey after a few more minutes, stopping in front of a hotel. The driver pivoted to look at me and Nietien, his smile taking on a rather unsavory quality. Your work begins tomorrow. For now, enjoy this enchanting evening. With that, he drove away without allowing me a chance to speak, leaving us with two bewildered faces, exchanging glances of confusion. Nietien gazed in the direction the van had vanished, then turned to me, asking in perplexity, "He just left like that? I don't know. He didn't even threaten me, nor did he leave a contact number. Is this what it means to do good deeds anonymously? This is quite unprofessional." I thought to myself that I must be losing my mind to critique the driver's professional ethics. What do we do now? Nietien inquired. I felt a wave of frustration wash over me, a sense of being toyed with, and I replied despondently, "What else is there to do?" He did mention that work would commence tomorrow, thus today still offers a charming evening. This statement, originally intended as self-deprecating humor, took on a different tone in Nietien's ears. She furrowed her brows and feigned anger, saying, "Why are you always so unserious? You take our banter and bring it up without considering the time. How can you still be pondering such things?" Sighing deeply, I stretched languidly and gazed at Nietien's beautiful visage. As the saying goes, even heroes find it difficult to overcome the allure of beauty. And considering I couldn't even claim heroism, I knew I had no chance of navigating this beauty's domain. Thus, I resolved to cast aside all worries. Embracing the mantra of drink today, forget tomorrow's troubles. Where shall we go tonight? I suddenly inquired. Where to? Nietien was momentarily taken aback before blushingly responding, "Of course. Home. Staying at a hotel would be such a waste." By the end of her sentence, her voice dwindled to a whisper barely audible to herself. Women are the driving force behind men's endeavors, and even if the world were to crumble tomorrow, tonight would surely be a splendid affair. Nietien resided in room 305 of Building 5 in a prestigious community. One I had heard of before, it boasted a prime location and exorbitant property prices. For someone like me, a wage earner, purchasing a home here was an impossibility, and even renting would significantly deplete my finances. Therefore, Nietien living in such a place indicated she possessed some wealth. I had no objections to this notion, for although I lacked profound knowledge of her family's circumstances, I understood they were well off, and even without employment, her living situation would remain untroubled. Perhaps this was another reason for our parting years ago. Upon entering her abode, without even turning on the lights, I embraced Nietien passionately. Our heavy breaths mingled with our words, our bodies intertwining. As the suppressed desires of 3 years erupted like a wild beast, breaking free from the chains of reason. Yet, just as we were about to conclude our warm-up, the previously dark room illuminated without warning, the blinding light akin to a bucket of cold water, dousing both Nietien's and my desires as we turned to face the source. In that moment, time stood still. Silence enveloped us as we exchanged glances, the atmosphere turning palpably awkward. After a lengthy pause, Nietien, like a startled doe, escaped from my embrace, reproaching, "Jean-Lu, how could you come out without making a sound?" Jean-Lu rolled her beautiful eyes and retorted with irritation, "It's not that I emerged silently. It's that you two were too engrossed. How can you place the blame on me?" "But, didn't you say you were going to stay somewhere for a few days?" I stammered. "Ah, the person had an unexpected issue and won't be staying. I sent you a message this evening." Jean-Lu was a captivating beauty with large eyes, appearing younger than Nietien, likely of similar age to Yili. She was petite and exuded a fashionable aura. Nietien rummaged through her bag to check her phone, exclaiming, "Oh, there really was a message. I can't believe I missed it. So sorry. Would I ever deceive you?" Jean-Lu pouted, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized me from head to toe. This action left both Nietien and me feeling somewhat embarrassed. I cleared my throat softly, intending to break the awkward silence surrounding us. He was. To my surprise, just as I began to speak, Nietien chimed in simultaneously, intensifying the atmosphere of discomfort. Zhonglu let out a chuckle, casting a playful glance at us, and said, "No need for introductions. I know him. That's Luo Jun, right?" I was taken aback. "What? You know me?" "Of course not," she replied, "but people often mention that name, so I've been forced to remember it." "Zhonglu," Nie Qian scolded her playfully. A flutter of excitement surged within me, and I leaned closer to Nie Qian, teasingly whispering. Fortunately, she didn't mention anyone else's name. Otherwise, I would have been in a predicament. "You." Nie Qian pinched my arm sharply in frustration, causing me to yelp in protest. Zhonglu, unable to bear witness any longer, complained, "Had I known it was you too, I wouldn't have come out. I was sleeping so soundly, thinking there was an intruder in the house. It's our fault. Please, continue your slumber," I replied. Nie Qian stuck out her tongue, sheepishly tugging me toward her room. Little did we know, Zhonglu added a parting remark that left us exasperated. "You two better not make too much noise tonight. Otherwise, don't blame me for knocking on your door." Once inside the room and having closed the door, Nie Qian shot me a flirtatious glance, reproaching, "This is all your fault for being so eager." Now we've become the subject of their amusement. Indeed, I sighed dramatically, then feigned seriousness as I looked at her. "If we do nothing, wouldn't that make the joke on us?" By the time Nie Qian grasped the implication of my words, I had already swept her into my arms, disregarding her feeble protests as I made my way toward the exquisite little bed. It was a night woven with passion and love, the emotions of our long-awaited reunion allowing us to cast aside all reservations as we soared to the zenith of ecstasy. Thankfully, Zhonglu did not come and knock on our door. After a night of revelry, I expected to sleep until at least midday, yet I found myself waking early the next day. Gazing at Nie Qian, who lay curled up in my arms like a contented cat, everything felt surreal. Happiness arrived with such swiftness that it left me in a dreamlike state. Unfortunately, this sensation was fleeting, interrupted by the vexatious ring of my phone. An incoming message from an unfamiliar number. "I've arrived, waiting for you downstairs." The message was brief, more a notification than a request, and I knew without guessing that the driver from last night was back, signaling that the task he spoke of was about to commence. The ringing had roused Nie Qian from her slumber. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "June, what's wrong?" "I have something to attend to." "You should sleep a little longer," I replied. "So early? Is it something urgent?" I gently kissed her forehead, offering a relaxed smile as I said, "Nothing to worry about. Just be a good girl and get some more rest. I'll return shortly." Nie Qian, still not fully awake, nodded obediently, completely unaware of the unusual circumstances, which was precisely what I hoped for, to keep her uninvolved in this matter. The sky was draped in a gentle drizzle, the air heavy with a chilling gloom. I harbor a profound aversion for rainy days, for they obscure the sun's radiant embrace. I made my way directly to the entrance of the community, where a van awaited. This brought to mind the driver's words from the night before. "Do you think I would know just because you didn't say it?" He was acutely aware that we had not lodged in a hotel, that we had returned to Nie Qian's residence, and he had even tracked us here. This individual was truly terrifying. A shiver coursed down my spine as I felt utterly transparent before him, devoid of privacy, easily seen through. Confronting such a person requires cunning. It is folly to engage in a direct confrontation. The only prudent course is to seek opportunities for retaliation within submission, albeit not ordinary opportunities for what I can conceive. He can surely anticipate as well. I can only hope that such an opportunity does not arrive too late. The driver gestured for me to take the front passenger seat. Once inside the vehicle, I cut straight to the chase. "I have arrived. Now you may reveal your identities and intentions." Excessive curiosity is not a virtue. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. You need only to know your role. The driver paused before responding. "Moreover, you will inevitably learn the truth, provided you're still alive by then." The van began to move slowly, the driver maintaining that irksome expression on his face. I suddenly realized that my disdain for him stemmed from this very demeanor, rather than his status, reminiscent of the discomfort I felt upon first encountering Lu Yong. "Surely you can at least divulge today's plans to me, so that I may prepare?" I implored. "There is nothing to prepare for. Just bring your people and your wits. and that will suffice. For the first time, impatience flickered across the driver's face. Abruptly, he seemed to recall something, extending his hand before me. Hand over your phone. It must remain with me until the task is complete. That is unacceptable. What if my family or friends attempt to reach me? I protested. The driver furrowed his brow. Remember, you are in no position to negotiate. My phone represented my sole means of communication with the outside world. Should it be confiscated, I would be lost, and no one would know my fate. Therefore, I must do everything in my power to safeguard it. If my parents or friends are unable to contact me for an extended period, they will undoubtedly alert the authorities, and the police will become involved. I had hoped this reasoning would instill some caution in him, but before I could finish, the driver rudely interrupted. You can only blame your own misfortune. When the time comes, the police will find nothing but your corpse. My heart sank, my arguments losing their strength. I refused to believe the police would find nothing. Then go ahead and call 110. Wager your life against ours, the driver retorted, producing a handgun from seemingly nowhere and aiming it directly at me. Chapter 13. The mysterious mission in the span of merely 2 days. I have found myself once again at the mercy of a gun pressed against my temple. Many individuals traverse their entire lives without encountering such perilous circumstances. Yet here I stand, with scarcely a moment to make a call, before facing an inevitable demise. I refuse to believe that you possess the audacity to pull the trigger in broad daylight. I am desperately holding on, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. The driver dismisses my words, his tone unwavering as he states, as I mentioned, you may wager your life on this. In 5 minutes, I will allow you to make a call. Speak to whomever you wish, say whatever you desire. You lunatic, I exclaim, on the brink of collapse. Yet the driver remains impassive, glancing at the time and remarking, it is already less than 5 minutes. At some point, the van has been driven to a desolate area where a gunshot would likely go unheard. I find myself with no alternatives, deflated like a deflated balloon, reluctantly surrendering my phone, a wager I can scarcely afford. The driver holsters his weapon, his voice chilling. You would do well to focus your energy on remaining calm and directing your thoughts towards the task that lies ahead. I fell silent, this encounter culminating in my own defeat once again. Perhaps he is correct. Accomplishing the task assigned by the enigmatic man is indeed my sole means of liberation from this predicament. After approximately 20 more minutes, our vehicle halts beside a modest 2-story building, the gentle rain outside falling softly, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. This small edifice is situated in a relatively secluded area, surrounded by patches of overgrown grass and a few scattered homes. It is one of the few remaining undeveloped old districts in the city. Though I have resided in this city for over 3 years, I have never ventured here. As I disembark, I glance back at the driver still seated in the driver's seat, who appears disinclined to exit the vehicle. He gestures towards the building, saying, "Hurry inside. Your mission has commenced." What? Commenced? I wonder if I have misheard or if he has misspoken. But you haven't informed me what I am to do. Do not be so astonished. You have not misheard. Discovering your task is part of your mission, understand? Are you not coming in with me? This is your task. It has nothing to do with me. I have many matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, the driver restarts the van. Now thoroughly bewildered, I fix my gaze on him, filled with questions that I cannot articulate. The driver, as if recalling something, reminds me I almost forgot to mention, inside, there are provisions and enough food for you to last until tomorrow. I will return to collect you in the morning. I hope by then you have successfully completed your task. Oh, and, he adds after a moment's contemplation, I will convey a message to your lady. A beauty such as her deserves protection. Simply worrying for you is already a cause for concern, would you not agree? With a mysterious smile, the driver drives away, leaving me standing alone in the drizzling rain. His departure did not bring me any sense of relief. Rather, it deepened my melancholy. At this moment, the atmosphere was rife with drama. I, who appeared to be free, found myself unable to go anywhere, while that driver, though clearly gone, seemed to have left behind a pair of eyes fixed upon me. All that remained was this uncertain road before me, fraught with peril. After standing in the rain for what felt like an eternity, I finally summoned the resolve to stride toward the 2-story building. The driver's last words, though seemingly intended to console me, were in truth a warning. If they possessed the means to effortlessly track my movements, they undoubtedly had the capacity to harm Qian or any of my loved ones. This was a gamble I was unwilling and could not afford to take. As for the driver, I could not ascertain whether he had truly departed. Perhaps he was merely lurking in a shadowy corner, watching me. Consequently, I had no choice but to forge ahead. This, perhaps, was the price of my recklessness. I gently pushed open the ajar door, calling into the house, "Is anyone there? Is anyone home?" Yet, despite my repeated inquiries, no one responded, indicating an absence of life within. The interior was dimly lit, and upon entering, I was greeted by a faint, unpleasant odor that was somewhat pungent. The first floor was divided into a kitchen, a restroom, and a living room, and I glanced around. Aside from some essential household items, the three rooms were as stark as a newly constructed shell, with walls hastily coated in a layer of white paint. After wandering the first floor twice to ensure there was nothing amiss, I ascended the wooden staircase to the second level, where the scenery was a stark contrast to that below, the disparity strikingly pronounced. Just the uniquely adorned corridor suggested that the rooms flanking it were likely to possess their own distinctive charm. Indeed, upon entering the room to my right, I was greeted by a sudden sense of enlightenment. Light streamed through a vast floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the entire space. My gaze fell upon neatly arranged books filling several shelves, complemented by artistically crafted wall decorations, enveloping the room in a rich aroma of literature. Beside the glass wall were elegantly designed tables and chairs, and I could easily envision savoring a cup of coffee here while indulging in a leisurely read. The comforting ambience made even the rain outside seem less irksome, though regrettably, this was not the moment for such indulgence. I found myself curious about the identity of the owner. Surely, this person could not be an elderly individual. The refined study must belong to someone in their 40s or perhaps even younger, someone intellectual yet vibrant, brimming with wisdom. This only deepened my confusion regarding the purpose of my visit. Surely, I had not come here merely to pilfer books. On the table lay several bags of bread, bottles of water, and some pastries, presumably the sustenance left for me by the driver. I chuckled at the absurdity, though I was not accustomed to lavish feasts. Subsisting on such meager fare felt rather dismal. Suddenly, my smile froze, and I stood motionless, as if paralyzed, a sensation of being watched washing over me. I cautiously surveyed my surroundings, seeking the source of this unsettling sensation, yet the environment remained as tranquil as ever, leading me to question whether I was merely experiencing an illusion. The rain outside intensified, drumming against the glass and splashing droplets everywhere. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, creating an atmosphere akin to an isolated island, and I found myself exiled. Stepping out of the study, let's call it that for now, the only room in the entire building I had yet to explore was the one opposite, presumably the master bedroom. I approached the closed door, reaching for the doorknob, but it remained steadfastly immobile. A forceful shove yielded no results either. Evidently, the door was locked from within. Without a key, my only option would be to break in. Yet, should I proceed with such an act, how would I explain myself to the owner upon their return? Surely, I could not disclose that I had been sent by a stranger to execute an unknown task. Even if I avoided the police, I would likely find myself confined to a psychiatric hospital. Could it be that I was expected to find the key? Or perhaps my mission was, indeed, to uncover how to unlock this door? I began to mutter to myself. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The capabilities of that group rendered such a trivial task well within their reach. Why would they risk entrusting it to me? If I were to botch the endeavor, it would be a grievous miscalculation. Unless, a peculiar thought flickered in my mind. What if their true objective was not the building itself, but me? Yet, what value could I possibly hold for them? Individuals like me, mere cogs in the machinery of society, were plentiful. They could easily find countless others simply by tossing a stone. Weary, I closed my eyes, granting my mind a brief respite. The relentless tension of recent days had drained me, yet the thought of Qian and the happiness that awaited us compelled me to persevere. It was peculiar to find a bedroom door locked within one's own home. This was not a shared rental. and even if not solely occupied, locking the door seemed unnecessary. If this was a deliberate act by the owner, my chances of discovering the key diminished significantly. They would likely conceal it in a most obscure location, perhaps even carry on their person. With this in mind, I returned to the study, recognizing it as the most probable location for the key's concealment within this small edifice. After several fruitless searches, however, it became clear that the key was not hidden here. The first floor remained unexplored. I could only hope the key had not been taken, lest I be left with no choice but to force my entry. I began to engage in self-talk, realizing that remaining silent in such a disquieting environment could lead to madness. As my investigation progressed, I became increasingly convinced that the answers I sought lay behind that locked door. If the key eluded me any longer, I would have no choice but to break in. After all, the driver had allotted me only a day, and time was slipping away. Habitually, I reached for my pocket only to remember that my phone had been confiscated. How utterly infuriating! As I descended the stairs, I found myself grumbling. The first floor was considerably dimmer than when I had arrived, compelling me to seek out the light switch. Upon illuminating the space with a hanging lamp, I was met with a scene that had eluded my notice moments prior. Scattered across the floor were countless erratic footprints. It was evident that numerous individuals had traversed this area, the impressions appearing relatively fresh, likely made within the past few days. But certainly not today. How peculiar it was to witness such disarray. Could these be the remnants of a gathering hosted by the owner of the small building? Instead of continuing my search for the key, I retraced my steps to the second floor, activating the hallway light. Indeed, footprints were present here as well, and they grew increasingly abundant and chaotic as I approached the locked room. If the impressions in the spacious lobby could be rationalized as remnants of a party, then this area clearly could not. No, this was not a venue for merriment or revelry. I slowly shook my head, dismissing my earlier conjecture, setting aside the notion that the owner must be a person who relishes tranquility and would not host boisterous gatherings. The absence of any signs of festivity in the small building further confirmed that no such event had transpired. So, what could have led to the presence of so many visitors, if not a party? Momentarily at a loss, one thing became clear. It was imperative to access the locked room, for the answers surely lay within. I hastened down the stairs, initiating a meticulous search of the first floor. To my dismay, after an exhaustive search, I could not uncover the key. It appeared that either it was concealed with exceptional cunning or had already been taken by someone else. My options dwindled, and it seemed I could no longer evade the impending accusation of breaking and entering. Yet, regarding the method of breaching the door, I had only witnessed such acts on screen where characters effortlessly kicked down doors with a single blow. However, in reality, despite my repeated attempts, 3 or 4 times, with a resounding thud against the door, I remained unable to force it open. This was utterly maddening. In a fit of frustration, I found myself pacing anxiously. Suddenly, as I faced the study, I halted in my tracks, nearly gasping at the sight of the door ajar. It struck me that the key to this conundrum might lie here. The study door was inexplicably opening outward. How curious. I had never encountered an inward opening door in a home before, and suddenly the reason for my failure to push it open became clear. This revelation lifted my spirits, and I turned to grasp the handle of the locked room's door, pulling firmly outward. The door shifted, yet before I could revel in my triumph, the slightly opened door was abruptly yanked back by an unseen force. Was there someone behind the door? Chapter 14. The storm at the small building. Someone is at the door. I abruptly withdrew my hand from the doorknob, my heart racing with trepidation. The other party must have already noticed my presence. Yet why had they not emerged? Not even a sound had been uttered. Perhaps they believe an intruder had entered their home, which would explain their hesitation to step outside. If that were the case, they might have already contacted the authorities. A strong desire to flee this place washed over me, yet reason cautioned that such an action would be unwise. Sooner or later, the police would trace me. Even if I evaded their pursuit, there were still the driver's associates waiting for me. At that moment, I knew I would undoubtedly pay for my cowardice today. The only recourse now was to negotiate with the person inside, to persuade them of my benign intentions. I cleared my throat and spoke in what I believed to be an exceedingly sincere tone. Hello, I sincerely apologize for intruding into your home without permission. However, please rest assured, I'm not a bad person. I have come for a specific reason. I silently prayed that they would not dwell on my earlier action of kicking the door. Silence enveloped the room. No response came. I remained quiet for a few minutes, allowing them time to contemplate. Before continuing, could you please open the door so we can have a proper conversation? What a foolish question to pose. I mentally cursed myself. If I were in their position, such childlike words would only deter me from opening the door. The stillness of the room starkly contrasted with my mounting anxiety, creating an unusual quietude that I could sense. I bent down, pressing my ear gently against the door, holding my breath as I listened intently for any sounds from within. It was an eerie silence, so profound it felt as if no one was present. Yet, I distinctly recalled hearing someone pull the door shut when I had attempted to enter. Realizing that persuading them to open the door was futile, I took a deep breath and grasped the doorknob once more, this time slowing my movements considerably, my eyes fixed on the widening crack of the door. Though the room lay shrouded in darkness, the proximity allowed me to detect any movement from within. The door had been opened partway, yet the anticipated owner of the small building did not appear. Strangely, the sensation of resistance on the other side of the door had not dissipated. In fact, it grew stronger. If it were not a person, then from whence did this force originate? Never mind. I resolved to open the door first and explain later. Gritting my teeth, I summoned my strength, pulling the door open further. A thick rope tied to the interior doorknob immediately caught my eye. This was the source of the resistance I had felt. Curious, I pondered why they would choose to tie the doorknob with a rope instead of merely locking the door. As I spoke, my gaze followed the rope into the room, and at its end, a massive shadow hung from the ceiling, swaying ominously. My pupils dilated in shock at this sudden sight, prompting an involuntary scream as I stumbled backward several paces, the door slamming shut behind me with a resounding bang. My breath came in rapid, heavy gasps as my eyes fixated on the tightly shut door. What was that shadow I had just seen? Though I posed this question to myself, an answer had already begun to form in the recesses of my mind. A corpse, a lifeless body suspended in the air. A potent sense of suffocation surged through my brain, and I barely managed to steady myself against the wall to prevent my swaying body from collapsing. The task I had been searching for had finally taken shape, though I had not anticipated it would be intertwined with death. In truth, the sight of a corpse elicited only a faint sense of dread within me. It was not the grotesque visage of the deceased that truly instilled fear, but rather the unexpected shock it brought. This fortitude was undoubtedly influenced by my experiences during university, where I had attended human anatomy classes. The gruesome scenes of live dissections were so repugnant that they were scarcely depicted even in films. I inhaled deeply to steady my breathing and returned to the bedroom door, pulling it open for the third time. Yet, when the door swung wide and my gaze once again fell upon the shadowy figure, I instinctively uttered a soft exclamation. My earlier hurried glance had led me to hastily conclude it was a corpse, but upon closer inspection, the shape appeared more akin to a large sack. I untied the rope binding it to the inner doorknob, and the shadow abruptly fell from its perch, landing with a heavy thud on the floor. I refrained from immediately investigating the fallen shadow. Instead, I approached the window and drew back the curtains. The room was shrouded in darkness, oppressive and decaying, evoking a chill that could easily induce panic. At that moment, the rain outside had ceased and sunlight began to filter in, illuminating the entire room. Bathed in this golden glow, the shadows in my heart seemed to dissipate, for the warm light always brings with it a sense of hope. Turning back towards the spot where the shadow had landed, I noticed a deep brown burlap sack on the coffee-colored wooden floor. The sack was bulging, filled with an unknown substance that was certainly not a corpse, allowing my anxious heart to finally rest. Scattered around the sack were tiny yellow granules, likely spilled during its fall. I knelt down, pinching a few between my fingers. They felt like grains of sand. Could an entire sack be filled with sand? I found it hard to believe as I opened the sack's mouth, and indeed, fine sand poured out, leaving me utterly astonished. Who would be so frivolous as to hang such a large sack of sand in a bedroom? I was certain the owner of the small house would never engage in such folly. Yet, Having questions was far better than discovering nothing at all, as it at least indicated I was drawing closer to the enigmatic task at hand. Rising from beside the sandbag, I moved away, fully aware that my purpose here was not to investigate this peculiar sack. The bedroom was considerably smaller than the study, approximately 20 square meters, divided into a sleeping area and a bathroom. It was tastefully decorated in a light and elegant manner, harmonizing beautifully with the study. And the location where the sack had fallen was conveniently positioned beside the bed, along the path leading to the bathroom. If one were to disregard the sandbags strewn upon the floor, the room could be described as immaculate, tidily arranged with exceptional precision. Regardless of whether its inhabitant is male or female, it is evident that they possess an extraordinary attention to detail. After merely circling the bedroom twice, I had nearly absorbed the entirety of its contents. In my earlier admiration for this space, I had overlooked a significant aspect, its simplicity. Here, I scarcely encountered any superfluous items. Ultimately, my steps came to a halt before the nightstand on the right side of the bed, where a notebook with a light blue cover rested, resembling a diary. I picked up the book and opened it, revealing pages adorned with elegant Chinese characters on a pale yellow background. October 15th. I once believed I would never pen another diary entry in my lifetime. Is it because of him? Has he inspired me to quietly inscribe my innermost thoughts in this little booklet like a young girl? Happy Secrets. October 16th. My heart feels as though it might burst with excitement. I sense that he is interested in me. But have I perhaps been too forward today? Surely he does not think of me as a madwoman? I long to confess my feelings, to cast aside all my reservations. October 17th. Goodness, is this what a woman's intuition feels like? He truly is interested in me, as he has taken the initiative to ask me out. Although there will be someone else present, this is undoubtedly a promising beginning, is it not? October 18th. Everything has transpired so suddenly. Why does fate choose to torment me thus? I fear I may never love again. My heart bleeds. Love has turned to ash. October 19th. The owl, a harbinger of ill omen, prowls the night, its haunting cries and eerie gaze fixated upon me from outside the window. Has it come? Thus concludes the diary, and I have gained a deeper understanding of the owner of this small abode, at least confirming that she is indeed a woman. Yet, upon acquiring this seemingly revealing diary, I found myself devoid of any sudden clarity as a multitude of questions plunged me into contemplation once more. Although the entries are brief, spanning only 5 days, they encapsulate the entirety of an emotional journey. What troubles me most is the content of October 19th, which starkly contrasts the tone of any preceding entry. Could this shift merely be attributed to the owner's heartbreak and resulting despondency? The owl, the ill-omened bird, with its uncanny gaze, staring at me. I murmured to myself, no, this entry stands apart, unrelated to her heartbreak. Even on the day of her loss, she did not express such somber sentiments. But why then leave behind this cryptic passage the following day? Moreover, there exists only this solitary entry. What transpired on the 18th? In truth, I had already begun to scrutinize my surroundings, searching for anything that might reveal the owner's identity. Whether by divine providence or mere chance, I combed through the entire building multiple times, yet found not a single clue. How peculiar it is that one cannot uncover any information about her within her own home. Is this truly her residence? I stood with my hands on my hips, my gaze wandering aimlessly, weariness overwhelming me. With my diary in hand, I returned to the study and sank into what I considered a comfortable chair. Gazing out the window, my reflection in the vast glass revealed my hollow eyes. Although I could not discern the exact time, my stomach growled with hunger. I reached for the bread on the table, slowly closed my eyes, and began to stuff piece after piece into my mouth. The enigmatic mission, the deserted building, the chaotic footprints, the suspended sandbags, and this peculiar diary before me. I endeavored to connect these disparate elements into a coherent narrative. Regrettably, it seemed that there was no interrelation among these independent entities, or perhaps I had yet to uncover the pivotal link that could weave them together, such as the identity of the building's owner. The sunlight outside was now more intense than before, warmly cascading through the glass and enveloping me. I felt my head growing heavier akin to a rusted machine struggling to function, and eventually, I unwittingly drifted into slumber. I am uncertain how much time elapsed, but I vaguely sensed someone pushing me. With great effort, I opened my eyes and glanced beside me, where in a haze, an elderly face, lined with wrinkles, confronted me. The sudden presence of another person startled me. My previously foggy mind became as alert as if doused with cold water. I sprang up from the chair, alarmed. Someone had returned. How would I explain this to her? My heart raced to my throat, yet I dared not reveal my anxiety on my face. While I pondered what to say, the elderly woman awkwardly spoke first. "Officer, I truly apologize for disturbing your rest. I just wanted to inquire about what has transpired here." Officer? She had mistaken me. A fugitive for a police officer. This was perhaps the most absurd situation I had encountered this year. Unable to respond to her inquiry, I countered, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Xiaolin's grandmother. A couple of days ago, your colleagues informed me that something had happened at Xiaolin's home, but they would not disclose the details. I was deeply concerned, so I came to see for myself." The elderly woman painstakingly articulated her entire statement. Upon hearing the name Xiaolin, a flicker of familiarity stirred within me, though I could not immediately recall where I had heard it before. As I was lost in thought, the elderly woman asked with concern, Comrade, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine. Please take a seat. Let's discuss this matter calmly." With that, I assisted the elderly woman into the chair opposite me, attempting to appear composed as I spoke. "Regarding your granddaughter, my colleagues are already addressing the situation. However, I'm unable to provide you with further details at this moment. I hope you can understand." The elderly woman nodded in comprehension, yet her expression betrayed a hint of reluctance. "Officer, I actually came a long way just to know about my granddaughter." Her face contorted with complexity as she hesitated, repeating she several times. Yet she could not articulate the remainder of her thought. I returned to my seat and gently reassured her, "Please do not rush. Take your time to express what you wish to say." The elderly woman hesitated for a moment, as if summoning immense courage to inquire. "I simply wish to know if my granddaughter has passed away." "Passed away?" I gasped, stifling a tempest of emotions within, while contemplating how best to respond. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated my mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity, a chance to uncover the identity of the owner of the small building. I furrowed my brow in feigned seriousness, stating, "Before I can answer your question, I must first confirm your identity." "Oh, of course," the elderly woman nodded, retrieving her identification from her pocket and presenting it to me. "My name is Zhao Hong, and I'm the grandmother of Xiaolin." "And the Xiaolin you refer to is?" I inquired. "Her name is A.I. Lin." Chapter 15. An Unexpected Revelation. What? I thought I must have misheard. I quickly asked again, "Did you say your granddaughter's name is?" Aileen, the elderly woman, enunciated, her pronunciation clearer this time. Indeed, I had heard correctly. Aileen. This was astonishingly Eileen's home. My astonishment reached an unparalleled height. Had I not been restraining myself, I would have likely leapt from my seat in sheer disbelief. Zhao Hong seemed to notice my unease and inquired suspiciously, "What's wrong? Did I say something amiss?" "And no, it's nothing. By the way, when did you learn about your granddaughter's incident?" I needed to ascertain whether the Aileen she mentioned was indeed the same person I had in mind. Zhao Hong furrowed her brow, ruminating for a moment before uncertainly replying. "It seems it was the night before last, though I can't recall the exact time. Alas, I'm getting old, and my memory isn't what it used to be. Forgetting events from days past, or even from the same day, is not uncommon for me." I nodded in understanding. After all, I had also learned of Eileen's tragic fate on the night of October 19th. October 19th. My gaze drifted to the diary, and it suddenly struck me that I had been overlooking a crucial detail all along: the timeline. The dates recorded in the diary. I had never connected the events here, including the driver and that enigmatic figure, to the murder that occurred 2 days prior on October 18th. However, based on Zhao Hong's account and the contents of the diary, it was now evident that Aileen, the owner of this small abode, was indeed a colleague of the deceased, Li Qing, from the locked room murder case, and she had met her demise 2 days ago. "Officer, my granddaughter. She's no longer with us." I answered instinctively, but immediately regretted my words. Was it too cruel to reveal such a truth to this elderly woman? Zhao Hong was momentarily taken aback, the last flicker of hope vanishing from her aged visage. She did not weep. Tears are not the sole expression of sorrow. I yearned to offer her comfort, but was at a loss for words. Certainly, I would not utter the customary platitudes of condolences. Fortunately, Zhao Hong displayed a resilience greater than I had anticipated. She sighed deeply, her voice trembling as she asked, "How did Xiao Lin die?" "I'm sorry, but the case is still under investigation, and I cannot disclose any details. I hope you understand." I fabricated an excuse to evade the question. Zhao Hong sighed again. Weariness etched on her face as she stood, seemingly preparing to leave. "Please, wait a moment. May I ask you a few more questions, if you are willing?" Despite not wishing to rub salt into her wounds, I was unwilling to forfeit this rare opportunity for inquiry. Zhao Hong managed a strained, polite smile and replied calmly, "Go ahead. Aileen is your granddaughter?" "Yes." "And what of her parents? Did she live here alone?" "To my knowledge, yes. Her parents passed away when she was 20, and this house was left to Shaolin." "Was she married?" "No. In fact, I have pressed her about this matter, but it seems she has other intentions, which she has not disclosed to me." "Did she mention anything unusual before her incident?" "No. Our last phone conversation was a week ago." "Did she have any close friends or a boyfriend?" "I have never heard of such relationships. In truth, I am not privy to her personal affairs. Otherwise, I would not be so oblivious to her predicament." "Apart from you, does Erin have any relatives?" Sighing deeply, Zhao Hong replied, "No, she's a wretched child, having watched her loved ones depart one by one since her youth, feeling utterly powerless." At this point, the elder's eyes glistened with tears, and she gazed wearily at me, awaiting the next question. "Let us conclude for today. I appreciate your cooperation." I felt a pang of compassion, and since I couldn't think of any pertinent questions, I added, "Should you recall anything in the future, please do not hesitate to contact the police station." Zhao Hong nodded, trembling as she rose from the chair, hesitating for a moment before asking, "When will I be able to see Xiao Lin?" "My colleagues will reach out to you once the investigation concludes." Zhao Hong fell silent. We exchanged no further words as I assisted her down the stairs, out the door, and watched her depart in solitude, a bittersweet taste lingering in my heart. What does it feel like for a parent to bid farewell to their child? I do not know, nor do I know if I should reveal this harsh reality to the elder, though I have essentially done so. Gazing at the sky, the azure expanse post-rain was pure and luminous, with a faint rainbow arching above. The surroundings exuded tranquility, and the scattered houses no longer seemed desolate, imparting a sense of detachment from the world. I exhaled gently, attempting to dissipate the sorrow within me. Now was not the time for despair. Lest Zhao Hong's tragedy befall me as well, a fate I never wished to witness. I felt a sudden surge of reflection. Life is indeed replete with unforeseen events. The confirmation of Erin's identity as the owner of the small building marked a significant advancement, weaving together the previously disjointed clues. Gradually, I began to comprehend that my clandestine mission was intrinsically linked to Erin's demise. Thus, the ensuing investigation proceeded with greater ease than before, save for the discomfort of having to remain in the very room where the deceased once resided, lying upon the bed where she slept, and covered by the blanket she used, all to avoid freezing to death in the dead of night. As the driver had promised, he arrived promptly the next morning to collect me. Just moments before he reached the small building, a startling realization struck me, one that I should have anticipated long ago. I had spent an entire day at the crime scene without encountering a single police officer. Erin had been dead for merely 3 days, and her death was not a suicide. It was inconceivable that the crime scene would be devoid of police presence. Where were they? Abandoning their posts for an entire day and night? Such an absurd explanation would not be readily believed by anyone. The reason I overlooked such a crucial clue was that, after Zhao Hong's visit, I subconsciously began to regard myself as a detective. While I pondered this, the driver had already pulled up beside me, waved and called out, "Get in, the time for our mission has arrived." I fixed my gaze on him, yet my body remained still as I demanded, "Take me to meet Liu Yong." The driver smiled faintly, regarding me with a knowing look, yet he remained silent. His reaction was entirely unexpected. I had anticipated a vehement denial or a display of feigned ignorance. Yet, his demeanor clearly suggested acquiescence, leaving me momentarily speechless, unsure of how to proceed. "Let us discuss it in the car," the driver urged again, this time with a tone that suggested negotiation. Without hesitation, I entered the vehicle. Had I chosen to turn away then, the series of astonishing events that followed would never have transpired, but I might have also faced a lifetime in prison. As the car gradually moved forward, I gazed out at the passing scenery and remarked, "Is this how you officers conduct your affairs? It truly opens my eyes." "You officers?" The driver chuckled, revealing that I had not yet connected the dots. "What do you mean by that?" I inquired. "Oh, nothing. I am genuinely curious about how I expose my identity." "Surely, you're not trying to deceive me, are you?" I refrained from pressing him on matters he clearly wished to avoid, understanding that such efforts would be futile. I reached for my phone, which was resting on the dashboard, and half-jokingly said, "What if I told you I was indeed deceiving you? Would you believe me?" "No," he replied. "Why not?" "Because you would never stoop to such a thing. You seem to know me well, but I fear you will be disappointed this time, for just 2 days ago, I did engage in such behavior, although I remained unclear about the police's convoluted intentions. One thing was certain: I need not worry about the safety of my loved ones for the time being." The driver's earlier words had merely been a means of intimidation. While conversing, I glanced at my phone and noticed a call to Nie Chien from the previous night, presumably made by the driver, which offered me a modicum of comfort. I sent Nie Chien a message to assure her of my safety before putting my phone away and softly expressing my gratitude. "Since you're already aware of my identity, why did you still choose to get in the car? Even if you left in front of me, I wouldn't harm you. You need not worry about me. Even if you do nothing, the police will pursue me relentlessly. Being apprehended by you is merely a matter of time. Wouldn't you agree?" For the first time, admiration flickered in the driver's eyes, and his silence suggested agreement. I shifted my gaze back to the window and continued, "Since I must ultimately confront you, I might as well accompany you now to take the initiative." Suddenly, the driver burst into laughter, shaking his head and exclaiming, "Lou said it well. You truly are a cunning fellow. Well then, tell me, how did you uncover my identity? The officer last night clearly saw me, yet still let me go." At that moment, I realized this must have been orchestrated by you. Initially, I thought you had bribed that officer, which allowed me to escape so effortlessly. I paused and continued, "Of course, this alone cannot definitively reveal your identities. It was when I learned that the owner of the small building was Aaron, and that this was indeed the crime scene, that the most significant flaw emerged. You noticed that there wasn't a single police officer in sight." The driver took over the conversation. I nodded. "If it was possible for you to bribe a few officers to aid my escape, then to withdraw all the police from a crime scene the following day is not something that mere wealth can accomplish. So who possesses such capability? The person responsible for this series of murders is Liu Yong." Thinking in this manner, the answer becomes apparent. However, I wasn't entirely certain, which is why I resorted to a bit of trickery earlier. "Listening to your analysis, I feel rather childish." The driver chuckled self-deprecatingly before seriously introducing himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Long, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, officer number XXXXX. The title of deputy captain surprised me. I hadn't anticipated that my influence could summon such a high-ranking officer. Yet, I truly wish to understand the purpose behind this prolonged charade." "Well, you will naturally comprehend everything once you meet Captain Liu," Su Long replied with a mysterious smile, deftly shifting the topic. "By the way, what did you discover in Aaron's building yesterday?" I smiled at my reflection in the car window and took a while to murmur, "You will understand once you meet Liu Yong." "Hey, that temper of yours, really?" Su Long scoffed in annoyance. "Who exactly are you? Why do you always act as if you know me so well?" I couldn't resist asking. Su Long shot me a smug glance, filled with provocation, and said, "If you were to plead with me, perhaps I might divulge that information." "No need for that. Share it only if you wish." I turned my head defiantly, choosing to ignore him. Thus, we traveled in silence, the atmosphere peculiar, until we arrived at a rather unremarkable building. Su Long parked the car in front and beckoned for me to exit. "Where is this? Aren't we headed to the police station to meet Liu Yong?" I inquired, astonished by the unfamiliar surroundings. Su Long maintained his air of mystery, offering no response as he strode directly into the building. I rolled my eyes in exasperation and reluctantly followed. This was an exceedingly ordinary residential building, consisting of 6 floors with 4 households on each level. Su Long clearly knew this place well. Moving swiftly, I exerted myself just to keep up, eventually stopping before room 402. Su Long cautiously scanned the surroundings and, seeing everything was in order, raised his hand to gently knock on the door. His knocking was peculiar, a rhythm I had never witnessed before. His palms and backs of his hands alternated with varying intensity and tempo. I swore that even if I practiced for half a day, I could not guarantee that I would produce the same cadence each time. Just as Su Long's hand fell away, the door creaked open from within, revealing a familiar middle-aged man who greeted us in a low voice. "You have arrived." Chapter 16. The Inception. It is Lu Yong, who seems to have anticipated our arrival long before. I am not surprised by his presence. Yet I did not expect our meeting to occur here. We shall discuss matters further inside. Lu Yong opened the door for us and then turned to enter the room. Suddenly, I was engulfed by a sense of indecision, pondering what enigmatic whirlpool I had found myself in. The dwelling was an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment, with furnishings so simplistic that they could easily be overlooked. Lu Yong stood by the window, gazing outside, awaiting our arrival. "Team Leader Lu," Su Long called softly as he approached from behind. Lu Yong responded with a nonchalant hum, turning to meet my gaze. His eyes revealed a complex array of emotions. "You knew I was coming?" I inquired coldly. "Indeed, to be precise, I instructed Lao Su to bring you here. Regardless of the progress you made yesterday, you would see me here today. However, I trust you did not come empty-handed." Lu Yong's tone was calm, revealing no remorse for his recent actions against me. Nor did he offer any explanations, which stir my irritation. "Should you provide an account for the events of the past few days?" I retorted, my tone sharp. Lu Yong settled onto a central sofa in the room and gestured for me to sit as well. Lighting a cigarette, he continued in a placid tone. "In fact, I had arranged matters for the subsequent days before that night when I summoned you to the police station. Otherwise, how could it have been so fortuitous for someone to engage in a brawl beside you at Happy Garden, creating an opportunity for you to enter this secret chamber? Moreover, if you could truly escape from the heavily guarded revenge chamber on your own, it would render our efforts as police futile." I scoffed softly. "So, according to your reasoning, should I express gratitude to you? I ought not to have been curious enough to venture there, only to find myself embroiled in trouble. Had I not gone, your entire scheme would have fallen apart. No, you would have gone regardless. It was not mere curiosity, but rather your instinct, the instinct of an investigator." "What do you mean? I am but an ordinary designer. How could I possess such an instinct?" Lu Yong seemingly ignored my question, continuing, "Even if you had not visited the revenge chamber that day, I would have found a way to involve you. It was inevitable." "Why?" Lu Yong's domineering attitude surpassed my expectations. I struggled to suppress the urge to strike him, my fists clenched tightly. "What is your true intent?" "To test you, thereby inviting you to join our ranks. On the first day we met at Happy Garden, I mentioned that with your observational and analytical skills, you could eventually contribute to the criminal investigation unit. This is no jest. You could indeed assist us significantly." His explanation left me both amused and bewildered. I never imagined such coercive tactics would be employed by law enforcement. Even if it were true, you could have simply conveyed your intentions directly. Why resort to such underhanded methods? Would you have agreed had I been straightforward? I was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, had Lu Yong proposed such a request to my face, I would have unequivocally declined, fully aware of my unabashed disdain for the police, which I had never attempted to conceal. Yet, I could similarly refuse you now. I was still putting on a brave front, though my tone had noticeably softened. Lu Yong chuckled. His interest peaked as he regarded me intently before shaking his head and saying, "You won't do that. By doing so, you would miss out on many things, even some forgotten memories. Moreover, as long as the perpetrator remains at large, your safety cannot be assured. Besides, you are not one to sit idly by. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense." I must admit, Lu Yong's words were quite persuasive. I felt a stirring within me. For both my sake and for Nie Qian's, solving the case promptly was indeed a beneficial pursuit. I met Lu Yong's keen gaze and stated solemnly, "Although I am unsure of the source of your confidence in me, I agree. However, I have one question first. Why do you always act as if you are familiar with me? Have we met before? Upon hearing this, Lu Yong exchanged a glance with Su Long before turning back to me and saying, "Have you forgotten the case from 3 years ago?" 3 years. I instantly sprang up from the sofa. That case had become an indelible thorn in my heart. Are you the one from that time? Lu Yong raised his hand to signal me to sit down. Please do not be agitated. We were not involved in that case. And it is through that very case that I came to know of you. Gradually, I regained my composure. I had no recollection of Lu Yong or Su Long. In fact, aside from them, none of the officers I had encountered in recent days registered in my memory. If they were indeed individuals I had interacted with back then, I would surely have retained some impression of them. Contemplating this, I attempted to recall the officers who had interrogated me years ago. Suddenly, I froze, my pupils constricting sharply. To my horror, I realized that I could not recall the appearance of the investigating officers at all, despite the passage of 3 years. How could I have forgotten so completely? It felt as though those memories had been entirely erased. Luo Jun, are you all right? Lu Yong's call brought me back to reality. Never mind, if I've forgotten, so be it. I had long wished to erase those painful memories from my mind, I reassure myself. Taking a deep breath, I adjusted my clothing and sat back down on the sofa. I am fine, but I have one last request. You must ensure Nia Qian's safety until the perpetrator is apprehended. Of course, ensuring the safety of the public is our duty as police officers, Lu Yong readily agreed. I reorganized my thoughts and reiterated what I had previously shared with Su Long in a van, before recounting my discoveries from yesterday at Eileen's home. The disordered footprints, the peculiar sandbags, the mysterious diary, and the identity of the small building's owner. In truth, the clues I had gathered were sparse and rather chaotic, until the appearance of Zhao Hong, Eileen's grandmother, finally allowed me to connect the dots. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I stared wide-eyed at Lu Yong. He seemed to see through my thoughts and shrugged, saying, "I know what you're about to say. Zhao Hong is not someone I arranged. Her appearance at this moment suggests that fortune is on your side. However, luck is also contingent upon one's capabilities." I lifted my chin. For Erin was a person of profound tranquility both in spirit and life, as evident from her study. Such individuals would never host raucous, large gatherings, even if the attendees were friends. Thus, the chaotic footprints within the small building were left behind during the police investigation following her demise. You are correct. She likely would not throw parties for herself or her friends, but what about a boyfriend? I mused. From the lines of her diary, it became apparent that she belonged to the passionate kind. Perhaps she might make an exception for him. Su Long, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. I shook my head. Based on the diary's contents, Erin had experienced a complete romantic arc from love to heartbreak. This in itself was not particularly remarkable, but the timing was critical. She had suffered her heartbreak on the 18th, the very day the murder occurred in the revenge chamber, thus revealing her lover's identity. "It is Li Qing," Lu Yong stated matter-of-factly. I nodded, shifting my sitting position, and continued, "Indeed, this negates the possibility mentioned by the deputy captain. The footprints trail from the lower floor to the upper, growing denser until they converge in Erin's bedroom, which indicates she was murdered there. As for the sandbag in the room, to be honest, I had almost surrendered to it until I saw you." "Me?" Lu Yong looked at me in surprise. "This reminded me of what you had said that night at the police station. Erin had hanged herself at home, and the sandbag represented the lifeless Erin. This was essentially a murder disguised as a suicide. Your reluctance to reveal the truth was likely to avoid inciting panic among us, and perhaps to secretly investigate whether the murderer was among us. Am I correct?" "Quite astute. Your ability to infer these connections without any hints is commendable. But the matters ahead are no trifling matter. You must exert yourself further," Lu Yong remarked, as if he had been playing a game with me all along. I rolled my eyes in irritation and replied, "You certainly have gone to great lengths to devise such a detective challenge for me. Very well. Let us discuss the matter at hand. You have misunderstood the captain's intention. While it serves as a test, it is also grounded in a real case. Not merely a game. Apart from Erin's body, nothing else at the crime scene was disturbed," Su Long clarified. "What about the diary? Was it untouched?" I inquired. Su Long affirmed, "No, To be precise, we returned it to its original position. Why? Why would the murderer leave such crucial evidence intact? I pondered aloud in confusion. Liu Yong stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. This question has crossed our minds as well, yet it remains a mystery. Moreover, I have not comprehended the final entry of the diary. The starkly different style? What was she truly attempting to convey? I perceive that what I currently behold is merely the tip of the iceberg in this entire case, and it is the grasp of every minute detail that shall determine victory or defeat. Could it be that Erin sensed an impending threat to her life, prompting her to pen a diary imbued with metaphor? Su Long interjected with a reminder. Metaphor? His reminder sparked a flicker of insight within me. The owl, the ominous bird, those eerie eyes, gazing at me. Indeed, what was the time of Erin's demise? I murmured the passages of the diary, as if in a trance. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Long replied, on the evening of the 19th, between 5 and 7 p.m. Furthermore, within this building, we found only Erin's fingerprints, suggesting that the assailant likely wore gloves during the act. This clue also indicates that the deceased lived alone and had few acquaintances. A sudden realization struck me. Foreboding signs, stalking. A light ignited in my mind as I recalled a recent incident where Lin Hui and I were also followed. Could Erin's diary have referred to the same event? What did you say? Liu Yong inquired. I cleared my somewhat fatigued throat and explained. Do you remember what I mentioned a couple of days ago at the police station? Following the revenge murder in the secret chamber, both Lin Hui and I felt as though we were being stalked. At that time, I deduced that the perpetrator intended to silence us, and Erin's death fortuitously corroborated this theory. Thus, the owl in her diary symbolizes the assailant, who lurks by night, indicating that Erin was monitored or followed during the night of October 18th, the very night Li Qing met his end, or in the early hours of the 19th. Upon hearing my revelation about being stalked, Su Long cast a peculiar glance at Liu Yong, a reaction that did not escape my notice. Are you concealing something from me? If so, I believe we have no need for collaboration. Liu Yong gazed intently into my eyes, as if attempting to peer into my soul. Regrettably for him, this time he would be disappointed. The experiences of recent days had wrought a change within me, such that I now found myself conversing candidly with a group of police officers, a scenario I had never envisioned, let alone experienced. Concealment? You are overly concerned. If there were matters I could not disclose, I would tell you outright. There would be no need for subterfuge. Liu Yong perpetually adopted an aggressive demeanor. Yet your intuition is correct. You are indeed being followed, though it is not the assailant, but rather officers I dispatched. This revelation struck me like a bolt from the blue, leaving me momentarily speechless before I exclaimed, What? You mean those following me are your men? I swear, had it not been for the fact that he was a police officer of considerable age, I would have certainly struck him hard. It was astonishing to realize that the source of my constant anxiety these past days was not the murderer, but rather these officers. Damn the police. Noticing the awkward atmosphere in the room, Su Long attempted to mediate. In truth, Captain's actions are motivated by your safety. The reason for withholding this information was to observe whether the perpetrator might be among you, as it would be easiest for them to strike in that confined space. I let out a cold scoff. Your department certainly has an abundance of personnel. Certainly not. Quite the opposite. Our manpower is limited, which is why we dispatch someone to follow you during the night. Unfortunately, despite several days of surveillance yielding little to no results, Erin still met her demise. Su Long remarked, I had grown weary of inquiring how they were aware of everyone's movements. The police had an abundance of explanations awaiting me, and even if I were to uncover the truth, it would offer no assistance in the case. However, the knowledge that those tailing me were not the culprits did afford me a modicum of relief, as it diminished the threat to our collective safety. Su Long raised his hand to glance at his watch and murmured a few words to Liu Yong, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to me and said, Su, and I need to return for a meeting. Will you accompany us, or... Before he could finish his sentence, I interjected hastily, You carry on? I'll make my own way. The mere thought of spending even a second less in their company filled me with joy. Yet this fleeting happiness was soon shattered by Liu Yong's interruption. Once the meeting concludes, I'll give you a call. Then you can come to the station, and we shall continue our discussion. Chapter 17. A new beginning stepping out of the residential building, I was suddenly struck by the beauty of the world outside, so inviting that it stirred an impulse within me to embrace it. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, my mind felt remarkably clearer. I chose not to board Sue Long's van, instead wandering aimlessly down the street, lost in thought. I retrieved my phone from my pocket, hesitating as I selected Nye Chien's number. How should I explain everything to her? Should I reveal the entire truth? No, that would be unwise. Liu Yong had explicitly instructed me before his departure that our relationship must remain a secret, to be kept from anyone. Even without his warning, I could not involve Nye Chien. The tragic events of 3 years ago were still vivid in my mind, and I must not allow them to repeat themselves. As I contemplated how to convey my situation to Nye Chien, my phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Hui. I pressed the answer button, but before I could speak, Lin Hui's anxious voice came through the line. Hello, Liu Yun. Is it you? Liu Yun. Yes, it's me, Lin Hui. What is the matter? Why are you so flustered? Hearing my voice seemed to calm Lin Hui's worry somewhat. You wouldn't believe it. I tried calling you all day yesterday, and no one answered. I even went to your house, but you weren't there. I thought something had happened to you. I was so worried. His concern warmed my heart. During such times, every bit of care felt immensely precious. I'm truly sorry. My phone had some issues yesterday, and I took it for repairs. Where are you now? I fabricated a small lie, feeling a twinge of guilt. I just left the police station. I'm relieved to hear you're all right. By the way, it's almost lunchtime. How about we grab a bite together? I eagerly accepted Lin Hui's suggestion. After confirming the time and place, I ended the call and dialed Nye Chien's number. On the other end, Nye Chien's voice trembled with emotion as she cried. It took considerable effort to soothe her before she finally calmed down. I reassured her that I had reported the situation to the police, who would send someone to ensure my safety, so she need not worry about the driver group anymore. Regarding the fugitive label that had been unjustly placed upon me, the police would address it fairly. In short, the storm had passed. Nye Chien seemed extraordinarily pleased with my decision. She displayed no suspicion and playfully insisted on seeing me immediately. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to invite her to lunch with me. Knowing that Lin Hui would not mind having a beautiful companion, I shared the dining location with her, reluctantly ending the call. Glancing at the time on my phone, it read 10:35 a.m. The recent events had deprived me of a proper meal, and I hoped that Liu Yong would refrain from calling before lunch concluded. I hailed a taxi at the intersection and proceeded directly to our meeting place, a locally renowned hot pot restaurant. Since it was still early for lunch, there were only a few patrons inside. Upon entering, I immediately spotted Lin Hui waving at me. I took a seat opposite him, but he remained silent, his eyes roaming over me as if I were some peculiar specimen. I felt his gaze scrutinizing me, causing a slight discomfort. I furrowed my brow and remarked, "What are you staring at? I'm not a woman. Am I really that captivating? Who would have thought?" Lin Hui chuckled mysteriously. "What do you think I am looking at? Honestly confess, I couldn't find you all day yesterday. Were you out gallivanting? A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory." I extended my hand and delivered a sharp slap atop his head. Lin Hui, nursing his crown, retorted defiantly, "Dare you claim otherwise? Have you looked in a mirror? Your face is positively radiant. What? It's been 2 days? Is it that obvious?" By his logic, wouldn't I be sporting a lascivious visage? Feeling somewhat guilty, I cleared my throat and sought to shift the conversation. "So, how have you all been at the precinct these past few days?" Lin Hui, playing along, refrained from pressing further, although a smug expression lingered on his brow, akin to a victorious soldier. "All is well, except for Zhu Lu. What happened to him?" My heart sank, and I anxiously interrupted. "Can you let me finish?" Lin Hui shot me an annoyed glare. "Zhu Lu is fine. He simply left here the day before yesterday and went abroad." Abroad? This revelation astonished me. "Can he really travel now?" Lin Hui pouted, scratching his head. "I'm not sure. Technically, he shouldn't be able to leave the city until the case is resolved, but he has gone now. I suspect he utilized some connections, as I've heard him mention that someone in his family holds a governmental position." I understood then. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. In today's world, power and wealth are intertwined, and it was hardly surprising that Zhu Lu could circumvent the rules by leveraging his family's background. Well, Let us order first. We can talk while eating. I'm starving. Lin Hui complained, patting his belly with a pitiful expression of hunger. Wait. I called out to him, glanced outside, and after confirming with Nie Qian that she was on her way, I turned to Lin Hui and said, all right, you can order, but you must treat today. Oh, come on. Aren't you being a bit rude? Lin Hui feigned anger, his eyes widening. I leaned forward slightly, lowering my voice conspiratorially. A beautiful lady will be joining us shortly. I thought I'd give you a chance to shine. Upon hearing about the arrival of a beauty, Lin lui instantly donned a sycophantique smile. Hey, I was just joking. You took it too seriously. What beauty? It's just a meal. I insist on paying. In the end, he even gallantly pounded his chest. I maintained an air of nonchalance, though inwardly I chuckled, knowing that once he discovered who the lady was, he would be left speechless. Aware of the impending arrival of a beautiful guest, Lin Hui went to great lengths, ordering several additional dishes and even crafting a health-conscious meal plan for Nie Qian, selecting foods beneficial for the skin and beauty, regardless of the accuracy of his choices. This level of attentiveness left me, her official boyfriend, somewhat humbled. It seemed that Lin Hui's charm with women was not solely reliant on his silver tongue. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and just as the hot pot ingredients were being served at the table, Nie Qian and her companion stood before us. Indeed, I did not misspeak. It was they, not she alone. Accompanying Nie Qian was none other than her roommate, Zhong Lu. The sudden arrival of these two enchanting women left Lin Hui momentarily spellbound. To be honest, Nie Qian looked exquisite today. Her face radiated a delightful blend of joy and allure, a genuine expression that added a touch of femininity to her beauty. However, I gradually noticed that Lin Hui's gaze remained fixated on Zhong Lu. Admittedly, Zhong Lu was also a rare beauty, although each possessed her own charm. She paled in comparison to Nie Qian. Yet, preferences vary, and this is perfectly understandable. It was surprising that a seasoned man like Lin Hui, who had encountered countless women, would overlook one in favor of another. Of course, it was for the best that he showed no interest in Nie Qian, as it spared me from unnecessary complications. With this thought, I felt a sense of relief. Nie Qian flashed me a sweet smile and said, Xiao Lu is off today, and seeing her alone at home, I thought I might as well invite her along. Is that all right? Of course it's fine. I gestured toward the table and added, Lin Hui absolutely loves entertaining beautiful women. Today, he is treating us. Just look at this lavish spread he has already ordered. Lo Jun, don't say such things, Lin Hui protested bashfully. I playfully raised my voice to tease him. What am I saying that is so outlandish? Do you intend to back out of treating us? Who said that? Lin Hui shot me a glare and hurriedly rose to greet Nie Qian and Zhong Lu, saying, please take a seat. Order what you like. I'll cover it. As he spoke, he seemed to shift awkwardly, attempting to sit beside me. It was amusing to see him flustered in the presence of such beauty. However, before he could position himself, Nie Qian had already taken the available seat next to me. At that moment, it appeared Lin Hui understood the nature of our relationship. As a look of realization crossed his face, he smiled at Zhong Lu and joined her across from us. Silence enveloped the table, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Lin Hui, usually so eager to show off, sat in silence, focusing intently on cooking the meat, as if the beef on his chopsticks held more allure than the beautiful women beside him. The quietness from the host intensified the awkwardness, sensing the discomfort. I finally broke the silence. Lin Hui, are you all right? You're treating us today, and surely you should say a few words. Why are you as quiet as a quail? Lin Hui frowned and gestured toward the hot pot, saying, eat, everyone, don't be shy. Enjoy yourselves. Immediately after, he returned to his meal. I rolled my eyes in frustration, bewildered by his sudden change in demeanor. Nie Qian seemed to notice Lin Hui's odd behavior as well and leaned closer to whisper in my ear, what is wrong with your friend? Did my inviting Xiao Lu upset him? No. Perhaps this fellow is merely playing tricks again. We need not concern ourselves with him, I replied. Nie Qian, somewhat skeptical, nodded and exchanged a few words with Zhong Lu before turning back to me with a look of genuine concern, asking, June, has that matter truly been resolved now? Do you have any idea how anxious I was when I couldn't reach you yesterday? Fortunately, someone assured me of your safety last night. Otherwise, I would have spent the entire night in turmoil. Everything is fine now. The police have taken over the situation, and I merely need to cooperate with their inquiries, I said, gazing at her affectionately, offering gentle reassurance. Nie Qian's smile brightened, and she refrained from probing for details, which spared me considerable explanation. However, I felt it necessary to caution her, but in the future, do not be so trusting of others. What if the person who called you is deceiving you? Deceive me? Using your phone to tell me you're doing well? Nie Qian blinked her beautiful eyes, looking utterly bewildered. Being cautious is always wise, especially since the perpetrator has yet to be apprehended. Do you understand? I stated, my tone slightly commanding. Nie Qian sweetly acknowledged my words, and I relished the moment. Her gaze towards me imbued with a hint of dependence that stirred within me a profound desire to protect her for a lifetime. After a pause, she redirected her attention to the still quiet Zhong Lu, curiously asking, Xiao Lu, why are you so quiet today? I just haven't found a topic to discuss, Zhong Lu replied. I turned to the dazed Lin Hui, expressing my displeasure. Lin Hui, did you hear that? How can you host guests while neglecting them entirely? Lin Hui, are you even listening to me? What? Lin Hui, startled by my near shout, seemed to awaken from a stupor and awkwardly responded, Right, Luo Jun, you haven't introduced your friends to me yet. So you're aware there are others present. I teased, this is my girlfriend, Nie Qian, and sitting beside her is her roommate, Zhong Lu. Offering a stiff smile as a greeting to both women. Don't just chat, come, eat something, have more, don't let go to waste. His peculiar demeanor finally amused me, and I chuckled softly, you really are something? By the way, are you truly planning to stay at the police station until the case is resolved? My question caught Zhong Lu's attention. She lifted her gaze to me, then looked at Lin Hui, her expression tinged with a hint of worry. I'm not sure. If possible, I would prefer to stay a few more days. After all, the police station is safer than being outside. At least that perpetrator wouldn't dare to enter, Lin Hui replied. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to reveal the truth. Actually, the person who is following us is not the perpetrator. He is a police officer sent by Lu Yong. Police officer? Lin Hui was momentarily taken aback, then nearly overturned the pot in his excitement. Is that true? How do you know? Lu Yong told me himself. Lin Hui gazed into my eyes, and after a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply and inquired with a furrowed brow, why would he do such a thing? To protect us? Or to investigate us? Perhaps it is a blend of both motives. However, one thing is certain. We no longer need to live in the constant trepidation that plagued us just days ago. My intention in uttering these words was to alleviate Lin Hui's anxiety. Yet fate had other plans, as my very remark would soon precipitate another tragedy. Suddenly, Lin Hui appeared invigorated, exclaiming with enthusiasm, if that is the case, I shall not remain at the police station any longer. No matter how secure that place may be, it can never compare to the comfort and freedom of home. I felt it prudent to exercise caution, for the malevolent individual was still at large. As Zhong Lu softly advised from the side, Nie Qian and I exchanged a glance, astonished by Zhong Lu's gentle and reserved demeanor. Could this truly be the same woman who, just the previous night, had insisted on knocking on my and Nie Qian's door in the dead of night? Turning my gaze back to Lin Hui, I found his reaction even more perplexing. He awkwardly nodded, repeatedly expressing gratitude, yet his eyes darted around, betraying a hint of unease. To an untrained observer, one might easily assume Lin Hui was merely a bashful youth, too shy to engage with the fairer sex. My instincts, however, whispered that there was something amiss with these two individuals. Chapter 18 Analysis. If one were to attribute Zhong Lu's peculiar reaction to a woman's innate modesty, it might be somewhat excusable. However, Lin Hui's behavior cannot be dismissed as mere shyness. A seasoned romantic would hardly allow himself to be bashful in the presence of a girl he has just met, thus rendering him unworthy of the title of a veteran in the realm of love. Therefore, the conclusion is inescapable. This young man has indeed taken a serious interest in Zhong Lu. I harbor no doubts about the existence of love at first sight. Although women are often likened to water, deeply emotional and fluid, it is paradoxically men who are more susceptible to such instantaneous infatuations. They possess a direct visual perception, coupled with an emotional depth that can, at times, surpass that of women. I leaned closer to Nie Chien, intending to share my conjecture, when my phone abruptly rang. With a resigned sigh, I knew without glancing that it was undoubtedly Lu Yong calling. As anticipated, once the call connected, Lu Yong employed his usual terse, commanding tone, instructing me to report to the police station immediately before hanging up, leaving me no room for dissent or even a reply, as if I had become his subordinate. Obliged to heed his directives. Setting down the phone, I noticed that the gazes of my table-mates were fixed upon me. Nie Chien inquired with concern, "Whose call was that?" "Lu Yong, the head of the criminal investigation team. He wants me to head to the police station," I replied nonchalantly. Nie Chien furrowed her brow. Now, I stuffed several large pieces of meat into my mouth, mumbling indistinctly, yes, as I mentioned earlier, having chosen to report the incident, I must naturally cooperate with their inquiries. "But haven't they already questioned you about Li Qing's murder? Why do they need to see you again?" Langri, unaware of the events that transpired a couple of days prior, displayed a look of confusion. "I'm not quite sure, but they must have their reasons for doing so." I hastily devoured a chicken leg, offering a few words of reassurance to Nie Chien. In that moment, I felt akin to a soldier receiving orders for battle, and after bidding farewell to the others, I departed alone. A soldier dispatched for battle. How curious that this metaphor came to mind. I chuckled to myself in self-mockery. Today is October 22nd, a clear day. The revenge murder case in the escape room has transpired for 3 days now, and the perpetrator has left scant clues, at least. To my knowledge, not much has been revealed. Yet, he committed another murder of Aaron right under everyone's noses, at a time when he should have been concealing his whereabouts. This act is undoubtedly a provocation to the police and the law. Homicide stands apart from other crimes, not solely due to its heinous nature, but also because, within each case, we often uncover deeply buried, unfamiliar, and sometimes subversive beliefs and values, products of the era, or rather, deformities born from the evolution of human interactions in society. Human greed, in tandem with societal progress and material abundance, expands infinitely, leading thoughts toward extremism and radicalism. In the realm of homicide, society often fixates on superficial notions of right and wrong, fervently singing the praises of good and evil, while neglecting many underlying social factors. Perhaps they do not overlook these elements. Rather, their profound entrenchment compels them to refocus on the case itself, pursuing the perpetrator. While public opinion vehemently denounces the assailant and sympathizes with the victim, yet similar incidents persist, and society continues to engage in the same actions. The wicked receive their just deserts, yet the number of victims remains unchanged, ensnaring society in this vicious cycle. I took a deep breath, gently shook my head, interrupting my thoughts to stave off the spread of this pessimistic notion. If everyone were to embody the perfection of saints, what purpose would laws and moral constraints serve? Moreover, even saints are not without flaw. I gazed out the window as the scenery rushed by, creating a dizzying effect. I closed my eyes, clearing my mind, preparing myself for the long and treacherous path ahead. I needed to relax my tense nerves, even if only for a fleeting moment. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the criminal investigation team. Upon entering the police station, I was escorted into Lu Yong's office, a spacious room with only him seated at a desk, engrossed in something. After relaying the details to Lu Yong, the officer closed the door and departed. "Please have a seat," Lu Yong said, glancing up at me before returning his gaze to his work. "Have you had lunch? I was in the midst of my meal when you summoned me." His indifferent response to my complaint was merely a nonchalant acknowledgement. "Is there a new discovery that warrants such urgency?" I inquired. "Not exactly," Lu Yong replied, straightening his posture and stretching. "The clues we currently possess will keep us occupied for quite some time." He gestured toward a stack of documents on his desk, waving them before me. I settled onto a multi-person sofa to his left and asked directly, "What do you require of me?" "Patience," he replied. "First, we must untangle the threads of these 2 cases before discussing future actions. However, there is something you need to be aware of." Noticing my silence, Lu Yong continued. "Each entrance and exit of the revenge chamber was equipped with a surveillance camera, but regrettably, they are both malfunctioning. Both are broken. I exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yong nodded, anticipating my next question. I know what you're thinking, but these cameras were unlikely to have been tampered with by the assailant, as they have been out of service for over 6 months. The revenge chamber is not a popular attraction, and due to the infrequent visitors, no one has repaired the cameras. I suspect the perpetrator exploited this oversight to commit the crime. The most significant difference between modern criminal investigations and those of earlier times lies in the integration of technological methods. While these advancements simplify the investigative process, they also foster a strong sense of dependency, with surveillance being the most common example. In contemporary society, whenever an incident occurs, regardless of its magnitude, the foremost action taken is to review surveillance footage. This has seemingly become an indispensable skill in modern criminal investigations. However, whether this signifies progress or regression for the investigators themselves is rather difficult to ascertain, as, in many instances, surveillance has supplanted critical thinking. I raised my hand to my chin and murmured, if even the surveillance footage from the crime scene proves futile, then one cannot expect much from the other cameras scattered throughout the joyful garden. Recently, the park has seen an influx of visitors, making it impossible to identify suspects individually. This implies that this homicide, not to mention Aaron's family, if I'm not mistaken, the old district that stands on the brink of demolition also lacks surveillance. Consequently, for both cases, we cannot rely on video footage to uncover any clues, can we? Absolutely correct. Lu Yong's gaze towards me seemed to shift slightly. He raised an eyebrow and said, since you have grasped this point, let us now untangle the threads of the case. On Sunday, the 18th of this month, at 2:45 p.m., Li Qing was strangled to death during the revenge escape room game at Joyful Garden. Our current leads are scant, yet the suspicions are quite the opposite. The crime scene was a pitch-black room with the door closed. After our investigations over the past 2 days at Joyful Garden, we can confirm that this room harbors no secret doors or hidden compartments, and even the walls, floors, and ceiling lack any means of entry. Although neither of the doors at the front and back of the room were locked, specific circumstances rendered this room a sealed chamber. For as long as someone opened the door to enter or exit, any ray of light would immediately reveal their presence. Therefore, you deduce that the murderer is among us. I interrupted him, feeling an inexplicable urge to challenge him. But have you considered other possibilities? Perhaps the murderer employed some unique method to evade detection? Or could it be that the murderer is not human at all? Lu Yong's jaw tightened as he displayed a grin that I found repugnant. Such scenarios are certainly conceivable, yet their likelihood is exceedingly low. We are materialists, and it is prudent to be skeptical of the supernatural. As for the methods the murderer might employ to remain undetected, I am more inclined to believe that the culprit is indeed among you. Is that possibility truly significant? I countered. To kill someone as robust as Li Qing in the dark would be no trivial task, especially since everyone's seats are in such close proximity. Even if we cannot see or hear. You are mistaken. You do not hear nothing at all. Lu Yong interjected unexpectedly. What did you say? I shot him a displeased glare, realizing that I needed to reiterate certain details from the time of the incident. When I donned the headphones, I could hear nothing beyond the recording being played, not even if someone spoke directly in my ear. You may verify this with Lin Hui. Do you suspect that we are all lying? Lu Yong did not respond, but instead turned to search for something beside the desk. After a brief moment, he placed a pair of heavy black headphones on the table. These were the very headphones you had used in the revenge room that day. And now you could don them once more to listen again. The muscles at the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily as the tense expression of the female police officer who had approached Lu Yong with the headphones on the day of the incident flashed through my mind, stirring a sense of foreboding within me. Rising swiftly from the sofa, I strode to the desk, seized the headphones, and placed them upon my head. In that instant, I finally comprehended the reason for the female officer's anxiety, for I soon heard Lu Yong's voice. I was not mistaken. You could indeed hear something. The sound was faint, yet I perceived it with crystal clarity. This ironclad truth left no room for contradiction. How could this be? Were we all mistaken? No, in this regard, everyone's testimonies were remarkably consistent. Unless you had colluded beforehand, what you claimed was indeed true, while wearing the headphones during the game. You could not hear the sounds of the outside world. As for the reason, Liu Yong's gaze shifted to my head as he spoke halfway. I removed the headphones to scrutinize them closely, murmuring, I suspect the answer lies within this device. However, on the surface, it appeared no different from an ordinary pair of headphones. Could the issue reside within the internal components? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated my mind, and I confidently looked at Liu Yong and inquired, You have surely examined them thoroughly. Haven to you? Liu Yong nodded. Then please tell me, what exactly has been tampered with in these headphones? Following this lead, we are bound to make progress. I felt a surge of excitement, as if I were on the verge of capturing the perpetrator. However, Liu Yong's subsequent words caused my emerging smile to freeze on my face. The inside of the headphones appeared entirely ordinary, showing no signs of tampering, which meant that indeed, there had been no sounds emitted in your vicinity at the time of the incident. This was inconceivable. To commit murder without producing any sound. How utterly bizarre. I grimaced, embarrassed by my earlier overconfidence. Liu Yong picked up a pen and began to write on a piece of paper as he spoke. This method of committing the crime remains an unresolved enigma. He then raised his head and handed me a photograph, which depicted a close-up of the victim's neck, where a dark red, almost purplish, deep and lengthy ligature mark was evident. The surrounding blood vessels were engorged, revealing the sheer force exerted by the assailant during the act. Furthermore, according to forensic analysis, Li Qing had been strangled with a cord-like object approximately 3 centimeters in diameter. However, we had not recovered any material fibers from the ligature mark that would indicate the nature of the weapon, so we are currently unable to ascertain what the weapon was. Didn't you conduct thorough searches of everyone that day? Surely there must have been some findings? I asked in confusion. Liu Yong shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. You had nothing on you, not even anything resembling a weapon. I even arranged for personnel to repeatedly search the secret room and its surroundings, but found nothing. It is inconceivable that the perpetrator could have destroyed evidence in such a short span of time. Where then could the weapon have been concealed? Liu Yong gazed at me, and upon noticing my silence, continued, This presents the second point of inquiry. Furthermore, what do you believe to be the motive behind the perpetrator's actions? Revenge, I replied without a moment's hesitation. The recording we had listened to in the chamber was precisely what the assailant intended to convey to the deceased. 3 years ago, suddenly, I recalled the sole temporal reference mentioned by that terrifying voice. I furrowed my brow in deep contemplation, repeatedly murmuring, There's another name. It seems to belong to a woman. What was it? Ah, yes. Lin Shi. Chapter 19. Doubts Lin Shi. When Liu Yong uttered this name, the chilling recording I had heard through my headphones on the day of the incident echoed once more in my mind. It was not merely a story. Rather, it represented the harrowing psychological torment and judgment inflicted by the murderer upon the victim. This monologue was a solitary performance, with the killer as the sole actor throughout, suggesting the meticulous examination of this recording might serve as a pivotal breakthrough in uncovering the perpetrator's identity. Liu Yong concurred with my analysis, extracting a stack of papers from a towering pile of documents. After perusing a few pages, he remarked, Regarding Lin, she mentioned in the recording and the events from 3 years ago, we conducted a thorough investigation. Unfortunately, we found no connections between the two. In other words, there were no incidents involving anyone named Lin Shi 3 years ago, nor was there a person by that name in the old case from 3 years back. This, of course, includes your own case. Whether intentional or accidental, this was the second time Liu Yong had brought up the case from 3 years ago in my presence. The haunting memories of that nightmare, which I was reluctant to revisit, remained as jarring as ever. Being wrongfully accused, detained by the police for 3 months, breaking up with Nie Qian, losing my job and home. Such tribulations could certainly be deemed a nightmare for an ordinary individual. I shook my head vigorously, striving to dispel the invading specter of that nightmare. Could it be that the murderer merely stumbled upon this recording by chance? Furthermore, how could the amusement park have chosen such an inconclusive fragment to include in the revenge chamber? This was likely beyond investigation. After all, an obscure project like this would not attract much attention. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, I resolved to recommend further inquiry, albeit with tempered expectations. I had always believed that the murderer merely exploited the revenge chamber rather than having created it. Liu Yong's words held merit, which led me to contemplate another critical matter. Have you investigated the staff member responsible for this game? His potential involvement is no less than that of any of the 7 of us. Even if he is not the murderer, he may very well be linked to the perpetrator. Consider this. To commit murder within the confines of the revenge chamber, one would certainly require the assistance of an insider familiar with the environment. Liu Yong raised an eyebrow, seemingly inspired, and his tone grew more animated. Indeed, this is an oversight on my part. We only conducted a standard inquiry with that staff member and did not pursue a more thorough investigation. Yes, I will have someone bring him in immediately. Let us hope it is not too late. With that, he picked up a phone on the desk and summoned Su Long. As Su Long opened the office door and steadied himself, Liu Yong instructed with grave urgency. Old Su, there's an important task that you must undertake personally. Do you recall the staff member in charge of the revenge chamber game? Bring him back to the station for questioning without delay. Act swiftly and ensure he does not escape. Understood. Su Long clearly sensed the urgency in his captain's tone and did not question the order before promptly departing. I held little hope for their belated actions. If that staff member possessed even a modicum of intelligence, he would not be lingering in place waiting for the police to apprehend him, unless he was indeed innocent of this homicide. The third point of suspicion, that staff member. Liu Yong pondered for a moment, scribbling a few notes on paper before finally lifting his gaze to meet mine. However, the staff member in question was a woman in her 30s, and it would be exceedingly challenging for her alone to inflict the kind of forceful injuries observed on the victim's neck. Thus, we cannot dismiss the possibility of multiple individuals collaborating, which aptly addresses your earlier inquiry. To subdue and strangle a robust man like Li Qing, it is highly likely that more than one perpetrator was involved. Indeed, I concur with this deduction. Although there were 8 individuals present in the room at the time of the incident, only 2 were associated with Li Qing. Had it not been for Eileen's diary, I might have suspected her and Kong Long of collusion. However, given Eileen's evident affection for Li Qing, such a notion seems nearly impossible. Moreover, with Eileen now deceased, the remaining suspect becomes considerably more incriminating. You are referring to Kong Long? Yes, I nodded emphatically. Liu Yong contemplated silently for a moment before stating, Kong Long indeed bears suspicion, yet your previous assertion was only partially correct. Among you, those connected to Li Qing are not limited to him and Eileen. What? There are others. Who might that be? My eyes widened in disbelief. If more than just Eileen and Kong Long were involved with Li Qing, it implies that someone has lied, and that individual is among our group of 5. This was something I had never even imagined. Liu Yong's gaze toward me was inscrutable, embodying the instinctual scrutiny of a professional. I held my ground, maintaining eye contact until he slowly uttered 2 words. Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu, are you certain? At least it was not Lin Hui, which brought me a modicum of relief. Liu Yong looked at me with grave seriousness, affirming, yes. During our investigation into the victim's social connections, we discovered that a year and a half ago, Zhu Lu had been training at the same gym as the victim for over 6 months, with Li Qing as his coach. At that time, Eileen and Kong Long had yet to join the gym and thus did not know Zhu Lu, but Li Qing and he were undoubtedly acquainted. Zhu Lu's concealment of his relationship with Li Qing has significantly heightened his suspicion. That much is indisputable. However, I furrowed my brow in confusion, saying, there is still something I do not understand. On the day of the incident in the revenge room, Zhu Lu and Li Qing were practically strangers. They had known each other for over 6 months, but had been apart for just over half a year. How could they not recognize one another? If Zhu Lu had a motive, what about Li Qing? Why would he pretend not to know Zhu Lu? Liu Yong's expression shifted, revealing that he had not considered this aspect. After a moment's contemplation, he vaguely replied, well, this matter requires further investigation. Let us consider it a point of suspicion for now. This time, he did not take notes, but quickly redirected the conversation. So, moving on, wait. I abruptly interrupted him, dissatisfied and pressed, since you already possess such crucial evidence. Why did you allow Zhu Lu to leave? Suddenly, I recalled the words Lin Hui had spoken to himself at noon. Regardless of how formidable Zhu Lu's connections might be, this remains an egregious crime. Moreover, It is perplexing that the police, having grasped such vital clues, still allowed him to walk free. Such negligence is simply too great to overlook. Lu Yong sighed softly. Marking the second time today, he displayed a sense of helplessness. It was the first instance that I perceived this seemingly ironclad man as a flesh-and-blood mortal. He said, "When Zhu Lu departed, we were still unaware of his relationship with Li Qing. In fact, prior to your arrival here, we were deliberating on how to bring him back. It seems we have yet to devise a solution. Indeed, whether attempting to have him return to assist with the investigation or secretly contacting foreign authorities to repatriate him is impractical. I believe you understand the underlying reasons without my elaboration." I regarded Lu Yong and nodded in tacit understanding. Zhu Lu is not a convicted criminal, and apprehending him is impossible. Given his formidable background, once he escapes the police's grasp, bringing him back would be akin to climbing a mountain. It appears that the leads concerning him may very well be severed, which would be a tremendous setback for the case. In my youth, I would have naively believed that every citizen has an obligation to cooperate with the police in their inquiries, firmly trusting in the ideal that all are equal before the law. However, it has become apparent that this notion is merely an ideal cherished by children sheltered in ivory towers. In reality, inequality persists everywhere, with distinctions among individuals. Noticing my silence, Lu Yong cleared his throat to break the oppressive atmosphere. Of course, I will make further efforts, but fortunately, we do have a considerable number of leads to investigate. Now we can only hope that old Su can successfully bring that staff member back. That would save us much time and trouble. Although his tone was casual, I could sense the underlying frustration he harbored. After several minutes of silence, the landline on Lu Yong's desk rang. He answered the call, listened, responded a few times, then hung up. Glancing at the wall clock, he said to me, "I have a meeting to attend. We have discussed Li Qing's case extensively, and there are some materials regarding the Aaron murder case that I won't have time to review today. Please take these and study them. I hope to hear good news from you soon." I stood up from the sofa and accepted the documents he handed me, saying, "I have one more question. Go ahead. What is my current status? Am I a police officer, a suspect, or something else entirely?" Lu Yong, who had been tidying his desk, paused his actions at my inquiry, raised his head to look at me, and replied earnestly, "You are still you, just as before. As for how you present yourself to the outside world, simply state that you are assisting the police with their investigation. Oh, and from now on, all communication will be handled by old Su, as I have many other matters to attend to. He will inform you of the meeting locations in advance." I nodded and walked toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, I hesitated and turned back to Lu Yong, asking, "Once this case is resolved, will I truly be able to return to my former life?" Lu Yong paused momentarily, not responding immediately, but instead gazing intently into my eyes. After a brief silence, he finally uttered a few words. "Life used to be." He deliberately elongated his tone, awaiting my reply. "I wish to sever all ties with you, yearning only to return to my previously tranquil existence," I asserted with unwavering conviction. Lu Yong narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in thought. It might have been a mere illusion, but each time he regarded me with such scrutiny, I felt an unsettling sense of distrust, as if I were a deceitful criminal. "That is your freedom. If you still feel that way later, I will grant it," he replied. "I require a promise that could be fulfilled." I emphasized my words. Lu Yong's gaze shifted continuously, leaving me unable to decipher his thoughts. Yet, I realized that I lacked any bargaining power in this moment. That promise sounded more like a prayer of mine. Stepping out of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The sky was a delightful blue. A gentle breeze caressed my face. An afternoon that should have belonged to me, elegant and comfortable, had been squandered due to Lu Yong. Ironically, I wondered when this absurdity would come to an end. Regarding the request I had made upon leaving, Lu Yong ultimately provided only a verbal promise. Perhaps this was the best outcome I could hope for. Regardless of whether this promise would be upheld in the future, at least it served as a significant psychological solace for me at present. As I walked a few hundred meters from the entrance of the Investigation Bureau, I suddenly heard a woman's voice calling from behind. "Hey, Luo Jun, wait." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. I halted, turning in surprise to see Lu Nen hurriedly approaching me, seemingly holding something in her hand. As she drew closer, I curiously inquired, "What is it? Is there something else?" "You forgot something. Lu Yong asked me to give this to you," Lunan panted, handing me a deep brown envelope. "Forgot something?" I cast a doubtful glance at the case files in my hand, which Lu Yong had given me personally. Nothing appeared to be missing. "Oh, these documents are what Lu Yong remembered after you left. He insisted you read them thoroughly," Lu Nin clarified, emphasizing the importance of the words read thoroughly. I accepted the envelope, thanked her, and left with a wry smile. Read thoroughly? Umph. Lu Yong certainly had no reservations, treating me as one of his subordinates. These past few days have been spent in a haze of confusion, much like now, as I walked through the bustling streets, utterly uncertain of my next steps. I knew that Nie Chien was undoubtedly at home, eagerly awaiting my return. But how could I explain the case files that swung with each movement of my arm? Nie Chien wished for me to report to the authorities, but she certainly did not want me entangled in these matters, much like 3 years ago when, despite our passionate love, she resolutely chose to leave. Crack! I hurled the documents in my hand onto the ground with great force, raising a cloud of dust. With disdain, I gazed at them, tempted to abandon them entirely. Even now, I remain perplexed as to why Lu Yong would go to such lengths to guide himself into such an eccentric role. Was it merely to enlist my assistance in solving a case? I tilted my head skyward, my lips curling into a bitter smile. This explanation seemed utterly ridiculous. It was evident to all that there were deeper secrets at play, yet Lu Yong would not divulge them, and my inquiries would yield no answers. Nevertheless, resolving the case remained my sole means of extricating myself from this predicament, at least for the time being. Reality and reason steadied my nerves, prompting me to bend down and retrieve the file from the ground, just as my phone in my pocket began to vibrate violently. Chapter 20. Conspiracy. I stood upright, retrieving my phone from my pocket and casting a swift glance at the caller ID. Fortunately, it was not Lu Yong. Pressing the answer button, Lin Hui's slightly hesitant voice immediately resonated through the receiver. "Hello, is this Luo Jun? Where are you now? Do you have a moment?" Just emerged from the criminal police department. "What's the matter?" Well, his stammering vexed me, prompting an impatient retort. "Is there something you need? Speak quickly, or I shall hang up." "Wait." Lin Hui's tone was urgent. "Actually, I wanted to ask if you're free tonight. How about dinner together? Is it just dinner? Why does this feel like a clandestine affair?" I tease. "When? Where?" 6 o'clock, at the Tun restaurant. "It's on me." And, at the last moment, Lin Hui inexplicably hesitated once more. This time, I refrained from pressuring him, as I quickly deduced the cause of his reticence. Adopting a semi-jesting tone, I inquired, "Can I invite Nie Chien along?" "Sure." "And Zhong Lu?" "Of course." "That's fine." Lin Hui's tone shifted to one of delight, affirming my earlier suspicion that his true interest lay in Zhong Lu. A brief silence fell before Lin Hui's somewhat awkward voice broke it. "Luo Jun, do you already know? Romance is quite natural. I merely find your current bashfulness a tad uncharacteristic. However, let it be known, I shall only facilitate the invitation. Whether she accepts is beyond my control. But you must still foot the bill for this meal." "Of course, thank you, Luo Jun." "Ah." Lin Hui sighed lightly at the end, imbued with a sense of burden. After a moment of silence, he simply stated, "See you later," and hung up, setting down the phone. I couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. It seemed this unruly rascal had finally met his match. Perhaps Zhong Lu was the very chain tethering him. Fate indeed possesses a whimsical nature. I promptly dialed Nie Chien, clarifying my intentions. Fortunately, both she and Zhong Lu readily agreed, sparing me the need for elaborate persuasion. Judging by Zhong Lu's demeanor, she appeared to harbor favorable feelings towards Lin Hui. If the two were to truly become a couple, Nie Chien and I would be the matchmakers, which would indeed be a delightful outcome. With several hours remaining until our appointed time, I lingered at the intersection for a while, but ultimately decided to return to my residence instead of fetching Nie Chien and the others. Since Nie Chien and I had reconciled, it was only natural to relinquish my current living arrangement. Although my belongings were few, organizing them would still require a day or two. More importantly, this would afford me the opportunity to diligently study the case materials at hand without the distractions posed by Nie Chien. Upon entering my home, Everything remained as I had left it. Even the peculiar footprints on the pristine tiles were discernible. Yet, the chilling aura of that night had dissipated, transforming into a perplexing enigma. I took out my phone and captured the moment, preserving it for future reference. At this juncture, any clue, no matter how trivial, could potentially unravel the entire case and thus should not be overlooked. I casually tossed the document bag onto the sofa. At present, I lacked the inclination to examine its contents. Instead, organizing my belongings seemed a more effective distraction. The room was furnished solely with appliances and furniture left by the landlord. So my task was simply to arrange my personal clothes, daily necessities, and assorted items. Engaging in such busyness often allows one to temporarily forget other pressing matters. However, when I recalled the dinner gathering schedule for the evening and paused to gaze out the window, I noticed the sun had already set, and dusk was quietly enveloping the sky. Oh no! I glanced at the time on my phone, 5:35, and realized I had completely forgotten about dinner. Hastily, I brushed off the dust from my clothes, washed my hands, and hurried toward the door. To my surprise, as I pushed the door open, I collided with someone waiting outside, stumbling back several steps. Before I could utter a word, the other person spoke first. "Odi, Siuyun, could you not be so hasty? My old bones can hardly withstand such a collision." The voice was somewhat familiar. Steadying myself, I looked closely and found before me a frail, elderly man, his not-so-large eyes sparkling with vitality. His face was etched with deep creases, resembling the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. "Uncle Yen?" This elderly gentleman was none other than my landlord, Uncle Yen. "Uncle Yen, are you all right?" I was taken aback by his unexpected appearance. Typically, my rent is transferred online, and his residence is several stops away by bus, making it improbable for him to be here idly. Uncle Yen adjusted his attire and gently replied that he was fine. Observing his slightly awkward demeanor, I sensed that he had a specific reason for visiting and promptly asked, "Did you come to see me for a particular reason?" He nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, looked at me with a hint of hesitation and said, "Xiao Jun, could you do Uncle Yin a favor?" I would like to stay here tonight." "Stay here? Why?" I blurted out. "Has something happened at your home?" "No, actually, I had a quarrel with my wife, and in a fit of anger, I left." "You wouldn't believe it. That old lady of mine, all right, you may stay. This is, after all, your house." I quickly interrupted Uncle Yin, not wanting him to delve into distressing family matters. "But what about you? You don't mind sharing a bed with my old man, do you?" "Not at all, but I want to be returning tonight, so you can rest easy." "Oh, and speaking of which, I recalled the matter of vacating the apartment. Uncle Yin, I won't be renting this place anymore. I will be moving out once I've organized my belongings in the next few days." "What? You're leaving?" Uncle Yan's reaction was quite pronounced, and it was hardly surprising. My decision seemed rather hasty, and over the past 3 years, he had shown me considerable care. Although terminating the contract was not inherently wrong, I still felt a pang of guilt. "Are you uncomfortable living here?" he inquired. I shook my head. "Is it because the rent is too high?" He pressed further. Again, I shook my head. "Then what is it?" Observing the perplexity etched on Uncle Yan's face, I sheepishly scratched my head and confessed, "The reason is that I have reconciled with my girlfriend, and I wish to move in with her." His gaze shifted to one of unfamiliarity and complexity, leaving me unable to decipher its meaning. He paused for a considerable time before, with a hint of resignation, he replied, "Oh, I see. I thought you were quite happy living here." Seeing his despondent demeanor stirred my conscience, and just as I was about to offer some words of comfort, my phone vibrated in my hand. It was a call from Lin Hui. Nie Qian and Zhong Lu had already arrived, and they were merely waiting for me. It then dawned on me that I had inadvertently forgotten about the dinner gathering, and I quickly informed him that I would arrive shortly, bidding him farewell before making my discreet exit. However, before I could leave the community, I recalled the stack of case files I had carelessly left on the sofa. Cursing my own negligence, I chastised myself for rushing off without retrieving such an important item. With my hands on my hips, I sighed skyward. Perhaps this was destiny, a confrontation I must ultimately face, from which there was no escape. I fished my keys from my pocket and jogged back upstairs. The hallway was deserted, and as I approached the door, I heard Uncle Yan's voice from within, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. While this was an entirely ordinary occurrence, my heart raced when I caught the first words that escaped his lips. My right hand, gripping the keys, trembled violently, nearly causing them to slip from my grasp. Despite Uncle Yan's efforts to lower his voice, his naturally robust vocal cords transmitted his words with clarity to my ears. Had he already recalled something? Otherwise, why the sudden urgency to move out? Move out? Was he referring to me? I held my breath, pressing my ear against the door, like a thief stealthily eavesdropping. He has left, saying he won't return today. Since you feel this way, why didn't you inform me sooner? If I had happened to come by today, it would have been too late once he actually vacated. There was a pause before Uncle Yin lamented. You consider this a test? If he truly remembered the past, would he even tell you? Wait, what was this? I was increasingly certain that the he referred to was indeed me. From his words, it seemed my presence here was no mere coincidence, but rather meticulously orchestrated arrangement by someone. A chill suddenly coursed down my spine, and I trembled uncontrollably, the shock within me reaching an unimaginable peak. This was a conspiracy, a vast and sinister plot against me. I restrained the impulse to storm into the house and confront Uncle Yin, instead stealthily making my way to the windowsill, cautiously peering inside. Fortunately, through the glass, I could see the entire room, and Uncle Yin was engrossed in an object he held, oblivious to my presence. I observed him with one hand clutching his phone and the other rifling through the stack of case files I had forgotten on the sofa. I was certain that my complexion mirrored his grim expression. He pulled out a few documents from that pile, his eyes widening in shock, his previously suppressed voice suddenly escaping him. How could he possess the investigative materials from your police department's case? What? Did you give them to him? Are you certain? Including that case from 3 years ago. A shadow had completely enveloped Uncle Yan's gaunt face, extinguishing the flicker of hope that remained in me. I had already deduced who was on the other end of the call. It was none other than Captain Liu Yong of the Criminal Investigation Division, whom I had encountered just that afternoon. Uncle Yan's chest heaved rapidly as he spoke, his voice trembling. If it wasn't you then, who provided him with these documents? It was the female officer who rushed out of the police station. I silently exclaimed within, though I had never laid eyes on that additional file. I was acutely aware that it was the investigative materials of the case I had experienced 3 years prior that had stirred Uncle Yin and Liu Yong's anxiety. Regardless, it seemed highly probable that he might regain his memory, and we would need to devise an alternative strategy. Regain memory? What does that mean? Well, have I ever suffered from amnesia? While I may not recall every single detail from the past, I remembered the vast majority, and to claim that I had amnesia would be utterly absurd. No, I must avoid that course of action unless absolutely necessary. For now, the situation remained within our control. However, should he perish, his identity could very likely be exposed, which would only serve to worsen our predicament. At that moment, Uncle Yin appeared to have transformed into a different person altogether, his demeanor dark and intimidating, and my racing heart nearly leapt from my throat. Murder to silence, exposure of identity. These were terms I had only ever heard on television, yet they were now starkly applicable to my own situation. They would silence me. But the timing had not yet arrived. What then did Uncle Yin mean by my identity? I was uncertain and reluctant to know, yet I felt compelled to understand. One often finds oneself ensnared in such a ludicrous yet palpable dilemma. This is the reality. Minutes later, Uncle Yin ended the call with a long sigh and turned to gaze out the window. I quickly withdrew my neck, evading his gaze, contemplating my next course of action when my phone vibrated unexpectedly. Good heavens! I gasped internally, nearly frightened out of my wits. Fortunately, my phone had long been set to vibrate. Otherwise, if the occupants of the house had heard it, I would surely face dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, I tiptoed down the stairs, careful not to make a sound, and only after exiting the community and stepping onto the street did I allow myself to collapse in exhaustion. The air was filled with a fierce wind that swept through, causing me to instinctively retract my neck. The cold sweat that had emerged along my spine had, unbeknownst to me, transformed into icy water, stinging my skin painfully. I grasped my phone and swallowed hard, dialing back the number that Nie Qian had called me from moments ago. Our conversation was exceedingly brief. After informing her that my car was stuck in traffic and I would arrive later than expected, I had no desire to continue the exchange and promptly ended the call. I wandered forward in a daze, my mind rusted and incapable of coherent thought, fatigue crashing over me like a relentless tide. I craved rest, even if it were merely for a fleeting moment of tranquility. Alas, fate did not grant me such a reprieve, and before I could even catch my breath, my phone vibrated once more in my hand. Damn it, who could this damn fool be? I cursed inwardly as I raised my hand, poised to press the answer button, when a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar number caught my eye. It seemed to be Uncle Yan's call. Chapter 21. Return to the tiger's den indeed. This is Uncle Yan's number. I abruptly halted my steps, gazing incredulously at my vibrating phone. Although the flashing digits bore no name, I instantly recognized it as Uncle Yan's. Why would he call me at this moment? I glanced around anxiously, akin to a thief, my feet moving swiftly. The phone had become an unbearable burden, a scalding hot potato I wished to discard, yet found impossible to do so. This cursed call left me in a dilemma. Neither answering nor ignoring it seemed viable. It was only when the phone's vibrations ceased abruptly that I breathed a sigh of relief, akin to being granted a reprieve. However, it appeared that the caller was not inclined to let me off the hook. Mere seconds later, the phone resumed its relentless buzzing. I understood that I had no choice left. Failing to answer would likely arouse Uncle Yan's suspicions. Upon reflection, my current predicament was not the worst scenario. The uncertainty surrounding my memory recovery was merely conjecture on Uncle Yan's part. Until his aforementioned last resort was validated, he would remain cautious and refrain from taking drastic measures against me. Additionally, they were unaware that I had already uncovered their scheme, which meant I was not entirely passive in this situation. My objective was to maintain composure and convince them that I was still grappling with amnesia, allowing me to conduct my investigation discreetly. At the very least, I would not be left idle. Taking a deep breath, I pressed the answer button, and Uncle Yan's anxious voice immediately filled the line. Siu-yun, it's Uncle Yan. Why didn't you answer my call? Where are you now? Oh, Uncle Yan, my phone was in my pocket, and I didn't hear it. I'm on my way to a friend's place. Is there something you need? Well, it's nothing urgent, but I recalled you mentioning wanting to move out, and I thought we could discuss it. At this point, Uncle Yan paused, seemingly awaiting my reaction. I quickly realized his intention. He certainly wished for me to stay, thereby continuing his surveillance and testing whether I had regained my memory. Please, feel free to express your concerns, I replied, focusing intently on his request. However, this time I was utterly mistaken, and my misjudgment was astonishingly far from the truth. When Uncle Yan articulated the matter he wished to discuss, I could scarcely believe my ears. Could you possibly move out tomorrow? Tomorrow? Move out? Yes. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this yet another test? But what could his aim be? As I hesitated, Uncle Yan continued. Here's the situation. Shortly after you left, I received a call from someone interested in renting the place, but they require an immediate move-in tomorrow. Siu-yun, it's not that I want to rush you. I have no choice. You must understand, with the year-end approaching, it's unlikely anyone else will be looking to rent. If this person doesn't take the place, it could remain vacant for several months, so what exactly was Uncle Yan plotting? In a moment of hesitation, I found myself ensnared in a dilemma. Had I not overheard his conversation with Lu Yong, I would have readily acquiesced to his request. However, now I ponder whether an overly enthusiastic agreement might inadvertently deepen his suspicions about me. Perhaps this is a manifestation of my own trepidation. Noticing my silence, Uncle Yan grew anxious and pressed on. Xiao Jun, are you there? You must assist Uncle Yan with this favor, please. Yet, I was burdened with numerous matters. Even if I wish to leave tomorrow, it may be too late. Then return tonight, and I shall help you organize everything. All right? I was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that I had unwittingly stepped into a trap, caught in a web of uncertainty. To say I was in a predicament is an understatement. In truth, apart from obediently returning, I had no alternative. I had witnessed Lu Yong's methods and capabilities a few days prior, and fleeing would be a foolhardy endeavor, only provoking them to act with lethal intent. If this were a gamble between us, my stake was my very life. After a brief contemplation, I let out a resigned sigh. Very well. I shall return once this is concluded, though it may be rather late. Upon hearing my acquiescence, Uncle Yan appeared elated. repeatedly expressing his gratitude as if I had truly rendered him a monumental service. Yet, I understood that this evening would usher in a battle, a struggle for survival. It was imperative that he believed I remained in a state of amnesia, convinced that I was still under their control. This ruse would afford me temporary safety and an opportunity to delve deeper into the investigation, turning the tables on them. Regardless of the outcome, I refused to become an unwitting casualty. Resolute in my decision, my anxious heart found a modicum of calm. I needed to continue along the predetermined path of my life. Any deliberate deviation would arouse suspicion among my adversaries. As long as their certainty wavered, I remained safe. Lost in thought, I soon arrived at a crossroads, the blaring horns of vehicles jarring me from my reverie. I hailed a taxi, unwilling to delay any further, and sped towards the designated restaurant. At 6:25, as I rushed into the Cuban restaurant, I was met with three faces etched with displeasure, accompanied by the faint rumbling of my own stomach. Observing the table, which was now devoid of the peanuts and pickled vegetables, I awkwardly grinned and said, "Ah, I sincerely apologize for the delay. I had some matters at home, and the traffic was unbearable. You could have started without me. Had it not been for Xiao Qian, we wouldn't have waited for you," she retorted. I nearly filled up on peanuts. Zhonglu rolled her eyes at me, her irritation palpable. I could only muster several apologetic smiles, but Lin Hui seized upon my tardiness, demanding that I, the latecomer, foot the bill, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Nie Qian pouted and interjected, "All right, weren't you both just complaining about being hungry? Why not hurry up and order some food now? How is it that you still possess the energy to engage in idle chatter here? We were merely jesting with your man, observing how flustered you became." Lin Hui teased, but upon seeing Nie Qian glaring at him, he quickly retracted his neck, obediently summoning the waiter to commence ordering. I was quite pleased with Nie Qian's defense of me, yet as I beamed at her, ready to speak, she raised an eyebrow and preemptively remarked, "Why did you arrive so late? Hadn't you already left the police station?" Indeed, I had departed earlier, returning home briefly as the hour was still early, but, as fate would have it, I encountered my landlord on my way out and was delayed by a brief conversation. I informed Nie Qian about my preparations to move, mentioning that I would need to return home later that evening to continue packing, striving to relocate as soon as possible during my days off. Nie Qian appeared delighted by my explanation, albeit slightly shy. Under the dual scrutiny of Lin Hui and Zhonglu, she hastily shifted the topic, denying them the opportunity to tease her. Perhaps it was genuine hunger, for an extended period ensued where we all indulged in hearty feasting and copious drinking, with scarcely a word exchanged among us. The atmosphere during dinner was relaxed. At least no one broached the subject of the proposal, which alleviated much of my pressure. Only after everyone had satiated themselves did I, filled with emotion, finally speak. "After this matter has passed, I will be leaving here." "Leaving here? Where to?" Nie Qian exclaimed in surprise, turning to me. I shook my head, uncertain. Perhaps I would return to my hometown, or perhaps venture to another city. "We shall see then. Is it solely because of this case?" Lin Hui's expression reflected disbelief as he let out a loud belch, the strong odor of alcohol causing both Zhonglu and Nie Qian to cover their noses. I remained silent, tacitly affirming his speculation. Lin Hui frowned, slurring his words. "Is it really necessary? There are police to handle the case. Once it is resolved, we can resume our lives. Is there truly a need to flee to another city? Have you had too much to drink?" Given Lin Hui's lack of awareness regarding the current situation, his reaction was hardly surprising. I chuckled softly and refrained from elaborating further, raising my glass to drink again. However, Nie Qian, her smile fading, gently pinched my side and admonished, "You're already speaking nonsense. How can you still drink? Don't forget, you need to return to pack your things soon. Just one last drink," I proclaimed, and amidst Nie Qian's disapproving gaze, I tilted my head back and drained the remaining contents of my glass, then slumped against the chair like a soft blanket. Suddenly, Lin Hui, his eyes reddened, fixed his gaze upon me, and inquired conspiratorially, "Luo Jun, has something happened? What could possibly be amiss?" I retorted, "Under the influence of alcohol." Lin Hui became unexpectedly animated. "If nothing is wrong, why would you want to leave? You have toiled tirelessly in this city for 5 years. You've persevered through the toughest times, and now you would willingly depart? I felt a slight dizziness and sighed softly, pondering, what does it matter if I am reluctant? The situation is far more complex than you can envision. If I can extricate myself in the future, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Have you all truly had too much to drink? During mealtime, could we refrain from uttering such disheartening remarks? Nie Qian cast an irritable glance at Lin Hui and me, interrupting our conversation. She is an astute young woman, and her actions clearly conveyed her sentiments. No one wishes to be uprooted from their home, even for the sake of a beloved, as it is indeed a formidable choice. Fortunately, the moment for us to make such decisions has not yet arrived. Noticing my silence, Nie Qian inquired, "What are you pondering?" "Nothing much," I replied nonchalantly. "Are you not feeling well?" Her tone softened. I raised an eyebrow and shook my head, saying no. I merely sense that something feels amiss, though I cannot quite articulate it. Observing the concern etched on her face, I feigned a light-hearted smile, attributing my unease to perhaps having indulged a bit too much in alcohol. Nie Qian shot me a reproachful look. "I told you to drink less, but you wouldn't listen. If you get completely intoxicated, how will you manage to pack your things?" Completely intoxicated? A sudden clarity struck me. I had been fretting over how to handle Uncle Yin tonight. Her words inadvertently reminded me. At that moment, my phone, which I had left on the table, vibrated. I closed my eyes in annoyance. Truly, one need not look to know that the caller was undoubtedly Uncle Yin. "It's a call." Nie Qian gently nudged my arm. "Offer me the phone." Indeed, it was Uncle Yin. I took a deep breath, collected my somewhat scattered thoughts, and pressed the answer button. The conversation was brief, and Uncle Yan's message was unequivocal. He was inquiring when I would return, and he had already begun to assist in preparing my belongings. Although he made an effort to restrain his urgency, I could still discern his anxious undertone. Sighing, I stood up, stretching languidly. The effects of the alcohol had surprisingly begun to fade. It was time to go. Life never seems to afford a moment of respite. At 9:20 p.m., the moonlight was dim, and I stood at the entrance of the community, akin to a soldier awaiting deployment. The evening breeze was gentle, yet my heart was tumultuous. As I left the restaurant, I declined Nie Qian's offer to accompany me home. Some matters must be faced alone, particularly when one is risking themselves. I must confront this like a warrior. Perhaps in the future, she may lament or even express anger over my decision. Yet I remain steadfast in my belief that it is the right choice. As for how to handle Uncle Yan's inquiries, I sought a secluded spot devoid of onlookers, retrieved the erguo II I had purchased on my way back, took several swigs before spitting it out, and then splashed them on my neck and clothes. Once I reeked of alcohol and the liquid had dried sufficiently, I began my journey homeward. This was the insight Nie Qian had imparted to me, to feign inebriation. I staggered toward my front door, knocking forcefully and slurring, "Uncle Yin, I'm back." "Open the door." I had anticipated that Uncle Yin would rush to open the door for me, like a bolt of lightning, perhaps even waiting at the threshold like a wife expecting her husband's return. Strangely, however, no one answered, and the house was eerily silent. Could it be that he had already retired for the night? However, this conjecture was swiftly dismissed by me. It was simply impossible. I knocked on the door several more times with increasing urgency, yet received no response. A peculiar sensation began to wash over me. Approaching the window, I cautiously leaned out, reminiscent of eavesdropping on a phone conversation at dusk, peering inside through the glass. The room was illuminated, yet devoid of any human presence. Aside from the scattered array of parcels strewn across the floor, nothing appeared amiss. It was curious that someone who was supposed to be eagerly awaiting my return was not at home, which inevitably raised suspicions, especially considering the existence of a plot directed against me. This left me utterly perplexed regarding the true intentions behind their machinations. I lingered by the window for a good 5 or 6 minutes, and upon concluding that no one would emerge to answer the door, I retraced my steps back to the entrance. Just as I intended to unlock the door, I suddenly remembered that my keys were in the possession of Uncle Yin during our earlier meeting, leaving me effectively locked outside. Abruptly, my heart seized with a jolt as an unseen hand silently rested upon my shoulder. Chapter 22. A rare tenderness, I nearly leaped in fright from the sudden appearance of a hand. A scream lodged in my throat, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Yun? What is the matter? A gentle female voice floated from behind me, akin to a soft hand caressing my wildly beating heart. Nichian. I spun around, disbelief washing over me as I gazed at the beautiful girl before me. How? How did you come be here? Nietzsche's smile radiated warmth, akin to sunlight dispelling fear, enveloping my heart in a comforting glow. I was a bit worried about you. During dinner, I sensed something was off. Is everything all right? Everything's fine. By the way, how did you end up here? Are you familiar with this place? Have you been here before? I questioned her with a barrage of inquiries, suspicion coloring my tone. Nietzschean paused, her expression deepening in concern. You said you were fine, yet I followed you here and didn't realize anything was amiss. What were you thinking? Understanding dawned on me, and I exhaled in relief, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Before I could respond, Nietzschean interjected. Why do you ask? Are you doubting me? No, not at all. I suppose I've become overly sensitive. Sorry. Such dreadful sensitivity, rife with suspicion. I'm mused that I must be losing my mind. Just moments ago, I was solely focused on protecting Nietzschean, and now. No, this is not my fault. It's Liu Yong and the others who have instilled this paranoia in me, making me jumpy at every little sound. Fortunately, Nietzschean did not dwell on the matter. She approached a small window, peering inside as she curiously inquired. Didn't your landlord say he would wait for you to return and sort through your belongings? Why isn't he home? I'm not sure. Besides, the key is still in his possession. Even if we wanted to go in, we couldn't. Would it be convenient for you to call him? Nietzschean's question indicated she had discerned the oddity in my demeanor. I shook my head repeatedly, instinctively wanting to avoid it, but after much deliberation, I reluctantly retrieved my phone and dialed Uncle Yen's number. A melodious female voice answered, We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Unavailable? Confusion enveloped me entirely, leaving me uncertain whether to feel relieved or anxious. If it weren't for my certainty regarding Uncle Yen's urgency in summoning me back, I might have genuinely thought he was merely toying with me. I looked at Nietzschean in bewilderment. He has turned off his phone. Turn off? Nietzschean's eyes widened, her expression one of disbelief. But wasn't he the one who urged you to return? I don't understand either. If he is not home, we should leave quickly. Isn't that a bit hasty? Perhaps he has simply stepped out temporarily. After all, the lights in the house are still on. Should we wait a little longer? Nietzschean suggested as she glanced inside the room once more. I stepped closer to her side, peering through the glass window. I could still see the stack of case files I had carelessly tossed onto the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, I clenched my teeth and firmly grasped Nietzschean's hand, leading her downstairs. No, we must leave now. We can deal with this tomorrow. This utterly irrational situation incited a strong urge to flee within me. Nietzschean did not persist, but silently followed me downstairs, taking a taxi back to her residence. It was only after she retreated into her room and locked the door that my anxious heart began to calm slightly. I lay on the bed, my gaze fixated on the ceiling, the glaring white light dazzling to the eyes, yet offering a flicker of long-lost security. After an indeterminate period, Nietzschean gently turned to my side, her hand tenderly resting on my chest as she inquired softly, June, are you feeling better? What exactly happened just now? You know, your complexion has changed. I must admit, she is an astute and empathetic woman, aware of my needs. At this moment of turmoil, it was her gentleness that enabled me to converse with her calmly. I'm fine. I exhaled slowly, contemplating for a long while before summoning the resolve to recount the entire sequence of events to her. It had reached a point where further concealment was impossible. Nietzschean remained silent, like a child listening to a bedtime story, nestled against my chest, quietly absorbing my words. Yet, I could sense the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within her through her clenched fists. Eventually, her fists relaxed, and I divulged everything that had transpired in recent days. The room was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of our breaths and heartbeats echoing, as if we could even hear the air flowing slowly around us. I felt lost, I gently caressed Nie Qian's back and despondently said, "What should we do now? I thought that if I helped the police resolve this case, everything would return to normal. But now it seems I bitterly smiled and left my words unspoken. Nie Qian embraced my waist, drawing us closer together. Do what you believe is right, June. I will always support you. What should I do? I truly did not know what actions I could take now. Since everything stemmed from the joyous manor, we must investigate the case there. I believe it will reveal a breakthrough." Suddenly, Nie Qian's tone turned resolute, aligning with my thoughts. I nodded slightly and replied, "It seems we have no other choice. Alas, I really am thoughtless. If only I hadn't forgotten the case files when I left home this afternoon. Such an important item left behind." I closed my eyes in frustration. The crux of the conspiracy against me lay in that old case from 3 years ago, and those case files might very well be the key, a key to unlocking the door to the truth. Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. It's just that. Nie Qian paused abruptly, deep in thought. Since that document is so crucial, why were you so eager to pull me away just now? While Uncle Yin is not present, we could still find a way to retrieve it. No, that would be too risky. Uncle Yin is already aware of the existence of those files. If they were to go missing now, he would undoubtedly suspect me immediately. If I were cornered and forced into silence, I would truly have no chance left. Moreover, even if I cannot obtain the documents from home, I can seek out the female officer who provided them to me. She is certainly not in cahoots with Liu Yong. Nie Qian gazed at me with a tender expression, gently stroking my furrowed brow with her thumb. "You make a valid point. Since you have made up your mind, go forth and pursue it." Her understanding and encouragement touched me deeply, yet I could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Ordinarily, one would flee in fear upon hearing such news. So why did she instead urge me to confront the challenges head-on? What is wrong with me? Why do I find myself inexplicably suspicious of others? I shook my head vigorously, attempting to dispel these unsettling thoughts. Yet, why do they claim that I have amnesia? This is what perplexes me the most. Upon hearing this, I abruptly sat up in bed, interrupting Nie Qian. I remember everything clearly, including the case from 3 years ago. When did I ever experience amnesia? 3 years ago, Nie Qian's expression suddenly dimmed, as if she recalled some sorrowful memory. I can no longer remember those events clearly. Perhaps it is for the best that I forget. However, let us not dwell on this. I huffed, abruptly changing the topic. At dawn, I shall seek out that female officer. Indeed, she must have something important to tell me. Nie Qian suddenly regarded me with utmost seriousness. Promise me that no matter what happens from now on, you will share it with me, and do not keep anything from me. All right? You must believe that we can weather any storm together. I promise you. A wave of warmth surged through me. Having lived alone for so long, I had nearly forgotten the comforting sensation of being cared for. Her words resonated deeply within me. So you must gather your strength for yourself and your family, and also for me. Encouraged by my beloved, I excitedly opened my arms, yearning to embrace her, yet she recoiled slightly, raising a finger to her nose, frowning and casting me a disapproving glance. I paused, suddenly aware of the smell of alcohol emanating from me, and sheepishly scratched my head. Oh, look at me. I completely forgot about that. And now the bed is a mess. Nie Qian shot me a playful glare. All right, go take a shower. I will tidy up here. With a grin, I stood up and, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, swept her into my arms, disregarding her protests. I planted a quick kiss on her soft lips and dashed out of the room like a child who has snatched up a coveted toy. Nie Qian's home is a 2-bedroom apartment, with the bedrooms facing one another, connected by a spacious living room that leads to a 5 or 6 square meter balcony at the far end. On either side of the entrance hallway are the kitchen and the bathroom. Though the apartment is not overly large, it possesses a certain charm. The door to Zhong Lu's bedroom is closed, with no light seeping through the cracks, leaving me uncertain if she has returned. I lifted my head and took a deep breath. Although Nie Qian's words moved me, it was impossible to shift my mood in such circumstances. Nonetheless, her comfort did alleviate my pent-up emotions to some extent, which could be considered a silver lining amidst misfortune. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, and the lights in the living room were turned off. The moonlight spilled onto the floor, appearing pale and austere, causing the air in the room to grow even colder. In the darkness near the balcony, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a flickering red light, reminiscent of fireflies. As I turned to examine that red glow, I recognized a familiar and indifferent profile. Lyrie. I was astonished by his presence, but upon recalling that Zhong Lu also resided in this room, I felt at ease. I had long been aware of this fellow's charm with women. He seemed oblivious to my call, continuing to smoke and gaze at the sky. I approached him and gave him a gentle nudge. Lin Hui appeared to awaken from a dream, shuddering slightly, nearly dropping his cigarette. He looked up in surprise, and upon seeing me, his tense expression gradually relaxed. Luo Jun, I thought you went home? I did, but there was a bit of trouble, so I had to come here. I positioned myself opposite him, leaning against the wall. Aren't you going back to the criminal police unit? Not anymore, Lin Hui replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Who would willingly stay in such a place, especially now that we know the police are tailing us? I wouldn't go back even if it meant death. You must be quite bold, so stop making excuses, I teased. Noticing his defiant expression, I added, otherwise, why not just return to your own home? Why come here? Isn't it because of Zhong Lu? Lin Hui was rendered speechless, turning his head aside like a sulking child. I chuckled and patted his shoulder, bidding him to sleep early as I made my way to the bathroom. The light in the bathroom was on, and the small table beside the sink was neatly arranged with towels and fresh clothes. Clearly, these were prepared for me by Nie Qian. I must admit, my reunion with her had changed my perception. She was no longer the willful little princess. Her gentleness and grace were unprecedented, and it was precisely for this reason that being with her had become my greatest source of emotional support. I turned on the faucet, allowing warm water to cascade over me, drenching every corner of my body. My taut skin seemed to rejuvenate, and my weary nerves began to relax. Standing beneath the warm cascade, I savored this rare comfort. Yet the face of Lu Yong, the astute and decisive captain of the criminal police unit, intruded upon my thoughts. He was not a foe to be trifled with. Any misstep on my part could lead to irrevocable consequences. Indeed, I could not approach that female police officer directly, as such an act would be too conspicuous and likely arouse Lu Yong's suspicions. It appeared I had to rely on an intermediary. Since that officer wished for me to be informed about the old case from 3 years ago, she would undoubtedly find a way to meet me. As for the messenger, it was none other than Lin Hui. Once I had made up my mind, I dried myself off, donned my clothes, and stepped out of the bathroom. In the dimly lit living room, that flicker of red still glimmered intermittently. Why are you still awake? I approached Lin Hui, only to realize my mistake upon reaching him. He had already succumbed to slumber. Precisely speaking, he was cocooned in a blanket, lying on the sofa. You can't possibly have been cast out so swiftly, can you? I teased, a mixture of laughter and disbelief in my tone. This must surely be a Waterloo in your romantic history. Lin Hui seemed oblivious to my jest, his demeanor serious as he drew on his cigarette, offering no retort. From the depths of his gaze, I discerned a hint of turmoil, an unfamiliar sight since our acquaintance began. I sensed that something significant had transpired in his life. Before I could utter a word, Lin Hui quietly confessed, "She is my first love." Chapter 23. Nightmare. The moonlight dimmed behind the veil of clouds, resembling a delicate mist that rendered Lin Hui's eyes even more hazy and profound. I paused in my steps, turning to face him, silently awaiting his next words, for I sensed he had a story to share. Indeed, after a brief moment of silence, Lin Hui finally spoke, his tone gravely serious. No man is inherently a rogue. The harshness of reality merely compels them to seek an excuse for their escape. I could sense your thoughts. I have shared my bed with numerous women, yet she remains untouched. You may find it hard to believe, and I, too, find it astonishing. I suddenly realized why I had always perceived an oddity between you and Zhong Lu. It turns out you were acquainted long before. A flicker of involuntary tension crossed Lin Hui's lips, yet he did not respond to my remark, continuing instead with his narrative. I had thought I had long emerged from the shadows of that heartbreak, even boasting of my current flirtations to her, but why? Why did I still feel so anxious upon encountering her again, as jittery as a naive quail? I felt as if I had lost my very essence, not even feeling like a man, surrounded by women, many more beautiful than her, which man hasn't he had his share? Yet now, at this point, Lin Hui unexpectedly smiled, a smile tinged with poignant sorrow. Yet I found myself devoid of the courage to hold her hand, blushing even when gazing into her eyes. Don't you find that rather humorous? Humorous? No, I did not laugh. Rather, a subtle melancholy enveloped me. Such word from the lips of a notorious womanizer sounded particularly bitter. I knew little of Lin Hui's past with Zhong Lu, nor did I wish to pry, just as I would not delve into my own fate with Nie Qian. If destiny grants us another chance, the manner in which we seize it is paramount. Since your heart still yearns for her, cherish this rare opportunity. It is evident Zhong Lu harbors feelings for you still, I encouraged. But in my current state, would she ever accept me? Lin Hui's face was full of despair, and I understood his apprehensions. A man who has spiraled into self-destruction, burdened by past affections, how could he rekindle the purest of emotions? Looking deep into his eyes, I solemnly stated, I cannot say whether she will accept you again, but I know that fate will not offer you many chances. Miss this one, and it may haunt you for a lifetime. Just like your situation with Nie Qian. I nodded silently. I was uncertain of what the future held for us. Yet I was acutely aware of my lingering love for her, and that sufficed. Lin Hui fell silent, his expression a tapestry of complexity, revealing the tumultuous conflict and struggle within him. I comfortingly patted his shoulder, but refrained from urging him to sleep early. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night filled with critical decisions, and so it was for me as well. Before returning to my room, I inquired about the phone number of the female police officer from Lin Hui, but he was unaware of it. I refrained from mentioning my request for him to relay a message, as I did not wish to burden him further at that moment. Upon lying back on the bed, I found Nie Qian already deeply asleep, while I struggled to find slumber. If I were indeed a threat to Lu Yong and his associates, why had they waited a full 3 years before taking any action? My so-called mysterious identity was undoubtedly a factor. Yet it was more significant that they had misjudged several elements, such as the bizarre murder case in the revenge chamber, which had driven them into a corner. Moreover, the entire case was far more intricate than we had initially imagined. What colossal conspiracy lay hidden behind it? It seemed that mere deduction would not suffice to unveil the truth. In retrospect, the death of Eileen also became perplexing. If the perpetrator who murdered Li Qing and Eileen was the same individual, what could possibly be his motive? What connection did these two have with the old case from 3 years prior? Perhaps this would become the focus of my future investigation. Exhausted, I closed my eyes and held Nie Qian tightly in my embrace, fearful that I might lose her if I were to let my guard down. The unique, gentle fragrance of her body gradually soothed my agitated emotions, and, accompanied by the moonlight, I succumbed to slumber alongside the delicate figure in my arms. I did not know how much time passed, but when I groggily opened my eyes, the surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence, devoid of any light, indicating that I had not slept for long. Just as I was about to close my eyes again, I instinctively shifted my slightly sore arm, only to be astonished to find that Nie Qian, who should have been nestled in my embrace, was nowhere to be found. My mind felt as though it had been doused with cold water, sending a shiver through my body as I abruptly sat up in bed. I must admit, my reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps Nie Qian had merely gone to the restroom? Yet, for reasons unknown, I could not control my actions, nor the frantic beating of my heart. I cautiously swung my legs over the side of the bed, striving to make no sound. However, as soon as I stood upright and surveyed my surroundings, a gasp escaped my lips involuntarily. To my astonishment, I realized I was not in Nie Qian's bedroom. My body froze in place, my mind buzzing with confusion. In an instant, my feelings shifted from surprise to dread as I recognized that I had somehow returned home, to the very house of Uncle Yin, from which I was preparing to move away. Uncle Yin's house. At this realization, driven by instinct, my gaze immediately fixed upon the sofa beside the bed. Fortunately, the crucial case files remained there. I hastened over, eager to grasp the topmost document, which detailed the case from 3 years ago. My hands trembled as I withdrew the file from its bag, my heart swelling with anticipation as the answer I had long sought was on the brink of revelation. However, when my eyes fell upon the paper, I could scarcely believe what I saw. The document I held was not case material at all, but rather a stack of pristine, uncut joss paper. The urge to cry out was stifled, plunging me into torment. Fear, unease, an overwhelming sense of being ensnared by a trap surged within me. I cast aside the stack of paper money and hastily turned towards the door to flee. That female police officer could not possibly jest in such a tedious manner. The only plausible explanation was that the document had been swapped. The reason for this was self-evident. This was a trap set by Uncle Yen. Yet, before I could reach the door, my feet felt as though they had been weighed down by lead, firmly rooted to the ground, unable to budge an inch. A familiar scene unfolded once more before me. My terrified visage was reflected in the glass window, while behind me, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated intently upon me. I opened my mouth to scream, but it felt as if someone had seized my throat, rendering me voiceless. I could see those eyes gleaming with amusement, and from the shadows, a withered, emaciated hand slowly rested upon my shoulder. Then, a familiar yet chilling voice echoed in my ear. Indeed, you have remembered. Alas, at this juncture, it seems I must send you on your way. No, please do not. I remember nothing at all. Truly. I screamed silently within my heart until the eerie light flickered in those crimson orbs, at which point I began to calm down, my consciousness gradually fading, and I wearily closed my eyes. Light is a symbol of hope. I felt fortunate, grateful for the opportunity to open my eyes once more. Before me lay a gentle, serene glow, warm and inviting, as Nie Chien fluttered her beautiful eyes, gazing at me with a playful expression. Where am I? My voice sounded faint. Upon hearing this, Nie Chien's smile broadened. Are you still half asleep? Do you not even know where you are? Yes, Nie Chien was right beside me. This must be her home. Yet, I seem to recall returning home last night. I began to ponder the events of the previous evening. But aside from the faint memory of being in my own house, everything else was shrouded in chaos. Seeing that I was not joking, Nie Chien inquired with concern. Are you overly tired? Did you have a nightmare? A nightmare? I raised an eyebrow and exhaled deeply. Indeed, one tends to dream of what they ponder during the day. Are you really all right? Look, you're all wet. Iem me fine. I sat up from the bed, my back damp with sweat, feeling icy cold. What time is it? I asked. Nie Chien brought over a towel and gently wiped the sweat from my body, saying, It's already noon. If you've woken up, you should get up and eat. Noon? I had slept for so long. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to wake you. Your phone has been ringing nonstop. You should check it. As she spoke, Nie Chien retrieved my phone from the vanity and handed it to me. There were 4 missed calls, all from the same unfamiliar number. Who could it be? I could dial the number back, and as soon as the call connected, Sulong's voice came through. Hey Luo Jun, get to the safe house immediately. The authoritative tone of that imperative command startled me. Just as I was about to inquire further, the other party abruptly hung up, truly reminiscent of another Lu Yong. Time has become exceedingly precious to me. A mere second's delay in uncovering the truth could jeopardize my very existence. Thus, I hastily arose from my bed, shed my drenched garments, and after a brief ablution, voraciously devoured the remnants of my meal. Only Nie Chien and I remained in the household. She informed me that Lin Hui and Zhong Lu had departed early, their burgeoning romance evident, and I marveled at the rapid development of their affections. Only I comprehended that, after last night, Lin Hui had finally come to a realization. His true happiness was on the horizon, and as a friend, I felt genuine joy for him. In just over 10 minutes, I had swept away the meal from the table with great urgency, and after Nie Chien's repeated admonitions, I set forth. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sensation lingered within me today, perhaps a remnant of last night's haunting nightmare. Though the details eluded me, it continued to tug at my heartstrings. As I stepped into the afternoon sunlight, I felt a twinge of guilt for having marred its beauty and tranquility. The sun shone brightly, yet it could not dispel the shadows within my soul. I arrived at the safe house, relying on yesterday's recollections, where Su Long awaited my arrival. It is indeed an honor to be personally attended to by the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Though I couldn't help but wonder at your abundance of leisure. Do you not have more pressing matters to attend to? For some reason, I instinctively recoiled from these officers, causing our conversation to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Su Long's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a formal tone. This is a task assigned by the captain. It is of utmost importance. I smirked disdainfully, thinking to myself how obedient he was. It was no wonder Lu Yong wielded such unchecked power within the precinct. As we entered the living room and settled onto the sofa, Su Long's upright posture revealed the qualities of a soldier, complemented by his resolute visage and a strong sense of justice. He did not appear to be one who would conspire with Lu Yong, which ignited within me a desire to ally with him. However, this was merely my perception. In truth, his relationship with Lu Yong was quite close, and he might very well have a hand in the scheme against me. With this thought in mind, I became suddenly cautious, steeling myself to respond to every question and probe from Su Long. To my surprise, his first inquiry shattered the psychological defenses I had so meticulously constructed. He asked, "When you left the criminal investigation team yesterday, Lu Nan came to find you, did he not?" Chapter 24. The overlooked accomplice, alas. I had been discovered. My heart constricted, and I nearly leapt from the sofa, my hands nervously fidgeting. "Do not be anxious. I merely—" Su Long deliberately lowered his voice, attempting to soften his tone. Yet it still sounded jarring to my ears. Before he could finish his sentence, I interrupted him. "What did you say? Who is Lu Nan?" Even I found such evasive words to be feeble. My heart was plummeting. Su Long had clearly witnessed Lu Nan pursuing me, and his question was merely a test. Yet, I foolishly denied it outright. I cursed my own simplicity. Such a decisive denial only solidified their suspicions of me. I never anticipated I would prove so inept, falling short at the very first encounter. However, upon reflection, I realized I had never triumphed over them. Everything was under their control. With this thought, my heart sank further. Su Long unexpectedly produced a glass of water and handed it to me, smiling as he said, "Take a sip. We can discuss this slowly. Rest assured, I mean no harm." I accepted the glass and took a sip, a warm current flowing down my throat into my stomach, easing my frayed nerves. Perhaps noticing my emotional recovery, Su Long continued, "There is no need for denial, as it was I who instructed Lu Nan to deliver that case file to you. And I witnessed her hand it over to you personally." "What? It was you?" I could no longer remain seated, rising abruptly from the sofa. "No, it cannot be. She clearly said. She said it was Lu Yong who asked her to give it to you, right?" Su Long sighed in resignation. "If that were the case, how could you have taken it so readily? Who are you? Why are you doing this?" I asked in a low voice. Su Long waved his hand, signaling me to remain calm. Once I had settled back onto the sofa, he continued, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you understand I am on your side." I gazed at him in confusion, trying to discern the truth in his expression. However, like Lu Yong, Su Long possessed a countenance that was difficult to decipher. If Lu Nan was indeed sent by him, and he claimed to be on my side, then he and Lu Yong must be. "So Lu Yong and you?" I ventured to ask. In truth, I've been investigating him all along. Su Long's candidness astonished me. I was momentarily speechless, forcing a scornful smile onto my face. "Investigating him? Huh, you still think you can deceive me? You are all in cahoots. I have not forgotten what transpired a few days ago." To my surprise, Su Long sighed heavily, disappointment evident in his voice. "It seems you have not examined that case file. Otherwise, you would not say such things." I nodded. "Indeed, I have no idea what you are talking about." Su Long flashed me a peculiar smile, pointing at me as he remarked, "You remain so cautious. It appears that amnesia has not altered your inherent disposition." Amnesia again. I found myself in a state of vexation, my hands forcefully striking the coffee table before me, my gaze fixed intently upon the man seated across from me. What precisely had I forgotten? My memories of the past remained vivid and clear. This matter is lengthy to recount, and our time is precious. You will comprehend the situation upon reviewing the case documents, and naturally, you will come to believe the words I now utter. Su Long met my gaze unwaveringly as he spoke, which instilled a sense of tranquility within me regarding his intentions. Yet, could I place my trust solely based on this instinct? I was no naive child. Su Long seemed to perceive my inner turmoil and reassured me, stating, "I understand your apprehensions. There is no need for you to trust me immediately. However, the current circumstances are exceedingly disadvantageous for you. A fact you must be acutely aware of. The key to unraveling all enigmas lies within the case of the revenge chamber. Every word Su Long uttered resonated deeply within me, leaving no room for doubt. Coupled with my newfound awareness of Liu Yang's conspiracy, I found myself leaning further towards trust in Su Long. I furrowed my brow, contemplating for an extended period before releasing a heavy sigh, fearing that retrieving those documents might prove to be a daunting task now. In response to Su Long's puzzled expression, I recounted the events that transpired after I brought the documents home. To my astonishment, he slammed his fist down heavily on the coffee table, startling me profoundly. I had not anticipated that they had already taken action. I was indeed a step behind. Su Long, with an expression of indignation, remarked, "Yet your handling of the situation was commendable. I believe they cannot yet ascertain whether you have regained your memory. As long as this remains the case, you shall remain safe. Regarding the case documents, I shall provide you with another copy, but this will be the final one, and you must safeguard it diligently." I nodded slightly in acknowledgement, yet my curiosity proved insatiable as I inquired, "But what precisely have I forgotten? Could you not divulge a fragment of that information?" Upon hearing this, Su Long furrowed his brow, his gaze laden with complexity, as if grappling with a momentous decision. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke slowly. "It is not that I wish to withhold information. Rather, I fear that what I might reveal could be too burdensome for you to bear. It is not unusual to find such burdens difficult to endure. Any normal individual would react similarly. However, would this truly prevent one from contemplating the matter? Would it not be a form of self-deception?" My voice was resolute as I insisted. "I wish to know." "Very well, I shall tell you. You surely have not forgotten the old case you experienced 3 years ago?" I nodded silently, awaiting the astonishing revelations that Su Long was about to impart. Although that case ultimately reached resolution, with the perpetrator brought to justice, in truth, there remains a co-conspirator who has yet to face punishment. At this juncture, Su Long abruptly paused, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon me. I felt as though I were on the verge of suffocation. His implication was unmistakable. In disbelief, I exclaimed, You mean to say that the unpunished co-conspirator is me?" Su Long remained silent, his silence serving as an affirmation of my inquiry. "But I was merely an accidental witness, and it was I who had transported the victim to the hospital. It was I." My voice grew increasingly fervent, culminating in a near roar. Su Long regarded me with a hint of pity, his tone gentle as he spoke. "Were it not for this situation, how could you have been detained and interrogated by the police for over 3 months? You are mistaken. You have wronged me. I am innocent." I felt myself on the verge of losing control. The truth was beyond the limits of what could be described as unbearable. "Do you truly believe that the entire criminal investigation team consists of fools? Or do you think that everyone has conspired to slander you?" Su Long's voice, though soft, struck my heart like a heavy hammer. Suddenly, I felt as though I had aged decades. My body deflated like a punctured balloon, and I slumped onto the sofa, weakly asking, "If I am the criminal, why do you continue to spare me? Though you are indeed a felon, you have assisted us in apprehending other criminals, and besides, you did not personally commit murder. Do you understand? A tainted witness?" I laughed bitterly, as though I had plummeted from heaven to hell. "Is it not cruel of you to tell me this now? I comprehend your feelings, yet I hope you can understand that I would not resort to this unless absolutely necessary." "Absolutely necessary? Are you referring to the murder case in the sealed room?" Su Long nodded solemnly. "That is why I say that case is the key to unraveling all mysteries. Only by solving that locked room murder can you achieve true liberation." I wished to go outside for a moment, to be alone with my thoughts. I rose, not waiting for Su Long's response, and headed towards the door. Fortunately, he did not stop me. Perhaps even he felt that I needed a moment to reflect. Outside, the rain had begun to fall, a gentle drizzle that mirrored my somber mood, with not a trace of sunshine to be found. I walked in the rain, oblivious to my surroundings. The blow had come too abruptly, and despite my own shortcomings, the label of criminal was excessively shocking. It had utterly shattered my psychological boundaries. The rain intensified, pounding against my face, trickling down my neck and seeping into my open collar, chilling my skin to the bone in this frigid weather. I took out my phone and dialed Nie Qian's number, expressing my desire to meet her. After arranging a meeting place, I hung up, 3 years ago, my breakup with Nie Qian had been precipitated by that very case, and she could not possibly be unaware of the truth. If I had forgotten that incident due to amnesia, why was she concealing it from me? With this question in mind, I arrived at our meeting place, Dream Coffee. As I stepped into the establishment, drenched, nearly everyone cast me peculiar glances. A familiar server hurried to bring me a dry towel and a cup of hot water, inquiring about my purpose for visiting, and after ensuring my comfort against the chill, went off to prepare my coffee. I knew that had I not been a regular patron, I would have been politely asked to leave, for my current appearance might, to some extent, disrupt their business. The biting chill tempered my fevered mind. Although Su Long had personally unveiled the cocoon scar upon my body, his words rang true. The past had transpired, and at this juncture, fear and evasion could scarcely remedy the situation. I found myself cornered, teetering on the precipice, where a single misstep could plunge me into an unfathomable abyss. I did not wish to perish, nor did I desire to forfeit the opportunity to reunite with Nie Qian. Thus, I must seek clarity and summon my inner strength. Suddenly, I felt a gentle push on my shoulder, followed by the soft, melodious voice of Nie Qian. "Hey, June?" As if awakening from a dream, I turned to behold my elegantly adorned girlfriend, and my emotions became even more intricate. "Oh, you're here. What were you thinking about?" "I called your name several times, yet you did not respond," she inquired, taking a seat across from me with a look of concern. I was momentarily at a loss for words. The questions I had intended to ask vanished from my mind upon her arrival. Perhaps, amused, Nie Qian, like myself, had simply forgotten the incident from 3 years ago, rather than intentionally deceiving me. Did she not express something similar yesterday? "June, Lu Yun, what is wrong with you? Is something the matter?" Nie Qian's voice rose, brimming with genuine concern. "I'm fine. I merely missed you, which is why I summoned you." The absurdity of this excuse rendered me speechless. I accepted the dry towel from the waiter, dabbing in my rain-soaked hair, while observing Nie Qian's expression. "What is the matter? If you don't speak soon, I will leave." When Nie Qian spoke with such firmness, it was clear she was genuinely upset. I sighed in resignation, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What kind of person am I? Why do you still choose to be with me?" Her hand, holding the cup, suddenly stilled, the coffee swirling within before settling back into calmness. She gently set the cup down, locking eyes with me. "I understand now. About that incident 3 years ago, have you truly forgotten?" How I longed for her to provide me with an affirmative answer, even if it were a fabrication. However, after a moment of silence, she slowly shook her head. Why have you concealed this from me?" I endeavored to lower my voice, yet it still drew the attention of those around us. "Can we return and discuss this?" "I know." I rudely interrupted her. "We must address this now. Why?" Nie Qian finally erupted in anger, abruptly standing and turning towards the exit. My heart, which had just begun to settle, ignited like dry grass tossed into a flame. In a state of desperation, I pursued her, grasping her arm as she attempted to cross the street. Her umbrella slipped from my grip and fell to the ground, instantly drenching us both in the rain, leaving us in a disheveled state. "Tell me, what is the reason? Why deceive me?" I relentlessly pressed. Nie Qian forcefully broke free from my grasp, her voice tinged with tears as she exclaimed, "I love you. I do not wish to lose you, nor do I want to embarrass you. The events have long since passed. Since I've moved on, why must you bring it up again? In this manner, everything is indeed true. I am truly a criminal." Suddenly, the world around me began to spin, and shortly thereafter, I lost consciousness. Chapter 25. The third victim. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an unfamiliar setting, surrounded by a blinding whiteness. Where am I? I struggled to utter those 3 words, and beside me, Nie Qian's voice rang out with joy. "June, you're finally awake. You scare me half to death." "Where am I?" I repeated my question. Nie Qian's face appeared before me, looking somewhat haggard. "You were in the hospital. You fainted outside the CAF just now." Remembering my earlier hysteria, I felt a pang of guilt and said, "I'm sorry for being so unreasonable earlier. No, it's my fault. I knew you had been under so much stress these days, yet I acted so selfishly." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, tears welling up and threatening to spill. I reached out to gently caress her face, just as a familiar voice interrupted. "Oh, come on. Aren't you two a bit too cozy?" This is a hospital. Save the flirting for home, will you? It was Lin Hui. I hadn't expected him to be here as well. Nie Qian's face flushed at his words, and she shyly stepped aside, revealing Lin Hui's mischievous countenance. He stared at me for a moment and then remarked, "Look at you, still have the energy to flirt. You must be feeling better. So stop pretending to be dead and get up to leave this place soon." Oh no, don't pull my ear, that hurts." Suddenly, a fair hand seized his ear, followed by a scolding voice. "You really have a way with words, don't you? What kind of place is this? Talking about life and death." The speaker was none other than Zhong Lu, Lin Hui's first love and Nie Qian's roommate. It was evident that she had accompanied Lin Hui. "Oh dear," Lin Hui whimpered like a child caught misbehaving, repeatedly begging for mercy. I couldn't help but chuckle, though it quickly turned into a fit of coughs. Nie Qian hurriedly patted my chest and turned to glare at the lively duo, exasperatedly saying, "Enough! Can you two stop making noise? He needs to rest. Well, now that we see you're fine, we can relax. We'll take our leave now. Call me if anything comes up." Lin Hui finally escaped from his girlfriend's clutches, sticking his tongue out at me as he left with Zhong Lu. What on earth happened to me? Why did I suddenly faint? I shifted my body to lie more comfortably. Nie Qian shot me a reproachful glance. "You're exhausted, aren't you? You've been under immense pressure these past few days, and now you've also caught a cold from the rain. How could your body possibly endure that?" Suddenly, I remembered Su Long still at the safe house and quickly asked, "How long have I been asleep? What time is it?" Nie Qian raised her wrist to glance at her watch and replied, "It's 9 in the evening. You've been asleep for about 7 hours. What? That long?" A wave of anxiety washed over me as I struggled to sit up, but Nie Qian forcefully pushed me back down onto the bed. "You need rest right now, and you still have inflammation in your body. The doctor is worried about the risk of infection, so you can't be discharged tonight. As for Su Long, he called earlier, and I informed him of your condition. He said to take good care of yourself, and that we would discuss things tomorrow." Tomorrow? Did he really say that? Could I possibly deceive you? Even in the face of monumental events, you must prioritize rest. Nie Qian fixed her wide eyes upon me. I helplessly turned my gaze to the ceiling, suddenly recalling something, and spoke. "While we have this moment, could you recount the events from 3 years ago?" At my request, Nie Qian paused, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. "Do you truly wish to know? But you haven't even had dinner, and your health is. I'm fine. After all, I have already come to terms with the worst possible outcome. What could be worse than that? Tell me." I emphasized my request, for my inquiry into Nie Qian was not solely out of personal curiosity, but also an attempt to validate the truth of Su Long's claims. I have always harbored doubts about Su Long recognizing my insistence. Nie Qian sighed and shook her head, acknowledging that burying this matter was no longer feasible. Alas, given the current circumstances, there's only so much I can divulge, as most information has not been released to the public by the authorities. I responded with a non-committal sound, choosing not to meet her gaze, but rather waiting in silence. Although I retained some fragmented memories of the events from 3 years prior, they were hazy at best. Perhaps this very obscurity was why I sought clarification. Regardless of how much Nie Qian knew, it was bound to exceed my own understanding. She rose from the bed and took a seat beside me, gradually recounting the sorrowful events of that time. I recall it was a heinous murder case that stirred the entire city into a frenzy. The exact date escapes me, but I remember that the victims were a family of 4. The assailants entered their home and committed murder, not for theft but for blood, employing the most brutal methods. The outcome was tragic, resulting in 3 deaths and 1 injury, with 4 perpetrators involved. At this juncture, my breath quickened, and I interrupted her, stammering, "Could it be that I was one of them?" I gazed at her with pleading eyes, hoping she would refrain from uttering that dreadful truth. Yet, deep down, I understood that it was futile to deceive myself. There was no escaping this reality. After a prolonged silence, Nie Qian finally nodded, reminiscent of a judge delivering a verdict, her words landing heavily upon me. I felt as though the world had tilted beneath my feet. Although I had braced myself for this revelation, my heart plummeted to unfathomable depths, the emotional upheaval utterly devastating. Despair enveloped me as I closed my eyes, rendered speechless, until her next words offered a glimmer of solace to my shattered soul. She said, "However, you are unlike the other 3 assailants. You were merely a lookout and did not partake in the killings. Moreover, you were the one who saved the family's sole survivor, and ultimately, you became a key witness, thereby atoning for your involvement. Atone? My lips twitched involuntarily. Could the loss of 3 lives be dismissed as mere atonement? I felt my eyes welling with tears, my voice trembling as I asked, why did we do such a thing? What was the motive for the murders? I was unaware of the family's identity, as the reports had not clarified that detail, and furthermore, they were victims of revenge. The other 3 individuals you were with received death sentences, yet you alone remain alive. I listened with a grave expression, and upon noticing that Nie Chien had no intention of continuing, I curiously inquired, is that all? Are there no further details? For instance, the victim's name or the perpetrator's method of murder? Nie Chien, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, replied with a melancholic demeanor. All I know is merely this. The reason for our breakup was my inability to accept this reality. Consequently, I deliberately shielded myself from any news regarding that case and ceased to follow it closely. Your choice was indeed the right one. If I were truly that kind of person, you should not be with me. A profound sense of inferiority enveloped me, leaving me deeply disheartened. Nie Chien tenderly caressed my cheek with her soft, subtly fragrant hand and compassionately remarked, at that time, I truly despised you. I even thought you deserved to be sentenced like the other 3 criminals. You have always believed that my departure was due to your rescue of that survivor. But in truth, it was my anger over how you shattered the happiness that rightfully belonged to us. Her words, though piercing, did not evoke displeasure within me. Rather, they brought a sense of relief and unraveled a long-buried knot in my heart. Nie Chien's decision to part ways was born of necessity, not a lack of affection. Had I been in her position, I would likely have made the same choice. Coming to this realization rejuvenated my spirit. So, are you saying that the person I saved back then is still alive? If that is indeed the case, it would undoubtedly provide me with an important clue. Nie Chien's hand lingered in the air for a moment, her face reflecting contemplation. Yes, that should be it, she affirmed. I furrowed my brow, attempting to recall the events of that fateful night 3 years ago, during which I had saved a woman on the brink of death on my way home from work. Alas, she succumbed shortly after reaching the hospital, and I found myself under suspicion from the police. Their incompetence led to my confinement in the Criminal Investigation Unit, and it was only after 3 months of fruitless interrogation that I was finally released. I gazed at Nie Chien in confusion. This is all I know? Why is it that I cannot remember anything you mentioned? Nie Chien looked at me with compassion, explaining, when a person experiences immense psychological trauma, they may suffer from selective amnesia, forgetting those memories they wish to avoid. However, this is merely my conjecture. I believe you are likely experiencing just that. I nodded, somewhat skeptical, but the thought that someone had survived due to my actions brought a glimmer of solace, alleviating some of the burdens weighing on my heart. Nie Chien smiled, albeit bittersweetly. After we reconciled, I resolved never to bring up the events of 3 years ago again, but alas, fate has a way of making one confront what they wish to evade. I opened my arms and embraced her, softly whispering in her ear, I am uncertain of what it means to be a man, but for you and our future, I will strive to be strong, no matter how treacherous the path ahead may be. Yes, remember your words today. Whatever may happen in the future, you must uphold your promises. Nie Chien had already started to cry, her face resembling a weeping pear blossom. Gently, I wiped the tears from her cheeks, striving to coax a smile from her gloomy visage as I said, I am hungry. Could you please fetch me something to eat? Upon seeing my renewed appetite, Nie Chien's spirits lifted considerably. She nodded, brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and left the hospital room with a cheerful demeanor. Once she departed, I grasped the phone on the table and dialed Sulong. I urgently requested the materials concerning the old case from 3 years prior, emphasizing the need for swift delivery. Sulong's demeanor remained as unflappable as ever, calm and composed. He first inquired about my health before agreeing to personally bring the case files, citing safety concerns. As for the documents left with Uncle Yin, their retrieval had become inconsequential. Those who needed to have seen them, including Lu Yong, had already done so. Our immediate priority was to expedite the investigation, hoping to resolve this case before the opposition could mount a counterattack. After Nie Qian returned with the meals, I had to persuade her for quite some time before she reluctantly agreed to leave for home. She had also been caught in the rain outside the CF earlier that day and had yet to change her clothes, making her susceptible to illness. Not long after her departure, Su Long arrived at the hospital bearing 2 pieces of news, both of which were unfortunate. The staff member from the revenge escape room, who had served us on the day of the incident, had vanished without a trace. The criminal police team had collaborated with surrounding counties to widen their search, but apprehending him in the short term proved exceedingly difficult, a development I had anticipated. However, the second piece of news Su Long brought nearly caused me to faint anew. Zhu Lu, who had managed to leave the country through connections, had died abroad. How did he meet his end? A car accident. And what else? Was Zhu Lu's death a homicide or merely an accident? I pressed for more details. Su Long shrugged his shoulders, indicating his lack of knowledge. We had only just received the news, and further inquiries would depend on the local police's investigation, as the incident had occurred in a foreign land beyond our jurisdiction. Another death. This is becoming exceedingly coincidental, isn't it? Su Long seemed to sense the implication in my words and clarified, I understand your thoughts. However, linking this car accident to the murder case here is rather tenuous. Of the 8 individuals who were present at the revenge escape room that day, only 5 remain. Not only have they not left the country, but they haven't even left this city. Do you still suspect that the murderer is among us? What about the missing staff member? Is it not possible that he could be involved? Su Long shook his head. We have already investigated, and there are no records of him leaving the country. Unless he has illegally crossed the border, he should still be in the mainland. This is indeed uncanny, I jestingly remarked. By your reasoning, this car accident can only be an accident. Otherwise, we would need to summon a medium, as it seems humans are powerless in this matter. Suddenly, a flicker of insight illuminated my mind. There exists another possibility. What if this car accident was staged and Zhu Lu is in fact alive? Why would he do such a thing? Su Long inquired, puzzled. First, he is indeed the murderer. Thus, even if we ultimately trace it back to him, it will only be assumed that the perpetrator has perished. And what of the second possibility? The second scenario suggests that he too has received death threats from the true killer, and in a dire situation, he had no choice but to feign his own demise. A likelihood I find more plausible. Su Long stroked his chin in contemplation, as though struck by a revelation. He abruptly rose from his chair, exclaiming that it was currently daytime in that country, and he would immediately investigate this matter, promising to inform me as soon as he had any updates. As he spoke, he hurriedly departed. The ward fell silent once more, and with a sense of trepidation, I picked up the case files that Su Long had brought, inhaling deeply as I slowly extracted the stack of documents from the paper bag. What is destined to arrive will ultimately come. Chapter 26. The old case. This is a complete case investigation report, albeit not the original, a fact discernible from the quality of the paper and print. The original must be the one I inadvertently left at home. With a heart full of trepidation, I began to peruse these documents, and it was evident that the police had devoted immense effort to this case, capturing every detail in the investigation report. Even the seemingly trivial matters were meticulously documented. The information and revelations contained within this report were nothing short of explosive. The striking title nearly caused me to tumble from my hospital bed. XX City 10. 18 major burglary and homicide case involving a police officer. Burglary? Homicide? I was astounded to discover that the victim of this old case was a police officer. Perhaps this was the true reason behind the considerable uproar, and the theft mentioned here diverged from the revenge killing that Nie Qian had adamantly insisted upon. However, after so many years, it would be only natural for her to have misremembered some details. Yet, upon closer examination, I realized that Nie Qian's account was not incorrect, merely incomplete. The incident occurred on the evening of October 18th, 3 years ago, at room 303, number 12, Mingxing Road. And these details broadly aligned with my recollection of the time and place where I rescued the injured woman. It appeared that Nie Qian's inference regarding my selective amnesia was indeed accurate, and I would need to find time to visit the hospital. The victim was a family of 4. The male head named Shui Zilong, aged 55, who was then the captain of the criminal investigation team. If I were not mistaken, he must have been Lu Yong's predecessor. This realization suddenly illuminated why Su Long had been investigating Lu Yong. It might be connected to this very matter. In an instant, I felt as if I had shifted identities, transforming from a suspect to a police officer. Though Lu Yong's insistence on involving me remains unclear, it is evident that this was a desperate measure on his part. Keeping me close would only sow discord, as I, an amnesiac, could inadvertently become a ticking time bomb for him. As for solving the case, that was merely a pretext for him to keep tabs on me. I could scarcely believe that a distinguished criminal investigation unit had fallen to the point of relying on a criminal to crack their cases. From my perspective, Lu Yong's gravest misstep was his association with Uncle Yin. Had it not been for the latter's negligence, I would still be in the dark. And then there was Su Long, who perhaps could never have imagined that his trusted deputy had been secretly investigating him all along. However, when it comes to Su Long, he presents the greatest enigma to me. Setting aside other considerations, his approach to the investigation of Lu Yong appeared somewhat illogical. This was precisely what I had pondered just a moment ago, since I was an eyewitness to the police murder case from 3 years prior. Su Long could easily take me to the hospital for treatment. If my memory could be restored, I would be able to directly confront Lu Yong on the matter. If he was indeed connected to that case, would it not streamline the investigative process significantly? Upon reflection, the risks of such an approach are considerable. Should we inadvertently alert the enemy before we are fully prepared, it would provoke a fierce retaliation from Lu Yong, one that we are currently ill-equipped to withstand, at least from my perspective. This, perhaps, elucidates Su Long's decision to conduct his investigation discreetly. The clock in the hospital softly chimed 11 o'clock, while I continued to pore over the report in my hands for the third time. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the means to recover my memory were not confined to the hospital. This case investigation report might contain a fragment of information that could illuminate my understanding. In fact, during my initial reading, vague images had begun to materialize in my mind, albeit indistinct and unrelated. The case has 3 other victims: Xue Zilong's wife, Zhao Rong, aged 50, the head nurse at the municipal hospital; Xue Zilong's father, Xue Jiang, aged 78, and Xue Zilong's daughter, Xue Renqing, aged 24, a student at a local university. The individual I rescued was Xue Renqing. Eagerly, I scoured the document for a photograph and information regarding her recovery, but to my astonishment, such a detailed report contained no image of her, and the records only noted that she had been rescued and taken to the hospital, without any clues as to her subsequent whereabouts. It seems imperative that I inquire about this when I next meet Su Long. The heinous crime occurred around 6 o'clock in the evening. The assailants, as defined by the police, displayed little sophistication. They invaded Xue Zilong's home, where the family was still dining, and ruthlessly attacked the 4 inhabitants, resulting in 3 fatalities and 1 injury. The report was made by a neighbor who, upon hearing the commotion, ventured outside to investigate, only to find Xue Zilong lying at the entrance of his home. Fortunately, the assailants had already fled, or he too might have fallen victim. Minutes later, a team of detectives led by Lu Yong cordoned off the scene. Xue Zilong bore 10 stab wounds, inflicted by either slashing or piercing, with the fatal blows striking his heart. Analysis suggests he was ambushed while opening the door, caught completely off guard, which explains why the esteemed head of the criminal police was so easily overwhelmed. On the floor beside the dining table lay Xue Zilong's father, who succumbed to a knife wound to the throat. The food on the table remained warm when the police arrived, indicating that the family had just begun their dinner. In Xue Zilong's bedroom, his wife was found collapsed against the bedside table, one hand clutching the telephone receiver, presumably having intended to call for help upon hearing the disturbance at the door, only to be fatally stabbed from behind by the approaching assailant. The report concludes here. But intriguingly, the records regarding Xue Renqing are detailed on subsequent pages. This initially surprised me, but upon closer examination, I discovered the reason. When the police arrived, Xue Renqing was not present at the scene. It was only through following the blood trail, aided by surveillance footage along the route, that they ultimately located her at the hospital. Consequently, my role in bringing her to the hospital quickly led to my identification and arrest. Upon reaching this point, I twisted my somewhat stiff and aching neck, set aside the documents, and gently closed my eyes, Yet my mind was immersed in the peculiar thoughts of my past. Logically, if I were to act alongside those heinous murderers, I would hardly be considered a virtuous individual. Having chosen to strike down someone of Xue Zilong's stature, it was imperative to eliminate any trace. Thus, why did I feel compelled to save Xue Renqing? More importantly, how did I manage to rescue her right under the noses of my three accomplices? I delved deep into my memory, recalling the events of October 18th, 3 years prior, hoping to grasp even a few fragmented recollections. Regrettably, despite having perused all the case files, aside from the fact that I had indeed saved Xue Renqing, I could not recollect anything else. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that I was not merely forgetful, but rather ensnared by some inexplicable enchantment. I slowly opened my eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over me as the harsh fluorescent light flickered in the room, causing a dizzying sensation. I should have turned off the light and surrendered to a tranquil slumber, thus justifying my night spent in the hospital. Yet, the case files in my hands resembled a suspenseful novel, impossible to abandon. Of course, the reason I was contemplating such matters at 11 o'clock in the hospital room was due to my occupancy of a single patient room, devoid of any other patients. I picked up the case files once more, my gaze traversing the words upon the pages, transporting me back 3 years to the moment of my arrest by the authorities. They had proposed that I become a witness for the prosecution, assuring me of personal safety and a minimal sentence. I acquiesced to their demands. This decision did not astonish my present self. After all, my act of saving Xue Renqing indicated that my conscience had not entirely eroded. Thus, a hypothesis took shape. The intention to murder the Xue family was likely not my own, but rather the result of overwhelming coercion that compelled me to partake in their heinous deeds. Understanding this alleviated some of my bitter and vexed emotions. Yet it also gave rise to further perplexities stemming from illogical reasoning. Much like a sticky piece of candy, difficult to disentangle. There were 3 assailants involved in the murders. Luo Ping, a 38-year-old unemployed male, an outsider to the city. His brother, Luo Yong, age 35, also unemployed, and Zhang Guang, a 42-year-old unemployed male, a resident of the city. As I repeated these names, Luo Ping, Luo Yong, Zhang Guang, I found myself unable to associate them with any faces, further confirming that my involvement in this notorious case was entirely beyond my control. In the weeks following the incident, under my guidance, the 3 apprehended criminals were swiftly brought to trial. Remarkably, not a single lawyer was willing to defend them, resulting in a verdict that was overwhelmingly one-sided, devoid of any opportunity for appeal. The sentence was death. This was hardly surprising. However, when the police inquired about their motives, Luo Ping and Zhang Guang cited vengeance as their reasoning, while Luo Yong provided a distinct justification: money. However, there were no signs of any search in Xue Zilong's home, leading the police to unanimously believe that Luo Yong was merely attempting to mislead and buy time, given the severity of the case and its detrimental impact. In order to prevent public panic, the 3 perpetrators were swiftly executed by firing squad just days after the court's ruling. As an accomplice who had initially been a whistleblower in this entire affair, I was incarcerated for 3 months in the criminal police unit before my eventual release, having earned a degree of leniency through my confession. Thus, the case report reaches its conclusion, and the entire matter is finally resolved. I lay supine on the hospital bed, my hand slackening as the documents I held cascaded to the floor like snowflakes. This outcome obliterated any remnants of hope I had clung to. Regardless of my justifications from that year, I ultimately shattered a family. If given the chance, I would sincerely wish to find Xue Renqing and express my heartfelt apologies. I extinguished the light in the room. At that moment, the darkness enveloped me with a sense of familiarity and ease, as though those unseen by me were equally oblivious to my presence. I could not help but chuckle at this absurd notion of self-deception. The rhythmic ticking of the clock's second hand gradually calmed my racing thoughts, and I became unaware of when sleep claimed me. When I next opened my eyes, I was greeted by an unfamiliar scene, a corridor and a door. Chapter 27. 3 questions. The relentless pressure of recent days has rendered my consciousness ethereal with dreams, guided by this wavering awareness, becoming increasingly elusive. Ever since that eerie footprint appeared in my home, I've often found myself entangled between the realms of dream and reality. However, this time, I am certain that I am dreaming, for the scene before me, shrouded in a hazy distortion, evokes an unmistakable sense of unreality. I have never encountered this corridor before, yet the door before me feels strangely familiar, as it is an ordinary door, commonplace in its existence. Adorned with an inverted character for blessing, its vivid crimson hue resembles blood, suggesting that it might drip at any moment, instilling a sense of dread within me. I yearn to approach it, yet fear holds me back. My consciousness commands my body to maintain distance, yet my legs refuse to retreat even an inch. A cacophony emanates from beyond the door, as if cries for help or wails of despair are unfolding on the other side. Indeed, this is merely a sensation, for I can hear no actual sounds. I am bewildered by my presence in this place, just as I am puzzled by the nature of this dream, absurd, bizarre, and somewhat nonsensical. Just as I believe this strange dream would conclude amidst these convoluted feelings, the doors suddenly swung open, and a deluge of blood red surged forth, accompanied by the acrid scent of blood and a profound silence that starkly contrasted with the earlier chaos. In an instant, several shadowy figures burst from the room, their faces obscured. Instinctively, I turned to flee, while they pursued me relentlessly. I could not discern whom they were chasing, yet I had no intention of stopping. My heart gripped tightly, ceasing to beat. Gradually, the oppressive sensation of being hunted dissipated, and I found myself, unbeknownst to me, in a desolate clearing. This place was no longer unfamiliar. I recognized it instantly as the very spot where I first laid eyes on Shui Renqing. A visage of an unfamiliar woman appeared before me, yet I instinctively identified her as Shui Renqing. Her right hand, stained with blood, grasped my ankle tightly, her lips moving as if uttering something, while two colors of liquid flowed from her eyes, miraculously merging and separating, cascading down her cheeks to her hands, and trickling down my calf like serpents of crimson, winding their way up my body, entwining around my neck. No, I jolted awake, gasping as I sat up in my hospital bed, drenched in cold sweat, my hands trembling violently as they gripped the blankets. It was only when a gentle hand rested upon mine that my anxious heart began to find some semblance of calm. "June, what is the matter? Did you have a nightmare?" It was Nie Qian. Her voice at that moment sounded like celestial music to my ears, resonating deep within my heart. I nodded slightly. The tide of terror that had surged through me in the dream now receding with the sunlight streaming through the window, leaving behind fragmented remnants. This time, I had nearly recalled the entirety of the dream, aside from the nightmarish Shui Renqing, the corridor, and that ominous door. As I turned over, disregarding my bodily fatigue, I attempted to retrieve the case files I had carelessly discarded on the floor last night, only to find the ground devoid of anything. A frown creased my forehead as I murmured, "Where is that document?" Nie Qian, hands akimbo, scrutinized me with annoyance and remarked, "You truly do not cherish your health. Ill as you are, you still immerse yourself in these matters, leading to nightmares, I presume?" I paid her no heed, continuing my search. With a resigned sigh, Nie Qian stated, "I've organized everything for you." She then opened a drawer of the cabinet beside her, extracting a file bag and hesitantly presenting it to me. "Here, take it, but while you peruse it, do not overexert yourself." I eagerly accepted the file, rummaging through its contents until my movements abruptly halted, my gaze fixated on a photograph. Nie Qian, sensing my unease, leaned in to investigate. Puzzled, she asked, "What troubles you? Why do you stare blankly at this door?" Indeed, it was this very door. I muttered, lost in thought. I just saw this in my dream. Who would have thought? This is Shui Zilong's home. Having dreamed of it? What does that signify? She inquired. It signifies that I had indeed been there, that my memories were gradually resurfacing. As I spoke, my emotions were in tumult. On one hand, I felt elated at drawing closer to the truth, yet on the other, I was unprepared to fully embrace this reality. Nie Qian silently handed me a box of milk and a loaf of bread, her expression grave. Since our reunion, I had never witnessed such a demeanor from her, prompting me to ask with concern, "Xiao Qian, What is troubling you? Why do you look so pale? She turned her face aside, her shoulders trembling slightly, and suddenly, she began to weep. Taken aback, I set down the food and gently turned her shoulder, gazing into her reddened eyes as I inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Nietien shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. "If only I could, I truly wish to never speak of this again. It is a nightmare. For both of us." As she spoke, her sobs grew more intense. I comforted her softly, caressing her back, yet I found myself puzzled. Was her reaction not excessively fervent? After all, I was the one directly involved in that old case. Suddenly, Nietien stifled her tears, lifting her gaze to meet mine. "June, let us go. Let us leave everything behind and depart from here. Shall we? Depart from here?" I was taken aback by her sudden and inexplicable suggestion, staring in astonishment for a moment before skeptically asking, "Xiao Qian, what is going on with you today?" Nie Qian sighed, the spark in her eyes flickering out. She wiped the tears from her cheeks, managing a bitter smile. "I am fine. Perhaps I have encountered too much in recent days, coupled with idleness at home, leading to these errant thoughts. But do not worry, I have found a job and will start tomorrow." "A job?" Her decision seemed rather impulsive, leaving me momentarily stunned. "What will you be doing?" "I am merely a clerk employed by a private enterprise, seeking to occupy myself and alleviate the monotony of endless days spent at home." I nodded in agreement, for it is essential for one to find endeavors to engage in. Otherwise, it may indeed resonate with the adage that one may live to 80 yet die at 25. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and our conversation dwindled into silence. I quietly consumed the bread and milk brought by Nie Qian, my mind beginning to contemplate the day's agenda. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a robust man strode in, Deputy Captain Su Long of the Criminal Investigation Team. Upon his entrance, Nie Qian hastily rose from her bed and retreated to the side, tending to her somewhat weary appearance. After all, a woman always cherishes her beauty, regardless of the circumstances. Su Long cast a curious glance her way before making his way directly to my bedside. Just as he was about to speak, I interjected, stating, "You arrived at the perfect time. I have thoroughly reviewed the case files and wish to inquire about a few matters." "Where is Shui Renqing now?" Su Long paused, repeating the name twice before realizing, "You mean the sole survivor of the 10/18 case?" "Yes, the girl I rescued." "Where is she now?" As soon as I finished speaking, Su Long replied, "I do not know. She left after the trial, and her whereabouts remain unknown. Not even you are aware." I pressed, "Why would we know?" "She is not a criminal. The case has been resolved, and the perpetrator has been brought to justice. She is entitled to live her life free from interference." He was correct, leaving me at a loss for words. Furthermore, after enduring such a tragedy, it is only natural for most individuals to distance themselves from the sorrowful city, vanishing into anonymity. Thus, searching for Shui Renqing is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, I could not suppress my frustration and asked, "Is there truly no other way? If we could locate her, everything would fall into place." Su Long contemplated for a moment, his gaze drifting toward Nie Qian, who stood by the window. I understood his implication and asserted with unwavering conviction, "Nie Qian is my girlfriend. Feel free to speak openly." Su Long remained reticent, which left me feeling quite affronted. Just as I was about to express my indignation, Nie Qian gently interjected, "I will prepare lunch for you. I shall return shortly." With that, she disregarded my call and exited the room. I glared at Su Long, speaking in a low, firm tone. "Is this what you desired? Are you satisfied now?" "May I speak, Deputy Captain Su? It is not that I distrust your friend, but you must understand that what we are doing allows for no error. If Lu Yong were to catch wind of this, the consequences would be dire. Not only would we face peril, but those around us would be in jeopardy as well." Suddenly, Su Long lowered his voice, enunciating each word carefully, just like the Shui family. Upon hearing that name, my previously fervent thoughts cooled instantly, as gruesome images from the investigative report flooded my mind, causing my stomach to churn. I fell silent. As for Shui Renqing, we have indeed contemplated seeking her out. However, let's not dwell on the past. I shall do everything within my power to locate her. Nevertheless, you ought not to place all your hopes upon her. Otherwise, It is only you who will face disappointment. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I am well aware of this principle. I nodded and raised 2 fingers, signaling that I had 2 more inquiries. Go ahead. Su Long turned his head away, revealing a hint of impatience. Why did both you and Lu Yong come to me? If Lu Yong fears that certain unspeakable conspiracies from 3 years ago will be exposed and thus seeks to control me, what about you? What can you possibly gain from me, the amnesiac party involved? If I were to regain my memory, perhaps it could be beneficial to you, but at present, Su Long's impassive facade finally revealed signs of turbulence as he interrupted me in surprise. What? Have you not recalled anything from the past after reviewing those materials? Not in the slightest. I emphasized, raising my voice deliberately. Su Long finally lost his composure, his rough hands rubbing together, a clear sign of his agitation, suggesting that my current predicament had surpassed his expectations. Yet, this provided me with an opportunity to probe him further. I subtly suggested, I am uncertain why this is the case, but if I could receive medical treatment, the chances of recovery would still be quite substantial. Would you not agree? Do you think I do not wish for that? Fortunately, you did not go. Otherwise, you might not be alive today. Su Long's words, though alarming, were not mere hyperbole, and I understood that well. Should I take such an action, Lu Yong would undoubtedly eliminate me, without mercy. Indeed, Su Long exhaled heavily and echoed my sentiments. Lu Yong wields considerable influence both within the Bureau and throughout the city. I believe you have witnessed his capabilities. Therefore, should you make any move, he will surely detect it, and I need not elaborate on the consequences. I no longer know whom I can trust. To be candid, just yesterday, I transferred Lu Nan, the policewoman who delivered the materials to you, to ensure her safety. Fortunately, Lu Yong still harbors some trust in me. If it were not for the lack of trustworthy individuals, I would not need to visit you daily, as there are numerous responsibilities awaiting me in the precinct. Thus, our only course of action is to continue investigating the murder case in the revenge chamber to avoid arousing Lu Yong's suspicions. In truth, this is the sole option before us. However, I only revealed part of this thought. The murder case resembles a double-edged sword. Either it slays the enemy or brings about self-destruction, depending on who obtains their desires first. Just moments ago, I conceived a daring strategy to use this case as a means to delay Lu Yong, thereby buying myself more time. Although this idea is fraught with peril, it is worth a try. Of course, I shall not disclose these thoughts to Su Long. Despite our alignment and burgeoning trust, I still comprehend the necessity of maintaining a guard against potential treachery. Indeed, our immediate priority is to identify the perpetrator responsible for Li Qing's demise. Su Long rose from his seat and gazed at me, stating, "Please, pose your final question." The last question is this. You have long been aware that an incident would transpire within the confines of the revenge chamber, have you not? Chapter 28. Lin Shi and Shilin, what are you saying? Despite Su Long's earnest efforts to suppress his emotions and appear composed, I could still detect the tumult within him through the cadence of his breath. I relished this sensation, the thrill of cornering him, a subtle yet potent form of retribution. After all, one cannot always be led by the nose. On that day, prior to your entry into the chamber, even we, the parties involved, were oblivious to what transpired within. Yet you insisted on breaking down the door. If you were not already privy to the situation, what compelled such an action? Furthermore, what dire circumstances necessitated the decision to force entry? I scrutinized Su Long's expression, attentive to every minute alteration, attempting to decipher his thoughts. He withheld something from me, rendering our seemingly mutual trust and reliance a fragile fade, easily shattered. I was uncertain of the purpose behind his reticence, nor could I ascertain how many other secrets he might be concealing. It was evident that he had his own agenda, which was likely not aimed at hastening the resolution of the case. Su Long, clearly a seasoned master of emotional control, fell silent for a moment before regaining his earlier calm. I did not intentionally keep this from you. It simply slipped my mind. Since you have now broached the subject, I can respond. At the time of the incident, we indeed had police stationed outside the chamber, as we received a report indicating a homicide had occurred within. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. The tragedy had already unfolded when we burst in. Someone reported it? This explanation did not fully convince me, and I casually inquired, "Have you identified the informant?" Su Long shrugged. "No, it was an anonymous tip, and we cannot trace the source of the call." His response fell within the realm of my expectations. Although I harbored doubts regarding the validity of the anonymous report, I found myself unable to disprove it, so I chose to accept it for the time being. The police had been forewarned of the possibility of Li Qing's murder, as evidenced by the number of personnel dispatched and their forceful entry. Their urgency to rescue Li Qing was indisputable. However, their approach seemed somewhat reckless, not characteristic of a trained cadre of detectives. At the very least, they should have assessed the situation within the chamber before rushing in. If their impetuousness had provoked the assailant, it could have led to more than just Li Qing's demise. Upon voicing this concern, I noticed Su Long's expression shift to one of embarrassment for the first time. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he revealed that the order had originated from Lu Yong. Although he felt the command was inappropriate, the urgency of the situation led him to acquiesce. This somewhat hasty decision, however, did not adversely affect the investigation, and thus it was subsequently forgotten by all. The matter was far from straightforward. I slowly shook my head. A seasoned detective like Lu Yong would not commit such a fundamental error. There must be another reason behind it, one that I had yet to comprehend fully. My notion elicited a contemplative expression from Su Long, who nodded slowly and remarked, "Your conjecture holds merit. If Lu Yong's command was not a mere blunder, then it stands to reason that Li Qing is indeed closely linked to him. The revenge chamber is the origin of this entire affair, which traces back to an old case from 3 years ago, directly overseen by Lu Yong. It is plausible that Li Qing is also connected to the 10/18 police murder case." At this juncture, Su Long and I exchanged glances, a peculiar sensation stirring within us. Yet curiously, Li Qing was absent from the investigative report of that case. What could this signify? If the perpetrator's motivation is indeed revenge, for whom could it possibly be? Suddenly, a name flashed in my mind, Xue Zilong. If this assailant sought vengeance on his behalf, then Li Qing must be the one responsible for Xue Zilong's demise. However, the reality seems to suggest otherwise. I felt my mind entangled, thoughts blocked, having explored countless angles regarding this case. Yet I remained devoid of the pivotal key that could unlock its mysteries. Wearily, I closed my eyes, hearing Su Long's voice beside me. "I shall endeavor to investigate what you have mentioned. If you have no further inquiries, allow me to share the information I have brought." I remained silent, tacitly consenting. First, concerning Zhu Lu's death, the foreign police's investigative report has arrived, including his DNA identification. Zhu Lu is indeed deceased, and the incident was purely accidental. I did not open my eyes, but expressed my sentiments with a hint of melancholy. Alas, such is fate, believing that fleeing abroad would grant him safety. Yet he could not escape destiny's design. If he were indeed the murderer, you might as well consider the case closed. My tone carried an air of resigned irony. Of course, to suggest closure was but a jest, yet Su Long seemed oblivious to this nuance, responding with solemnity, "That cannot be. Such a significant case must be thoroughly investigated. What if the true culprit remains at large? Perhaps this exemplifies the steadfastness and integrity of a criminal investigator." Naturally, I could not elucidate a jest to him, so I shifted the topic. "Only 5 individuals remain. How are the Yi sisters and Kong Long faring? If this situation continues, it may very well grant the perpetrator what they desire, assuming Zhu Lu is not the murderer. Rest assured, they are all residing at the bureau. Their safety is not a concern." "Not a concern?" I abruptly interrupted him. "But that is Lu Yong's territory. Can we truly afford to be unconcerned?" Su Long smiled confidently. Though Lu Yong wields considerable power, he would never commit such a foolish act within the bureau. Therefore, I am more worried about Lin Hui's safety. Fortunately, he is currently residing with you, which offers some solace." I raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "How did you know he was living with me?" Su Long paused for a moment before responding with a mysterious smile. "Such trivial matters cannot escape our notice, especially considering your current circumstances." I disdainfully curled my lips, refraining from further inquiries. I had long witnessed their methods. Tracking Lin Hui's whereabouts was merely a trifling matter. This was precisely why Su Long hesitated to take me to the hospital for treatment. At times, I find myself perplexed, unable to discern the difference between these officers and thugs, as if they would shed their uniforms only to assume a different identity. I cannot fathom why, given that they all reside within the criminal investigation team and must inevitably conduct investigations. There have been no leads after all these days. Or perhaps they're indeed innocent. Su Long did not refute my implication regarding the police's surveillance of the parties involved. Instead, he pondered for a moment and remarked, "That is indeed the case. I now even suspect that the murderer may not be among these individuals. If they were, they would have disguised themselves exceptionally well." However, such an outcome was within my expectations. After all, they are not criminals, and our investigation cannot be too aggressive, mostly exploratory in nature. I can understand their predicament. If the perpetrator were so easily dealt with, we would not be facing such troubles now. I took a cup from the bedside table, poured a bit of water, and moistened my parched throat before continuing. Aside from Zhu Lu's information, is there anything else? Not at the moment. The staff member has yet to be located. We have exhausted nearly all means, yet she seems to have vanished without a trace. This was a conclusion I had anticipated. The disappearance of the staff member further indicated her undeniable connection to the locked room murder case. What was the staff member's name? I inquired. Without hesitation, Su Long replied, Xue Shilin. I widened my eyes in astonishment. What a coincidence. She shares the surname Xue. I know what you're thinking, but unfortunately, we have investigated the Xue Zilong family, and they have no connection to this Xue Shilin, Su Long asserted confidently. Yet, doubts began to resurface in my mind. I could not believe such coincidences could occur. Had I not linked this murder case to an old case from 3 years ago, perhaps I would share Su Long's perspective, but now, this Xue Shilin. Xue Shilin. Suddenly, I silently repeated her name in my thoughts, seemingly grasping something. Shilin. Shilin. Lin Shi. Yes, it was Lin Shi, the name that had appeared in the game recording. The name for which the murderer sought vengeance. I exclaimed suddenly. In that moment, Su Long appeared to understand as well. He sprang up from his seat, realizing the implications. So that's it. Yes, it is improbable for so many coincidences to occur simultaneously. I must return immediately to reinvestigate the Xue Zilong family. His voice brimmed with excitement, and he turned as if to leave, but I called out, "Wait." Su Long turned back, regarding me with suspicion. "I wish to return to that locked room. I hope you can assist me in making arrangements. But your health?" "I am perfectly fine now." Su Long's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "When do you plan to go? So I may make the necessary arrangements." "The sooner, the better. Let it be this afternoon. I prefer to handle this alone, without any law enforcement present. Additionally, please procure a pair of headphones identical to those used on the day of the incident, along with the same recording." Su Long pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, it is settled. Upon my return to the station, I shall make the necessary arrangements for you." He then glanced at his watch, noting that it was 2 o'clock. "I will have the officers stationed there reassigned, but you will only have 1 hour for your investigation. Should you be apprehended again, there will be no one to come to your aid. An hour is ample time." After bidding farewell to Su Long, I rose from the hospital bed, stretched my limbs, and, feeling well enough, changed out of my hospital gown into my own attire. Meanwhile, Nietzschean arrived with a steaming lunch. "Why are you up? And you changed your clothes?" she inquired. "I'm fine now. I'll be discharged after lunch," I replied, reaching for the lunchbox she held. She seemed to sense my urgency and asked with concern, "Are you really okay?" "Indeed," I assured her. As we spoke, I had already set the dishes from the lunchbox on the table and picked up my chopsticks to eat. "Why are you in such a rush? Can't you eat slowly?" Nietzschean chided. "I need to step out for a moment." "Now, you said you would go at 2 o'clock. She glanced at the wall clock, noting it was still early. "No, I need to visit Mingsheng Road, Lane 901 first." Chapter 29. Room 303. Mingsheng Road. What is Mingsheng Road? Nietzschean stared at me in confusion. I popped a piece of braised pork into my mouth, the grease coating my lips as I replied, "It's Xue Zilong's home. The scene of that murder case from 3 years ago." Nietzschean nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowed with curiosity. "But why would you go there? That case has been closed for 3 years. The police have gathered all the clues. Besides, I'm sure the place has changed hands by now. How could there still be any overlooked evidence?" I understood her concerns. My purpose for visiting was not to investigate the case, but rather to return to the origin, hoping that immersing myself in the atmosphere might trigger some memories. Even if I couldn't fully recall everything, any fragment of remembrance would be better than waiting idly here. Realizing my intent, Nietzsche nodded in agreement. You must have seen Su Long earlier, right? I suddenly inquired. She looked at me in bewilderment, seemingly not grasping my meaning. I took another few bites of my meal and mumbled, otherwise, how would you know I was leaving at 2 this afternoon? At that, Nietzsche's understanding dawned on her. Oh, I thought you were referring to something else. Yes, I met that burly policeman outside the hospital. He told me you would be leaving at 2, but didn't he mention where you were headed? I furrowed my brow slightly, surprised at how quickly Su Long had divulged my whereabouts. While there was nothing inappropriate about informing Nietzsche of my plans, discussing such matters in a public hospital setting seemed somewhat unprofessional for someone in his field. Nietzsche gazed at me intently, as if still awaiting my response. I need to revisit the revenge chamber at Happy Manor, but before that I glanced at the clock. It was 10 past 11, just enough time for me to make a trip to Shui Zilong's former residence. You really don't take care of yourself, do you? Just when you're starting to feel better, you're off running around. What if you fall ill again? Nietzsche shook her head in exasperation. Her concern was genuine, and it didn't deter my plans. She was a perceptive girl, well aware of the current situation. Lowering her gaze, she quietly began to clear the table. I'll help you with the discharge paperwork shortly. You should return early this evening. Her thoughtfulness stirred a twinge of guilt within me. I gently embraced her from behind, feeling a wave of sentiment. You're becoming more and more like a devoted wife, I remarked wistfully. Nietzsche pouted and wriggled free from my grasp, shooting me a playful glare. Who is your wife? Stop trying to flatter me. If you must go, then go, but please be careful. Yes, thank you for your concern. My dear wife. I feigned a cheeky demeanor, saluting her as I stepped out of the ward, leaving her flustered yet amused. Just as I reached the door, I halted abruptly, turning back to remind Nietzsche to safeguard the case files diligently before I felt at ease to leave the hospital. Outside, the sun poured down in shimmering fragments, weaving a golden tapestry in the air, dispelling the gloom that had lingered throughout the previous day. The decision to venture to Mingxing Road was made in haste, and it was only upon arriving at the entrance of the 901 alley community that I fully grasped the perilous nature of this choice. The potential for Lu Yong to discover my presence loomed, for he had indeed dispatched individuals to shadow me. Now, who knows whether his agents might be lurking nearby? I surveyed my surroundings, and an unsettling sensation washed over me. It seemed as though every passerby bore the countenance of a watcher. I stood frozen for 5 or 6 minutes, gathering the courage to step into the community. At this moment, retreating was clearly futile. If Lu Yong had eyes here, he would not naively assume I was merely passing through. This was my oversight. Nietzsche's tenderness was akin to a double-edged sword, instilling both confidence and courage while simultaneously luring me into complacency. The phrase gentle embrace, hero's grave, perhaps encapsulates this sentiment. Now, it was too late for regret. All I could do was steel myself and proceed, hoping that fortune would not be excessively cruel this time. Mingxing Road, 901 Alley, was an old residential area, surrounded by towering skyscrapers. Yet this place retained its 6-story tenement charm, resembling a quaint village nestled amidst mountains. For me, this was a fortunate circumstance. Otherwise, if the community had undergone redevelopment, my journey today would have been in vain. Regrettably, even upon entering the community, I found no recollection of it. To be prudent, I inquired with the security guard at the entrance to confirm that this was indeed the 901 alley from 3 years prior, before making my way to room 303. I struggled to comprehend how one could forget so completely, failing to evoke even a fragment of memory in such familiar surroundings. This thought sent an unexpected chill through my heart. The situation seemed to defy logic and veer into the realm of the bizarre. At times, I longed to attribute everything to the supernatural, to those elusive forces beyond comprehension, for then all inexplicable occurrences would fall into place, allowing me to extricate myself from these maddening enigmas. With a self-deprecating smile, I lamented the absurdity of such thoughts. If one could unveil the truth swiftly, who would willingly remain ensnared in such a daydream? Suddenly, I halted abruptly, realizing I had unwittingly arrived at the door of room 303. As I had anticipated, the place had transformed entirely. The corridor, the door, even the air that flowed languidly felt altered. Though I still held no recollections of this place from 3 years ago, it starkly contrasted with the images in the investigative report. However, as Nie Chien had pointed out, 3 years had elapsed. It was only natural that the residents would have changed. I raised my hand and knocked on the door, perplexed by my own actions. Was it possible that Shui Zilong might emerge from within? No one answered, and the visit appeared fruitless. I sighed softly. I had not harbored high hopes upon arrival, so my disappointment was somewhat tempered. Yet, should Lu Yong succeed in silencing me, I would not rest easily, even in death. I glanced at my phone, noting that it was precisely 12 o'clock. With 2 hours still remaining until my rendezvous with Su Long, I found myself contemplating how to pass the time. My thoughts wandered to Uncle Yin. Ever since his mysterious disappearance that night, I had not laid eyes on him again. Surely, he could not have simply vanished into thin air. Hesitating, I retrieved Uncle Yan's number and, after a moment of deliberation, dialed it. His absence could not alter the course of events, yet it loomed over me as an unbearable burden. Perhaps discovering any answer, good or bad, would grant me some semblance of relief. After a brief silence, just as I expected the familiar melodious voice to grace my ears, the call surprisingly connected. My heart raced, driven by a whirlwind of emotions, nearly leaping from my chest. My pupils dilated, and my body froze as if struck by lightning. The source of my terror was not the connection of Uncle Yan's call, but rather the realization that, at that very moment, a ringing sound echoed from behind me. Like a ghostly wail, it reverberated through the desolate corridor. I had always believed that encountering a spirit was the most terrifying experience in this world. Yet in that instant, I grasped that true horror lies in forgetting to be afraid. I had thought that humanity's primal response to fear was to scream. But now I understood that genuine terror is silent, akin to a hand tightening around your throat, rendering you voiceless. I swallowed hard, summoning every ounce of strength to turn around and gaze at the partially opened door not far away from which the ringing emanated. I glanced at my phone again, confirming that I had indeed dialed Uncle Yan's number, when an instinctive urge compelled me to rush downstairs. However, before I could descend, someone emerged from the ajar door. Suddenly, the figure called out to me, and the voice felt eerily familiar. "Luo Jun, is that you?" I came to an abrupt halt, overwhelmed with shock, not only because the individual had uttered my name, but also because it was the voice of an unfamiliar woman. I turned to face the source of the voice, where an elderly woman stood at the threshold, observing me. I strained to recall the identity of this strange, yet vaguely familiar face, but to no avail. Doubts crept into my mind. I questioned the reliability of my memory and even wondered if my mind had truly faltered. How could she know my name when I was unsure if I had ever encountered her before? Noticing my silence, the elderly woman offered an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry. I must have mistaken you for someone else." With that, she attempted to close the door. I hurriedly interjected, "No, you're mistaken. I am Luo Jun. But who are you?" Upon hearing this, the elderly woman displayed a warm smile, stating, "I didn't expect someone so young to have a worse memory than this old lady. I am your Aunt Yin. Don't you remember? Aunt Yin?" I remained bewildered. "To clarify, I am your landlord." Landlord. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. "So, you are Uncle Yin S." Aunt Yin, delighted that I had recalled her, nodded enthusiastically. "Is this the residence of Uncle Yin? No wonder I heard his phone ringing earlier. So that call was made by you?" "Indeed." I quickly glanced around the room, but saw no one else. It appeared that Uncle Yin was not home. Aunt Yin, perhaps thinking I wished to enter, fully opened the half-ajar door and invited, "Xiao Jun, come in and sit for a while. You've been in this city for so many years, yet you've never visited our home." Upon hearing this, I hesitated. After all, she was Uncle Yan's longtime companion, and one cannot truly know a person's heart despite familiarity with their face. If they were in cahoots, I would be walking into the lion's den. However, I soon realized that regardless of whether Lu Yong had spies nearby, or Aunt Yin was friend or foe. My movements today could not be concealed. Aunt Yin would undoubtedly inform Uncle Yin of my visit, and he would guess the purpose of my presence without much difficulty. If that were the case, I might as well venture into this perilous lair. At least I would not leave empty-handed. As for what lay ahead, I could only hope that things would unfold naturally. Xiu Yun, did you hear what Aunt Yin said? She inquired again. Oh, I heard. I was actually thinking of coming to see you. Since today is so fortuitous, I shall not disturb you too much, but I regret not bringing anything with me. In my home, we do not adhere to such formalities. Your company is more than enough to satisfy me, Aunt Yin said with delight as she welcomed me inside. The dwelling was a modest one-bedroom apartment. Yet everything was arranged with meticulous care. The floors and furniture gleamed, and the vibrant potted plants on the windowsill lent a warm and lively ambience to the home, showcasing Aunt Yin as a remarkably attentive and capable woman. I endeavored to steady my breath, calming my racing heart as I feigned nonchalance, saying, I believe it has been several years since we last met. I hardly recognized you, yet you recognized me at once. Your memory is indeed remarkable. My compliment brought a smile to Aunt Yan's face as she replied, Indeed, I am known for my excellent memory, not only from years ago, but even from decades past. Anything that has caught my eye remains vividly etched in my mind. I settled onto the sofa in the living room while Aunt Yin poured me a glass of warm water and took a seat on a small chair opposite me. I surveyed the room and, perplexed, asked, Aunt Yin, where is Uncle Yin? Where has he gone? Aunt Yin paused slightly, then uttered an exceedingly peculiar remark. Where has he gone? How is it that you do not know? Chapter 30. Serendipity what? For a moment, I was perplexed by Aunt Yan's words, pointing my index finger at myself. Did your Uncle Yin not come to find you? I nodded. Indeed, he had sought me out the evening before last, but he had departed that very night. Suddenly, my mouth fell open in astonishment as I incredulously inquired, Did he not return after visiting me? Aunt Yin was about to nod, but then seemed to recall something. Shaking her head instead, he did return that same night, around midnight, claiming his phone was out of battery. However, shortly after, he received a call and hurriedly left, forgetting even his phone. Whose call was it? I asked hurriedly. Aunt Yin shook her head in confusion. Where did Uncle Yin go? I do not know. He merely mentioned he had an urgent matter to attend to. I regarded her with astonishment. Did you not inquire further? If Uncle Yan's disappearance was shrouded in mystery, Aunt Yan's nonchalance was equally perplexing. How could she remain so unconcerned about her husband leaving in the dead of night? Aunt Yin seemed to perceive my thoughts and, with a resigned pout, replied, Xiao Jun, you do not understand. Your Uncle Yin and I have lived like this for most of our lives. In the past, he would leave for 3 or 4 days without a word, and I became accustomed to it. When he returned, he would share the details of his escapades, if he felt inclined to do so. I gazed into her eyes, kind and innocent, devoid of any guile, making it easy to believe her words. Yet, he had specifically called me that day, stating he would be waiting at home, only for me to return and find he had left. Aunt Yin suddenly chuckled, apologizing. Xiao Jun, let me apologize on behalf of my husband. When he returns, I shall ensure he seeks you out. Please, it would be best if he never sought me out again. I rolled my eyes inwardly, yet Aunt Yan's warmth and politeness left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. So I seized the opportunity to change the subject by asking, You mentioned he was out of touch? Did he not even call home during his time away? That seems rather irresponsible. This last remark carried my personal sentiment. It was no wonder someone so seemingly careless could harbor ill intentions. However, to my surprise, the ever-kind Aunt Yin became suddenly grave upon hearing my words, her voice resolute. No, he is absolutely not an irresponsible person. There are reasons for his behavior. He was once a police officer. A police officer? I sputtered, choking on the water I had just sipped, taking a moment to regain my composure. This revelation was undoubtedly explosive, yet upon reflection, it made sense, particularly in light of his phone call with Lu Yong. They might have been colleagues in the past. Aunt Yin sighed softly. Being the wife of a police officer is like this. One is always in the dark about their activities, perpetually worried, fearing that one day they might not return. Thankfully, he is now retired. Was Uncle Yin formerly with the criminal investigation team? Indeed, If he were merely an ordinary police officer, my concerns would not weigh so heavily upon me. You see, they encounter criminals who kill without a second thought. Aunt Yan's words confirmed my suspicions. It goes without saying that Uncle Yin was undoubtedly involved in that old case from 3 years ago, and he is likely a henchman for Liu Yong. I never anticipated that my serendipitous misstep would yield such significant insights. I had no intention of tarnishing Uncle Yan's reputation in Aunt Yan's eyes, and exercising caution, I refrained from disclosing his connection to Liu Yong. Moreover, even if I were to speak of it, it would serve no purpose for me. I shall never engage in endeavors that harm others without benefiting myself. By the way, Xiao Jun, Aunt Yin was just about to ask you. You're not here today, in search of your Uncle Yin, are you? This caught me off guard, leaving me momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. I noticed you standing at the door of room 303, even knocking. Were you attempting to find that family? Aunt Yan's words left me with no avenue for retreat. She had observed my actions closely, and now, to deny it would be too late. Yet to acknowledge it. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck me, and I replied, Actually, I came to find Uncle Yin today. I mistakenly thought I had knocked on the wrong door, believing no one was home, which is why I called him. Although I secretly admired my quick thinking, a lingering sense of emptiness pervaded my heart. Perhaps this is what one might call a guilty conscience. Aunt Yin smiled slightly and said, So that is the case. However, you have not erred as indeed. There is no one living next door. Why is that? Are the homeowners away? I do not know. Despite our proximity, I have hardly seen that family since they moved in. They departed over a year ago. Departed? Could it be that no one has resided in 303 for over a year? None at all. I have heard that the house is haunted. Neither could it be sold nor rented out. After the owners left, it has remained vacant until now. I had contemplated purchasing it and bringing my son and his family to live with me, yet your Uncle Yin resolutely opposed it, claiming it was inauspicious. So I had to abandon the idea. It was evident that the situation weighed heavily on Aunt Yin. As one grows older, they invariably yearn for the company of their descendants. The concrete confines of the metropolis stifle human interaction, severing the familial joys that should belong to these elders, leaving them increasingly solitary and self-absorbed. I felt a pang of sympathy for this elderly woman. How had she endured those lonely days filled with anxiety during Uncle Yan's absences? Nonetheless, since we were discussing room 303, I was reluctant to forego any clues regarding it. Regaining my composure, I continued, The notion of it being haunted is merely rumor. Do those seeking to buy or rent truly believe in such unscientific tales? If it were merely gossip, surely fewer people would subscribe to it. However, the fact remains that there was indeed a death in that apartment, rendering the haunting all the more credible, which is why it is deemed unlucky. Aunt Yin, visibly indignant, retorted, Yet they fail to consider, if not for this reason, how could such a house be sold at such a low price? Do they truly believe that fortune falls from the heavens? Did you just say that someone died in that house? I feigned ignorance as I inquired. Indeed, I heard that the entire family perished. It was quite tragic. However, we hadn't moved in at that time, so I didn't witness it firsthand. It was your Uncle Yin who handled that case. He was the one who informed me. I sensed a hint of illogic in her words, and, after a moment of contemplation, asked in confusion, if so many people died here, why did you still choose to move in? I don't know, Aunt Yin replied, her answer evoking both amusement and bewilderment. Had it not been for her earnest demeanor, I might have thought she was jesting. You might find this amusing, but I assure you I am serious. It was your Uncle Yin who insisted on moving here. Initially, I disagreed, but I couldn't oppose him, so I acquiesced. Later, I discovered that one of the deceased in room 303 was his comrade. Comrade? I inquired. Yes, although he has never mentioned it. I suspect that perhaps this bond of friendship compelled him to relocate after his comrade's death. If that is indeed the case, what could I possibly complain about? Aunt Yin radiated a maternal warmth that struck a chord within me, prompting a reflection on the stark contrast between two individuals sharing the same roof. As for Uncle Yan's comrade, it could undoubtedly be Xue Zilong. However, the reasons behind his insistence on moving here were certainly not as Aunt Yin presumed. Though I remained oblivious to his true intentions, they were undoubtedly tied to room 303. My mind raced as I pondered whether to inquire further about the murder case in room 303. After all, having come this far, whether I asked or remained silent would likely appear equally perilous to Uncle Yin and Lu Yong, sending a dangerous signal, one potent enough to warrant silencing. Thus, I resolved to take the plunge. Perhaps it would lead me to a new revelation. Taking a sip of water to soothe my dry throat, I said, "Hearing you mention it, I am quite eager to learn about the case in room 303. It must be quite extraordinary, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Yin furrowed her brow, contemplating for a considerable time before recounting what she knew about the 1018 murder case. Perhaps due to her usual solitude, once she began to speak, her words flowed freely. Regrettably, the content she shared was information I was already familiar with, the kind that could be broadcasted in the news. In truth, my knowledge of the case was limited. It was evident that ever since the passing of his comrade, Uncle Yin had been deeply melancholic. I surmised that he must be grieving. Grieving? The word seemed ludicrous when applied to Uncle Yin. I imagined countless reasons for his somber demeanor. Yet sorrow over a fallen comrade was not among them. However, despite my disdain for him, I refrained from voicing it. For Aunt Yan's kindness was deserving of respect and protection. If she could cling to this beautiful illusion, why should I feel compelled to shatter it? As I bid farewell to Aunt Yin, she appeared quite reluctant to see me go. She earnestly reminded me to be cautious on my journey, to eat heartily and dress warmly, and to visit often, much like a concerned elder advising her beloved kin. This tender care enveloped me, a long-time inhabitant of a foreign land, in a long-lost warmth of home. Upon exiting Uncle Yan's residence, I turned back to glance at room 303, assuring myself that it held no particular resonance before descending the stairs to depart. Suddenly, my steps came to an abrupt halt in the empty corridor. I discerned another set of footsteps trailing closely behind me, mirroring my own movements. When I paused, the peculiar sound ceased as well. Someone was following me. This realization surged instinctively within me. Despite having steeled myself for such an encounter, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped me, constricting my breath. For any lapse in vigilance could cost me dearly. My very presence here was a monumental oversight. I suppressed my racing heart, inhaled deeply, and sprinted down the staircase. The footsteps behind me quickening and drawing nearer, as if the scythe of death hovered ominously above. Fortunately, the building was only 3 stories tall, and as I burst out into the open air, the suffocating pressure dissipated instantaneously. At that very moment, my phone in my pocket began to ring. I pulled it out to find it was Su Long calling. The instant I answered, he spoke in a low yet urgent tone, commanding, "Run. Turn right out of the community, then get in the car." Almost instinctively, upon hearing Su Long's warning, I dashed towards the exit of the neighborhood. Chapter 31. The secret room. Heeding Su Long's warning, I dashed out of the community gate, turning right. Not far ahead stood a white van, its side door ajar, with all the windows obscured by a layer of black cloth, rendering the interior invisible. Although Su Long had not specified, I was certain this peculiar van was the one he had mentioned over the phone. Gathering all my strength, I sprinted approximately 50 to 60 meters before leaping into the open door of the van. Almost simultaneously, the vehicle began to sway slowly and then accelerated away from Mingsheng Road, lane 901, as if I had narrowly escaped a dire fate. I leaned back against the seat, my heart racing uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment of boarding the van, I noticed 2 figures emerging from the community entrance, scanning their surroundings as if searching for direction. I had been exposed. This escape had thrust me into a perilous predicament, one where my circumstances would become increasingly treacherous, with the looming threat of being silenced by Lu Yong at any moment. After swallowing hard several times, my breathing gradually steadied. Adjusting my posture, I began to survey my surroundings. The darkened interior of the van, shrouded by the black cloth, allowed a sliver of light to seep through a narrow gap between the driver's seat and the partition. I craned my neck to glimpse the individual at the wheel, yet my view was obstructed by the barrier, instilling a sense of confinement within me. Just as I hesitated to speak, a voice emerged from the front. "Are you feeling better?" It was Su Long. I took a deep breath before replying, "Yes, I'm fine." "How did you end up here?" "I was about to ask you the same," Su Long retorted, tinged with reproach. Do you have a death wish? Lu Yong has been monitoring you. You know that. If it weren't for me, you would have been taken away long ago. Indeed, the moment I saw those two figures burst from the community, I felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Even now, a lingering fear gnawed at me. Yet, despite this, Su Long's tone irked me, prompting a sharp retort. So what? Does he really think he can kill me in the police station? Do you truly believe he wouldn't dare? Or think he is incapable? A corner dog will leap over the wall. And what of a human? Besides, 3 years ago, he even killed Xue Zilong. Enough, I shouted, a wave of inexplicable agitation surging within me. I snapped at the front. Can you stop bringing this up? If you truly had the means, you would have brought him to justice long ago. How could it have escalated to this point? Su Long seemed to be struck at his core, falling into silence. And the cabin was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Surrounded by darkness, I closed my eyes, my heartbeat and breathing returning to normal. The heat of my thoughts gradually cooled, replaced by an indescribable sense of unease that filled my heart. All along, I have found myself in an exceedingly passive position. Initially, it was Lu Yong, and now it has shifted to Su Long regardless of their respective intentions or the righteousness of their actions. I feel as though I'm merely a pawn in their strategic game. Even if I could escape their grasp, I remain ensnared upon this vast chessboard beneath my feet. If life is to be this way, is it not a lamentable fate? Finally, unable to endure the agitation within my heart and the awkward atmosphere in the carriage any longer, I casually inquired, have there been any updates on Xue Shilin? As I spoke, I took out my phone and pondered for a moment before sending a brief message to Lin Hui. No, but I have dispatched someone to investigate. Su Long replied after a brief pause. Additionally, I have also looked into Xue Zilong's entire family, but such inquiries require time. Clarity will not come swiftly. I understood. In truth, I had already surmised the answer. My question was merely an attempt to discover a topic that might alleviate the prevailing impasse. Following another brief silence, Su Long could not resist asking about earlier matters. Did you uncover anything during your visit to Mingxing Road? Nothing substantial, although I inadvertently located Uncle Yan's residence. To my surprise, he is actually a neighbor of Xue Zilong. I conversed with his spouse for a while, but there were no significant findings. At this point, I immediately recalled the missing Uncle Yin and hastily asked, by the way, have there been any updates on Uncle Yin? None. We should investigate the call records for the home phone from the night he disappeared. Aunt Yin informed me that he received a call after returning home, which prompted him to leave again. A silence ensued, and Su Long seemed lost in thought. After a while, he spoke slowly. I understand, this is indeed a crucial lead. Furthermore, was Uncle Yin among those who investigated the 1018 case alongside Lu Yong back then? Upon uttering this, I felt the vehicle lurch slightly, followed by Su Long's somewhat astonished voice. How do you know that? I could not comprehend the source of his surprise and replied nonchalantly. Aunt Yin told me. Did you not know? Su Long suddenly sighed, appearing burdened by heavy thoughts. 3 years ago, I was merely a small detective from neighboring city, temporarily assigned to this case. Moreover, there were numerous officers involved in the operation that year. I truly have no recollection of the Uncle Yin you mentioned, and he must have resigned before I became the deputy captain here. I mentally calculated and found his assessment to be quite accurate. Should Lu Yong and Uncle Yin indeed have conspired to frame Xue Zilong's family, it would follow that after the conclusion of the 1018 case, Lu Yong achieved his ambition of becoming captain, while Uncle Yan's choice to retreat would be entirely reasonable. I have always believed that matters in this world tend to balance out. There's always a gain for every loss. Much like today's venture to Mingxing Road. Fraught with danger, it has also provided me with several new leads. Thus, some risks are indeed worth taking, especially since I have never been one to adopt a conservative stance. Noticing Su Long's reluctance to continue, I shifted the conversation and asked, how much longer until we arrive at Happy Manor? We are not going today. The plans have changed. Su Long's response left me utterly astonished. I opened my eyes and inquired, perplexed, why? Were you unable to reassign the officers guarding the secret room? Of course not. I have made all the necessary arrangements. However, your recent actions have complicated matters, and the ensuing investigation will be perilous, he replied. Perilous? Well, have I ever truly been safe? I interrupted him, my tone laced with sarcasm. I realized that conversing with these officers often led me to behave in such an impolite manner. Moreover, if there is danger, does that mean we should abandon our pursuit? We might as well part ways and return to our respective homes. Are you certain you wish to proceed? He asked. Without much hesitation, I decisively replied, absolutely. No sooner had I spoken than a sudden screech of brakes echoed, followed by the vehicle executing a near 360-degree turn. Had I not just closed the door myself, I might have been flung out. I had to admit, this decision was somewhat impulsive. Perhaps it stemmed from a desire to resolve the case swiftly, or perhaps from an unwillingness to accept my role as a mere pawn. Nevertheless, my fate should ultimately rest in my own hands. Even if this decision proved to be a misstep, at least I would face my end on my own terms. Throughout our journey, both Su Long and I seemed to lose our inclination to converse, and this peculiar silence persisted until we reached the entrance of Happy Garden. I had been eager to ask him how he knew I was on Ming Sheng Road, and how he managed to appear at such a critical moment to rescue me. Such occurrences belong solely to the realm of cinema, and are unlikely to transpire in real life without cause. Ultimately, I restrained my curiosity. Even if I questioned Su Long, he would likely remain evasive. And even if he did provide an answer, it would probably be a fabrication, leaving me to toil fruitlessly in pursuit of the truth. What I needed to focus on now was seizing control of the situation, rather than allowing myself to be manipulated. After all, seeing is believing, and even Su Long's words could be questionable. As we exited the van, I asked Su Long if he had anything that could verify my identity. If someone were to inadvertently enter the secret room during the investigation, it could lead to unnecessary complications, and attracting the police would be a grave misstep. Su Long appeared somewhat troubled by my request, visibly engaged in an internal struggle, but ultimately, he relented. He retrieved a small, deep brown notebook from the black backpack beside him, its cover emblazoned with a large silver police badge. He opened the notebook, extracted a few sheets of paper, and then closed it, handing it to me while saying, "This is as far as I can assist you. It's an empty police badge that can only serve to intimidate. If you get caught with this, then you must accept your fate. Oh, and just so you know, I will deny having given this to you." I accepted the badge, waved my hand to indicate my understanding, and Su Long reiterated the time before driving off in his peculiar van. I watched as his car departed, until it vanished from my sight, before picking up my phone and dialing Lin Huey's number. At that moment, he was already waiting in the first restroom after entering the Happy Manor. As per the brief message I had sent him while in the car, it was now 1:40 in the afternoon, with 20 minutes remaining before our agreed rendezvous. I proceeded directly to the restroom where Lin Hui awaited, changing into the outfit he had brought, donning a hat, sunglasses, and a scarf, resembling a celebrity pursued by paparazzi. I then exited the restroom and blended into the bustling crowd of Happy Manor. Having returned to this place, merely visiting the revenge room would not suffice. My decision to have Lin Hui deliver clothing was spontaneous, perhaps even instinctive. Why I chose him instead of Nie Qian was unclear. Perhaps I wished to spare her from danger, or perhaps I simply trusted Lin Hui more in my heart. I shook my head vigorously, dismissing such futile thoughts. My current task was to personally investigate certain matters, even those previously examined by the police. Following the signs within the manor, I sought the service desk of Happy Manor, where, under the guise of a police officer, I asked the staff to direct me to the human resources manager, Su Ming, a man in his 40s with a slightly portly build. When Su Ming invited me into his office, a flicker of doubt occasionally crossed his face, likely due to my peculiar and overly formal attire. When he politely requested to see my credentials, a surge of anxiety raced through me, and a primal urge to flee overwhelmed me. Would that empty police badge suffice to deceive this seemingly astute man before me? Chapter 32. An astonishing secret. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently awaited my reaction. I realized that any hint of abnormality in my demeanor would prompt him to unhesitatingly dial the authorities. This series of events unfolded in an instant, leaving me utterly unprepared. In truth, I should have anticipated such an awkward predicament. However, I had naively believed that merely presenting my identity as a criminal investigator would suffice to navigate through this situation unscathed. Little did I expect that I would find myself cornered even before the investigation had commenced. I slowly removed my hat, took off my scarf, and discarded my sunglasses, then reached into the inner pocket of my coat. I was uncertain whether he could perceive my anxiety, but my heart raced furiously. I exerted every ounce of will to maintain my composure, steadfastly meeting Su Ming's gaze. Life often demands a gamble. No one can foresee every eventuality, and at this moment, mindset dictates success or failure. Feigning nonchalance, I produced my badge and extended it towards Su Ming, stating, "This is my officer's badge. If you have any doubts, feel free to verify its authenticity." I intended this as a deliberate provocation, and, as I spoke, my heart nearly leapt from my throat at the thought of him taking it. Fortunately, Su Ming was an astute individual, and it was precisely such a person who afforded me the opportunity to evade scrutiny. Suddenly, a brilliant smile illuminated his otherwise impassive face as he gently nudged my badge, saying, "Oh, come now, I merely wish to verify your credentials out of caution, not to investigate. Now that I have seen it, please take it back." Upon hearing this, my heart blossomed with joy, though I dared not show a trace of it on my face as I retrieved the badge, my back now slick with cold sweat. Su Ming placed a cup of hot water before me, inquiring curiously, "Hasn't your criminal investigation team already conducted inquiries? Why would they send someone else?" Adopting the requisite tone of an investigator, I replied enigmatically, "You need not concern yourself with the details. Just remember two things. First, this is a covert operation. Second, please cooperate with my investigation." "Understood, understood." Su Ming nodded repeatedly. "How many staff members are there in the revenge room?" "Only one." "Only one?" I asked, perplexed. "Doesn't she require rest? Your amusement park operates year-round, does it not?" Su Ming appeared to misinterpret my inquiry and hastily clarified. "Our amusement park adheres to labor laws regarding employee work schedules, and there is absolutely no overtime. As for the staff member you mentioned, her name is—" He furrowed his brow, momentarily forgetting her name. "Xuexilin," I interjected. Su Ming's eyebrows shot up. Yes, Xuexilin. Indeed, she has scarcely taken a break in the past 2 years, but she is certainly an exception. As you know, an amusement park differs from other industries. The working hours are long, and there are no days off. Thus, the basic staffing requirement for a project like the Revenge Room should ideally be 2 people, allowing for shifts. However, Xuexilin insisted on working alone, and out of respect for her personal wishes, we did not press the matter further. Respect for her? I mused. I suspect it is respect for the financial gain. With a single salary, why not undertake 2 jobs? I smirked disdainfully. Su Ming Chuka, Anbetit Somewat Hakwadili, and hastily shifted the topic. However, it was evident that she had scarcely taken a break over the past 2 years. Coupled with her diligent work ethic, she was annually recognized as an outstanding employee of the company. Diligent, amused over this word internally. Had no crime transpired here, I might have shared the same sentiment, but now, everything seemed to have morphed into a grand conspiracy. "I require all information regarding Xuexilin," I stated firmly. Su Ming nodded promptly, rummaging through the pile of documents on the table, while muttering, "A couple of days ago, your people came to investigate, and I provided them with a set of documents. Now, I still need to make a copy." Upon finishing, he lifted his head, waving several stacked papers before my eyes, then stood up and walked toward a nearby photocopier. Moments later, Su Ming returned, handing me the freshly copied dossier on Xuexilin. I did not hasten to peruse it, but instead organized the papers neatly and tucked them into the side pocket of my coat. Taking a sip of the warm water Su Ming had prepared for me, I inquired, "How long has Xuexilin been employed here? Through what means did she apply?" Su Ming pondered seriously for a moment. "She must have been with our group for over 2 years. As for her application method, I believe it was through a job fair." He glanced at the personnel document on the table and confirmed, indeed, it was a job fair. "So, was she assigned to the Revenge Room immediately upon her arrival?" I asked further. Su Ming shook his head emphatically. "Of course not. New employees must first undergo business training and complete a 3-month internship under the guidance of seasoned staff before they can apply for specific positions. After her internship concluded, did she then request a transfer to the Revenge Room?" "Yes, I remember that distinctly." Su Ming's tone was assured, noting that Xuexilin's internship performance was commendable. Logically, She could have chosen a more popular amusement project, which would have offered better compensation and prospects. Yet, she opted for this relatively obscure game, which surprised everyone. It appears she had premeditated intentions, I murmured softly. Su Ming, not catching my words, asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing." I waved my hand dismissively. I had intended to pose more questions, but fearing that lingering too long might lead to unforeseen complications. After all, I was merely a faux detective, having acquired Xue Shilin's information. It was time for me to withdraw. I rose to take my leave, reminding Su Ming before departing, "Remember, this investigation is internal, so please keep it confidential. I may return if necessary." Exiting the office building housing the Human Resources Department, I promptly made my way to the revenge room, arriving just as the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. As Su Long stated, he had meticulously arranged everything. The police on duty were nowhere to be found, and this chamber of vengeance had become akin to a village stricken by plague since the murder occurred, with scarcely anyone daring to approach within several hundred meters. However, this desolation afforded me the opportunity to infiltrate the chamber undetected. Inside, everything remained unchanged, save for a pair of headphones, a severed finger, and a black remote control placed upon a table in front of an empty chair. The remote boasted 8 red buttons, which I surmised corresponded to the 8 pairs of headphones on the tables. Yet, I found myself pondering whether the design of these 8 buttons was not excessively convoluted. Should the establishment expand in the future, adding dozens or even hundreds of seats, would they truly be compelled to prepare an equal number of buttons? The mere act of memorizing the positions these buttons represented would consume an inordinate amount of time. How ludicrous. Seated in the chair prepared for me by Su Long, I surveyed my surroundings, silently calculating that on the day of the incident, the very spot I occupied had been where the victim, Li Qing, sat. Su Long's arrangement was indeed astute. Viewing from the victim's perspective might unveil clues imperceptible from other vantage points, those easily overlooked details. The moment I donned the headphones, I felt as though I was transported back to the afternoon of October 18th, the day the murder transpired. And the rationale behind the killer's choice of that particular day was all too evident. Thus, the true identity of Li Qing and his role in the unsolved case from 3 years prior emerged as pressing inquiries that warranted thorough investigation. I located the button on the remote corresponding to my headphones, then lightly tapped the table before me, waiting for the faint echo before pressing the button and slowly closing my eyes. I could hear the rapid cadence of my own heartbeat, intensifying as I returned to this place. The passage of time since the crime seemed to dissolve, plunging me back into the source of all nightmares. After a brief silence, the familiar yet eerie, aged voice emerged, signaling the commencement of the game once more. I listened intently to the recording, my thumb intermittently pressing the red button to toggle between play and pause. Gradually, I discerned something profoundly unusual when the recording played. Regardless of whether the old voice spoke or fell silent, I found it increasingly difficult to hear the sound of my own hand striking the table. Even with all my might, the noise that reached my ears was merely a faint echo. Suddenly, I felt as if I had unraveled a critical insight. The killer likely exploited the unique capabilities of these headphones to render everyone temporarily deaf, achieving his aim of committing murder undetected. Of course, this was merely one aspect of the killer's methodology. It alone could not account for the entirety of this locked-room murder. Yet, it was sufficient to prove that the speculations of supernatural forces at play were nothing more than the delusions born from our own fright. The killer was human, not a ghost. As for the method that can temporarily induce deafness, I remain in the dark. Yet, this is of little consequence. I can always inquire with Su Long later for clarification. Presently, 2 more pressing enigmas confront me. Firstly, how did the perpetrator manage to enter and exit the shadowy chamber without detection, if this mystery can be interpreted as him being among the 8 of us? The second question arises. How did he manage to locate Li Qing amidst the impenetrable darkness and subsequently torment him to death? Could it be that the assailant possesses some form of night vision? I removed my headphones and rose to pace within this relatively small room. Truth be told, even in broad daylight, I would still struggle to navigate the uneven floor worn down by years of footfalls, where a moment's inattention could lead to stumbling. My gaze swept across the entire room, examining each corner. However, the outcome mirrored my previous attempts. I sensed something elusive but could not articulate it. Reluctantly, I tucked this perplexity away, returned to Li Qing's seat, and pressed the button on the remote once more. This marked my fourth time listening to this recording, and I had grown desensitized. The aged voice, once chilling, had transformed into something peculiar, and now it even struck me as somewhat comical. By the time I removed the headphones again, I was nearly able to recite the entire recording from memory. Much like the theme of this game, Li Qing's demise was undoubtedly a tale of vengeance. The distinction lay in the fact that the Avenger in the recording sought retribution against someone named Lin Shi, while in reality, it was the Xue family who bore the burden. Upon hearing the name Xue Shilin, I could not help but draw connections to both Xue Zilong and Lin Shi. I firmly believe that the world holds no room for mere coincidences, and behind every coincidence lies a concealed secret. What particularly piqued my interest was the artificial, severed finger resting on the table. What message did it convey to the deceased? Suddenly, I recalled a line from the recording after I had touched that severed finger. You remember it. Even with your eyes blindfolded, you still recognized it. Hence, it follows that you must know why you are here, do you not? Indeed, this was an object capable of evoking the memories of the deceased, and Li Qing's final act of clutching it tightly in his hand served as a testament to this. Abruptly, a sharp ringtone shattered my thoughts. It was an alarm, signaling that it was time for me to depart. I sprang to my feet, and, just as I turned, I noticed another figure lurking by the entrance. Before I could discern their features, the individual bolted out of the chamber. Almost immediately, I heard the resounding thud of the door slamming shut behind them. Chapter 33. Rising to the surface who? Almost simultaneously with my exclamation, I leapt to my feet and dashed toward the entrance. What terrible luck to be caught again! I lamented inwardly, subconsciously convinced that the voyeur must be sent by Lu Yong. However, upon further reflection, it seemed illogical, if that were the case. Shouldn't I be the one fleeing now? I dismissed my chaotic thoughts and burst out of the secret chamber, spotting a shadowy figure in deep gray sprinting towards the estate's exit not far from me. The realization that this person might not be sent by Lu Yong emboldened me considerably, prompting me to pursue without hesitation. Who else could possibly be monitoring me while simultaneously fearing discovery? Yet, attempting to chase someone in such a bustling place like Happy Manor was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the speed of the figure was commendable. We were locked in a fierce contest of closing the distance and falling behind, neither gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, the gray shadow plunged into a densely populated area, vanishing from sight. I gradually slowed my pace, blending in with the crowd, yet my eyes remained restless, scanning the surroundings. Deep down, I understood that locating that gray figure again was futile. I was unaware of who might be watching me, nor did I know their intentions or even their gender. Regardless of their identity, they were certainly not sent by Lu Yong, which provided me with a sense of relief, yet also piqued my curiosity. I wondered how the situation had spiraled into such a tangled web, attracting such a diverse array of characters. As I pondered, I was unexpectedly jostled hard on my left shoulder, followed by a startled exclamation. My body jolted slightly, and I looked up to see a man grimacing in pain, clutching his shoulder. Lin Hui? What a surprise to see you. His contorted face, twisted in agony, obscured any other expression. He glared at me fiercely and snapped. What of it? Is it a crime for me to bring my girlfriend out for fun? Can't you watch where you're going? Ouch, that really hurts. Is it really that painful? I replied, noting his exaggerated demeanor. I tested my own arm, feeling no discomfort, and retorted, Stop pretending. I felt nothing at all. Lin Hui shot me an exasperated look and retorted, Look at your hulking frame. How can I compare? I had no intention of wasting words on trivial matters, so I swiftly changed the subject. Where's Zhong Lu? She went to the restroom. Lin Hui straightened up, seemingly recovering from his pain. He then inquired, Have you finished your business? I have. Any discoveries? Do you wish to know? Lin Hui waved his hands vigorously. I merely asked casually. Honestly, I'd rather not know. I prefer to enjoy a few more peaceful days. Indeed, It was often better to remain blissfully unaware of such matters. I nodded in understanding, but perplexed inquired, "If you harbor such disdain for this place, why bring Zhonglu here? Is there truly no other destination?" Alas, were it not for necessity, I would rather perish than return. Yet, little Lu is particularly eager to visit, and what could I do? Lin Hui's helplessness illuminated his genuine affection for Zhonglu. I patted his shoulder and teased, "You seem to have accepted your fate as a slave. How amusing that after a life of indulgence, you are now so thoroughly tamed." "Hush!" Lin Hui gestured for silence, glancing furtively around as if to ensure our conversation was private before turning to me and saying, "Could you refrain from mentioning such things in front of her? I do not wish for her to know." By the end, Lin Hui's tone had shifted to one of earnest supplication. I looked into his eyes and nodded solemnly, convinced that his plea was sincere. No matter the mischief he had engaged in previously, it was never too late for reform. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. I raised an eyebrow and glanced over Lin Hui's shoulder, casually remarking, "Zhonglu has arrived. She appears to be in high spirits." Lin Hui chuckled, but suddenly seemed to recall something, pulling me aside with urgency and saying, "Xiao Lu is unaware of our recent experiences, so it is best not to mention the case in her presence. I do not want her to worry or become involved." "Understood," I replied impatiently, furrowing my brow. "Why have you become so motherly? I haven't even mentioned the case to you, let alone her. Honestly." As the last words left my lips, Zhonglu approached, cheerfully linking her arm with Lin Hui's. She looked at me with surprise and asked, "Oh, Luo Jun, what brings you here?" For a moment, I was at a loss for words. However, Zhonglu did not press further. Instead, she turned to survey the surroundings and curiously inquired, "Why are you here alone? Where's Xiao Qian?" I remained silent, but Lin Hui seemed to sense my discomfort and quickly leaned in to whisper something to Zhonglu. To my surprise, her brows lifted in delight, and she smiled. While I was still puzzled, Lin Hui winked at me, and Zhonglu beamed, saying, "Xiao Qian is cooking today. Remember to return early tonight. We four are now roommates, so we must look out for one another." I was utterly bewildered by their exchange, yet truthfully observing their closeness. I couldn't help but acknowledge that they bore a striking resemblance to a couple, a bond that no other woman in Lin Hui's life seemed to possess. Perhaps this was their destined connection? Lin Hui and Zhonglu, like two carefree children, greeted me before merrily departing. As I watched their retreating figures, I envisioned a future with Nie Qian, which fueled my determination to continue the investigation. Only by uncovering the truth could I, and those around me, truly emerge from this vast and terrifying enigma. After departing from the Happy Manor, I did not return home immediately. Instead, I took a detour to Dream Coffee. I wished to avoid confronting Nie Qian with a visage heavy with sorrow. It was imperative that I gather my thoughts and present a semblance of tranquility upon my return. The clock struck 3 in the afternoon. The sunlight as radiant as it had been in the morning, albeit tinged with a hint of fatigue. As was my custom, I ordered a cup of sapamo and settled down, basking in the sun while observing the bustling street. In a moment of reverie, everything seemed to revert to the past. An afternoon, a familiar place, a cup of coffee. Yet, my emotions were profoundly altered. Unveiling the secret of those headphones marked a significant breakthrough in the murder mystery of the Revenge Room. The major suspicions I had initially compiled with Lu Yong had diminished, leaving only the murder weapon and that staff member. At this thought, I raised an eyebrow and retrieved from the side pocket of my outer garment the personnel information about Xue Shilin that I had deceitfully acquired from Su Ming. I could not assert with certainty whether this Xue Shilin was the same individual as Lin Shi from the recording, but I firmly believed she was intricately linked to the case. Xue Shilin, female, age 28, a local resident, her photograph displaying a delicate face with large eyes, a small mouth, and long hair, exactly the staff member I had encountered during my first visit to the Revenge Room. 2 years prior, after completing her training at the park, she had forsaken other entertainment options to voluntarily choose the obscure Revenge Room, a decision that raised suspicions. Furthermore, her resume clearly stated that before working at the Happy Manor, Xue Shilin had been employed at the Xue Group. Speaking of the Xue Group, it is renowned within the city, a member of the Fortune Global 500. a stage for every ambitious youth, a battleground of life. Thus, transitioning from such a prestigious enterprise to a mere staff position at the Happy Manor is anything but ordinary. And her resume indicated that she had resigned, not been dismissed. Clearly, Schweschulin's motivation for joining the Happy Manor was evident. 2 years was ample time for her to transform this seemingly insignificant game into a deadly trap. With all these elements in place, the perpetrator's meticulously orchestrated plan for revenge had already succeeded halfway. The next step was to ensnare the victim, and the individual capable of ensuring Li Qing's timely arrival at the revenge room on October 18th must be someone familiar and trustworthy. Who could that person be? I squinted, bringing the coffee cup to my lips for a sip, and suddenly a name sprang to mind. Kong Long. Yes, it was Kong Long. Among the 8 individuals involved in the game, he was the only one connected to Li Qing who was still alive, reinforcing my suspicions of him. As for the death of Eileen, I had already surveyed her home, finding no signs of struggle. Everything was in order, and the locks had not been tampered with or damaged, suggesting a high likelihood of an acquaintance being the perpetrator. Thus, the only individual who could gain Li Qing's trust while also being familiar with Eileen, aside from Kong Long, was elusive. Even Zhu Lu was excluded from consideration. Upon contemplating this matter, a surge of excitement coursed through me. The motive for the murder has become evident, and a significant portion of the method has been unraveled. All that remains is the enigmatic weapon. Although the conditions for a conclusion are not entirely sufficient, it seems to me that, having identified the perpetrator, the police ought to detain him first and subsequently conduct a thorough interrogation regarding the weapon and method employed in the crime. I swiftly retrieved my phone and dialed Su Long, sharing my deductions with him. However, he did not exhibit any signs of delight. On the contrary, he fell silent. After repeated inquiries, he finally revealed 2 disheartening pieces of news. Firstly, prior to gathering irrefutable evidence, the police are limited to conducting their own investigations or soliciting cooperation from those involved, lacking the authority to detain or interrogate. Thus, my earlier thoughts proved unfounded. Moreover, should the perpetrator exploit this loophole, it would undoubtedly complicate the case's resolution. Such are the rules of the game, beyond reproach. Yet, when I inquired about the second piece of troubling news, Su Long's tone shifted dramatically as he disclosed a shocking revelation. Kong Long has gone missing. Chapter 34. Crisis what? He's missing, I exclaimed in disbelief, drawing a multitude of astonished gazes. Hastily, I lowered my head and, in a subdued tone, inquired, "Wasn't he with you all this time? How could he suddenly vanish? When did this occur?" "This afternoon, to be precise, shortly before your call. I had contacted him earlier in the morning, but since then his phone has been switched off," Su Long replied, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. "Is that all you have to go on to declare him missing?" I retorted with a roll of my eyes, wondering if this captain's position had been purchased. To deem someone missing simply because their phone was off seemed rather hasty, did it not? Could it not be that his phone simply ran out of battery? I pressed further. Su Long discerned the implication in my words and explained, "The reason I assert that he is missing is not solely based on that. Setting aside whether his phone is off or dead, he had mentioned prior to losing contact that he was going home. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now, considering your analysis, his actions appear rather suspicious." Su Long's conjecture was not without merit. Had I not been convinced of Kong Long's culpability, I would not have been so concerned. Su Long's implication was clear. It was highly probable that the individual in question had caught wind of something and fled in advance. Yet, my deductions about Kong Long's identity as the perpetrator had only been formed mere minutes ago. How could he possibly have foreseen this? Did he possess some supernatural ability to monitor my every move? Wait a moment, monitor! A chilling thought struck me, leaving me momentarily frozen in my seat. After a brief pause, I sprang to my feet, my eyes scanning each individual around me like searchlights, scrutinizing every face and every corner. Kong Long certainly did not possess any extraordinary powers. But if he were nearby, the situation would be entirely different. I was referring to stalking and surveillance, akin to the shadowy figure I encountered in the revenge chamber earlier this afternoon. Or perhaps that figure was, in fact, Kong Long. Regrettably, apart from the gazes that regarded me as a monster, there was nothing else in my vicinity. I returned to my seat, where Su Long's anxious voice, almost a shout, broke through my thoughts. Lu Yun, what on earth is going on? Speak up, is something wrong? It's nothing. The prospect of losing what seemed to be a sure thing was disheartening, and with a soft sigh, I suggested perhaps we should wait a little longer. Maybe Kong Long's phone truly just ran out of battery. As I spoke, I felt the words falter, for that possibility now appeared almost non-existent. We can wait no longer. I will dispatch personnel to search for him immediately, but it cannot be under the pretense of a manhunt. After all, he is not a criminal. I murmured in agreement, lacking the enthusiasm to continue the conversation, and ended the call. Now, the concerns weighing on my mind extend far beyond these matters. Once the perpetrator becomes aware of my assistance to the police, given his brutal methods, not only would my life be in jeopardy, but even Ye Qian could potentially be drawn into this peril. The death of AI Lin serves as a poignant example. My heart suddenly grew restless, and Kong Long seemed to transform into a sharp blade suspended above me, ready to fall at any moment, potentially striking me or even Ye Qian. In light of this, I hurriedly dialed Ye Qian's number, hoping to remind her to be cautious, yet my call went unanswered. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within me. I could no longer remain seated. I stood up and, consumed by anxiety, departed from the CAF. As I replayed Ye Qian's number, anxiously waved for passing cars along the roadside, but it felt as though fate conspired against me. For no empty taxis seemed to appear. I could not afford to wait any longer. I broke into a run towards home, my fingers incessantly dialing Ye Qian's number. This marked the 10th missed call. I felt as if my very insides were ablaze. I could not allow the tragedies of Li Qing and AI Lin to befall Ye Qian. Absolutely not. Gritting my teeth, I pressed on, sprinting back home. What should have been a 20-minute drive, I managed to complete in merely half an hour. It was nothing short of a miracle. I was uncertain how I accomplished it. Perhaps it was the power of latent potential. Upon reaching my doorstep, I endeavored to steady my rapid breaths, using my right hand to pound on the door while calling out Ye Qian's name, fervently hoping she would answer, even if just to acknowledge my presence. Yet my voice echoed in the empty building, met with silence. It seemed no one was home. Or perhaps, I dared not dwell on that thought. I reached into my pocket, retrieving my key, inserting it into the lock, and with a metallic click, the door swung open. My heart constricted sharply, and, in that moment, I hesitated to enter. Though urgency consumed me, I could not take a single step forward. I felt my cowardice and fear. I dreaded the sight of a scene I would never wish to witness, for such a vision might drive me to madness. Xiao Qian? I softly called into the emptiness, longing for a response, yet all I heard was my own voice reverberating in the desolate room, vanishing. In that moment, I found myself with no other choice. I took a deep breath and forcefully pushed open the door, only to be met with utter darkness, for the room was devoid of light. This was exceedingly unusual. It was barely past 4 o'clock. Why was the house shrouded in such darkness? The answer materialized in my mind mere seconds later. Someone had drawn all the curtains in the house. The situation could not be clearer. Ye Qian would never engage in such bizarre behavior. Something must have transpired here. Suddenly, from the direction of the living room, a faint sound akin to an object colliding broke the silence. Yet, this seemingly insignificant noise was magnified in my ears, jarring my already frayed nerves. I held my breath and stealthily made my way towards the living room. My choice to navigate in darkness rather than turn on the lights was deliberate. The adversary had clearly gained the upper hand. Under the glaring light, I would be at a greater disadvantage. Only in the shadows could I stand a chance, as neither of us could see the other. In the oppressive darkness, the narrow corridor beneath my feet, spanning merely 10 meters, felt like an endless path to hell, leading me towards the abyss of obscurity. I could hear the frantic beating of my heart, the occasional escape of breath, and the faint murmurs of someone whose mouth had been covered. That was not a sound I had produced. I halted, straining to listen to the direction from which the noise emanated. It was indeed from the living room. It was Ye Qian. Without a moment's hesitation, I concluded that the sound was hers, and it now resonated with a thrilling promise. At the very least, it confirmed that she was still alive. With this thought, I quickened my pace. There was no door at the junction where the corridor met the living room, if the assailant intended to ambush me. Lying in wait within the living room shadows would be the ideal strategy. The moment I stepped out of the corridor, I would be exposed, making it exceedingly difficult to defend myself against an attack. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but a faint light appeared before me, flickering like candlelight, swaying in the darkness. As I calculated my next move, I found myself on the verge of exiting the corridor. In a moment of resolve, I pushed off with my right foot and burst forward, denying the assailant the chance to spring a trap. Immediately, footsteps echoed behind me. Without waiting for my footing to stabilize, I spun around, swinging my fist forward. In an instant, there was a resounding thud as my fist seemed to strike something soft, followed by a searing sensation on my skin, and then a white figure rushed past me in a blur. I stood frozen, hardly able to believe my eyes. In that fleeting moment of turning, I beheld flickering flames and a delicate, beautiful face. It was Nie Qian's visage, radiant in the glow of the firelight. I also caught sight of a cake adorned with candles. Alas, all of this was now shattered by my own punch. It was only then that I remembered today was my birthday. Moments later, the lights in the room flickered on, revealing 3 figures before me: Lin Hui, Zhong Lu, and Nie Qian, clutching the ruined cake. We stood there like 4 statues, motionless, each face etched with astonishment and confusion, the air thick with an awkward tension that enveloped the room. I gently closed my fist, my lips parted, yet I found myself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, I heard Nie Qian softly utter "Happy Birthday" before she set down the cake and silently retreated to her room. Within her gaze, I discerned profound disappointment and a flicker of light. I feared I had wounded her heart. What should have been a romantic and joyous moment had dissolved into mere illusion, leaving me to ponder my own madness. Zhong Lu, having emerged from her shock, stared wide-eyed and pointed at me, exclaiming, "Luo Jun, you!" As I sensed my girlfriend on the verge of erupting, Lin Hui finally regained his composure and hastily grasped her arm. As Zhong Lu was pulled away by Lin Hui, she furiously chastised me. "Luo Jun, do you even realize? Xiao Qian has spent the entire afternoon preparing for your birthday, aiming to surprise you. And you? What on earth has possessed you? You ungrateful." The door to Zhong Lu's room slammed shut, yet I could still hear the piercing insults emanating from within. My body felt as if it had been hollowed out, and I slumped helplessly onto the floor, my mind a blank slate. If fate delights in tormenting individuals, then I must have owed it greatly in my past life, for now it seemed to demand both principle and interest in one fell swoop. Time passed unmeasured. Perhaps Zhong Lu had exhausted herself in her tirade, as her voice gradually dwindled until it vanished entirely. I eventually rose from the floor, taking hesitant steps toward Nie Qian's room. I gently knocked on the door, receiving no response. I twisted the doorknob. It was unlocked, indicating that Nie Qian had no intention of barring my entry. I quietly pushed the door open to find her seated on the bed, her body leaning against the wall, her eyes fixated vacantly on the floor with reddened eyelids. I entered the room, closed the door behind me, and knelt before her, gazing in her eyes as I softly said, "I am sorry, Xiao Qian." Chapter 35. The one I love, Nie Qian, averted her gaze from mine, and her tears did not cease with my apology. Instead, they fell more rapidly, causing my heart to ache profoundly. I reached out to wipe them away, only to be gently pushed aside. She turned her body, burying her head against her chest, her shoulders and back trembling violently from her sobs, the sounds growing louder until, ultimately, she wept openly, as if pouring forth all the grievances she had harbored within her heart. Women require comfort, yet I found myself utterly incapable of providing it. I questioned my own masculinity, for I did not consider myself overly proud. However, in the face of such sorrow, I was at a loss for words. Even if I found the courage to speak, I knew not what to say. I stood up and clumsily embraced Nie Qian, disregarding her objections, allowing her to unleash her anguish and frustration against me until tranquility was restored. Another lengthy silence enveloped us, and I had long since lost count of how many awkward moments had transpired within those fleeting minutes. Yet I understood that if I could endure this silence, the storm would eventually pass. Sure enough, After a span of 10 minutes, Nie Qian's fervent emotions began to subside. She gently pushed me away, reached up to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and stared blankly ahead, like a soulless shell, without uttering a word. I adjusted the damp hem of my shirt, cleared my choked throat, and softly uttered another apology. This time, Nie Qian lifted her head, her swollen eyes fixed upon me, unwavering, stirring a deep pang of sorrow within my heart. Suddenly, she smiled and shook her head lightly, saying, "I'm fine. I know you've been under a lot of stress these days, feeling anxious all the time. We Tia played such a joke on you. The truth is, my tears are not solely for the ruined cake. They reminded me of some sorrowful memories. So, there's no need for you to worry." As she concluded, a sigh escaped her lips, and her eyes reflected a mix of sadness and confusion. I pondered that had Lin Hui been in my position, he would have surely spouted a plethora of heartfelt promises and sweet nothings, even if they were insincere. At least such words would please a woman, whereas I stood there, foolishly immobilized and utterly perplexed. Though my heart was tumultuously moved, I found myself at a loss for words. Seeing my dazed expression, Nie Qian inexplicably broke into laughter, exhaling a resigned sigh, as if to say, "You are truly impossible." She retrieved a napkin from the box beside her and gently wiped the cake remnants from my hand. Lamenting, "Alas, the cake is ruined. This must be the worst birthday ever." "No, Xiao Qian, there could not have been a better birthday. Truly, you're lying. How can you call this good when the cake is ruined?" Nie Qian shot me a playful glare, though her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. I turned to sit beside her on the bed, lowering my gaze to my feet and murmuring, "I speak only from the heart. Do you know? Ever since we parted ways, I have been alone. For so many years, no one has celebrated my birthday, which is why this day holds no significance for me." Nie Qian suddenly took my arm, gently resting her head on my shoulder, listening intently. I turned my head to glance at her, then looked ahead, continuing, "In truth, whether or not there is cake, and whether we can indulge in it, is of little consequence. What truly matters is that someone remembers. To be cherished is a form of happiness, especially by those we love." Those we love. Nie Qian unexpectedly echoed these 4 words, her eyes inexplicably glistening with unshed tears. I found her unusually sentimental today. She quietly lowered her head and suddenly blurted out, "June, will you love me forever? No matter what happens in the future, will you always be by my side? Why do you ask this? Answer me, will you or won't you?" Her words stirred a pang in my heart, yet also ignited the ambition of a man. I placed my hands on her shoulders, turned her to face me, and looked deeply into her eyes, articulating each word with conviction. "Listen closely. I, Luo Jun, will love you no matter what transpires in this lifetime, and I will stand by your side, unwavering." Nie Qian's eyes sparkled suddenly, radiant with emotion. She leaped into my embrace, holding me tightly, her arms reluctant to release me. I could feel our hearts intertwining. I leaned in to softly kiss her ear. To my surprise, her supple body trembled as if struck by electricity, igniting a childlike glee within me. I planted gentle kisses along her ear, and soon, her entire ear blushed crimson, extending to her cheeks. She clung to me tighter, as if wishing to merge her very being with mine, and even her previously steady breaths became heavy and short. She whispered my name, her voice like a soft serpent coiling around me, rendering me powerless against its allure. In that moment, all worries and fears seemed to dissipate. The burdens that had accumulated within me, difficult to express, crumbled under the weight of my fervent emotions. As I roared and lifted my chin, I felt an unprecedented lightness. As if reborn, I gazed at her flawless form, her exquisite face in delicate bloom, and her eyes like fine threads of starlight. A wave of surrealism washed over me. How could a man like me, who had evaded judgment through acts of penance, ever be deserving of such a perfect woman? I leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Nie Qian's forehead. Just as I lifted my head, my eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of a deep blue scarf on the vanity, and I paused momentarily. My instincts whispered that it was a man's scarf. I extricated myself from Nie Qian's embrace, dressed, and approached the scarf. Indeed, it was unfamiliar to me. I had never seen it before, and its color and style were decidedly masculine. I uttered a soft "oh" and asked, Xiao Qian, has anyone else been here? Nie Qian did not respond, seemingly oblivious to my inquiry. I repeated the question, and she finally murmured, no. Then whose scarf is this? Scarf? Nie Qian seemed to have an epiphany. Sitting up slightly in surprise and gazing at the scarf in my hand, she exclaimed, oh, you mean this? Yes. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you. A birthday gift? My eyes swept across the entire dressing table, yet there were no boxes or wrapping to be found. Could it be that this scarf was purchased from a street vendor? Moreover, it hardly appeared brand new. June, what is wrong? Do you not like it? Nie Qian inquired softly. Certainly not. I hurriedly shook my head, inwardly berating myself for forgetting the pain after the wound had healed. Nie Qian had only just forgiven me, and here I was, once again consumed by suspicion. I folded the scarf neatly and put it away, glancing at the time. It was already past 6 in the evening. I suggested that Nie Qian rest a bit longer while I stepped out of the bedroom to tidy up the living room. Around 6:30, family members began to emerge from their rooms one by one. Zhong Lu regarded me with the intensity of a foe, pulling Nie Qian aside to mutter something inaudible, her furious glances occasionally darting in my direction. Lin Hui approached me, patted my shoulder, and sighed, hey buddy, you must have had a tough time just now. It's truly unfair to you. Witnessing his exaggerated display of empathy nearly made me burst into laughter. If that was considered suffering, I would willingly endure more of such trials in the future. Though I thought this, I could not voice it aloud. Instead, I feigned helplessness, nodding, you truly understand me. It seems you've endured quite a bit as well. Let us not dwell on it, Lin Hui said, seemingly recalling some painful memories. He took a deep breath and changed the subject. Don't hold it against Xiao Lu for being harsh. Your reaction was indeed a bit excessive, and I was taken aback as well. I refrained from arguing. Lin Hui continued, I know you've been under considerable stress lately. We sensed something was off the moment you walked in. Are you still playing? My voice unexpectedly rose, drawing Zhong Lu's attention from her conversation with Nie Qian. She glared at me, her brows knitted, chastising. What is the big deal? You're a grown man. Are you really so fragile? Coming back here to vent your frustrations. Are you even a man? Xiao Lu. Nie Qian stepped forward, tugging at her, signaling her to stop. The latter shot her a furious look. Xiao Qian, why are you so spineless? He is clearly in the wrong, yet you defend him. With no one responding to her, not even Lin Hui, Zhong Lu glared at him angrily, stamped her foot in frustration, and stormed out. Lin Hui's expression changed drastically. It was as if calamity had struck. He called out his girlfriend's name and hurried after her. Before long, the previously bustling home fell eerily silent, leaving only Nie Qian and me, our eyes meeting in an unspoken understanding. It was mealtime, and Nie Qian brought forth the sumptuous dishes she had meticulously prepared, although it was rather abundant for just the two of us. She took her seat and first called Zhong Lu to confirm that the latter would not be joining us for dinner. With a deep sigh, she remarked, alas, what is wrong with people nowadays? They all possess such fiery tempers. Can they not engage in civil discourse? From her tone, it seems you have encountered many such individuals today. I inquired. Not at all, Nie Qian mumbled, handing me a bowl of rice. Hurry and eat. All of this is specially prepared for you. As I took a bite of the dish, the exquisite flavor surged through my senses, prompting me to exclaim in astonishment. Did you truly prepare all of this yourself? Indeed, is it not delicious? She replied. I nodded vigorously, my mouth filled with the delightful fare, rendering me momentarily speechless. I could hardly believe that in just a few short years, this once pampered young lady had transformed so completely, shedding her former self. This transformation piqued my curiosity. What experiences could have altered her so profoundly? When I posed this question, Nie Qian abruptly paused, her chopsticks halting mid-air, and uttered a peculiar statement. Everyone grows up, and I am no longer the little princess I once was. Chapter 36. Dark Secrets. When Nie Qian uttered these words, her gaze was laden with complexity, revealing a sense of weariness that belied her youth, reminiscent of an elderly sage recounting the tales of a lifetime to their descendants. I set down my chopsticks and gazed at her, gently inquiring, what has transpired over the years? And what are your parents? Why do you never mention them since we became close? To my surprise, as soon as the question escaped my lips, Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Today, she seemed unusually emotional. Could it be that the earlier incident with the cake had affected her so profoundly? She lowered her head, biting her lip, and after a considerable pause, she softly replied, "Can we refrain from discussing these matters today?" This was the second time she had made such a request. The first had been in the VIP lounge of Happy Manor, where I had sensed that something significant had transpired in her family. Despite my yearning for clarity, the sight of her vulnerable demeanor softened my heart, compelling me to refrain from further probing. Otherwise, my birthday might transform into a somber memorial. Suddenly, we both lost our inclination to converse, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy once more. I turned my head toward the balcony, gazing at the dimly lit sky outside, resembling a rapidly aging visage, gradually losing its luster. Night had fallen. In that moment, my heart was tranquil, at least free from thoughts of the case. Perhaps this was a form of happiness? Alas, Nie Qian sighed softly, casting a playful, reproachful glance at me. "Do you have nothing to say if I choose to remain silent?" I scratched my head, offering her an awkward smile and mustering a statement that was almost laughable. "The dishes you prepare are truly delectable. You must promise to cook for me every day." Such a fanciful notion. Who do you think I am? Why would I cook for you every day? Nie Qian shot me a withering look, nearly stealing my breath away. Perhaps influenced by the warmth of affection, she appeared even more enchanting at that moment, exuding a subtle allure of maturity that stirred my heart. "It is only natural for a wife to cook for her husband," I declared earnestly. She rolled her eyes at me again and retorted playfully, "Stop being ridiculous. Who is your wife?" Feigning astonishment, I widened my eyes and played the fool. "What? The grand ceremony has already taken place. How can it not count? Is it because it was insufficient? Get lost." Nie Qian's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively grabbed a chopstick from the table and hurled it at me. I ducked to evade it, then sprang from my seat, arms outstretched and a mischievous grin on my face as I approached her. In an instant, we seemed to revert to our childhood, frolicking and chasing each other around the room until we were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the spacious sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling above. "Yoon, has there been any new development in the case?" Nie Qian suddenly shifted the topic. "Yes, and the situation is rather dire, so you must be particularly cautious." Having made a promise to her, I chose not to withhold any details, recounting the progress of the case in its entirety to Nie Qian. The latter listened quietly, seemingly deep in thought. After I finished speaking, she finally spoke up. "So that's how it is. I knew something must have happened for you to behave so unusually." At this point, Nie Qian suddenly laughed, saying, "You should have seen how you looked when you entered, like a thief. It was quite comical." I turned to her, feigning indignation, and replied, "You all went too far and even drew the curtains at home." In this pitch darkness, I could hardly find my way. Apart from the fright, there was no surprise to be had. Nie Qian, hearing this, huffed in defiance. "That's only because you're not familiar with this place. It's not that large. If you live here like I have for a year or two, I assure you, you could navigate it with your eyes closed, feeling your way to every corner of your home." Suddenly, I was jolted as if struck by lightning, sitting up abruptly from the sofa, her words echoing in my mind. If 2 years could allow a person to become intimately acquainted with their surroundings, then working in a small, simply furnished place like the Revenge Room for 2 years would indeed make it feasible to navigate it blindfolded. I slapped my thigh and exclaimed, "Yes. How did I not think of this sooner?" However, my excitement waned almost as quickly as it had arisen. I struggled to recall the day of the incident. I could no longer remember whether Xuexiling had left the Revenge Room before the lights went out. Regardless, whether she had departed or not, there were indeed only 8 people in the room when the police broke in. Thus, the dilemma arose. If she remained in the room after the lights went out, how had she managed to leave unnoticed after committing the murder? Conversely, if she had left before the lights were extinguished, it would imply that Kong Long possessed the capability to kill Li Qing in the dark. But where had this ability originated? The answer was, in fact, self-evident: Xuexiling. Consequently, the situation began to align logically. Xuexiling and Kong Long, driven by a desire for revenge against Li Qing, had made sacrifices, Xuexiling relinquishing her excellent working environment to come to Happy Manor, while Kong Long endeavored to get close to the victim, cultivating a relationship. With Xue Xilin's assistance, Kong Long had thoroughly familiarized himself with the entire revenge room, mastering everything from the game recordings to the room layout, even the positions of every seat and corner, enabling him to navigate flawlessly in darkness. This was not an impossible task. With enough time and patience, qualities that both Xue Xilin and Kong Long evidently possessed, it was achievable. Realizing this, my spirits lifted, and I turned to find Nie Qian's watery eyes fixed on me, her face a mask of confusion as she awaited my explanation. I straightened up, adopting a serious expression, and earnestly said to her, "Could you promise me one thing first?" "What is it?" she inquired. "Do not go to work." Nie Qian was momentarily taken aback, her expression clouded with perplexity. "Why not? I can't just take a leave on my first day." "It's not a leave. It's about not going at all." Nie Qian's demeanor suddenly turned serious as she looked directly into my eyes and said, "Give me a reason." To speak candidly, the sense of accomplishment that unraveling mysteries brings possesses an addictive allure, yet the closer I draw to the truth, the more I am left with an overwhelming sense of melancholy and anxiety following the brief exaltation. There is even a lurking fear, a dread of the perpetrator who remains at large. Consequently, each time I am to share the developments of the case with Nie Qian, I hesitate, fearing that she too might succumb to such emotions, and I dread the thought of these feelings spreading like a contagion around me. This notion of mine inevitably feels like a futile attempt to deceive myself. In truth, speaking or remaining silent changes nothing. Thus, when Nie Qian once again asked for a reason, I reluctantly divulged the method employed by the assailant that had just crossed my mind. Time slipped by unnoticed as I gazed out the window. The moon had been illuminated unbeknownst to me, casting its flickering glow through the drifting clouds. In today's urban landscape, stars are a rare sight, yet I am aware they exist above us, observing our every move. Winter nights tend to descend into darkness earlier, which I perceive as a divine favor, allowing those out in the world to return home sooner and share in familial warmth. After listening to my account, Nie Qian took a considerable time to recover from her shock, eventually looking at me and stating, "Everything you've said seems logical, but ultimately, it is merely your reasoning. How could a judge convict Kong Long solely based on your conjectures?" This was precisely my concern. Thus, as long as Kong Long remained uncaptured, we would be in constant peril. Moreover, the brutality of the assailant's methods was precisely why I had sought to prevent her from working. "Perhaps you are right," I countered. "But have you considered that he is the criminal, and it is he who deserves punishment, yet we are the ones who live in fear daily? What kind of justice is that?" I was momentarily perplexed by her words, responding in confusion. "You are not wrong, yet reality is as it is." "No, reality should not be this way." Nie Qian suddenly transformed, her tone firm. "Many true villains evade the law, and for some, even a death sentence would not suffice to atone for their sins. Therefore, we must resort to extraordinary measures to deal with them. Only then can we live in peace." I gazed at her in astonishment, a sudden flutter of unease coursing through me, unable to fathom that such sentiments would emerge from Nie Qian. I surmised that her notion of extraordinary measures likely pertained to retaliatory violence. In contemporary society, it seems an increasing number of individuals share such views. I found myself questioning whether they were in the wrong, or if it was society itself that had erred. Sensing her own intensity, Nie Qian fell silent, rising to tidy the dishes at the dining table. As I observed her slender yet alluring back, an impulse surged within me, a desire to comprehend fully the events that had transpired in her life over the past 3 years. I yearned to understand what had transformed this once innocent and pure girl into someone so profoundly changed. However, this thought lingered in my mind for merely a fleeting moment before I banished it, questioning myself. Was it truly necessary for me to know such things? Rising from the sofa, I stretched languidly, initially intending to call Su Long to share my discovery. Yet, after fumbling with my phone for what felt like an eternity, I ultimately refrained from making the call. As Nie Qian had aptly remarked, all of this was merely conjecture on my part, devoid of any substantiating evidence. Even if I were to voice my suspicions now, it would prove futile. The pressing matter at hand was to locate Kong Long and ensure his return to the police's jurisdiction. Su Long was already undertaking this task. At that moment, the brief respite I was experiencing felt like an indulgent luxury I was reluctant to relinquish. As I pondered, the sound of the door creaking open reached my ears. And soon after, Lin Hui and Zhong Lu entered together, halting before me. Lin Hui winked at me, his face beaming with delight, then nudged Zhong Lu with his elbow, seemingly conveying an unspoken message. Just as my curiosity piqued, Zhong Lu looked up, her expression a mix of embarrassment and trepidation, and in a voice barely above a whisper. She said, Luo Jun, I misjudged you earlier, which led to my outburst. Please do not take it to heart. The fact that she had come to apologize caught me by surprise, yet I quickly deduced the reason. Lin Hui must have relayed my situation to her. I furrowed my brow slightly, a sigh escaping my lips. Though being misunderstood is indeed frustrating, I was even less inclined to involve Zhong Lu in this matter. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Chapter 37. Panicked Zhong Lu, upon noticing my silence, glared at me in irritation and exclaimed, Luo Jun, she has already apologized to you. Must you as a grown man be so petty? Even Lin Hui could no longer tolerate the situation, chiming in from the side. Indeed. Luo Jun, enough is enough. Do not take it so seriously. At that moment, I had just returned from my reverie and explained, I apologize, I was lost in thought. In truth, I did not take this matter to heart. You need not have gone out of your way to apologize to me. Let us not confuse matters. It is best to be clear. I acknowledge my fault. It is not a big deal. Zhong Lu's forthright nature was refreshing, and I could not help but feel a modicum of respect for her. I noticed she continued to gaze at me, seemingly awaiting a response, and thus I solemnly stated, Very well, I accept your sentiments. Upon hearing my words, Zhong Lu visibly relaxed and plopped down onto the sofa, as if she had accomplished a significant task. While I admired her candid disposition, such individuals often possess a marked flaw. They can be obstinate, even to the point of rigidity. It seemed that Lin Hui would not have an easy time ahead. Lacking high emotional intelligence makes it challenging to interact with such personalities. Fortunately, he was not particularly stubborn, and his emotional acumen was not negligible. Nie Qian appeared to be caught off guard by Lin Hui and the other's early return. Setting down the dishes she was still arranging as she approached us, inquiring, Have you all had dinner? We ate long ago. By now we would have starved. Zhong Lu replied. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, turning to Nie Qian and asking, By the way, I believe you are returning to work tomorrow, correct? Nie Qian nodded, a puzzled expression on her face, seemingly unsure why Zhong Lu had suddenly raised the question. Lin Hui has mentioned your situation to me. While I do not know the specifics, it sounds rather perilous. Have you not considered postponing your return to work? As soon as Zhong Lu finished speaking, I felt as though I'd found a lifeline and quickly echoed, See, even Zhong Lu thinks so. Xiao Qian, perhaps you should reconsider? Nie Qian pouted, shot me a sidelong glance, and shook her head, saying, No, one cannot evade what is destined to come. Rather than spend my days at home in constant anxiety, I would prefer to step outside, bask in the sun, and engage in activities to keep my mind occupied. To live in a half-hearted manner is worse than to die boldly. Her nonchalance made me, a grown man, feel a twinge of shame. Since her mind was made up, I ceased to press the issue. It was paramount to bring the perpetrator to justice swiftly. Lin Hui, sensing the sudden heaviness in the atmosphere, hurriedly interjected, By the way, Luo Jun, did Kong Long come looking for you earlier? Upon hearing the name Kong Long, a chill ran down my spine, and when Lin Hui completed a sentence, I could scarcely believe my ears. It was only after he reiterated his statement that I anxiously grasped his shoulders and, looking him in the eye, asked, Why do you ask such a thing? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hui replied, Because I just saw him downstairs. Downstairs? I let out a gasp, exchanging a glance with Nie Qian, incredulously asking, Are you certain you didn't team Ms. C? Lin Hui, rolling his eyes in contemplation, firmly nodded. Although he wore a hat, I could still see clearly. After all, we had spent several days together at the police station, and I was confident in my recognition. A heavy weight settled in my heart as my fears materialized. Kong Long had indeed fixated on us, and he had traced us here. His intentions were unmistakable. It was not just me and Ye Qian at risk, but Lin Hui and Zhong Lu were in peril as well. Noticing my altered demeanor, Lin Hui cautiously inquired, "What is wrong, Luo Jun? Did I say something amiss?" I slowly shook my head, my mind racing with strategies on how to confront Kong Long. After much consideration, the most prudent course seemed to be informing Su Long, requesting him to dispatch personnel for our protection. Suddenly, someone shoved me forcefully, interrupting my thoughts, followed by Zhong Lu's urgent voice, "Luo Jun, speak up. What is happening?" This matter was too complex to elucidate in a moment, but I warned them. In the forthcoming period, you must exercise utmost caution until the perpetrator is apprehended. Zhong Lu's expression shifted dramatically as she anxiously queried, "What connection does that murderer have with us?" Raising my eyebrows, I glanced at Lin Hui, realizing he had not disclosed the entire situation to Zhong Lu. When I remained silent, she turned to Lin Hui, pressing, "Lin Hui, didn't you say the murderer was on the run? How are we now implicated?" Lin Hui, visibly awkward, perhaps sensing he could no longer conceal the truth, reluctantly revealed the details of AI Lin's demise. Zhong Lu slumped onto the sofa like a soft blob of clay, weakly stating, "So, the murderer has now set sights on us, correct?" I solemnly nodded. "Could the murderer be Kong Long?" Lin Hui queried. After a moment's reflection, I concluded that this information would inevitably come to light, and sharing it now would allow them to be forewarned. Thus, I gravely affirmed with a nod. Lin Hui was rendered speechless, pointing towards the door, then at himself, stammering, "So, I just let the murderer escape? But, are you truly certain Kong Long is the killer? It seems unlikely to be a mistake. The police are searching for him everywhere. Then what is he doing here? Could it be?" Lin Hui abruptly halted, swallowing hard and nervously muttering, "We can't possibly be his next targets, can we? Just like Li Qing's female colleague." I maintained a tense silence, tacitly acknowledging the possibility. This prompted Zhong Lu to spring from the sofa, pacing anxiously, murmuring, "What should we do? If the murderer seeks vengeance on me, wouldn't that be an unjust demise?" Lin Hui placed a comforting hand on his girlfriend's shoulder, gently reassuring, "My dear, do not fear. I am here. I will ensure your safety, no matter what." "You?" Zhong Lu suddenly smiled, yet her expression lacked genuine emotion and joy, tinged instead with a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. "You can't even safeguard yourself. How could you possibly protect me? Trust me. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety. I swear." Lin Hui, truly distressed, began to swear his oath. "But if you die, it will be of no use." Zhong Lu, exasperated, stamped her foot. "Forget it. I won't discuss this with you any longer. I need to think alone." She emphasized the phrase alone and promptly turned on her heel, hurrying back to her room, leaving Lin Hui standing there in disappointment. After a moment of awkward silence, I gently patted Lin Hui on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Anyone faced with such a situation would lose their composure. Do not hold it against her. Give her some time. I am certain she will come to understand. Though I spoke these words, my heart was filled with profound sentiment. The disparities between individuals often reveal themselves in the most subtle ways. In comparison to Zhong Lu, I felt an immediate sense of pride for having a partner like Ye Qian. Such is the nature of love, without regret or complaint. Lin Hui bitterly raised a corner of his mouth and silently walked onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke, a sight that evoked a pang of sorrow in those who watched. Ye Qian and I exchanged a glance. Our feelings for each other solidified. There is little love in this world that can withstand the trials of adversity. I informed Ye Qian that I would call Su Long and retreated to my room, while she continued to tidy up the remaining dishes on the table. Life must go on as long as the sky does not fall. Entering the bedroom, I hesitated for a moment before pulling out my phone and dialing Su Long's number. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and I could not afford to be careless. After a few rings, the call connected, and Su Long's voice came through. "Hello, Luo Jun. What can I do for you?" Suddenly, an odd thought crossed my mind, and I quickly changed my words. "I just wanted to ask if there is any news about Kong Long." "None so far, but I have dispatched numerous personnel and tightened the entry and exit management in the city. I am confident he cannot escape." "That reassures me." After a brief silence, Su Long's voice emerged with a hint of confusion. You call me just to ask this? His tone irked me, prompting an eye roll. You seem quite relaxed. But every moment I am on edge, fearing for my life. I do not wish to follow in Li Qing's footsteps, nor do I want anyone close to me to become the next AI Lin. I understand your feelings. Rest assured, as soon as I have news about Kong Long, I will notify you immediately. By the way, there is one more thing, my speculation regarding the killer's method. Since the call had already connected, I decided to share my recent thoughts. After hearing my theory, there was a long pause on the other end, and just as I began to think the signal had dropped, Su Long softly cleared his throat, confirming his presence. His voice returned, "Your speculation is quite reasonable. However, proving it will not be easy. Until we have concrete evidence, consider these thoughts merely for reference." I ended the call, leaned against the bed, and sat down, closing my eyes to ponder my next course of action. Nie Qian's determination to work was unwavering, yet the threat posed by Kong Long loomed ominously. At this moment, investigating the case was no longer the foremost priority. Ensuring the safety of myself and those around me had become paramount. A cornered dog would leap over a wall, and how much more dangerous could a remorseless murderer be? Just as I was entangled in my thoughts, the door swung open, and Nie Qian returned. Having tidied up the dishes, she walked straight to the vanity, fiddling with the various bottles and jars, and casually asked, "Have you finished your call?" I replied with a soft, suddenly opening my eyes to gaze at her. "How about I pick you up and drop you off from work every day, starting tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Nie Qian chuckled, her alluring waist twisting as she turned to look back at me. "I understand your intentions, and I am truly touched. However, June, you have your own responsibilities to fulfill. Even if Kong Long is audacious, surely he wouldn't dare commit murder in broad daylight. Therefore, you really need not be so apprehensive." Nie Qian was a woman of gentle exterior yet resolute spirit, firmly set in her beliefs, making it difficult for outsiders to sway her decisions. Our reconciliation served as a prime example. Reluctantly, I nodded in acquiescence, no longer pressing the matter. She perceived my resignation and approached me with a radiant smile, gently settling onto my lap. In a soft voice, she said, "June, I know you love me, but you cannot always be there to protect me. I believe you'll capture the murderer with your own hands, and that will be the true safeguard for me." I found myself at a loss for words. And at that moment, the sound of a quarrel between Lin Hui and Nie Qian echoed from the living room. Moments later, a heavy door slam resonated, and tranquility returned outside. Chapter 38. The Shui group. As I exchanged a glance with Nie Qian, the confusion in our eyes was palpable, and within mere seconds, it morphed into astonishment. The sound of the closing door immediately sparked a realization within me. Zhong Lu had left. Nie Qian rose from my lap, casting a concerned glance towards the door before turning to me and whispering, "June, please go see what has transpired." By the time she spoke, I had already approached the doorway. Her insistence for me to investigate was clearly aligned with my own thoughts. If Zhong Lu had indeed departed as Lin Hui's closest friend, it was only fitting that I offer him some solace. Nodding slightly, I opened the door and stepped outside. The living room was devoid of any presence, and I hastened to the corridor, where I found Lin Hui standing with his back to me, staring vacantly at the entrance. His silhouette appeared particularly desolate in the soft yellow glow of the light. Zhong Lu had truly left. A chilling sensation washed over me. I had only just begun to appreciate her genuine nature, yet here she was, departing with such resoluteness, embodying her true self. It was utterly astonishing. Silently, I approached Lin Hui from behind, opening my mouth to offer words of comfort, yet I found myself at a loss for what to say. The accusatory remarks I had rehearsed, condemning her selfishness and callousness, would only serve to exacerbate Lin Hui's anguish. A married couple is like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each fly their separate ways. Lin Hui suddenly spoke, and I was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Guilt surged within me. I felt compelled to apologize, for if it were not for my predicament, Zhong Lu would not have. Lin Hui abruptly turned to interrupt my thoughts, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "What would that change? Are you suggesting that if I hadn't informed her about the case, she wouldn't have left?" "Ah." He chuckled hollowly. "What difference does it make? Even if she stayed this time, she would eventually depart. Life is seldom smooth sailing. His words rang true. The adage that one's nature is difficult to change was apparent. In fact, Zhonglu's departure might not be entirely detrimental for Lin Hui. Considering their time together had been brief, perhaps a swift pain was preferable to a prolonged one. However, such reflections belong to an outsider's perspective, incapable of grasping the feelings of those directly involved. Thus, my most suitable role at this moment was to be a silent listener, standing by my brother's side. Upon noticing the melancholy etched on my face, Lin Hui unexpectedly laughed. Why the long face? It's just a woman after all. You know, I have plenty of women around. I could replace her in a heartbeat. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and began to scroll through his contacts, murmuring to himself, should I call Amy or Jessica? Perhaps that Yang from last time. I haven't reached out to her in ages. Enough, I exclaimed, snatching the phone from his hand. You need to take a shower and get some sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, you can decide the path you wish to take moving forward, all right? Lin Hui did not come to retrieve his phone. Instead, he resembled a defeated rooster, his head drooping in dejection as he stared blankly at his feet. To an unsuspecting observer, this scene would suggest that he was merely a novice in matters of the heart, unaware that even seasoned navigators can encounter storms. Time pulsated in the stillness of the room. I refrained from urging him, choosing instead to remain by his side until he exhaled a long sigh and uttered a statement that momentarily eased my worries. He said, Xiao Lu's choice is not wrong. If I truly love her, I should let her go, allowing her to escape danger. His words struck a chord within me. The unfeeling breakup with Nie Qian had haunted me for 3 years, yet Lin Hui's insight rendered my past actions childish and absurd. As for Nie Qian's steadfast loyalty, I sensed a tinge of guilt. I patted his shoulder, returned the phone to him, and said with reassurance, it's best that you think this way. It's getting late. You should rest early. After a good night's sleep, a new day awaits. Lin Hui cast a deep glance at the door before nodding and following me back to the living room, where we parted ways to our respective rooms. Nie Qian was awake, waiting for me in her room, perhaps recalling a similar choice made 3 years prior. She appeared surprisingly calm when I informed her that Zhonglu had indeed left. She remarked that the current circumstances were exceptional, and no one should be shackled by emotional bonds in such an uncertain existence. Therefore, Zhonglu's decision could not be deemed heartless. Yet, in stark contrast, Nie Qian's unwavering commitment became all the more precious. While the reasons behind her steadfastness were complex, I held steadfast in my belief that her love for me prevailed. We embraced and fell asleep, comforted by each other's presence, banishing solitude. The night, like a mirror, reflects one's innermost thoughts. I dreamt once more, finding myself back at room 303 on Mingsheng Road, the atmosphere stifling and the surroundings eerily familiar. However, this time the narrative took a twist. I saw 4 figures fleeing before me, and I had become the pursuer. I chased them from the 3rd floor to the entrance of the community, whereupon they scattered in disarray. I followed one tall and slender figure into an abandoned area, closing in on them, when suddenly this person, uncertain of gender, darted into a dense thicket and vanished, accompanied by a faint cry for help. I turned toward the sound and beheld a frail figure collapsed by the roadside, barely clinging to life. Yet again, this familiar scene emerged. Even in dreams, I knew without looking that it was Shui Renqing lying there. The ensuing events unfolded as expected. As I approached her, about to extend a hand, a startlingly familiar face materialized before me. The person on the ground was not Shui Renqing, but Nie Qian. A wave of suffocation washed over me. I jolted awake, staring at the white ceiling above, gasping for breath. This dream, devoid of blood-soaked horror, nonetheless instilled an overwhelming sense of dread that resonated deep within my heart. I turned to glance at Nie Qian, who remained peacefully asleep, a serene expression gracing her face. As I gazed at her, the dream I had just experienced resurfaced in my mind. Shui Renqing had morphed into Nie Qian, a clear manifestation of my subconscious. Reflecting her current predicament and my deep-seated concerns for her safety, particularly heightened by the emergence of Conglong. Thus, despite Nie Qian's insistence that she required no protection from me, After careful deliberation, I resolved to discreetly follow her, at least until the most perilous days had passed. Having made up my mind, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Noticing it was still early, I drifted back into slumber. Upon awakening once more, daylight had fully broken, and Nie Chien was no longer in bed. A jolt of alarm shot through me, instantly banishing most of my sleepiness. I hurriedly dressed and exited my room, relieved to find that Nie Chien had yet to leave. She was in the bathroom preparing herself. Lin Hui's room remained closed, indicating he had not yet risen. I glanced at the wall clock, which read precisely 7:30. Upon seeing me, Nie Chien inquired in surprise, "June, why are you up so early? It's been a tough few days. Couldn't you spare a little more time for sleep?" Naturally, I could not divulge the true reason for my early rising. After a moment's thought, I replied, "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get up with a clear mind. Now is the perfect time for contemplation." Nie Chien nodded in agreement. Emerging from the bathroom, checking the time, she hurriedly exclaimed, "I have to leave now. Otherwise, I'll be late for work." She paused, adding, "By the way, I still don't know where you work." Grabbing her bag and approaching the door to change her shoes, she casually remarked, "It's a small company, not particularly well known. I'm running out of time. I'll tell you more when I return." With that, she opened the door, seemingly recalling something, and quickly approached me to plant a kiss before departing. After she left, I waited 3 to 4 minutes before quietly following her. As I passed a floor-to-ceiling mirror in the hallway, I caught sight of my furtive demeanor, resembling a rather unsavory stalker, and could not help but chuckle to myself, acknowledging the challenges of playing the gallant protector in these times. A notable characteristic of urban life, as opposed to rural towns, is its frenetic pace, particularly during rush hours. Pedestrians moved in a synchronized, machine-like rhythm, their expressions curiously alike, each individual appearing as a competitor, fearful that lagging behind by even a step might result in losing the race of life. I had once been part of that throng, Itre Nichien, careful not to draw too close as we navigated through the crowd, maintaining an appropriate distance, a skill in which I possess some innate talent. Despite Nie Chien occasionally veering off course, she remained oblivious to my pursuit. She chose not to take public transport, suggesting that this new company was not far from home. However, this proximity intensified her peril, given Kong Long's nearby presence. Should he be intent on tracking both Nie Chien and me, it would be all too easy for him to ascertain her whereabouts. Thus, my current actions were indeed prudent. After approximately 15 minutes, Nie Chien walked directly into a building across the street. From an external perspective, this building stands as a distinguished edifice, both in design and decor, remarkably different from the typical office structures. The entrance is exquisite and imposing, and even the security personnel stationed at the kiosk beside the door exude an air of vitality. Employees clad in tailored suits bustle in and out, embodying a scene of bustling prosperity. As I raise my gaze, pondering which company could command such grandeur, I noticed the name Shui Group emblazoned in gilded letters towards the right of the building's facade. Shui Group? I repeated the phrase several times, feeling an unsettling familiarity, as if I had encountered it before. Suddenly, the memory of Shui Shilin struck me. Indeed, prior to her tenure at Happy Manor, she had been employed by Shui Group, a preeminent corporation in the city and a member of the Fortune Global 500. I stood there in disbelief, my mind momentarily clouded. Could this truly be the modest company that Nie Chien spoke of? No, that cannot be. Nie Chien would not deceive me, nor would she have any reason to mislead herself. Just because she was here does not necessarily imply that she works here. Perhaps, she is merely passing by. Such reasoning felt feeble, and an odd sensation began to rise within me. However, out of an abundance of caution, I refrained from departing immediately. Instead, I settled into a window-side seat at a tea house opposite Shui Group, attentively observing the entrance of the building, hoping that Nie Chien would soon emerge through those doors. Yet, events did not unfold as I had anticipated. Nie Chien did not appear, and with the passage of time, my confidence dwindled to near nothingness. Chapter 39. The abrupt confession. I withdrew my gaze, feeling disheartened as I lowered my head, unable to comprehend why Nie Chien would act in such a manner. What purpose could she possibly have in deceiving herself? The reasons eluded me, and perhaps it was simply due to my hasty departure that morning, which led her to mistakenly refer to a major corporation as a minor one. Or perhaps this entire situation was merely a misunderstanding, and I had been too hasty in placing blame upon her. My thoughts grew increasingly heavy, and the screen of my phone flickered intermittently in my hand, igniting the contemplation of whether I should reach out to Nie Chien with a simple gesture of concern. As I wavered in my decision, a figure suddenly took a seat across from me. I furrowed my brow and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Is there no room beside you? Could you possibly move?" "Oh, you are." My voice caught in my throat as I recognized the young girl sitting opposite me. She appeared familiar, yet her name eluded me in that moment. I desperately searched my mind for a recollection of her face, but she seemed impatient, hastening to introduce herself. "I am Ying. Have you forgotten?" "Ying. Oh, it dawned upon me. You are a friend of Lin Huey's. We met at his home, I recalled." Little did I anticipate that my offhand remark would cause Yi Ying's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, rendering her momentarily speechless. I cleared my throat and inquired, "What a coincidence. What brings you here?" "Actually, I saw you on the way and followed you here," she admitted shyly. "You followed me? Is there something you need?" I found myself stifling a laugh, bemused by the notion that I, the supposed pursuer, had unwittingly become the pursued. Ying furrowed her brow, appearing hesitant to speak. "Are you looking for Lin Hui?" Her expression led me to surmise what she wished to discuss. Acknowledging her unspoken concern, she nodded awkwardly, her face growing even redder. In a soft voice, she revealed, "His phone is off, and there's no one at home. He was staying at the police station. But he left without a word a few days ago, and now no one knows where he has gone." It was not my place to involve myself in Lin Huey's emotional entanglements, especially since he had turned over a new leaf. The past should remain in the past. Yet, witnessing Ying's pitiful demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within me. Just as I stood in indecision, a hurried footstep approached, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, followed by the sound of another woman's voice piercing the air. "Do not tell her." I lifted my gaze to the newcomer, a striking woman who exuded an air of aloofness, her visage strikingly similar to Yi Ying's. It was evident she was her sister, Yi Li. Upon seeing her sister, Ying instantly resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, lowering her head, unable to meet her gaze and muttering, "Sister, why? Why are you here too?" "Why am I here?" Yi Li scoffed with a cold smile. "Do you truly think I could leave you to your own devices? You can't seem to manage even a moment without mischief. You're no longer a child. Can you not employ a modicum of common sense?" Yeli's attitude provoked considerable disdain in me. I coughed deeply, my tone unkind as I stated, "If your sole intention is to reprimand your sister, please find another venue. Do not bother me here." The words Yeli had poised on her lips were abruptly silenced by my retort. With a haughty expression, she gazed at me and remarked, "Isn't it because of your friend? He has caused my sister to lose her appetite daily. Am I to blame for that?" Yeli faltered, casting a fierce glare in my direction before directing her ire towards Yang, commanding, "Return home at once." Tears were already welling in Yang's eyes as she looked to me for help. Unable to contain my growing aversion towards this domineering sister, I divulged Lin Huey's address. Upon hearing this, Yang's face suddenly brightened with a smile, sweetly expressing her gratitude before sticking her tongue out at Yeli and darting away like the wind. Watching my sister's retreating figure, Yeli's brows knitted in frustration. After a prolonged moment, she seemed to recognize the futility of her anger and resignedly took a seat. Her gaze filled with resentment directed towards me. I turned my head away, my eyes wandering aimlessly outside the window. Ordinarily, it was a foregone conclusion that Nie Chien would work at the Shui Group, and I had fulfilled my obligation of escorting her to work. Yet curiously, I found no inclination to depart, as if I were awaiting a miracle or perhaps Yeli's next words. After a brief silence, Yeli could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and finally spoke, her tone considerably softened compared to before. "We are all aware of the type of person your friend is. My sister is still young and naive. I do not wish for her to have her emotions toyed with or to be deceived. I could empathize with her feelings, yet I refrained from passing judgment on Lin Huey's character. Our perspectives differed. Did she truly believe she could control her sister? Even if she could restrain her physically, could she govern her heart? I had never heard of a genuine relationship that could be so governed. When it comes to matters of the heart, they are inherently voluntary, devoid of right or wrong. Yeli, imbued with an indomitable spirit, furrowed her brow and retorted, "Can one truly not intervene? If Lin Hui could manage himself, would I need to worry? Do you intend to oversee your sister for all eternity?" I countered, met with her furious glare, leaving her momentarily speechless. I had no desire to become entangled in such pointless disputes with her. Rising to my feet, I adjusted my attire and said coldly, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." However, before I could take a step, she abruptly called out to me, "Wait. I have something else I wish to ask you." "What is it?" I inquired absently, my gaze still lingering outside. After the morning rush, the streets had noticeably thinned, and few souls were entering or exiting the Schweg Group's premises, as everyone had immersed themselves in their respective duties. "Could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of courtesy? I am speaking to you." Yeli expressed her dissatisfaction. I let out a cold scoff, mocking, "Who was the one to initiate trouble first? Now you seek decorum? How absurd! Will you speak or not? If not, I shall take my leave." As I spoke, Yili's tones softened completely. She tightened her face in contemplation for a moment before uttering a peculiar phrase. "Actually, I just wanted to ask, do you already have a girlfriend? What does that have to do with you?" I asked impatiently, my tone becoming more pronounced. "What are you trying to say? Can you please be direct? I like you." I felt as though I had been struck mute, my actions abruptly halted. Surely, I must have misheard, or perhaps she had misspoken. Turning to face Yili directly, I gaped in disbelief and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, I like you and want to be with you." My astonishment was unparalleled. However, I felt no joy at her confession. Even more surprising was the seriousness etched on Yi Li's face when she spoke, devoid of the shyness typical of a girl. Hadn't Lin Hui mentioned that she was indifferent to men, a frigid beauty? How could she suddenly be so assertive? Was it true that appearances could be deceiving? Yili seemed somewhat taken aback by my reaction. Gently calling my name, she continued, "Actually, I have liked you ever since the first time I saw you. Perhaps this is fate." The unexpected turn of events had left my mind in a whirl, and I instinctively replied, "I have a girlfriend, and our relationship is quite good." Yili paused, seemingly unprepared for my forthright response, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Every individual harbors a sense of vanity. No man would feel displeased by a woman's confession, especially from a beauty like Yili. Logically, I should have felt a sense of pride, yet for some inexplicable reason, that feeling eluded me. Perhaps her confession was too abrupt, or perhaps I simply lacked any affection for her. In that instant, the atmosphere between us became peculiar, the air itself seeming to freeze. I yearned to say something to alleviate the awkwardness, yet no words escaped my lips. Instead, Yili smiled graciously, saying, "It's all right. I believe that if it's meant to be, we will naturally come together." I responded with a non-committal smile, suddenly realizing that while Yili appeared disappointed by my subtle rejection, she was not truly sad. Beneath her seemingly gracious smile lay a hint of concern, making me aware that her unexpected confession likely stemmed from some urgency. This piqued my interest in engaging her further. Yili averted her gaze from mine and softly remarked, "Why are you staring at me like that? It's making me feel a bit uneasy. Did you not say you liked me? Why then are you afraid of my gaze?" I teased with a smile. "You're not playing with me, are you?" "Who? Who would play with you?" "Oomph. If you don't believe me, then forget it," Yili retorted. Pouting, she stood up from her chair, shot me a fierce glare, and swayed away with an elegant grace. I smiled wryly and shook my head, for in my eyes, the arrival of the Yi Ing sisters resembled nothing more than a farce. And yet I had squandered a precious 2 hours of my time because of it. With this thought, I summoned a waiter to settle the bill. Casting one last glance at the Schweg Group building before setting off in the direction of home, the disruption caused by the Yi Ing sisters had thrown my original train of thought into disarray. Fortunately, I had no particular plans for the day, and Su Long had not allowed me to meet him at the safe house for several days now, which suggested he too was a person of considerable demands. However, this did afford me a rare moment of leisure. As I entered the community, pondering how best to arrange my forthcoming hours, a flicker of movement caught my peripheral vision, a shadow of deep gray. This shadow stirred my sensitive instincts, and I immediately thought of one person, Kong Long. I abruptly halted, turning around, but found no one behind me. As I resumed my forward stride, an overwhelming sense of impending danger began to envelop me from behind. How I wished this were merely a figment of my imagination. Yet, when I glanced towards a black sedan parked by the roadside, the reflection in its dark windows revealed a figure clad in a hat, sunglasses, and a scarf, steadily approaching me. In mere seconds, I witnessed their hand emerge from a pocket, swiftly extending toward me. Chapter 40. Stirring up the snake in the grass as I approached my home, which was now just a short distance away, my legs felt increasingly heavy to the point where I could scarcely move. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly rested upon my shoulder. Almost instinctively, as if guided by some unseen force, I raised my hands and firmly pressed it down. I shifted my right foot back, bent my left knee, and stepped forward, using the assailant's forward momentum to exert force with both my hands and back, violently throwing the shadowy figure over my head. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the man crashed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp as dust rose around him. I stared at him in disbelief at my own sudden outburst, an act driven solely by instinct, akin to a natural response in a moment of peril. At that instant, 4 or 5 men rushed out from who knows where, pinning the still prone figure in gray to the ground. An older man approached, crouched down, and removed the individual's hat and sunglasses, leaning in closely to scrutinize the stalker. After a brief moment, the older man stood up, a look of disappointment crossing his face as he declared, "Not him. Lift him up. I have questions." I did not pay attention to their conversation, still immersed in the shock of my own unexpected display of strength. It was not merely an emergency reaction. Such a feat would have been impossible without a certain physical capability. I lowered my gaze, fixating intently on my own large hands, which bore a multitude of fine scars, remnants of past injuries that were not easily noticeable at first glance. For the first time in many years, I examined my hands so closely, yet no matter how I looked at them, they did not seem like hands capable of throwing someone aside. Taking a deep breath, I tensed my body and clenched my fist. An indescribable force surged through my arms, permeating every inch of my skin. I felt the urge to conduct an experiment, one that would validate my strength. I swung my fist and struck the nearby white wall with considerable force. The impact produced a dull thud, causing the entire wall to shudder, with plaster and debris cascading down, revealing the red bricks behind the white surface, along with a clear imprint of my fist. Remarkably, my knuckles only sustained a minor abrasion, a trivial loss of skin. This left me utterly incredulous. Had it not been for today's serendipity, I might have lived my life believing I was just an ordinary person, devoid of strength. Suddenly, a magnetic voice echoed in my ear. "Are you all right?" I turned to the source of the sound and found a burly man watching me intently. He was the older one among the group of 5 or 6 men, with deep-set, dark eyes embedded in his rugged face, radiating a piercing gaze that felt both familiar and repugnant. "I'm fine," I replied coolly, as his eyes revealed his identity to me. "You are from the criminal police, aren't you? How did you know?" the burly man asked, momentarily taken aback. I believe the true reason for his astonishment lay in my revelation of his police affiliation, rather than merely deducing that he was an officer. After all, it requires no speculation to ascertain such a fact. Who, in broad daylight, would brazenly apprehend someone? This is, after all, a society governed by law. It was a guess, I asserted. A guess? He regarded me with a skeptical expression, and upon noticing my reluctance to elaborate, he ceased his inquiries and nodded in agreement, devoid of any pretense. "Here is my identification, the others are my colleagues." He produced his badge, which bore the inscription of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, along with his name, Chun Bing, accompanied by a 2-inch photograph that resembled Su Long's. I folded the badge and returned it, gazing at him with curiosity as I inquired, "What brings you here?" Chun Bing retrieved his badge, raised his thumb, and gestured behind him, pursing his lips as he replied, "I assent it obvious. We are here to apprehend him." I turned my gaze to his rear, where a man in gray was being restrained, his face a mask of terror, his incoherent ramblings barely discernible. His visage was unfamiliar to me, I certainly did not recognize him, at least not from recent encounters. Yet his attire was strikingly similar to that of the individual who had surveilled me last time at Happy Garden, leading me to momentarily suspect it was Kong Long who had arrived. The thought of Kong Long sparked a sudden clarity within me, and I promptly grasped Shun Bing's intentions. Eagerly, I asked, "Are you here to capture Kong Long?" The response from my interlocutor revealed a flicker of surprise as he regarded me intently. After a considerable pause, he affirmed, "Your deduction is indeed astute. This is precisely our mission." I hadn't anticipated their level of awareness. A smirk crept upon my lips, tinged with irony. For I had learned of Kong Long's presence nearby only the previous evening. By dawn, the investigation team had already stationed themselves within the community, and while their speed was commendable, I pondered the source of their intelligence. If they could not respond with alacrity, how would they ever catch the perpetrator before he vanished? "Where did you acquire this information?" I inquired. "That is classified. You're not privy to know," Chun Bing replied curtly. I shrugged nonchalantly. Yet a chilling suspicion solidified in my mind. Aside from myself, someone at home was clandestinely maintaining contact with the criminal investigation team. This vague feeling had lingered for quite some time, though I'd struggled to substantiate it. Thus, during my phone call with Sue Long the previous night, I deliberately withheld the revelation of Kong Long's whereabouts to ascertain whether they possessed foresight, as I suspected. Now, it seemed that all my conjectures were converging towards a conclusion. While this answer may not be absolute, it undeniably warranted my attention. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, but I have always held the belief that every coincidence bears its own traceable origins. The commotion we caused attracted the gazes of several passers-by within the community, who gathered and exchanged hushed whispers. It was only when the community security arrived and glimpsed the badges presented by the officers that the onlookers were finally dispersed. Chin Bing turned to glance at the man in gray, letting out a resigned sigh as he remarked, "It is a pity he is not Kong Long. It seems that this Kong Long is far more cunning than we had imagined. This individual is evidently a bait he has released. We have already startled the snake in the grass, and capturing him again will be even more challenging." Chun Bing's analysis resonated with my own thoughts, albeit with one distinction. I had once been under surveillance by the man in gray, and coupled with Kong Long's appearance here last night, I instinctively misidentified this imposter. But what about them? On what basis did these detectives determine the identity of the other party at the moment they decided to intervene? In response to my query, Chun Bing replied candidly, "Apprehending Kong Long is merely one of our tasks. Another is to ensure your safety and that of your family." Protection? I feared that Lu Yong merely sought a legitimate reason to keep me under scrutiny. I stifled a cold laugh within, but refrained from voicing it aloud. Chun Bing continued, "Precisely because they are tasked with protecting you, they must extend a helping hand when you are in danger. Moreover, the only one likely to act against you at such a time would undoubtedly be the killer, Kong Long. Therefore, regardless of who this man in gray might be, Chun Bing and his team would rush to my aid without hesitation. However, they had not anticipated that everyone had fallen victim to this stone thrown out by Kong Long as a probing tactic. A probing stone? I silently echoed in my mind, my gaze sweeping the surroundings, a feeling of being watched creeping over me. At this moment, Kong Long could very well be lurking in some inconspicuous corner, coldly observing every move here. I hope to extract some clues about Kong Long from this man's lips. If so, this operation would not end in utter failure. Though I uttered such sentiments, my inner thoughts diverged. If Kong Long were this astute, he would undoubtedly select someone utterly unrelated to him, and this man in gray was likely just an unfamiliar passerby. Indeed, Chun Bing quickly confirmed my suspicions. Frowning, he placed his hands on his hips and stated, "I already interrogated him at the first opportunity, but he does not recognize Kong Long. He claims to have found this temporary job online, and his task involved donning specific attire and waiting at the community entrance with your photograph." At this point, he produced a 2-inch photograph and handed it to me, adding, "As soon as he sees you, he will rush up behind you and tap your shoulder. That would complete his task, after which he would receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? I was taken aback by the fact that Kong Long was willing to spend money so freely. I jested while examining the photograph in my hand. It was in black and white, likely downloaded and printed directly from the internet. Though the resolution was low, the contours of the man's facial features were unmistakable, leaving little room for misidentification. It became evident that Kong Long's intentions were clear. He had been relentlessly seeking opportunities to approach me. As long as he could evade the police, it would be the perfect moment for him to strike. Chun Bing concurred with my deduction. Yet he soon pondered another question. Why did Kong Long not instruct this man in gray to act at night? Would that not have been more advantageous for him? I pondered while stroking my chin and murmured, perhaps he has long been aware of your existence. Chapter 41. The Thief Yet to Move. The soldiers arrived, the police sirens blared as they entered the community. With Chun Bing's movements already exposed, there was no longer any need to conceal their identities. Chun Bing selected 2 from 4 detectives he had brought along to escort the man in gray back to the station, while he remained with the other 2 to ensure my safety. As the police car sped away from the community, he instructed one of them to stay behind and accompanied the youngest male officer back to my home. The house was dimly lit and devoid of occupants. Lin Hui had left at some point as well. We settled onto the sofa, and Chun Bing began by pointing to his young colleague, introducing him. This is Chen Kai, my co-worker who has recently joined the team. I brought him along for some practical experience. I nodded politely in acknowledgement, yet my gaze inadvertently roamed over Chun Bing's face, scrutinizing each subtle expression. Although I was fairly certain they were sent by Lu Yong, I cautiously probed. You have deployed quite a number of personnel for this operation and set up an ambush for the capture. Has Kong Long already been convicted? Chun Bing shook his head solemnly, explaining that they could not convict someone they had yet to apprehend. However, he did reveal that Kong Long was now a major suspect in the 1018 homicide case, and they could carry out an arrest if necessary. My eyebrows slightly raised. While he had not been convicted, the police had evidently already ascribed a certain identity to Kong Long. This was quite different from Su Long's assertions last night. It appeared that Lu Yong was particularly eager to apprehend this murderer, and if I were not mistaken, the culprit must have found a vulnerability in Lu Yong through Li Qing. Given this, I inquired, why are neither Captain Lu nor Deputy Captain Su participating in the command of such a significant operation? It was evident that Chun Bing was reluctant to discuss this matter. Yet out of courtesy, he felt obliged to respond. He frowned slightly and said, this operation was directly authorized by Captain Lu. What does it have to do with Deputy Captain Su? As for the command, he can manage it remotely, considering there are many other affairs requiring his attention at the station. My suspicions were finally confirmed. Lu Yong was growing impatient and compelled to take action. As for the nature of Chun Bing himself, whether he was loyal or treacherous was of little importance, for regardless of how much he knew about the situation, he would dutifully report everything that transpired here to Lu Yong. This was indeed the true purpose of Lu Yong sending them here. If they could also capture Kong Long, it would be a masterful move, achieving 2 objectives with one stroke. Fearing that I might persist with such inquiries, Chun Bing hastily redirected the conversation, saying, you mentioned that Kong Long released that man to draw us out because he discovered our movements. He paused momentarily, and upon seeing my lack of denial, he shook his head slowly, asserting confidently, but that is impossible. I absently asked why, my mind already calculating my next steps. At this moment, I was surrounded by myriad traps, and discerning friend from foe was increasingly challenging. The threat posed by Kong Long is self-evident, and the one who secretly communicates with the criminal police remains elusive. The forces of Lu Yong, who had been lurking in the shadows, have now brazenly approached me under the pretext of protection, rendering me entirely under Lu Yong's control, unable to move an inch. In an instant, the atmosphere became fraught with tension. I sensed that Lu Yong, leveraging his power and means, was drawing ever closer to his nefarious goal. Once he achieves this aim, I would lose my leverage to threaten him, leaving my situation precarious. Suddenly, a bold and terrifying thought flashed through my mind. Compared to the unfathomable abyss that is Lu Yong, Kong Long appears almost childlike in his simplicity. If truly cornered, I would prefer to take a gamble with Kong Long. Just then, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Chun Bing looked at me quizzically and asked, what is you so lost in thought? I called you, and you didn't even hear me. I pulled myself from my reverie and feigned unease, saying, I'm worried about my girlfriend. She went to work today. What if Kong Long poses a threat to her? Oh, and my roommate. I have no idea where he is. Didn't your captain instruct you to protect me and my family? Why isn't anyone dispatched to safeguard them? These were mere platitudes, a ruse to outsmart Lu Yong's informants. Chun Bing stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment before reluctantly replying. The captain did say so, but our team is short-handed and cannot provide protection for everyone. The best course of action would be for you all to stay at home until this tumultuous period has passed. Stay at home? I chuckled, glancing at the empty house, and raised my hands in a gesture of exasperation. You see, that is simply not feasible. He remained silent, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. My objective was to nudge him toward my desired outcome, liberating myself from Lu Yong's grasp. Given that Kong Long had already identified your presence, he would shift his focus to my friends. If he truly intended to kill someone, even his allies would not be spared. The death of AI Lin serves as the most poignant testament to this. Moreover, you ought to be protecting us. Wouldn't it be easier to station personnel near Nie Qian and Lin Hui to apprehend Kong Long? Even just tracking his movements will be preferable to having everyone idle here, waiting for something to happen. A contemplative look crossed Chun Bing's face as he unconsciously nodded, seemingly swayed by my words. He then rose and moved to the balcony, retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing a number. I couldn't discern the conversation, but I knew he was reporting to Lu Yong and awaiting further instructions. Accompanying him was Chun Kai, a young man in his mid-20s who had been sitting in silence, appearing quite bored. I smiled at him and, seeking conversation, asked, "How many times have you been out on a case?" "First time," seeing someone willing to engage him. Chun Kai immediately perked up. "How does it feel?" "Very exhilarating, especially when we were making arrests just now." In Chun Kai's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, but soon it dimmed, a pity that we had apprehended the wrong individual. "Have you encountered Kong Long?" He nodded emphatically, saying, "Yes, just a few days ago." He was frequently present at the bureau, and we would meet daily. However, for reasons unknown, he has not returned since he left yesterday. Consequently, early this morning, I received the order to apprehend him. At this juncture, he suddenly laughed, and I grasped his implication, inquiring, "Did it come as a surprise to you?" I maintained a smile while speaking, intending to create a more relaxed atmosphere between us. Chun Kai seemed to have been pinned up, and once he began to speak, he could not contain himself. Adjusting his seating posture, he excitedly continued, "Indeed, not only I, but even the others involved in the operation felt the same way. Yet, I genuinely did not anticipate that Kong Long would turn out to be the murderer we had been pursuing for so long." From his words, I detected an undercurrent of implication and curiously asked, "Are you suggesting that he does not appear to be a murderer? If he did, he would have been apprehended long ago, and we would not have gone to such lengths." However, Chun Kai tilted his head, pondering. In hindsight, it seems he had already exhibited signs of being a perpetrator. "Oh," I found his assertion intriguing and inched closer to him, saying, "Do elaborate." Perhaps sensing his own significance, Chun Kai spoke with renewed vigor. The indication was his unease. "Unease?" I queried. "Yes, I always sensed that after he joined the team, he carried a heavy heart, appearing quite anxious. In retrospect, he was likely guilty, yet at the time he explained that both of his colleagues had perished, fearing that he might be the next target of the murderer, which caused his apparent agitation. I even teased him for being cowardly, saying, "This is the criminal investigation team. Which murderer would dare to come here and commit a crime?" Can you guess how he responded? Chun Kai suddenly teased me, looking pleased. I hastily asked him to reveal it. Kong Long said, "Well, the bureau. If I were to die outside, the police would come, but if I were to die here, only a hearse would arrive." Do you think that is absurd? I pondered Kong Long's words carefully. Chun Kai would not deceive himself. Thus, the only reason Kong Long would say such a thing was to masquerade as a hapless victim, thereby lulling the police into complacency, which he indeed accomplished, successfully escaping. Chun Kai's subsequent analysis aligned closely with my own thoughts, and he lamented, "Had I considered this sooner, we would not be facing such troublesome issues now." While I consoled him, I rose to pour tea. By the time I returned with 2 cups of hot water to the coffee table in front of the sofa, Chun Bing had finished his phone call and returned. The first words he uttered upon seeing me relieved the tension in my heart. Your idea has been approved by Team Leader Liu. Next, I will allocate personnel. Each individual will be accompanied by a colleague for protection. Upon hearing this, my heart surged with joy. With this development, the number of those surveilling me had dwindled by 2. Observing Chun Bing's reaction, it appeared that he was kept in the dark by Liu Yong. After a brief contemplation, I spoke up. Given your shortage of personnel, it seems unnecessary to assign anyone to protect me. You witnessed my capabilities earlier, even if Kong Long were to arrive. I harbor no fear. However, contrary to my expectations, Chun Bing did not hesitate. He firmly refused, stating, "That is not permissible." Before we departed, Team Leader Liu specifically instructed us to ensure your safety at all costs. Moreover, it must be me who provides that protection. Feigning indifference, I shrugged my shoulders. Though internally I sighed, it seemed Liu Yong was determined to keep a close watch over me, which would undoubtedly hinder my future movements. Chun Bing took a sip from his glass on the coffee table and continued, "Now that your concern is settled, may we resume our earlier discussion?" I nodded in agreement, but for a moment I struggled to recall where our conversation had left off. It was not until Chun Bing spoke again that clarity returned. Due to the orders issued for this surveillance operation earlier that morning, we had rushed here immediately. Therefore, it was impossible for Kong Long to have arrived before us, unless Chun Bing seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring, "Unless he's been here all along, never having left," which would grant him intimate knowledge of our plans. Indeed, this was highly plausible. I nodded in agreement, realizing that Kong Long would not depart until he achieved his objective. Suddenly, Chun Bing's expression turned grave as he looked at me intently and said in a low voice, "But have you considered why the other party would take such great risks, willing to kill you at all costs?" Chapter 42. A glimmer of hope. What does it mean? I was perplexed by Chun Bing's words and inquired, "What do you mean by they must kill me?" Chun Bing glanced at the clock and, noting that there was still time, solemnly asked, "What is the typical reaction of a criminal upon seeing a police officer?" "To flee," Chun Kai replied. "Indeed, that is the expected reaction of a normal criminal." Chun Bing's statement made me realize the flaw in my earlier reasoning. Why did I assume that Kong Long would remain in the community, risking discovery by the police to pursue my life? Seeing my silence, Chun Bing continued, "Thus, the likelihood of your scenario is rather slim. Once his bait is captured, Kong Long would not linger in this neighborhood." This deduction was logical and aligned with the behavior of an ordinary criminal. However, was Kong Long truly such a person? I pondered deeply, recognizing that my assessment of Kong Long's movements stemmed from assumptions based on the killer's habitual patterns. Even when aware that the police were monitoring him, Kong Long obstinately hovered around me. Such a perverse stubbornness was not characteristic of a typical criminal. Therefore, Chun Bing's words offered me a new insight. Neither I, Nie Qian, nor Lin Hui bore any enmity towards Kong Long. What, then, fueled his relentless desire to eliminate us? You make a valid point. It seems I was overthinking. I resolved to be cautious, limiting my words to a mere 3 when addressing anyone sent by Liu Yong. Chun Bing sighed in exasperation. However, this means our team is even more stretched. Besides ensuring your safety, we must also dispatch personnel for investigations. Alas, his expression struck me as amusing. Was this not a concern that should rest on Liu Yong's shoulders? One who bears the burdens of a monarch without the title. Such is the essence of individuals like him. Yet, their manpower shortage was not entirely unfavorable for me. Having Chun Bing reassigned would be a blessing. "What else have you discovered about that man in gray?" I inquired. Chun Bing responded, "We found only a mobile phone and some change on him, suggesting that his residence is likely nearby. Judging by his apparent ignorance, it does not seem to be an act. Coupled with his status as expendable, extracting information about Kong Long from him is virtually impossible. Thus, the mobile phone remains our sole avenue for investigation." I nodded in agreement with his meticulous analysis, hoping that their communications would yield some records. Seizing a moment during my conversation with Chun Bing, Chun Kai interjected, "But someone as cunning and meticulous as Kong Long would hardly leave such obvious traces, would he?" I had contemplated this question as well, but one thing was certain. There must be some form of communication between them, and the most effective tool for that would be the mobile phone, Chun Bing asserted. To this assertion, both Chun Kai and I shook our heads. Chen Bing appeared taken aback, puzzled as he asked, "What? Do you both disagree? But if not a mobile phone, what alternatives remain? A landline or fax?" Uncertain whether it was our simultaneous denial, Chen Bing wore a rather grim expression. As he spoke, a hint of sarcasm crept into his tone. "No, not what you mentioned, but rather the internet," Chun Kai interjected. "The internet?" At the mention of this term, Chun Bing appeared somewhat at a loss, for it is someone of his age. The concepts of the internet and intelligence were exceedingly difficult to grasp. Indeed, Kong Long posted that so-called part-time job online, which likely facilitated his connection with that man in the gray coat. Chun Kai continued. Chun Bing, seemingly unwilling to concede defeat so easily, mustered his scant computer knowledge and retorted, "Even so, each computer possesses an IP address. It can still be traced, can it? If I were the perpetrator, why would I use my real IP address? What? Is there such a thing as a fake one?" This time, Chun Bing found himself utterly speechless. Chun Kai succinctly elucidated the issue of fake IP addresses, yet he noticed his interlocutor frowning. Finally, Chun Bing interjected, "Doesn't our team have a cyber technology group? If it's indeed a counterfeit, can't we simply consult them?" However, before Chun Kai could further elaborate, he was met with a piercing glare from Chun Bing, who declared, "If every police officer approached apprehension with your mindset, what would be the point of pursuing criminals? There is no perfect crime. Every wrongdoing has its vulnerabilities." Chun Kai stuck out his tongue and nodded repeatedly, conceding, "You are correct. I hope the tech team can decipher that phone soon." I could not help but chuckle at the scene before me. The dialogue between these two individuals from vastly different generations regarding the internet resembled a university professor explaining advanced mathematics to a primary school student, completely disparate realms of understanding. Subsequently, the atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken thoughts, and I retreated to my room for some rest, leaving Chun Bing and Chun Kai seated in the living room. With their minds burdened and appetites waning, they ordered some takeout to satiate their hunger. It was not until several hours later that the cyber technology group from the criminal investigation team relayed their findings, prompting the three of us to reconvene. Following the team's intensive interrogation and investigation of the phone, it was revealed that Kong Long and Li Mu, the man in the gray coat, had never communicated via phone. Instead, they utilized the chat system integrated within the recruitment platform. Kong Long's username on the platform had been registered merely the night before, having sent only a single message. Due to the platform's small scale and lack of formality, the identity verification for registered users was nearly non-existent, allowing Kong Long to easily register and log in under a false identity. Consequently, the personal information he left on the platform could not lead to his true identity, rendering it impossible to ascertain who he was. As for the IP address Kong Long used to connect, it was indeed a false address obtained through a proxy server. As Chun Kai had surmised, and this proxy server was located abroad, Chun Bing glared at Chun Kai in frustration, cursing his ill fortune before lamenting. Now that even this solitary clue has been severed and Kong Long has discovered our movements, this operation can only be deemed a dismal failure. "Not necessarily," I replied softly. "Not necessarily? Indeed, I must truly listen attentively. Are you certain that you have thoroughly examined all his belongings?" Chun Bing appeared to find my question trivial, responding with irritation. "Of course, I already informed you that we only found a mobile phone and some loose change on Li Mu. Could there be an issue with the money? While the money itself posed no problem, what about the keys? Didn't he even possess the keys to his own home? Could it be that he regularly slept on the streets?" Chun Bing was momentarily taken aback by my inquiry, while Chun Kai, seemingly inspired, excitedly suggested, "Perhaps he simply forgot to bring them, or maybe he didn't need to." "Didn't he need to?" Chun Bing's expression reflected even greater confusion. If someone were still at home, then not having keys wouldn't be particularly strange. I interjected. Then he left with just some loose change, without a bank card or identification, indicating that his residence must be quite close. And his clothing. At this point, I suddenly recognized a grave issue and hurriedly asked, "Is the reason you acted decisively this morning connected to Li Mu's attire?" "Yes, the dark gray clothing, the hat, and the sunglasses. When all these elements are present simultaneously, that individual is likely the perpetrator. I just didn't expect Kong Long to use this as bait to deceive us all." Without hesitation, Chun Kai answered my question, causing Chun Bing to shake his head in exasperation. My heart sank deeper with Chun Kai's narration. While many were aware of Kong Long's appearance in the neighborhood yesterday, only a scant few knew about my surveillance by the enigmatic figure in gray, a matter I had never even mentioned to the police. I dared not contemplate further, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue wash over my mind, and I struggled to close my eyes, finally exhaling deeply after a long pause, saying despondently, "I understand." Let us continue with what was left unsaid. Both Chun Bing and Chun Kai nodded in unison, patiently awaiting my analysis. If an uninformed observer were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly assume that they were my subordinates, never suspecting that, at this moment, two detectives were listening to an ordinary citizen dissect the case. Evoking a sense of no great generals in Shu, Liao Hua takes the lead. Only I knew that this was undoubtedly Liu Yong's directive, wishing for me to assist in capturing Kong Long while simultaneously tightening his oversight of me, a twofold strategy. Thus, just as I had previously contemplated, I could only rely on this case to keep Liu Yong occupied, granting me more time to pursue the truth. Only then could a day of complete revelation arrive. Noticing my prolonged silence, Chun Bing cleared his throat heavily, pulling me back from my swirling thoughts. A young man who could leave without taking his keys, living in such close proximity. What do these two conditions suggest to you? Chun Bing and Chun Kai exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in unison. Now, adding two more conditions. I prompted. Kong Long's search was conducted through a very small online platform. Finding a suitable candidate within just a few hours is nearly impossible. This is condition one. As for the second condition, I have already mentioned in the first condition the importance of finding a suitable candidate. Who could be more fitting than one's own selection? No wonder Team Leader Liu entrusted us with your protection. Listening to your analysis of the case truly reveals your remarkable insight. Chun Kai was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his seat. According to your reasoning, if we connect the dots with Kong Long, everything falls into place, implying that this was, in fact, a trap set by him. Chapter 43. The Omen of Death. At this moment, Chun Bing seemed to have become a mere supporting character, his head bowed in contemplation. The words of praise from Chun Kai did not elevate my spirits. Rather, they instilled in me a sense of estrangement, an unfamiliarity with myself. Ever since the murder case in the revenge chamber occurred, it felt as though I had awakened from a deep slumber, engaging in actions I had never undertaken before, nor had ever contemplated. Perhaps I was inherently gifted for the role of a police officer, only that my choices in the past had veered off course. Chun Kai's assertion held merit. It was highly plausible that Li Mu and Kong Long were roommates. At that moment, Chun Bing began to grasp the situation, and his delayed realization brought me a sense of reassurance, a comfort in playing my cards close to my chest before him. However, Kong Long's residence had been visited by the team immediately upon his disappearance, and it was confirmed that he lived alone. Chun Bing recalled, his eyes widening as clarity dawned upon him. Evidently, he had been prepared all along, and I knew what steps to take next. With that, Chun Bing rose from the sofa and made a call from the balcony. I smiled at Chun Kai in feigned admiration, saying, "You are quite impressive. Your sensitivity to the case and your reactions are remarkably astute. Given time, you will undoubtedly excel." Chun Kai was taken aback by my compliment, scratching his head sheepishly and chuckling. You flatter me." My mentor said I still have much to learn. The path to becoming proficient is still long ahead. Mentor? I paused slightly, then realized, are you referring to Chun Bing? Yes, he nodded. The other seniors who came with me are far more seasoned and experienced. Yet my mentor chose to bring me along specifically to learn from him. I was enlightened, internally applauding this fortuitous twist of fate. Chun Kai indeed lacked experience. Had he been any seasoned detective, extracting information would have proven challenging. Thus, I must seize this rare opportunity. Casually, I inquired, by the way, earlier you mentioned that Captain Liu instructed you to assist me in analyzing the case? Yes, though it's not exactly a joint effort. He advised us to listen more and speak less. I believe he meant for us to learn from you. Chun Kai replied, gazing at me with curiosity. But you're not a police officer. Are you perhaps a private investigator? I smiled enigmatically, giving off an air of mystery. In truth, I felt uncertain and struggled to concoct a plausible fib, yet this tactic proved effective on the inexperienced youth before me. Sensing he might overstep in questioning me, Chun Kai refrained from probing further, sticking out his tongue at me. Even though Captain Liu has been considerate, I still broke the rules by saying so much. Liu Yong's intentions seemed aligned with my earlier thoughts. The reason I was still alive was that he still needed me. The realization sparked a sudden amusement within me. Perhaps I had never been so valued in my life, with multiple individuals simultaneously vying for my existence. Nonetheless, this situation was advantageous for me. Just as I was about to speak, my phone suddenly vibrated, a text message from an unfamiliar number. Upon opening it, my eyes widened in disbelief as I read, "You've said too much. Believe me, when a midnight bell tolls, you shall all perish." I struggled to suppress my shock, striving to maintain my composure before the police, but Chun Kai's keen gaze did not miss my distress. He glanced at my phone and then at me, inquiring, "What is it? What message has altered your countenance?" At that moment, Chen Bing had also finished his call and approached, leaning in to hear Chun Kai's question. After a brief moment of contemplation, I ultimately chose to share the phone with him. Chun Kai read the message aloud, and then exchanged a surprised look with Chun Bing, asking, "This message, is it from Kong Long?" I cannot be certain, but apart from him, I could not fathom who else would dare to do such a thing. Regardless of whether it is Kong Long or not, this is an exceedingly crucial lead. Chun Bing's eyes sparkled as he stared at the phone screen. I still lamented my earlier failure to find the killer's trail from Li Mu, yet now, it seemed fortune was presenting itself unbidden. Chun Bing appeared momentarily intoxicated by this unexpected bounty, yet I could not share his optimism. Things surely were not so straightforward. "Do you not find this message rather abrupt?" I queried. "Abrupt?" Chun Bing furrowed his brow. "Well, it is certainly better than having no clues at all. Perhaps that scoundrel believes he has us dancing to his tune, and in his hubris, he has revealed this oversight." It was evident that Chun Bing was seething, still brooding over the morning's apprehension operation. Though his words bore a hint of frustration, they were not entirely unfounded. Given Kong Long's habitual caution, he would never make such a blunder unless he were indeed overconfident. However, there was another possibility. I suddenly turned to Chun Bing and asked, "Did you just call the criminal investigation team?" He nodded, replying, "I instructed them to ascertain Li Mu's address immediately. News should arrive shortly. As soon as we receive it, we can act." "No, you will not be able to apprehend him," I thought to myself, retrieving my phone and glancing once more at the message. The other possibility I had considered was that Kong Long had already sensed the police's movements, or perhaps everything had been orchestrated by him from the start. Hence the message that appeared threatening, yet was, in fact, a display of bravado. This did not imply that he had lost his composure. A few minutes later, the criminal investigation team relayed information, and Chun Bing, brimming with excitement, stood up from the sofa, holding his phone, pulling Chun Kai along, completely forgetting about my protection. Perhaps he believed that capturing Kong Long was within reach, rendering my safety less of a concern. However, this inadvertently aligned with my own wishes. Though time was not on my side, should their endeavor prove fruitless, they would swiftly return. Yet before I could contemplate how to utilize this interval, my phone rang again. This time a call from Ye Qian. I hesitated to answer immediately. The events of the morning felt like a thorn embedded in my heart, leaving me at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, I realized that misunderstandings often arise in such a manner. If I do not inquire, and she remains silent, the truth will forever remain elusive. Taking a deep breath, as if resolved, I pressed the answer key before the ringing ceased. As soon as the call connected, I was greeted by Ye Qian's anxious voice. "June, could you come pick me up after work? What has happened?" My previously calm demeanor was now tinged with her palpable tension. "I think I'm being followed." "Followed? When?" "On my way to work, but there were too many pedestrians. And despite glancing back several times, I couldn't see the person's face." I awkwardly cleared my throat, interrupting her, and asked, feeling somewhat guilty, "Could it be a mistake? There are so many people heading to work at that time. How can you be certain you are being followed?" Initially, I share her skepticism, but then, Ye Qian's voice suddenly faltered, as if she were pondering something. Moments later, I received a text from her, but before I could open it, she continued, Not long ago, I received a message from an unknown number. A message? Wait. The mere mention of those words sent a shiver through me, prompting me to place my phone in front of me and open the text. I am watching you. Trust me, when the midnight bell tolls, you will all perish. This was nearly identical to the message I had received. There was no need for conjecture to know it was penned by the same hand. However, to exercise caution, I requested Nie Chien to forward me the sender's phone number. Indeed, it was the same number, confirming that the perpetrator could no longer contain their madness and had begun issuing death threats. Hello? June, are you still there? Hello? Noticing my prolonged silence, Nie Chien inquired anxiously. I responded with a murmured acknowledgement and asked, I understand. Where's your company located? What time do you finish work? I was surprised at how effortlessly I articulated a question that had troubled me for so long, marveling at the peculiarities of life. Nie Chien's subsequent reply filled me with excitement. She provided an address and informed me that her company was situated within the Shui Group building, concluding her workday at 5 in the evening. The Shui Group? But I distinctly recall you mentioning that you work for a small company. I inquired deliberately. Her tone remained calm, devoid of any signs of deceit as she replied, Indeed, my company is not large. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she exclaimed, You don't think the Shui Group is just one company, do you? I truly believe so. I rolled my eyes internally, and Nie Chien couldn't suppress a laugh. Chiding me gently, Ignorance is terrifying. Don't you have time to read more? This group encompasses dozens of companies. I merely work for one of them. Alas, you are quite the puzzle. However, Nie Chien's disdain did not evoke any displeasure in me. Rather, I found myself inwardly mocking my own ignorance. It seemed that this case had rendered me increasingly neurotic. Fortunately, I had not earnestly pressed her for answers, for that would have been utterly foolish. I too began to laugh, as the panic induced by the death message was swiftly alleviated. After exchanging a few more trivial remarks, we concluded the call. Now, the clock had struck 3:30 in the afternoon. I approached Lin Huey's room, and the door was unlocked. Gently, I pushed it open, revealing an empty space within. Scattered remnants of Zhong Lu's departure littered the floor, and what should have been a warm and romantic room appeared particularly desolate at this moment. Reflecting on Lin Huey's transformation for Zhong Lu, I felt a pang of sorrow. He resembled a wayward son who had finally found his way back. Would it not be a tragedy if all his efforts were to come to naught at this juncture? If that were to happen, I shuddered at the thought of how his life might descend into further ruin. Perhaps this was the price he had to pay for his extravagant past. With a sigh, I closed the door, yet a sense of worry lingered for him. After all, he was my dearest friend and one of the killer's targets. Just as I was about to take out my phone to call Lin Hui, I heard a faint creak from behind me. Turning, I noticed the slightly ajar door swaying gently in the breeze, yet no one entered. I shook my head in resignation, thinking how eager Chen Bing and the others were, even neglecting to secure the door properly. But as I stepped forward to close it, my raised hand froze in midair, paralyzed. I beheld a dark figure slipping through the crack of the door, scaling the wall beside me. A subtle presence, yet one I could perceive clearly. Before me, separated by that very door, stood a person. Chapter 44. The fallen Lin Hui. The more dangers a person endures, the more sensitive they become. I held my breath, standing motionless in place, quietly listening to the sounds outside the door. It was too quiet, an eerie silence. Had I not glimpsed the shadow, I would never have suspected someone stood outside. However, the lifelessness of the atmosphere filled me with unease, a palpable dread of the unknown. None of us moved, locked in this silent standoff, and my instincts warned me that should I open the door, someone would immediately leap at me, plunging a knife deep into my heart. In truth, if I simply pushed the door, it would close, dissipating all conjecture, reasoning, and even wild assumptions. Yet, an overwhelming curiosity held me back, making me hesitate, pondering whether to take a gamble and unveil the true visage of the person behind the door. Ultimately, however, I never encountered that individual. Just as I resolved to take the risk, the shadow at the doorframe had vanished without a trace. I promptly swung the door open, and a rush of exhilaration surged through me, akin to stepping out of a sauna. The corridor lay deserted, devoid of even the faintest footfall. I mused that perhaps I had lost my sanity, imagining dialogues with thin air. Perhaps I truly ought to consult a psychiatrist before returning to ponder the case at hand. As I turned to re-enter my room, a flurry of hurried footsteps reached my ears. Before I could react, two figures rushed past me like a gust of wind. Almost immediately, Lin Huey's cheerful voice rang out beside me. "Hey, Luo Jun, why are you standing alone at the door?" Turning around, I found not only Lin Hui before me, but also the lovely Ying, who was entwined with Lin Huey's arm, her face aglow with happiness. A frown creased my brow. It was evident that Lin Hui had succumbed to this blow. The very outcome I had feared had come to pass. I thought to myself that in his world, the chasm between paradise and perdition was bridged solely by Zhong Lu. "Why are you silent, my brother? Thank you for telling Xiao Ying the address here. I was just thinking of her when she arrived," Lin Hui exclaimed, pulling Ying closer and shamelessly caressing her ample bosom, rendering the girl blushing crimson, before he laughed with reckless abandon. "Lin Hui, spare me your words." The other seemed to anticipate my thoughts, interrupting me as he spoke. His eyes had lost the brilliance they once held, now replaced with a decadent intoxication. He, like me, was spiraling into madness. My descent was due to the case, while his was for a woman. He had brought Ying here, into the very room that should have belonged to him and Zhong Lu. I closed the door firmly, blocking his path before he could shut his own door, and gazing at him intently, I articulated each word. "Lin Hui, have you forgotten what I told you that night? Has this blow shattered you? Are you truly beginning to descend further into depravity?" Lin Hui was not angered by my choice of words. On the contrary, he smiled. "You are mistaken, Luo Jun. I have always been this way. My relationship with Zhong Lu was merely an exploration of a different flavor, something I had never tried before. Once everything becomes mundane, I will revert to my true self." I was momentarily taken aback, unable to forget the last glance he cast before closing the door, along with his final words. "The present me is my true self, and I shall never change unless I am dead." Dead. Perhaps my neurotic tendencies had resurfaced. As I could not comprehend why he would mention death, especially at such a moment, it sent a shiver down my spine. With a heavy heart, I returned to my room and lay there for a while. It was not until 4:30 that I finally rose and ventured out to meet Nie Qian. Even at this hour, the sky outside had lost its clarity. On the road, a fresh wave of commuters surged towards me, enveloping me like a vast net. I navigated through the throng and soon found myself at the foot of the Shui Group building. The entrance buzzed with activity once more, reminiscent of the morning. A different security guard stood sentinel, yet retained the same rigid posture. I stood aside, observing the endless stream of people emerging from the building, marveling at the enormity of the corporation while feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the morning's folly. The moment Nie Qian entered the Shui Group, I was convinced she was deceiving me. This sensitive and neurotic realization tormented me, yet I felt powerless, hoping that once everything settled, circumstances would improve. I managed a wry smile, glancing at my watch, and when I looked up again, a figure stood before me. It was a young man whose face I vaguely recognized, yet his name eluded me. I parted my lips slightly, exchanging puzzled glances with him. In his eyes, I discerned a cascade of disdain, hatred, and loathing directed at me, as though I were a rival in a battle for affection. Suddenly, my brow furrowed in recognition of the man who had accompanied Nie Qian during our meeting at Dream Coffee, the one I had mistakenly assumed was her boyfriend. "Is it you? Do you work here as well?" Though I still could not recall his name, I had formed an image of him in my mind. The man did not respond to my inquiry. Instead, he stated with unwavering conviction, "You should not be here, nor should you stay close to Xiao Qian. You are unworthy." What was this? A rival's warning? Or jealousy and resentment stemming from his rejection by Nie Qian? I narrowed my eyes slightly, responding coolly, "That is our choice. You have no authority over it. Whether we are together is not for you to decide." "Listen carefully," he retorted, raising a finger towards me in anger. "Leave Nie Qian immediately, or I will make you regret it." "Due? Kui." At that moment, Nie Qian hurriedly intervened, positioning herself between us, glaring at the man with fury. "What are you talking about? Luo Jun, let us go." "Ignore him." Nie Qian turned around, disregarding whether she agreed or not, and grasped my hand as we walked away. "Due? Kui. Why is it always the surname Shui? Ever since I learned that the victim of the murder case 3 years ago bore the surname Shui, I felt as though an abundance of individuals with that surname had suddenly appeared around me, and it seemed that every mention of the name resonated with the echoes of that old case. I must have been losing my mind to entertain such a foolish notion. Nieqian, please wake up. Shui Kai caught up to us and cornered us in a nook, his temper flaring as he exclaimed, "Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten that your parents are?" At this moment, I perked up, keenly listening for any mention of Nieqian's parents, information I had long sought after. Yet, as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on me, Shui Kai's voice abruptly ceased, leaving his words hanging in the air. Nieqian was staring at him with a gaze so fierce it defied description. Even I had never witnessed such intensity. It was evident she was truly enraged. She glared at Shui Kai and declared with unwavering resolve, "This is my own affair, and it is none of your concern. From now on, do not meddle in my matters." After saying this, Nieqian forcefully pushed him away and walked off without a backward glance. I followed closely behind, occasionally glancing back at Shui Kai, who had lowered his head, his expression dejected as he leaned against the wall, his bag having fallen to the ground. Nieqian and I walked through the crowd, one behind the other, in silence. Shui Kai's unexpected appearance had shattered the previously harmonious atmosphere, stirring my curiosity anew about Nieqian's parents, but I knew she would never divulge anything at this moment. We ambled slowly, watching as the sun gradually withdrew its brilliance, feeling the air chill in its wake. The once flowing throng had transformed into a bustling crowd. I am not one skilled in lightening a mood, yet I wished to break the silence between us. I decided to recount the events of the day to Nieqian, hoping to divert her attention. Surprisingly, she engaged with me, listening and responding, perhaps searching for a shared topic to help us forget the earlier awkwardness. However, when she heard that Chun Bing and the others were likely to return home, a frown creased her brow, revealing her resignation. After all, no one wishes to be shadowed by strangers, even for the sake of safety. Yet, this speculation soon materialized into reality. As we arrived at our doorstep, Chun Bing was already waiting there. Though he said nothing, his presence confirmed that the police's attempt to apprehend Kong Long had once again failed. I opened the door, and a fragrant breeze wafted in, carrying the scent of cosmetics, which drew a suspicious glance from Nieqian as if she awaited my explanation. With a perplexed shrug, I innocently met her gaze, then recalled Lin Hui bringing Ying home earlier that morning. Surely that rascal had been here. Before I could utter an explanation, Nieqian, with a pallor of disbelief, pointed at a pink pair of panties on the floor and demanded, "Luo Jun, what is this? What on earth have you been doing at home all day?" I mentally cursed Lin Hui's ancestors for generations before dashing to his room, eager for the young man to clarify the situation. To my dismay, the room was utterly vacant. Neither he nor Ying could be found. Puzzled, I gazed at the scattered garments on the floor, thinking to myself, "You two are enjoying yourselves, yet you couldn't tidy up afterward? Now I'm left to bear the brunt of your carelessness. And pray tell, are you both traipsing about without shirts?" After venting my frustrations internally, I steeled myself to explain to Nieqian. Fortunately, Chun Bing had spent nearly the entire day with me, and with his testimony, Nieqian begrudgingly accepted my account. She then gathered the women's clothing strewn about and unceremoniously discarded it out the door. The sudden presence of a stranger in the house was undeniably awkward. When I inquired about Chun Bing's apprehension operation that afternoon, his response was succinct. Firstly, Li Mu was indeed roommates with Kong Long. Secondly, upon their intrusion into Li Mu's residence, Kong Long had already vanished without leaving any trace. Consequently, the criminal investigation team was subjecting Li Mu to rigorous interrogation, hoping to extract information regarding Kong Long's whereabouts. However, Chun Bing's earlier enthusiasm had completely dissipated. In truth, the police protection was not obligatory. If Chun Bing were not dispatched by Lu Yong, I would have outright refused his request. However, I now had to tread carefully, as my concerns extended beyond Chun Bing to include the formidable Lu Yong behind him. Nieqian did not voice any complaints about my caution. Rather, her primary distress lay in the prospect of being unable to bathe for several days. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the past few days or the presence of police protection outside. Both Nye Chien and I fell into a deep slumber the moment we lay down, our intentions of nurturing our bond now abandoned. I lost track of time, but eventually I sensed a pair of eyes watching me, a chilling sensation creeping over me. Slowly, I opened my eyes, and through the haze, I saw a figure standing at the side of my bed. Chapter 45, The Capture, Part 1. It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been thrown over me, jolting my entire being awake in an instant. In the moonlight, I beheld a figure standing beside my bed, clad in a gray coat, a hat atop his head, and sunglasses obscuring much of his face. His mouth and chin were concealed by a scarf, rendering his features unrecognizable. At that moment, his hand began to reach out towards me, its pallid skin devoid of color, emanating a chilling aura beneath the moon's glow. My eyes widened to their utmost limit, and my throat felt constricted as if gripped by an unseen force, rendering me voiceless. Why was he here? Wasn't Chen Bing supposed to be guarding us outside? Could this be yet another nightmare of my own making? As that hand drew nearer, instinctively, I raised my right hand and seized his, pressing down with force. The figure emitted a muffled grunt, clearly suffering from the pain, and recoiled with urgency. I had fully awakened and was certain this was no dream. I could feel the warmth of human flesh emanating from that hand, alongside the palpable tension in the air. Kong Long, you have indeed returned. The success of my initial strike bolstered my confidence as I spoke. The figure remained silent, shifting nervously, his hands rubbing together, seemingly searching for an opportunity. I swung my legs off the bed and stretched my limbs, speaking with a hint of arrogance. If you had been watching earlier, you would know the fate that befell Li Mu. Do you truly believe you still have the chance to kill me? Upon hearing my words, the figure retreated cautiously, maintaining a safe distance, as if wary of my potential retaliation. In truth, half of my bravado was mere posturing. If Kong Long had indeed come to eliminate me, he would undoubtedly be well prepared. Relying solely on my untested skills would likely prove insufficient. Thus, I opted for a psychological approach, hoping to resolve this crisis without bloodshed. It appeared my tactic bore fruit, as he seemed genuinely intimidated. Seizing the moment, I summoned my courage and charged forth with astonishing speed. He surely did not anticipate my swift advance. As he began to turn, I had already secured his arms. With a deft motion, I pressed him against the wall, my hands sliding down his arms to firmly grasp his wrists, rendering him immobile. The swiftness of my actions astonished even me. I had not realized such formidable energy resided within. It was truly unbelievable. To think that Kong Long, who had toyed with the police at will, could be so effortlessly subdued by me brought forth an exhilarating rush of triumph, igniting a sense of elation within me. Yet just then, a startled cry from Nye Chien pierced the air, startling me and causing my grip to loosen. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Long exerted himself with force, breaking free from my grasp and bolting towards the door. I paid no heed to the panicked Nye Chien and hurriedly dashed outside. The moment I burst from the room, a pungent scent of blood assaulted my senses, churning my stomach in disgust. How could such a stench emanate from my home? And what of Chun Bing? What was he doing? Was he not assigned to protect me? How could he allow Kong Long to enter and commit such heinous acts? Had it not been for my own modest skills, I might have already met my demise. As I crossed the threshold of the living room, the grim truth unveiled itself in an instant. From the corner of my eye, I glimpsed Chen Bing sprawled on the sofa, a dagger embedded in his chest. The fabric around it saturated with a dark crimson stain. He was dead, murdered by Kong Long. My mind raced to comprehend the situation, yet I did not hesitate. Instead, I ran even faster. This time, Kong Long must not escape. Decisions made in the heat of the moment are often rash, and pursuing a cunning and ruthless murderer in the dead of night was undeniably unwise. Not only had he just slain a police officer, but I had not even considered his true intentions in fleeing. If this were merely a trap set by Kong Long to ensnare me, my recklessness and arrogance would lead to dire consequences. Regrettably, by the time this realization dawned upon me, it was too late, and I had already chased Kong Long into an alleyway. It was a dead end. Kong Long, obstructed by the towering wall before him, finally halted, facing away from me. He bent down, his back heaving with labored breaths, and I could even hear his heavy, intermittent gasps akin to a wind machine. I was uncertain how far we had run, yet compared to his panting, I felt remarkably at ease. My heartbeat and breathing had merely quickened slightly, returning to normal after several moments. The moon, seemingly stingy with its glow, cast a meager light upon the alley, revealing only Kong Long's silhouette. His form was athletic, dressed in a dark gray hooded coat, deep blue jeans, and black and white sneakers. Beyond this, the surrounding darkness, untouched by the moonlight, loomed ominously, creating an eerie atmosphere as if a monstrous entity might spring forth at any moment. Though I could not see, I frequently scanned my surroundings, alert to any sounds, as I could not ascertain whether I had cornered my adversary or if he had lured me into a trap. The stark contrast of these two potential outcomes lingered in the air, ripe for reversal at any moment. We remained locked in this standoff for about 5 or 6 minutes, and as my sense of impending danger began to wane, I finally spoke, my voice soft yet resonating through the stillness of the alley. "You cannot escape." Hearing my words, he straightened, his breathing steadying once more. He did not respond, nor did he turn, maintaining our tense stalemate. Although I could not see his face, I sensed his hesitation. I refrained from pressing him, allowing him ample time to contemplate his next move. I firmly believe he will possess a clear judgment of his circumstances, for he is an intelligent man. Indeed, after a brief silence, he stirred, slowly turning around. To be candid, both the police and I arrived at the identity of this man in gray through subjective conjecture. As for whether he is truly Kong Long, no one has ever witnessed it firsthand. However, this has become inconsequential, for the answer lies before us. The other party remained silent for a moment before gently sighing, removing his sunglasses and hat, revealing the familiar visage of a young man. "It is truly you." Although I had long anticipated this outcome, the moment I laid eyes on Kong Long, my heart inexplicably quivered. It seems this case may indeed reach its conclusion. Kong Long gave a wry smile as he cast aside his hat and sunglasses, twisting his neck to survey the surroundings as if seeking an escape route. "If I were to claim I had done nothing, would you believe me? Nothing at all?" I scoffed, my gaze fixed intently on him, wary that a moment's inattention might allow him to flee once more. "Do not prolong this. Today, you shall not escape. If you doubt my resolve, you may come and test it." I rolled up my sleeves, revealing my robust arms, adopting a stance of readiness for confrontation. "I am no match for you. I realized that yesterday morning. Thus, I have no intention of fleeing. I merely hope you will allow me to finish my words." Kong Long quickly grasped the gravity of his fate today, shrugging in resignation, his demeanor visibly slackening. "I did not kill the officer at your home. He was already dead when I arrived. At this juncture, do you believe I would accept your words?" I retorted coldly. "You need not believe. Simply remember what I am saying now, and upon reflection, you will come to understand." "Oh, I am quite eager to hear your explanation of this entire affair." My inquiry stemmed not from a newfound trust in Kong Long, but rather from a personal motive. I must acquire more precise and substantial leads to confront the more formidable adversary, Liu Yong. Therefore, if necessary, I might even let Kong Long go, for that would render Liu Yong cautious and hesitant to act impulsively. "In truth, I have been tracking you for quite some time," Kong Long asserted. "I am aware. You have always sought an opportunity to kill me. Why would I wish to kill you? Because I have been pursuing the murderer of the Revenge Chamber. And you are that very killer." My words resonated with conviction, yet Kong Long gazed at me with an expression of innocence. In the moonlight, his face appeared ghostly pale, lacking any trace of color, resembling that of a corpse. Nevertheless, he persisted, his expression solemn as he declared, "No, you are mistaken. I am indeed aware that you and the police are investigating me, but I have never contemplated killing you, nor have I ever taken a life." I suddenly found myself eager to hear how he would defend his actions at this point. "Then why have you repeatedly followed me?" "Because I suspect you are the one who murdered Li Qing and A.I. Lin." "What? You suspect me?" This response took me entirely by surprise, leading me to perceive it as a juvenile and laughable excuse, uttered only when the other party found themselves at a dead end. It starkly contrasts with the meticulous cunning they had previously displayed. Rather than feeling angered, I found the situation rather amusing and regarded Kong Long with a playful expression, teasingly inquiring, "Do you still dare to voice such doubts? Do you still have the audacity to approach me alone? Are you not afraid that I might seize the opportunity to silence you?" Kong Long slowly shook his head, affirming with conviction, "You would not, for you are not the murderer." His words revealed a degree of contradiction, prompting me to directly point out his inconsistency. Kong Long furrowed his brow and glanced around at the enveloping darkness, a hint of unease in his voice as he asked, "Can we perhaps find another place to converse?" "No," I promptly refused, leaving him visibly exasperated. He resignedly shrugged and continued, "Very well. The suspicion towards you began the very night when the 6 of us were first brought back to the criminal investigation team by Liu Yon." Chapter 46. Capture, Part 2. The evening to which Kong Long referred was, in fact, the very night of Aaron's demise. I vividly recalled that night, as if it were etched in my memory. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is your suspicion of me rooted in my insistence on not spending the night at the criminal investigation team?" Kong Long nodded in affirmation. "Do you not perceive that, in such a life-threatening moment, your actions were rather unreasonable? All involved parties remained, and yet you chose to depart, rendering yourself an anomaly. Aside from the murderer, I can hardly conceive of any rationale that would compel you to leave, risking the chance of being silenced." A peculiar sensation washed over me. It appeared that our positions had inadvertently reversed. However, I had to concede that Kong Long's conjecture was indeed reasonable. Were I in his shoes, I too would question such an unusual course of action, which led me to harbor a slight shift in my perception of him. Nonetheless, I had no intention of divulging that my departure was merely an act of defiance, as that would only serve to render me ludicrous. Noting my silence, Kong Long pressed on, "So, just before you left that night, I deliberately tested you." "Tested me?" I was momentarily taken aback, rifling through my memories of our interactions that day. It seemed to have been just before my departure, in the restroom. "Do you not recall? That day in the restroom, I informed you that Aaron had not committed suicide." At this juncture, Kong Long paused, waiting for the realization to dawn upon me before continuing. That was merely an attempt to gauge a reaction. Of course, my assertion was not without basis, for I knew Aaron well. She was certainly not one to take her own life easily. Evidently, you gleaned nothing from my response, or else you would not have continued to shadow me. Indeed, and Aaron's death served as a signal, a warning to those of us ensnared in this web of vengeance. The murderer's target extends beyond Li Qing. Kong Long's emotions surged unexpectedly, yet those officers hastily declared it a suicide without even investigating thoroughly. It was then that I realized we could not rely on them. Only by taking the initiative could we ensure our own safety. Apart from Aaron, I was the only other person linked to Li Qing, and I feared I might be the next target. I remained silent, encouraging him to proceed. Having chosen to listen to his defense, I would withhold judgment on the veracity of his words until he had finished. "Perhaps you are curious as to how I managed to track you down? After all, the night you left, I was at the criminal investigation team. Regarding this matter, I wish to clarify that my overnight stay was unequivocal. There was no opportunistic escape to accompany you home. Lin Hui inadvertently revealed the location of your residence, and the following day, I simply positioned myself at the entrance of your community. It was as straightforward and coincidental as that." Kong Long appeared somewhat fatigued from speaking. He stepped back a few paces, leaned against the wall, and unceremoniously sank to the ground, curling up with his arms wrapped around his knees. In this particularly frigid season, the early hours are notably cold, especially in this deserted alley. I had hastily ventured out, clad only in a thick set of pajamas. The chilling wind swept through me, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. Had it not been for the appearance of Kong Long, I would have remained ensconced in that warm sanctuary, regardless of the impending doom. "When did you start to believe I was not the murderer?" I inquired. Kong Long exhaled warm breath onto his hands and replied, "In truth, I sensed at the moment you returned to the room of vengeance for the first time. That is why I created chaos to divert the attention of the police guarding the room. My actions were merely an attempt to validate my suspicions." "So, that tumultuous fight was instigated by you," I reflected, perplexed by the remarkable coincidence. Just as I was grappling with how to access the room, chaos unexpectedly erupted. Yet the outcome was that you were pursued and cornered by a throng of police, which cast doubt upon my judgment. Did you think I returned to the crime scene to destroy any lingering evidence? Yes, it seems logical. Otherwise, why would so many officers be in pursuit of you? At this juncture, Kong Long paused, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he self-deprecatingly remarked, but at that time, I never considered that the police might not be the good guys. By the time I realized this, it was already too late. It appears your time in the criminal investigation team was far from pleasant. Kong Long shook his head with a bitter smile and then stated earnestly, thus, after that surveillance, my suspicion towards you intensified. Besides spending nights back at the investigation team, I attempted every possible means to follow you during the day, seeking evidence of your alleged crimes. As I listened to him speak, I engaged in warm-up exercises, and soon my previously numb body regained warmth, clearing my mind significantly. I tentatively asked, if that is the case, you must know where I went after that day? Of course. You were taken to Aaron's home. This revelation made me realize you had been in contact with the police all along, not only in communication, but in collaboration as well. It was at this point that I became convinced you were not the murderer. Kong Long's words carried a weight of seriousness, appearing quite plausible at first glance. However, upon further reflection, they seemed riddled with inconsistencies. I gazed into his eyes, perplexed, and asked, if you were certain I was not the murderer, why continue to follow me? Isn't that contradictory? Do you think I desired to do so? You compel me into it. Kong Long shot back, glaring at me with indignation. I scoffed derisively, retorting with sarcasm. Am I the one pressuring you? Is uncovering your identity as a murderer what makes you so restless? Suddenly, Kong Long sprang to his feet, agitated, and confronted me, his voice trembling as he shouted, no, that's not right. Your reasoning is flawed. I am not the murderer at all. Then there is no need for you to trail me in such a furtive manner. Wouldn't that only raise more suspicion? Kong Long's expression faltered, and he exhaled a cloud of mist, somewhat deflated as he explained, because I am uncertain whether you are in cahoots with those police officers. Are you trying to pin the entire incident on me? His words instantly put me on edge. While identifying the mastermind behind the revenge room was undoubtedly significant, what truly instilled fear within me was Liu Yong. Thus far, I lacked any means to confront him, even if Su Long aligned himself with me. Toppling such a formidable adversary would prove to be a formidable challenge. Hence, acquiring insights into the internal affairs of the criminal investigation team became paramount. Despite these thoughts swirling in my mind, I feigned nonchalance, responding, from your tone, it seems that life in the investigation team is more than just difficult. You must have uncovered something, haven't you? Curious, are we? Kong Long suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, as if he could read my thoughts. I smiled ambiguously, shrugging casually. It's of no consequence. Please continue. Thus, on the night before last, I resolved once more to track and observe you. Kong Long seemed to be testing my patience, deliberately omitting the very information I yearned to know, leaving me itching with curiosity. How did you find me? I have changed residences, and I spent the previous night in the hospital. Was it Lin Hui who informed you? I casually inquired, all the while contemplating how to extract the information I sought from him. I merely mentioned that I might visit your home to see your lovely girlfriend and hear about their legendary romance. Naturally, he divulged your current address to me and warmly invited me as well. I hadn't anticipated that you would be in the hospital. Had I not spotted your girlfriend in the neighborhood, I might have wasted the entire day waiting. His words immediately reminded me of the morning Su Long visited me at the hospital when Ye Qian had indeed stepped out. She had prepared my lunch at home. Kong Long had capitalized on this detail to regain track of my whereabouts. I followed you from the hospital to Mingxing Road, where I discerned that you were unlike those policemen. To be precise, you were deceived just as I had been before. It was then that I resolved to approach you the moment you exited room 302 and reveal everything. Kong Long spoke with great sincerity, and his narrative unfolded logically, evoking a sense of trust within me. If that is the case, why did you flee upon seeing me? The moment the words left my lips, I comprehended the reason. Observing your attire in the revenge room, could it be that you too had been? I left the thought unfinished, gazing intently into his eyes, awaiting his response. Kong Long clearly understood what I was implying and nodded gently. Indeed, I had always believed myself to be exceedingly cautious. Yet I was unaware that I was being watched by the very police I had trusted. In that instant, a tempest surged within me. What shocked me was not the fact that the police were trailing him. My suspicions had already been aroused, and I had communicated this to Lu Yong and Su Long. So the police's actions were not entirely unexpected. What truly astounded me was something entirely different. According to your account, the two men I encountered in the 901 Lane community that day were not pursuing me. But you? I inquired anxiously. Han Long replied with unwavering certainty. Indeed. Had I not overheard the conversation between Su Long and your girlfriend at the hospital entrance that day, I would never have sought out the Happy Manor. Consequently, none of the ensuing events would have transpired. Yet, that day, Su Long had clearly informed me that those two men were dispatched by Lu Yong. Why would he deceive me? As I pondered this conundrum, I scrutinized Kong Long. Although he spoke with a conviction that seemed compelling, my skepticism towards him ultimately overshadowed my doubts about Su Long. It was not uncommon for someone to fabricate a seemingly plausible lie to extricate themselves from a predicament. And more importantly, much of what he uttered was beyond my capacity to verify. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Kong Long was an astute observer. He did not shy away from my gaze and, with a steady tone, asserted, "I've already stated that you need not discern the truthfulness of my words at this moment. Simply listen, and I shall provide evidence to substantiate my claims." Chapter 47. The Capture, Part 3. In such inclement weather and in this particular locale. Confronting a person like Kong Long demands not only courage, but also an exceptionally resilient psychological fortitude. Both are indispensable. The greatest fear in a contest of wits lies in being discerned by one's opponent. Concealing one's thoughts is essential to catch them off guard. And, at the very least, it can instill a sense of caution, preventing reckless actions. I gazed at Kong Long with a silent smile, clearly perceiving his distaste for my inscrutable demeanor, akin to the sentiment I experienced with Lu Yong's associates, a lingering sense of being ensnared in a plot. However, unlike my unfounded apprehensions, my instincts regarding Lu Yong's intentions had been corroborated. Now, my objective was to transfer this feeling and pressure onto Kong Long, ensuring my psychological advantage in this mental duel. At some point, Kong Long had tucked his hands into the front of his clothing, his body taut against the biting chill of the alley. In contrast, my physique appeared notably robust, despite the frigid surroundings. The warmth I had cultivated earlier allowed me to stand tall, unlike a timid turtle. With time and place established, locating you in the revenge chamber would not pose a challenge. However, I had indeed squandered some time preparing my attire, arriving a tad late. Fortunately, that very attire shielded me from detection by the police waiting in ambush. What? I interrupted him in surprise. You mean there were other officers present in the revenge chamber at that time? Why else do you think I fled? Was it out of fear of you? Kong Long's expression betrayed a subtle disdain. After discarding you and those officers, I did not hastily depart, but chose to follow you once more. Kong Long appeared slightly pleased, admitting that this decision came after considerable inner conflict, and it was indeed a sagacious choice, one that spared me from a dire predicament at the hands of the police. It was this very decision that allowed you to trace me to Dream Coffee, where you overheard my conversation with Su Long, leading you to ascertain that we had identified you as the perpetrator. Consequently, you shut off your phone, severing all means of external communication. Kong Long regarded me with keen interest, admiration evident in his gaze. Honestly, with your intellect and physique, it is a pity you are not part of the criminal investigation team. Yet, I remain perplexed. Despite possessing such formidable deductive skills, you arrived at such an absurd conclusion. Is that not suspicious? I comprehend your insinuation, but what would be the advantage of wrongfully accusing you? I am not the murderer, I replied. Kong Long shook his head. I do not know. In truth, I am equally bewildered, which is why I lingered beneath your building, contemplating whether I should ascend and clarify matters with you. Clearly, you have made your choice. An unequivocally erroneous choice. Just look at my current predicament. Kong Long sighed deeply, casting his gaze around. And what of that Li Mu? He's your roommate, correct? I inquired. Upon mentioning this, Kong Long suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head repeatedly. I thought I had arranged everything flawlessly, yet within mere hours, the police came knocking at my door. How utterly ridiculous! I presume this is your doing? Although phrased as a question, his tone carried an air of certainty. I did not deny it. Instead, I seized the opportunity to inquire about the crux of the matter. How did you know the police would set a trap for you in the community the very next morning? This question had already been contemplated during my previous discussion with Chun Bing, and I sought to validate my deductions. However, Kong Long's response took me by surprise. Naturally, someone informed me beforehand. I am not a seer. How could I possibly predict the future? Someone notified you? Who? I pressed eagerly. With your intellect. Do you truly think that person would be foolish enough to reveal their identity? I endeavored to commit each of Kong Long's words to memory, refraining from jumping to conclusions, maintaining a neutral stance to avoid being swayed by his emotions. So this afternoon, the reason you evaded the police was due to that individual? I ventured further. Indeed, Kong Long readily affirmed. When he instructed me to go to your home at dawn, I took his word without suspicion. Little did I realize it was an elaborate trap. He lulled me into complacency with the previous 2 pieces of information, leading me into this meticulously crafted snare. I chose not to interject, but listened intently. Kong Long seemed to acclimate to his surroundings, his stiffness easing and color returning to his face. When I arrived at your home, the door was slightly ajar. Upon entering the living room, I discovered that the police officer lay lifeless on the sofa, and in that moment, I knew I had been ensnared. If, as you claim, this is a trap, why haven't you fled? Why come to my room at all? Unless your intention is to eliminate me, I could not help but ask. I do not know. My thoughts were in disarray. I merely wished to ascertain whether you were still alive. Kong Long's voice suddenly softened, a contemplative expression crossing his face. I glanced up at the sky, which was shrouded in deep darkness, rendering it impossible to discern the time. In my haste earlier, I had neglected to bring my phone, leaving me temporarily out of contact with home. I began to worry about Nie Qian's safety. If, as Kong Long suggested, this was a meticulously orchestrated trap, then Nie Qian, still caught within it, was in peril. To make matters worse, Lin Hui was absent, leaving me without anyone to protect her. I found myself losing interest in listening to Kong Long's unfounded musings and shifted the conversation directly to the matter at hand. Tell me about your experiences with the criminal investigation team. A silence ensued. It appeared he had not heard my words, lost in his own thoughts, his brows furrowing together in deep contemplation. The anomalous state of Kong Long emerged abruptly, which piqued my curiosity. I raised my voice and reiterated my previous statement, prompting him to awaken from his stupor and reply. No problem. I can recount every detail of what transpired there, but under one condition. What condition? I inquired. Let me go. Allow me to live. Kong Long's request did not surprise me. He was acutely aware of my desires. For me, such a trade-off was both acceptable and imperative, which was precisely why I had refrained from handing him over to the authorities at the first opportunity. I did not acquiesce immediately. Although I felt an inner urgency, I recognized that Kong Long must not be let off easily. Once he escaped again, capturing him would be nearly impossible. Moreover, negotiations resemble transactions. The more anxious one appears, the more the other party is likely to inflate their demands. I deliberately adopted a contemplative demeanor, silently testing his patience, as I still held the upper hand in this confrontation. As anticipated, a few minutes later, Kong Long could no longer contain himself and urgently exclaimed, "Stop playing these psychological games. The situation is far from what you envision. Have you considered that if I am not the one who killed that policeman, then who orchestrated this setup? And where is the mastermind now? Did he go through all this trouble just to have you hand me over to the police?" By the end, Kong Long was nearly roaring, yet at that moment, I resolved to maintain my silence. The more desperate he appeared, the more confident I felt in pressuring him to divulge the information I sought. My objective was soon achieved, but in retrospect, I realized that this decision was profoundly misguided. Kong Long finally conceded, shaking his head in defeat, and weakly stated, "You've won. I will now share what I have discovered during these days in the investigation unit. Hoping that once you hear it, you will suddenly." His voice halted. His previously despondent expression tightened, and his eyes widened in terror, as if he had seen a ghost, the pupils appearing ready to leap from their sockets. Kong Long, you are deceiving me. As soon as the words left my lips, they were drowned out by Kong Long's piercing voice. He swiftly withdrew a gleaming knife from beneath his outer garment, its blade appearing cold and sinister under the pale moonlight. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving my mind momentarily paralyzed. Just then, a heavy and familiar male voice boomed from behind me, sending a tremor through my being. "Stop! Put down your weapon, or I will shoot." "Shoot? No, that cannot happen." I screamed inwardly, but before I could turn around, I felt a chilling sharpness in my arm, followed by an excruciating pain. I instinctively gasped, clutching my arm and stumbling backward. Mere seconds later, a resounding gunshot pierced the heavens, shattering the night sky. I witnessed Kong Long's entire body being thrown backward, a stream of crimson blood gushing forth from his forehead, and then he fell heavily to the ground, his body convulsing as if struck by an electric shock, his face frozen in a look of inexplicable terror at the moment of being shot. My heart plummeted to the depths. Kong Long was undoubtedly beyond saving. His death was akin to a swift blade, severing all the imminent leads that lay within reach. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed in anger. Yet my voice was abruptly silenced by the ominous black muzzle before me. Under the moonlight, a familiar male visage gradually emerged from the darkness. It was Liu Yong. The mastermind behind it all had finally made his appearance. Chapter 48. Memory. I felt as though I were on the verge of suffocation. The world around me had become somewhat hazy. Apart from the sound of the wind, I could distinctly hear the rapid beating of my heart and feel my body temperature steadily dropping. In such a frigid dawn, I found myself inexplicably sweating. The perspiration crystallized in the air, clinging to my skin, sending a piercing chill throughout my body, causing me to tremble violently. My mouth gaped open, yet no words would escape. In this moment, I sincerely admired those heroic figures who, with guns pointed at them, could still speak boldly, seemingly untouched by the terror of death. In truth, Kong Long's death had signaled the end of the game. Whether he was truly the perpetrator mattered little now. For Liu Yong, the greatest puppet master behind the scenes, had personally come to tidy up the aftermath, with a heart as cold as ash. I cast a glance at Kong Long's lifeless form before turning my gaze to Liu Yong. His face remained steadfast and incorruptible, making it difficult to associate him with the words treacherous and cunning. Perhaps it was precisely this facade that concealed his malevolent reality, deceiving the vast majority. "Why must you force my hand?" Liu Yong suddenly spoke, his tone a medley of emotions. "Why must you return?" I echoed his words, finding a strange amusement in his subtly accusatory tone. At this point, did he still wish to lay the blame at my feet? I ceased to ponder these thoughts. I had utterly lost the strength to resist. Resigned, I uttered, "You need not seek excuses any longer. In the end, it is victors and vanquished." My voice trembled, yet the words take action eluded me, for in the face of death, humanity reveals its cowardice. All aspirations and valiant ambitions lay shattered. At least, that was my experience. Now, I could not even muster the strength to lift my hand. Liu Yong furrowed his brow, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. "It seems you truly remember everything from that year. Alas, had I known today would come, I should have never let you live." I scoffed derisively. "You can only blame yourself for your miscalculation." I fought to emerge from the depths of fear, my trembling lessening. Words were futile now. I slowly closed my eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. I heard Liu Yong softly utter a farewell, followed by the sudden crack of gunfire. A suffocating pressure enveloped my chest, rendering me breathless, as though struck by an iron fist. In an instant, I was propelled backward, only to crash heavily to the ground, a fate mirroring that of the recently departed Kong Long. I gasped for breath, like a fish tossed upon the shore, the essence of life gradually slipping away from me. In this moment, all thoughts of the case and the killer faded into oblivion, replaced by visions of Nie Chien, my parents, and my dearest brother Lin Hui, their images swirling before my eyes like a carousel. I strained to lift my hand, yet could not reach them. The body gradually succumbed to numbness, and the mind began to lose its grip on consciousness. I had exerted every effort, hoping that my demise might ensure the safety of my loved ones. In that case, my death would hold some meaning. Just before I completely lost awareness, a gunshot echoed in my ears, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Yet my vision had already faded. I had never witnessed hell, but it could not possibly resemble the scene before me. I found myself once again at Ming Sheng Road, Lane 901, under a somber sky that appeared ready to descend upon me. I had just received alarming news that someone intended to harm the director. Although I had promptly called for backup, impatience gnawed at me. If the intelligence proved accurate by the time my colleagues arrived, it would be too late. I dared not ponder further and hastened towards Building 12. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, an ominous sensation washed over me. Despite hearing nothing and seeing nothing, that feeling intensified with each step I took, mingled with a palpable scent of death in the air. The building was eerily silent. At this hour, families should be gathered around their televisions, blissfully unaware of the outside world. With every step, my heavy footfalls echoed ominously in the corridor, reminiscent of the tolling of a midnight bell. The dim yellow light flickered in sync with my footsteps, heightening my anxiety as I instinctively reached for my sidearm. The silence was unnaturally profound, almost absurd. As I ascended from the second to the third floor, I deliberately slowed my pace, even moderating my breath, fearful of disturbing any potential assailant lurking above. Suddenly, the motion sensor lights extinguished, plunging me into darkness. The short flight of stairs felt interminable, as if I were traversing years. Abruptly, I halted, staring into the abyss before me, sensing another's breath nearby. Startled, I coughed softly, and in the instant the sensor light flickered back to life. A man's face abruptly appeared before me, startling us both. Are you insane? You made no sound while walking," he exclaimed, his voice laced with agitation. I hastily raised my hand to silence him, leaning forward to glance towards room 303. I could see light spilling from that door and caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood, an immediate realization sinking my heart. I quickly gestured for the others to retreat, drawing my firearm as I rushed towards room 303. The door swung open, revealing a man lying at the threshold, blood saturating the ground beneath him. It was the director. My head felt as though it might explode. I charged inside, only to be confronted by a scene of harrowing terror. An elderly man lay sprawled beside the dining table, blood scattered like snowflakes across the floor. In the bedroom, a woman lay lifeless, one hand clutching the receiver of a telephone, a dagger embedded deep in her back, blood gushing forth like a fountain from around the weapon. A sight that was utterly shocking. I elongated my neck, akin to a duck roasting in an oven, gasping for breath. I had arrived too late to prevent this tragedy, while the perpetrators had vanished without a trace. In frustration, I clenched my fist and struck the wall beside me with force. The sight of the family was haunting. They had clearly just fallen victim. If only I had called the team sooner, if only I had not dawdled on my way up the stairs. I am confident I could have saved them. But now, suddenly, terrifying images flashed through my mind, and I leaped up as if electrified, rushing out the door. Coincidentally, I had not encountered anyone on my way into the community, save for the men I had seen at the third-floor staircase. Yes, it was them. They were the culprits. My pace quickened, an overwhelming desire to fly out and intercept them surging within me. I had encountered those men in darkness. The motion sensor lights had not activated because they had all treaded lightly. If I was cautious of the assailants and walked quietly, what those men? Why were they so furtive? The answer was evident. Fortunately, I realized this in time, as I burst out of Building 12 and onto the main thoroughfare of the community. I immediately spotted the men fleeing in a panic. "Stop! Police!" I screamed frantically, my mind consumed by the harrowing image of the director's family. Trembling, I raised my hand and fired a shot into the air. Upon hearing the gunfire, the men abruptly halted, exchanging glances, and upon realizing no one had been hit, they resumed their flight. I must have been out of my mind to discharge a weapon in a residential area. Nevertheless, it was this reckless act that narrowed the distance between me and the assailants. Perhaps fearing a crackdown, the men scattered in different directions once they exited the community, and I pursued a tall, lean figure relentlessly. There were numerous moments when I felt compelled to fire again, but I restrained myself. It was an act we could not afford, especially against an unconvicted individual without a weapon. Ultimately, my hesitation allowed one of them to escape into a dense thicket in a desolate area when I was caught off guard. I frantically searched through the underbrush like an enraged beast, roaring as I weaved through, until I was utterly exhausted. Emerging in a daze, I collapsed onto the ground, legs splayed, staring blankly ahead. The director was dead, a man I had deeply respected in life, yet I had failed to apprehend even one of his killers. How utterly useless I felt. In a fit of rage, I clenched my fists and struck the ground forcefully, a sharp pain coursing through my head. Yet there was a twisted satisfaction in it. Around my fists, I noticed a small, barely perceptible trail of blood, these stains extending across the ground before me like exquisite crimson flowers. I was momentarily taken aback, lifting my hand to inspect the back of it. Aside from a slight redness, there were no injuries. The bloodstains were not my own. With my hands pressed against the ground, I sprang to my feet, exhilarated as I made my way toward the direction of the blood. There stood a graceful figure, leaning against a grand tree, her body trembling like sifted flour. Someone was still alive. I rushed excitedly before her, but as my gaze met her face, I was instantly rendered speechless. What once could be considered a face had transformed into a skull adorned with long hair. I screamed and stumbled backward, only to trip over something unseen, causing me to topple over. In that moment, I abruptly opened my eyes, staring vacantly at the ceiling. My chest heaved with rapid breaths, each one accompanied by a sharp, tearing pain that compelled me to cough. My body felt alien, immobilized as familiar cheers echoed in my ears, reminiscent of Nie Qian's voice. I parted my lips slightly, the remnants of the dream resonating in my mind. It was no longer merely a dream, but a fragment of memory, an important recollection I had long lost. I remembered. It was an event from 3 years ago. I truly remembered. Chapter 49, Identity and Deception, Part 1. My voice was but a whisper, scarcely audible to anyone but myself. Moments later, Nie Qian's tear-streaked yet radiant face appeared before me, exclaiming in a mixture of laughter and tears, "June, you're awake. You finally awakened. Truly, the heavens have seen fit to grant us this moment." I was so frightened. I felt as though my throat were obstructed by some unseen force, rendering me mute as I stared at her. This visage, which I had longed to behold, now appeared somewhat foreign. My memories had largely returned. The vivid scenes I had witnessed during my slumber were undeniably real, and reflecting upon them now was like reliving a vivid dream. For indeed, they were not mere dreams, but fragments of memories long lost. Noticing my dazed expression and silence, Nie Qian's demeanor shifted, and she hurriedly turned to summon a doctor, her voice echoing in urgency. I could not fathom how memories had suddenly resurfaced. Perhaps it was Lu Yong's bullet that had triggered some dormant neurons in my brain, leading to this restoration of recollection. I cannot be certain, yet the thought of Lu Yong haunted me. His menacing visage as he fired that shot loomed large in my mind. That bullet had evidently pierced my heart. How was it that I had survived such peril? The only explanation for my current state of tranquility and recuperation was that my assailant mistakenly believed me to be dead, thus sparing my life. Yet how could Lu Yong, standing directly before me, have failed to conduct a thorough examination, resulting in such a grievous oversight? I closed my eyes, beset by a multitude of lingering questions that refused to dissipate. At that moment, a soft melody wafted through the air, soothing my tumultuous emotions. I must concede, this hospital was remarkably humane, for the music gradually eased my exhaustion, allowing my weary body to relax and unfurl, while the pain from my wounds ebbed away. This was precisely what I desired, a celestial harmony to dispel my worries as I drifted into slumber, although my dreams mirrored the earlier haunting visions. The acute sense of dread had dissipated, akin to a horror film viewed multiple times, losing its capacity to terrify. However, this time, as I found myself once more in the realm of Shui Renqing, the terrifying visage of a long-haired skeleton was replaced by a clear and familiar face. I had encountered this face before, and, as I sifted through my memories, the name emerged, Shui Shilin, the staff member from the revenge chamber. Indeed, it was she, the very one who had assumed the identity of Shui Rinqing. Once again, I was roused by a surge of exhilaration. Upon reopening my eyes, the weariness that had previously plagued me had diminished significantly, though my breath still tugged at the wound on my chest, sending waves of pain crashing over me. I winced, gritting my teeth in an effort to endure this torment. Nie Qian, hearing my distress, rose from her chair and gazed at me with concern, softly inquiring, "June, is your wound painful again? Please endure a little longer. The doctor has just checked on you and confirmed that you have passed the critical period. All you need now is to rest and recuperate." I struggled to utter a single word from my throat, my eyes once again closing as if reluctant to meet the gaze of another. Nie Qian, oblivious to the turmoil within me, surely assumed I was simply fatigued and in need of further rest. After softly inquiring whether I desired water or food, she quietly returned to her seat. For whatever reasons, both Nie Qian and Su Long had deceived themselves regarding one matter, the old case from 3 years prior. They had exploited my amnesia to transform me from a law enforcement officer into a criminal. Although I had yet to recall all the details from that time, I could ascertain my identity. I had once been a member of the municipal criminal investigation team. Yet, it struck me as peculiar that upon joining the team, not a soul recognized me. Surely, this was rather implausible. As my thoughts began to falter again, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped me. My lingering suspicion of Nie Qian had not been unfounded. Her deceit had wounded me deeply, leaving me feeling utterly isolated and distrustful. What could possibly motivate her actions? And what was the nature of her relationship with Su Long? A burning desire to confront her and clarify the matter surged within me. But I understood the futility of such an endeavor. She would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped, and any attempts on my part would only serve to alert her, ultimately leading to my own downfall. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to discreetly probe for information while she remained unaware of my intentions. Without opening my eyes, I weakly inquired, "Qian, could you possibly ask them to play that lovely piece of music again?" "Music? What music?" Nie Qian asked, taken aback. "The one they played when you called the doctor earlier. It was quite beautiful. Would you mind asking them to play it once more?" Speaking at that moment was a laborious task, and Nie Qian recognized this, hastily responding, "Don't speak, just rest. I'll go ask." Rising, she muttered something to herself as she made her way toward the door. However, before she could return, I drifted off to sleep once more. Thus, aside from mealtimes, I spent the majority of my time in a state of restless slumber. Throughout this period, various individuals visited, including doctors, nurses, Lin Hui, Su Long, and several officers seeking to take my statement. Except for Lin Hui, all were turned away by Nie Qian, sparing me considerable trouble, especially with Su Long. I had yet to devise a strategy for dealing with him. As I observed the parade of faces coming and going, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over me. In that moment, who could truly be considered my friend? Whom could I trust? I drifted in and out of sleep, the passage of time becoming a blur. Eventually, I heard the sound of curtains being drawn. Even with my eyes closed, I could sense a flood of light filling the room. Slowly, I opened my eyes and turned my head toward the source of illumination, only to find a nurse in a pristine white uniform, her figure striking, standing by the window. Adjusting the curtains. After a series of nurturing experiences, my spirit has markedly improved compared to before. I cautiously inhaled deeply, realizing that the pain from the wound on my chest had diminished. With that, I shifted my rigid body slightly, attempting to find a more comfortable position. The nurse, seemingly aware of the commotion behind her, glanced back at me and said in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, you're awake," before turning her attention away once more. Judging by her age, she appeared to be around 23 or 24, and though she was quite attractive, the displeased expression on her face diminished my favorable impression of her. I wondered who had provoked her. Nonetheless, despite her seemingly unapproachable demeanor, it was through her that I learned I had been in a coma for an entire week. Today marked my 9th day in the hospital. The medical report confirmed that the bullet had indeed penetrated my left chest, traversing the area near my heart. The miraculous reason for my survival, aside from sheer luck, was that my heart is positioned unusually on the right side, which spared me from grave danger. This likely explains why Liu Yong mistakenly believed I was dead. I never anticipated such a scenario, typically reserved for films, would occur in my own life. With a mixture of astonishment and gratitude, I could only silently acknowledge the divine favor and grace bestowed upon me. As for how I ended up here and who brought me, the white-clad nurse was utterly ignorant. It appeared that the only way to uncover the truth of the events following my injury would be through alternative means. Retracting my gaze, I noticed that Qian was not by my side. I casually inquired about her, but the nurse shot me a sidelong glance and retorted sharply, "Oh, so now you remember her? Sigh, you men only think of yourselves." I was baffled by her complaint, staring at her in confusion. "Isn't she your wife? She has been by your side day and night for over a week, never leaving your side. When she was tired, she would rest on the bed. Who else would do such a thing? And you wake up only to ask about yourself, oblivious to her presence." The nurse deliberately turned her head, rolling her eyes at me, as if defending Qian. Silently, I gazed upward, my heart tumultuous and unsettled. Qian's affection and care for me were evidently genuine. Yet I found myself questioning why she would deceive me and why she was entangled with Su Long. I had thought that once I regained my memory, the truth would become apparent, but now I helplessly lifted the corners of my mouth in a faint smile, sighing inwardly. Yet, new doubts arose, leaving me feeling overwhelmed. When would I be discharged from the hospital? I attempted to change the subject, but the nurse seemed unwilling to relent. "Are you eager to leave the hospital?" She replied coldly. "It's a miracle that you were able to reclaim your life. If you don't take proper care of your health, you will suffer lasting repercussions. Don't you understand? Why don't you men ever learn to take care of yourselves?" As she spoke, she approached my bedside, bent down to scribble something on her medical chart, and then straightened up, scrutinizing the 4 bottle above her head, her face adorned with an expression of agitation. With every utterance of you men, I surmised that this young lady, if not afflicted by her menstrual cycle, must have recently been jilted by a man. Otherwise, she would not so recklessly disregard her status and the decorum of the moment. Unleashing her frustrations upon me, a patient barely returned from the brink of death. Such a girl at her age is truly capricious. I had no desire to engage with someone of her youthful temperament, and feeling physically weak, I simply turned my head away, choosing to ignore her. It seemed she sensed my disinterest, for after a brief silence, she spoke softly. "Your wife has gone home to prepare your meals. As for when you can be discharged, that depends on the doctor. Rest assured, I will inform you of any updates." With that, she picked up a notebook from the foot of the bed and hurriedly departed. Her commotion had extinguished any lingering thoughts I had, and fatigue washed over me once more. I gradually adjusted my body into a more comfortable sleeping position, casting aside all worries, and closed my eyes to drift back into slumber. However, this time, I did not sleep for long before being roused by the entrance of Lin Hui. Chapter 50, Identity and Deception, Part 2. When Lin Hui entered, his steps were light and buoyant, a radiant smile gracing his face as if he had just won the lottery. His demeanor was markedly different from when Zhong Lu had left. What could possibly be the cause of such elation? Pray tell, for I have languished in idleness these past days, nearly suffocating from boredom. My vitality had returned considerably, and my voice no longer bore the weight of lethargy. Lin Hui placed a bag of fruit on the bedside table, then pulled up a chair to sit beside me. He exclaimed in genuine amazement, "Hearing your voice. It seems you have recovered quite well." I found myself puzzled. What was the secret of your resilience? Having taken a bullet to the chest and spending merely a week in the hospital, you are astonishingly well. In the past, I would have shared his wonderment, but now, as I reflected upon my identity as a detective, the narrative began to shift. The attributes I had previously displayed, which seemed incongruous with my identity, strength, endurance, logical reasoning, and an acute sensitivity to cases, were all elucidated. Thus, my miraculous escape from death and swift recovery were undoubtedly owed to the robust physique I had honed during my training at the police academy. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Yet, it is also a testament to my unique physiological constitution. Had my heart been situated in the left chest like that of an ordinary person, you would now be arranging my funeral. I found myself jesting. Lin Hui shot me a disapproving glance, retorting, "You truly cannot expect wisdom from a dog's mouth. Nevertheless, seeing you safe brings me relief." His words rang with sincerity. The care exchange between men lacks ornate embellishments, yet it provided me with considerable solace. However, while concern is one thing, there remain numerous queries that require clarification. For instance, regarding my identity as a police officer, being my closest friend, Lin Hui ought to be aware of this fact, yet I had never heard him mention it. As I contemplated how to broach the subject, he unexpectedly provided me with an opportunity. The air conditioning in the ward had prompted me to kick the blanket down to my navel, revealing my dark and muscular upper body. At that moment, Lin Hui's gaze wandered over me with an odd intensity, sending a shiver down my spine. Were it not for my clear understanding of his sexual orientation, I might have questioned whether he harbored ulterior motives. Nonetheless, instinctively, I pulled the blanket back up to shield my chest, an action that rendered the atmosphere in the room rather peculiar. Noticing my movement, Lin Hui quickly averted his eyes, clearing his throat awkwardly as he explained, I was merely curious where you usually work out. Such a splendid physique. No wonder Nie Qian refuses to leave your side, even in danger. I'd like to join you for a workout sometime." As he spoke, he scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "This has nothing to do with physique. Ours is a bond of true affection." Lin Hui has a knack for uttering remarks that elicit both exasperation and amusement. Seizing upon his words, I replied, "As for where I work out, do you not recall that I was once a detective? This is the fruit of diligent training." Lin Hui's expression momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by my response. He then pointed at me and scoffed. "You're a criminal investigator? Come on, don't flatter yourself. Do you think I don't know what you do?" Truly, Lin Hui, I have recalled everything. My demeanor became more serious. There is hardly anyone I can trust anymore. If I had to choose, it would likely be Lin Hui. By directly stating my identity, I intended to gauge his reaction. If he proved to be trustworthy, at least I would have someone with whom I could share my thoughts. Yet, Lin Hui's reply was unexpected. "You were a police officer?" He furrowed his brow, contemplating, then appeared as though he felt tricked, voicing his discontent. "Are you messing with me? We've known each other for so many years. How could I not know what you do? Let me tell you, impersonating a public servant is a criminal offense." Throughout his speech, I observed his demeanor closely, natural, devoid of any pretense or hypocrisy. If this was a deliberate act, then I would have to concede to being fooled by such Oscar-worthy performance. Thus, I deemed Lin Hui's words to be highly credible. However, this raised a new dilemma. If those around me were unaware of my identity as a police officer, then the lies of Su Long and Nie Qian could not exist. In this scenario, I could only suspect that my memory had faltered again, as I was not foolish enough to believe that everyone was lying to me. Clearly, something else had transpired. Hidden within the recesses of my memory, there must be fragmented recollections that had gone uncollected, leading to the obscuring of my identity. Consequently, not only were those nearby oblivious, but even my workplace had never mentioned it. Lin Hui waved his hand in front of my eyes, pulling me back from my reverie. "Hey, what are you thinking about? You seem so absorbed." I temporarily buried this question in my heart, smiled at him, and insincerely remarked, "Nothing much. I never would have guessed you'd become so sharp. You can't fool me anymore. I knew your intentions were not pure, concocting such a lie to ensnare me. Luckily, I was clever enough to avoid your trap. Otherwise, I would have given you another reason to laugh at me." As he spoke, Lin Hui made a face and raised his middle finger at me. Seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation, I asked, "By the way, do you know how I ended up in the hospital? Who brought me here?" Lin Hui shook his head. "I'm not sure. I learned about your hospital admission a day later, courtesy of Nie Qian. That entire week was your critical period. Everyone was on edge and had no mind for anything else." His words were reasonable, and I nodded in understanding. However, I thought Nie Qian should have more information regarding these matters. Lin Hui added, "I noticed that since he entered, Lin Hui has been wearing a relaxed smile." Remembering that he hadn't yet answered my question, I inquired, "You still haven't told me why you're in such a good mood today." Upon hearing this, Lin Hui excitedly replied, "My brother is safe and sound. The broken mirror is reunited, and the murder case is resolved. How could I possibly feel anything but joy? These three matters, each deserving of a grand celebration, are unfortunately overshadowed by your current grievous injuries. Otherwise, I would have insisted on treating you to a drink. My dear brother, all is well. The shattered mirror is mended. The murder case is resolved. Among these three occurrences, it is the latter that struck me like a sudden thunderclap, leaving me momentarily speechless. For a considerable time thereafter, Lin Hui regaled me with tales of his reconciliation with Zhong Lu, seemingly apprehensive that I might harbor resentment regarding Zhong Lu's past actions. He went to great lengths to extol her virtues, which left me both amused and perplexed. In truth, having survived this brush with death, I have come to terms with many matters, particularly the concept of fate. Separations and reunions are preordained and need not be forcibly orchestrated. Moreover, this is a personal affair of theirs. As long as they find happiness, why should I dampen their spirits? At an opportune moment, I finally interjected, redirecting the conversation to the matter that most intrigued and astonished me. You just mentioned that the murder case has been resolved? Are you referring to the case of the revenge chamber? Lin Hui regarded me with an expression of disbelief, as if I were an alien. Naturally, apart from this case, what else have we experienced? Did you perhaps sustain a head injury when you were shot down? At that moment, I had no desire for banter. It seemed that in the end, Su Long had indeed failed to bring down Lu Yong, which allowed for the case to be concluded so smoothly. It goes without saying that all blame must have been pinned on the deceased Kong Long. How did the criminal investigation team ultimately resolve the case? You have come to the right person with that question, as I have been particularly involved in following this case. I couldn't help but roll my eyes internally, oblivious to who had so adamantly claimed before me a disinterest in such matters. Now, it appeared that even I had forgotten and had transformed my disinterest into a claim of special involvement. Of course, this was merely my inner monologue, and I would not interrupt him, but rather continue to listen attentively. The culprit of the revenge chamber case was Kong Long, which aligns with your conjecture. During the police's attempt to apprehend him, he resisted arrest with a weapon and was consequently shot dead on the spot. Upon mentioning the fatal encounter, Lin Hui expressed a hint of regret. Resisted arrest with a weapon? I scoffed coldly. Truly, one can always find a pretext to levy charges. After all, Kong Long is dead, and there are no witnesses to dispute the claims. Lin Hui, bewildered by my reaction, looked at himself in confusion and asked, "What are you saying?" I suspect the police have not disclosed the details of their investigation concerning Kong Long. They merely labeled him as the perpetrator. Lin Hui seemed to grasp the implication in my words and hastily inquired, could it be that there are ulterior motives regarding the true culprit? If on the night of the incident I had many doubts about Kong Long, it now appears he was merely a pawn in Lu Yong's game, and I nearly followed in his footsteps. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to escape unscathed. No, I simply find the police's actions somewhat ambiguous, until there is solid evidence. I do not wish to voice my unfounded speculations and influence those around me. You are overthinking this. In just a week, the police will hold a press conference, at which time they will provide a detailed report on the case, Lin Hui remarked. I sighed softly, gradually closing my eyes, pondering how this Lu Yong would once again seize the spotlight. However, I was curious to witness how he would distort the truth and turn black into white. Alas, it was the deputy captain who convened this press conference, truly a fortunate turn of events for him. I was momentarily taken aback, opening my eyes in confusion, and inquired, "Are you referring to Su Long?" Upon receiving a nod in affirmation, I continued, "How could it possibly be him? Isn't it customary for the captain to preside over such a grand press conference?" Lin Hui seemed to suddenly recall something, stating, "You are still unaware. The captain of the criminal investigation team has sacrificed himself." Chapter 51. The footsteps in the hospital. Upon hearing Lin Hui mention the demise of the captain of the criminal investigation team, I was convinced that I must have misheard him or that he had misspoken. After all, it was he who had shot and killed Kong Long that fateful night, and it was nearly my own life he had nearly extinguished. To claim that he was now deceased was nothing short of absurd. I fixed my gaze on Lin Hui, questioning him word by word. "Who did you say has fallen?" "The captain of the criminal investigation team." Lin Hui responded without hesitation, then added, "His name seems to be Lu. Oh yes, Lu Yong." This time, I was certain I had not misheard. I felt as though I had been pricked by a needle, leaping upright from the bed, only to be met with an excruciating pain at the sight of my injury. I barely noticed the agony as I gritted my teeth and asked, "Are you absolutely certain?" "The one who died is Lu Yong." Just as Lin Hui was about to respond, His eyes suddenly darted to my chest, and he anxiously remarked, "Why are you so agitated? Look, your wound has reopened. I'll go call the doctor." As he attempted to rise, I seized his arm, holding him back. I stared at him wide-eyed, gasping, "Wait, don't leave. Tell me, how do you know Lu Yong is dead? It was in the news. They reported it all. During the week you were unconscious. There was even his funeral, attended by prominent figures from the city." I released my grip on Lin Hui's arm, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, leaning weakly against the back of the bed. By this time, Lin Hui had exited to summon the doctor, leaving my mind in a haze of confusion. I could hardly recall when the doctor entered. All I remembered was the flurry of activity around me before they allowed me to lie back down. The doctor seemed to be giving Lin Hui some instructions, which I did not catch, as my focus was solely on Lin Hui's head nodding vigorously, while my mind began to whirl again, pondering the implications of it all. Once Lin Hui returned after seeing off the doctor, he sat beside me, perplexed, and inquired, "What exactly is troubling you about Lu Yong's death? Why does it provoke such a reaction? Did the news mention how he died?" Though he posed a question, I understood that uncovering Lu Yong's true cause of death through television reports was a futile endeavor. My inquiry was merely an attempt to discern the official explanation that the criminal investigation team would provide. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hui replied, "It seems they only stated that Lu Yong lost his life in the line of duty while pursuing a suspect. Beyond that, there was nothing else." "Why? You don't suspect that Lu Yong is still alive, do you?" "No, that was impossible. Lu Yong was undoubtedly deceased. Yet the circumstances surrounding his death—" "Hey!" Lin Hui abruptly interrupted my thoughts, severing my reverie. I stared at him, bewildered by his sudden interjection. After a brief pause, Lin Hui frowned in discontent and remarked, "I say, Luo Jun, you can't possibly think of yourself as a police officer, can you? You nearly lost your life, and yet you still haven't learned your lesson. Still pondering over that case. You don't understand." "How can I not understand?" Lin Hui suddenly grew quite agitated. "If you ask me, the predicament you find yourself in today is of your own making. Must you always rely on your instincts and insist on investigating the case? Can't you simply remain peacefully within the precinct and allow the officers to handle the matter? The saying, if you don't court disaster, you won't face peril, rings true in this context." I refrained from countering him. Viewed through another's lens, my plight could indeed be seen as self-inflicted. Yet, the sense of urgency compelling me to take risks is something they cannot comprehend, not to mention the insidious plot of Lu Yong, which remains unknown to the masses. However, I firmly believe these feelings are not baseless nor a mere fabrication of my mind. Everything has its cause and effect, merely awaiting the right moment to unfold. Lin Hui's words flowed forth like a torrent once released, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. At times, I genuinely question whether you are suffering from delusions. The police have already closed the case, yet you remain unyielding. Even if you do not consider your own situation, shouldn't you spare a thought for Nie Qian? Do you truly wish for her to continue living in such a state of constant anxiety alongside you? I found myself at a loss for words, astonished that I could be schooled by this young man. Nevertheless, he spoke truthfully. Since the case has been resolved and no one is pursuing me with grievances, why should I provoke further trouble? It would be wiser to stifle that fatal curiosity and lead a tranquil life with Nie Qian, as a normal person ought to do. All along, I had been eager to solve the case, hoping to rid myself of the nightmares I was enduring and embark on a new chapter in life. Yet, it seems I overestimated my capabilities, nearly jeopardizing my life, while the case continued along its predetermined course. Reflecting on this, I chuckled self-deprecatingly. Well, I shall no longer dwell on these thoughts and will heed your advice. Really? Lin Hui was taken aback by my swift acquiescence and, with a hint of skepticism, asked again. Upon seeing my earnest nod, he sprang to his feet in delight, pacing the room as he began recounting the convoluted love story between him and Zhong Lu. I scarcely absorbed his words. Though I had responded readily, my heart was still conflicted. After all, this was a case in which I had confronted life and death, not something one can simply dismiss with a wave of the hand. Yet, it was clear that now was not the time for such reflections. My primary focus must be on recovery. Chapter 52. The Breakup I endured the pain of my wounds as I propped myself up in bed. My nerves taut as I fixed my gaze ahead. Beads of perspiration trickled down my forehead. If Lin Hui were to witness my current state, he would surely accuse me of dramatizing my plight. Yet, I was acutely aware that at this hour, it was unlikely for anyone to be wandering about. Even the nurses making their rounds would not wear shoes that made such pronounced sounds, and doctors, if they were to come, would certainly not linger outside my door. So, who would be out there? This confrontation through the door was not a novel occurrence. Dismissing it as mere hallucination would be inaccurate. I recalled the last time, one afternoon just prior to my incident, when a shadow had stood at my doorstep, causing me considerable anxiety. If that too was merely a figment of my imagination, then I would indeed require a consultation with a psychiatrist. The thought of seeking medical help reminded me of something significantly pressing. Now that Lu Yong was deceased, why should I continue to suffer over these fragmented memories? A direct trip to the hospital for treatment would suffice. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, drawing my attention back. This time, the sound faded gradually, retreating into the silence of the corridor. How eerie! I could scarcely find another term to articulate this situation. It felt akin to accidentally swallowing a fly, unable to expel it and overwhelmed with disgust. I sat there, staring at the door for what felt like an eternity, only resuming my prone position once I was certain the footsteps had vanished completely. Yet, this uncanny scene did not dissipate. Before my head could even meet the pillow, the footsteps returned for a third time, advancing towards me with deliberate slowness. My heart constricted, and I instinctively sat up once more. At that moment, apart from the bizarre footsteps outside, the only sounds I could perceive were my own heartbeat and breathing. The footsteps halted, as was customary before my door, lingering in silence for a moment before departing again. If I could label the earlier instances as eerie, now only raw terror remained. While the previous occurrences might have been dismissed as childish pranks, this was entirely different. I was convinced that no one would engage in such a tedious jest repeatedly in this place. I stared blankly ahead, my mind as blank as the white door before me, unable to process any thoughts. Even my breathing quickened, aggravating the pain in my chest and producing waves of excruciating discomfort. This time, I remained seated for an extended period, until I realized that I ought to take some action, at which point I reclined back onto the bed. Unlike the previous instances, this time was intentional. As I had anticipated, the moment I lay back down, the terrifying footsteps returned, once again approaching my door. This time, I refrained from sitting up. Instead, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, cautiously making my way to the door, holding my breath and focusing intently on the sounds outside. Silence enveloped the space, so profound that it instilled a sense of dread, as if a faint breath of death lingered in the air. I swallowed hard, grasped the doorknob, twisted it with determination, and then forcefully flung the door open. I was convinced that if I did not act, I would surely succumb to madness, crushed by the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. To my astonishment, there was indeed someone outside. The moment our eyes met, we both gasped in unison, wearing expressions of disbelief. Before me stood none other than Ye Qian, her hand suspended in midair, seemingly poised to open the door. The air, tinged with the faint scent of disinfectant, felt momentarily suspended, as if it might fall at any moment. We resembled two statues staring at one another, and after what felt like an eternity, I managed to utter 4 words. "How is it you?" She responded, "Oh, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come see you, and there is something I need to tell you." Noticing my peculiar expression, Nye Qian inquired, "What's wrong? You look rather pale. Are you feeling unwell? Was that sound in the corridor just now made by you?" I asked. Nye Qian appeared taken aback, then nodded, her confusion deepening. "Yes, why?" Her response was surprisingly candid. After a moment's contemplation, I could not suppress my curiosity any longer and asked, "Why were you wandering outside at such a late hour?" "Wandering?" Nye Qian seemed perplexed. "What do you mean? I merely walked over from the elevator. I was about to open the door when you beat me to it. Did you hear any other footsteps or see anyone else in the corridor?" I inquired. Nye Qian shook her head in bewilderment, her gaze towards me growing stranger. There was only me in the entire corridor. Where would any other footsteps come from? I fell silent, grappling with the unsettling notion that perhaps all of this was merely a figment of my imagination. Nietzschean then asked, by the way, "Where are you headed at this hour?" She unexpectedly turned the question back to me. Another silence ensued, and for two people in love, this silence was profoundly destructive. It felt as though a high wall had been erected between us, fostering a sense of unease. "I'm not going anywhere." I just felt a bit stifled in the room and wanted to open the door for some fresh air. I forced a smile, realizing I had been startled by the sight of her upon opening the door. Nietzschean nodded, still somewhat skeptical, and walked past me into the room. Seizing the opportunity, I peeked outside. The corridor was desolate, devoid of even a single shadow. I withdrew my gaze and turned back into the room, resuming my position on the bed. Glancing out at the pitch-black night, I often gazed at the night sky. It was beautiful and tranquil, like a net filtering my soul, elevating my spirit, and granting me a sense of transcendence. "June, is there something amiss between us?" Nietzschean's question caught me off guard. I was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. As I gazed into her expression, Nietzschean seemed to grasp something profound. With a bitter smile, she uttered, "I understand, let's part ways." "Part ways? Why?" A sudden wave of despair enveloped me, and I struggled to suppress the nearly roaring tone in my voice. Nietzschean's gaze was intricate and inscrutable. With a pallid demeanor, she stated, "Because we have lost the most fundamental element of our relationship." "What element?" "Trust." I was momentarily speechless, unable to refute her claim. I realized my reaction had sufficiently validated her suspicions. But, I genuinely felt a surge of panic, becoming increasingly incoherent. While I indeed harbored doubts about Nietzschean, I had never contemplated a breakup. Otherwise, I would not have been entangled in this turmoil until now. Yet, unexpectedly, it was she who initiated the separation. "But do you truly wish to leave me now? Just as you did 3 years ago when I needed you the most." "I have told you, do not mention 3 years ago." Nietzschean suddenly glared at me, interrupting my words in a fit of hysteria. Her countenance appeared frigid and somewhat terrifying, rendering me bewildered. I could not comprehend what had transpired. The day had unfolded so well, why this sudden shift? Abruptly, a wave of fatigue washed over me, as if my body had been drained of all energy, and I sank down, my eyelids heavy, nearly impossible to lift. Yet I continued to struggle, my mind racing for words to plead for her to stay. Gradually, my consciousness began to blur, and Nietzschean's face faded from my sight until it vanished entirely. I longed for eternal slumber, to escape the cruel reality that awaited me. When the sunlight streaming into the hospital room roused me, I naively believed that the events of the previous night had merely been a dream, for I had often experienced similar dreams. However, as I reached for my phone to call Nietzschean, a text message shattered all my illusions. It was from her. "June, I am leaving." For succinct words struck my heart like a hammer, inflicting pain, yet rendering me incapable of tears. By the windowsill, I caught sight of the nurse from the previous morning, and a sudden impulse to be reprimanded by her surged within me. I lightly cleared my throat to attract her attention, but today she appeared remarkably gentle, as if she were an entirely different person from yesterday. She first sincerely apologized for the events of the prior day, then proceeded to offer solace to this recently heartbroken man. Yet, I absorbed only one of her comforting words, which resonated deeply when I relayed to her that Nietzschean had initiated the breakup. She furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "You mean that girl who cares for you day and night has suddenly broken up with you? How is that possible? Why are men so oblivious?" As a woman myself, if I truly wished to end a relationship, I would not go to such lengths for him. There must be some unspeakable reason. Driven by her mention of an unspeakable reason, I nearly bombarded Nietzschean's phone with calls, only to find it switched off in the end. I felt as though I had suddenly lost all vitality, my gaze vacant as I stared blankly ahead. In that moment, all doubts I harbored about her dissipated into the ether. All I desired was for her to remain with me. After all, have we not taken so many risks just to be together? No, I cannot allow her to leave. I rose from my bed, disregarding the need to change my clothes, and hastily made my way towards the door, my steps somewhat unsteady. As I exited my room, I unexpectedly encountered Lin Hui. Upon seeing me, he immediately bombarded me with questions. "What have you done to Nietzschean? Why has she suddenly moved away? Moved away? Of course. I could not have stopped her. Otherwise, I would not have rushed to the hospital in such haste. Lin Hui gazed at me with a look filled with reproach, undoubtedly believing that I had driven Nie Qian away. Just as I opened my mouth to explain, I noticed a crowd gathered near the elevator, comprising both patients and nurses, engaged in a hushed discussion. Why are so many people gathered over there? I inquired. Lin Hui, without turning his head, replied, when I passed by earlier, I overheard them talking about some ghostly occurrences. Apparently, they said they heard footsteps in the corridor last night. Chapter 53. The missing corpse. Nie Qian's abrupt declaration to end our relationship left me utterly disoriented, my thoughts swirling chaotically. It was only when Lin Hui brought news of her departure that my anxious heart began to settle. Leaning against the doorframe, I lowered my head and weakly inquired, "Do you know where she's gone?" Since Nie Qian had resolved to leave, it was unlikely she would disclose her whereabouts. The answer to this question was all too predictable, yet I found myself asking once more. Lin Hui shook his head, indicating he did not know. I raised my gaze to him, irritation creeping into my voice as I demanded, "Why didn't you try to stop her?" "How could I have?" he retorted, slightly defensive. "She is your woman. What could I possibly do?" Lin Hui raised his brows, unwilling to concede. If Xiao Lu had been here, perhaps there might have been a way to persuade her. It's too late for that. I sighed deeply within, reflecting on how Nie Qian's decision had come so unexpectedly and how resolutely she had acted, leaving me no opportunity to plead for her to stay. It felt eerily reminiscent of our breakup 3 years prior. Perhaps this is fate. The very things we dread most inevitably come to pass. Wait a moment. How did it end up being my fault that Nie Qian left? Lin Hui suddenly recognized the misalignment in his perspective. I had come here specifically to ask whether he was the reason she had been driven away. "You could have just called me," he suggested. "It's not something that can be conveyed over the phone." Lin Hui waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor growing serious. "Luo Jun, you cannot treat her this way. During your unconsciousness, you have no idea how devotedly Nie Qian cared for you. Despite any mistakes she may have made, you should not blame her." "What do you know?" I snapped back, my irritation boiling over. Get lost. Having received an unwarranted reprimand from him, I chose to ignore him entirely. My eyes caught sight of a circle of people gathered near the elevator. Remembering the footsteps Lin Hui had mentioned earlier, along with my own experience from the previous night, I felt a sudden impulse and quickly made my way towards the crowd. When one finds it difficult to alleviate their inner turmoil, the most effective remedy is often to divert one's attention. Although this may not erase the pain, it allows for a temporary reprieve, enabling one to revisit the matter later with diminished intensity. After all, time has a remarkable ability to dilute all things. And this was not the first time I had encountered such a situation. As I approached the gathering, I noticed that the crowd had nearly dispersed, having shared their stories. I hurriedly pursued an elderly man in a hospital gown, his white hair contrasting sharply with his attire. He had been the most animated in the crowd, recounting the strange footsteps he had heard the previous night. I suspected he might possess valuable insights. However, having just spoken at length to others, it felt somewhat inconsiderate to ask him to repeat himself for my benefit. Thus, I followed him quietly, contemplating how to broach the subject. Before long, the old man noticed me, halted, and turned to face me, revealing a face as withered as dry wood. I too came to a stop, staring at him in a daze. The elderly gentleman appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, with deep-set wrinkles etched into his face as if carved by a small blade. His eyes were devoid of life, and the bags beneath them were faintly darkened, suggesting a restless night. His lips bore a subtle purplish hue and occasionally trembled, only ceasing once his mouth fully opened. He gazed at me with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Child, is there something on your mind?" I furrowed my brow in hesitation, feeling somewhat awkward as I replied, "Sir, were you discussing the footsteps in the corridor from last night?" The old man nodded readily and asked, "What of it? Did you hear them too?" "Yes, and I was wondering if you could kindly recount what you mentioned to others earlier." I maintained a vigilant watch on his expressions, prepared to cease my inquiry should he display even a hint of disdain or impatience. Fortunately, the old man harbored none of these sentiments. Instead, He smiled kindly and responded with warmth, "Not all bother. It is dreadfully dull to remain cooped up in this ward." And I was lamenting the absence of company with whom to converse. Why not find a different place to chat? I nodded eagerly, inquiring about his name, and, disregarding Lin Hui, who was making faces at me from the side, I followed the elderly Zhang downstairs. The weather outside was splendid, with sunlight that felt distinct from what streamed into the room. As Zhang had rightly pointed out, one tends to grow stale when confined to a hospital ward. Much like moldy items that thrive in darkness, humans too benefit from basking in sunlight. We chose a sunlit bench to sit upon and began recounting the series of footsteps heard in the corridor the previous night. Zhang informed me that every patient on our floor, including the nurses who were awake, had heard those footsteps. Chapter 54. The Missing Corpse, Part 2. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Are you suggesting that someone actually saw the corpse emerge? I asked in astonishment. If that were indeed the case, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the place is haunted. However, before old Wang could respond, old Zhang interjected with a look of disdain. Don't listen to his nonsensical ramblings. What do you mean by witnessed? It's merely the chatter of gossipers who claim to have seen the body being taken to the morgue, only for it to mysteriously disappear afterward. Coupled with the footsteps heard in the corridor last night, it all spiraled into a wild tale. Oh, you old man Zhang, must you speak so dismissively? What do you mean by mere gossip? Is that not the truth? Old Wang retorted with indignation. Zhang pointed at me, tilting his head as he asked, "Then tell this young man, did you see the corpse run away with your own eyes?" I did not. Old Wang's voice faltered slightly. Unyieldingly, Zhang pressed on, "So, did someone else see it?" Not exactly. Old Wang's earlier vigor diminished. His face flushed as he struggled to maintain his composure. Although no one witnessed the corpse flee, someone did see it being brought into the morgue. What does that even mean? I interjected. Old Wang, have you lost your senses? Is that what you call witnessing? Moreover, do you think corpses in a hospital are delivered to your home instead of the morgue? I've already explained this to you for so long. Why can't you grasp it? There's no such thing as zombies in this world. Upon hearing the term zombie, my immediate reaction mirrored that of old Zhang, perceiving it as somewhat eccentric. However, the notion of a corpse disappearing from the morgue was an entirely different matter. It hinted at human intervention. As this thought crossed my mind, I quickly admonished myself for my tendency to overthink, a habitual flaw I have yet to rectify. Seeing that he had gained the upper hand, old Zhang seized the opportunity to monopolize the conversation, regaling me with tales passed down from his ancestors. He recounted that last night was the winter solstice, akin to the ghost festival, a time when the gates to the underworld swing wide open. On this night, the spirits of the deceased return to visit their living kin, prompting people to prepare meals and beverages for offerings, along with burning paper money and gold ingots for their ancestors to carry along. Yet, not all spirits find their way home. Those lost souls wander back to the places of their demise, inevitably causing disturbances. And last night's footsteps were clearly indicative of a spirit wandering the corridor. Fortunately, no one was present at the time. Otherwise, they would have been followed by that spirit, and the ensuing events would be unnecessary to elaborate upon. I must admit, his narrative was quite captivating, resembling a dramatic tale or legend. Yet I took little heed, merely listening out of politeness. In contrast, I found myself more intrigued by old Wang's account of the missing corpse in the hospital, though the reasons behind it remained unclear. Noticing my interest waning, old Wang rose to his feet and declared, "Well then, if you're not interested in listening, I shall take my leave." And with that, he prepared to depart. Wait, I hurriedly stopped him, reminding him that we had agreed I wanted to hear both of their stories. How could he possibly leave me out now? Upon seeing my eagerness to listen to his tales, old Wang's interest was rekindled. He defiantly tilted his chin toward old Zhang and settled back down beside me. These two old men resembled children vying for sweets, each one inciting discontent in the other whenever one managed to seize the prize. At this moment, old Zhang, evidently displeased with my desire to continue listening to old Wang's narrative, had conveniently forgotten that it was indeed his turn to speak, merely having exploited a momentary lapse. "Very well, you may continue your discourse. I shall take my leave, as I have no inclination to endure his ramblings," old Zhang declared, rising from the bench. Placing his hands on his hips to stretch, much like a petulant child, and departed without a backward glance. Ah, his departure is quite fortuitous, saving us from further discord. Young man. At this juncture, old Wang seemed to recall something, turning to me and inquiring, by the way, I still do not know your name. Lo Jun. Iluyun. Iluyun. Old Wang repeated my name, pondering deeply until his gaze met mine once more, prompting him to remember what he was meant to articulate. He shifted closer, nearly whispering into my ear, and began his narration. Perhaps to envelop me in the atmosphere of the tale, old Wang deliberately lowered his voice, modulating his tone as he said, "In truth, I witnessed the very body that went missing being taken to the morgue." The moment he began to speak, I trembled violently, my pupils dilating in astonishment as I gazed at him in disbelief. Hey, do not look at me like that. The reason I refrained from speaking earlier was to keep that old Zhang from discovering this. I must tell you, there are many things I have yet to share with them, old Wang explained, somewhat breathlessly. However, what truly astonished me, even instilling a sense of dread, was not merely his words, but rather his voice. As he leaned in closer, whispering in my ear, an eerie and terrifying recording from the revenge room instantly resurfaced in my mind. Perhaps this was merely a coincidence. I could not be certain, so I endeavored to suppress the tumultuous waves of emotion within me, softly urging him, "Please continue. I hope you can elaborate on this matter as thoroughly as possible. If this has left you shocked, how then will you bear what I am about to disclose?" Old Wang sighed, showing no intention of halting his narrative. "You would do well to brace yourself, for I must commence with the account of that peculiar corpse. Had I not heard it with my own ears, I would find it difficult to fathom how someone could weave a story so captivating in the course of a normal conversation. This enchantment was distinctly different from old Zhang's storytelling. While old Zhang relied on the essence of the tale itself, old Wang captivated through his unique vocal quality and the rhythmic cadence of his expressions. Such talent was not commonplace. It was a morning 2 days prior, remarkably similar to yesterday, when I found myself restless due to some disturbances, which prompted me to venture downstairs for a stroll. I vividly recall that it was just past 2 in the morning, and the chill in the air was quite extraordinary. Thus, before I could step outside the building, I hesitated. Just as I contemplated returning to the ward, I noticed a few individuals pushing a gurney, stealthily approaching my direction. Instinctively, I concealed myself behind the wall, and as they passed by, they were oblivious to my presence. In that moment, a multitude of questions arose in my mind. The hospital building where my ward was located was in close proximity to the back entrance of the hospital. According to Mr. Wang's description, these individuals must have entered through that very door. This raised a perplexing question. If they could simply drive in, why resort to pushing the gurney? Furthermore, Mr. Wang's behavior was equally peculiar. Why did he choose to hide upon seeing them? Was it merely due to their furtive demeanor? Nevertheless, given Mr. Wang's audacity to speak thus, he surely had his reasons. He promptly provided an explanation for my inquiries, admitting that his initial instinct to avoid them was simply a subconscious reaction, the rationale for which eluded him at the time. However, upon reflection, he found merit in his prudent action. As they passed, I discerned 3 figures surrounding the gurney: a man clad in police uniform, a woman in nurse attire, and a burly man in a black t-shirt adorned with dragon tattoos that nearly covered his arms, giving him an intimidating presence. On the gurney lay a body, ensconced in a blue body bag. Such an unusual assembly was bound to evoke suspicion. Mr. Wang suddenly sighed, expressing a hint of remorse as he confessed, "I possess a flaw. My curiosity is insatiable." Observing their clandestine behavior, I felt compelled to follow, only to discover, to my astonishment, that they wheeled the gurney directly into the morgue. Into the morgue? Is that strange? I momentarily lost my train of thought, perplexed by his assertion. Where else would a corpse be taken? That is not my point, he clarified. What astonished me was their method. In all my years, I have never witnessed a body being delivered directly to a hospital, once deceased and enveloped in a body bag. Wouldn't it be more logical to transport it straight to the funeral home? Why bring it to the hospital at all? If the individual had just passed away within the hospital, how could they have entered through the back door? Contemplating this, I found the situation increasingly bizarre. Perhaps it was the cold weather or Mr. Wang's vivid narration, but during daylight, A shiver coursed through my body. His reasoning was sound and not mere speculation. Such illogical circumstances inevitably incite suspicion and curiosity. Yet, it was not this that instilled true fear within me. After those individuals pushed the gurney into the morgue, the police officer unzipped the body bag. I beheld the lifeless form of a young woman, her face devoid of color, dressed in an antiquated and thick burial garment that seemed ill-suited for her age, with several coarse black straps bound around her clothing. "Why must a corpse be bound?" exclaimed old Wong, his voice suddenly rising at the final words, startling me considerably. I swallowed hard and replied, "Perhaps they do so merely for the convenience of transporting the body. Such occurrences are not uncommon." Indeed, I had contemplated this notion until I later overheard their conversation, which truly instilled a sense of dread within me. It is crucial to note that in a mortuary, even the faintest whisper can be heard with crystal clarity. A hint of fear crept across old Wong's face as he spoke in a frail and eerie tone. The male officer mentioned that everything has been thoroughly inspected and securely bound. Thus, should she attempt to rise from the dead, she would be unable to escape. Chapter 55. The Missing Corpse 3. Resurrection. I could not help but exclaim, drawing astonished glances from those around me. Quickly, I covered my mouth and leaned closer to old man Wong, asking, "Are you suggesting that the corpse could come back to life?" That is precisely what they claimed. But that is not the most terrifying part. Did you not catch the entirety of the statement? Old man Wong's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits, and he articulated slowly. He said, "This way, we need not fear her rising and fleeing." He emphasized the word fleeing, making the implication abundantly clear. A chill crept up my spine as I replied in a hushed tone, "Corpse resurrection is not unheard of. Yet never has a corpse been known to escape on its own. Hence, you imply that it is a zombie." This initially ludicrous conclusion now seemed almost logical, leaving me with no grounds to refute it unless old man Wong had been deceiving himself all along. The likelihood of him fabricating such a tale to fool himself was nearly non-existent. Yet, the notion of a zombie being transported to the hospital felt utterly preposterous. What then was the truth of this matter? Noticing my grave expression and silence, old man Wong fell quiet as well. We sat in stillness for a considerable time until I finally broke the silence, asking, "Have you shared this with old man Zhang and the others?" "No, it is not that I refrained from sharing, but rather that they dismissed me as soon as I mentioned zombies, telling me I was babbling nonsense and forbidding me from continuing. Those people truly." Old man Wong's face was a portrait of grievance and indignation, lamenting his plight. However, their reaction was understandable. Who would believe such an absurd tale? Had old man Wong not recounted the entire affair with such clarity, detailing the time, location, individuals, and their attire and tattoos, I might have dismissed it as mere folklore. Yet now, it was evident that the situation was far more complex. "Is your certainty that the footsteps last night belonged to the zombie based solely on a remark from those individuals?" I inquired. "Certainly not. Do not let my age deceive you into thinking I am senile. The truth is this. Last night, after being disturbed by that series of footsteps and unable to sleep, I intended to sneak out for a stroll when the coast was clear. However, the thought of the zombie restrained me until around 5 this morning when I finally left the ward. At that hour, the hallway was still relatively empty, and as I passed the nurse's station, I inadvertently overheard 2 nurses discussing the missing corpse from a morgue, instantly prompting me to connect it to the zombie. Yet, I remained somewhat skeptical until one of the nurses uttered a particular phrase that convinced me the zombie had indeed visited last night. Having finished this lengthy account, old man Wong appeared somewhat breathless, taking a deep breath before regaining his composure. Once he seemed restored, I asked, "What did the nurse say?" She mentioned that when the footsteps ceased last night, she had peeked out into the corridor and saw a woman. It is indeed remarkable that the zombie in question is a woman. One cannot help but marvel at such an extraordinary coincidence. I found myself utterly astonished, gazing at old Wong, for it was evident whom the nurse had referred to. Yet, I never anticipated that Nie Qian's appearance last night would align so fortuitously, leading old Wong to mistakenly believe she was the very female zombie. This left me in a state of bemusement. Of course, Nietien could not possibly be the zombie. But the footfalls that ceased upon her arrival were indeed perplexing. It seemed implausible to assert there was no connection between them. However, the sudden proposition of a breakup by Nietien had left me utterly disoriented, and even this morning my thoughts remained in disarray, making it difficult to grasp even the simplest of truths. With Nietien now vanished without a trace, the situation grew all the more inscrutable. The mere thought of Nietien pierced my heart with an unbearable ache, a sensation both overwhelming and suffocating. I hastily gathered my thoughts, compelling myself to divert my attention from her, and turned to old Wang, inquiring about his next course of action. His response, however, was quite unexpected. He had no intention of reporting the matter to the hospital or the police, believing they would dismiss him as fanciful, akin to old Zhang and his ilk. Instead, he contemplated selling this bizarre tale to a newspaper journalist, reasoning that even if it did not culminate in a lengthy article, it could very well inspire a chilling novel. I had no authority to influence his decisions, yet my true concern remained the enigmatic footfalls from last night. Others may not comprehend their significance, but I understood they were directed at me. The events of the abandoned corpse at the hospital, old Wang's mention of a zombie, and Nietien's abrupt breakup, all unfolded with such uncanny synchronicity that it was difficult not to associate them. The challenge lay in weaving them together coherently, a task for which I presently lacked clarity. Just as we prepared to rise and depart, I suddenly posed a question. Old Wang, did you once engage in voice acting or recording? His expression shifted, surprise evident as he gazed at me. How did you know? He queried. Indeed, my heart raced with excitement, and I hastily pressed on. Did you record for the game Revenge Room? Revenge, what? He replied, perplexed. Revenge Room, a game at Happy Garden. Old Wang furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before shaking his head in confusion. No, what is this Revenge Room? What is Happy Garden? I have never heard of it. You might want to think again. Happy Garden is an amusement park, and the recording was made approximately 2 or 3 years ago, narrating a tale of vengeance. I then recounted the essence of the recording, hoping to jog his memory, but his bewildered expression extinguished the flicker of hope that had ignited within me. He explained that the stylistic nuances of his speech, intended to evoke atmosphere, were a product of training. While it may sound unique to outsiders, it was not uncommon among his peers. Thus, even if the voice bore a striking resemblance, it did not necessarily indicate it belonged to the same individual. Before taking his leave, old Wang left me with a lingering thought. Although he had never recorded anything in the Revenge Room, one could never be certain that others were unaware, especially considering many of his friends were from the same profession. With a stroke of good fortune, that individual might very well be among them. I exchanged phone numbers with him out of courtesy, expressing gratitude with my words while harboring little hope within. The likelihood of his claims was nearly non-existent. After all, such coincidences are rare in this world. After bidding farewell to old Wang, I stood alone under the sunlight, my mind involuntarily drifting back to the heart-wrenching moment when Nietien proposed our separation the night before. It loomed over me like a colossal shadow, capable of pouncing on my heart even beneath the brightest rays of sunlight. The breakup had come so suddenly it felt surreal, even illogical, yet it had indeed transpired without the slightest forewarning, leaving me utterly disoriented. At this moment, my heart remained tumultuous, mirroring my erratic thoughts. Fortunately, my uncooperative stomach still recognized its hunger, letting out a rumble that reminded me I had yet to eat breakfast since Nietien's departure. Lacking any further desire to bask in the sun, I returned to my hospital room, my spirits dampened. Lin Hui had long since vacated the room, but on the cabinet beside my bed, I discovered a steaming bowl of corn porridge and several buns, stirring a sense of gratitude within me. Despite our quarrels, a brother remains a brother at heart. After satiating my growling stomach, I felt a slight resurgence of energy, pondering how to navigate the challenging days ahead when the previously quiet corridor erupted with disordered footsteps, as if a throng of people were approaching my room. My hospital room was centrally located on the floor, typically frequented by many passers-by, so I initially dismissed the sounds. However, when the footsteps halted abruptly outside my door, I sensed something was amiss. I glanced towards the entrance, and moments later, A uniformed police officer strode in confidently, approaching my bedside. Removing his hat, he revealed a youthful visage and greeted me with a simple, "Hello." "Hello, you are." I was certain I recognized him, having seen him not long ago. Yet his name momentarily eluded me. He exchanged a knowing look with me for a few seconds before articulating two words, "Li Rue." Instantly, my thoughts were thrust back to that fateful day I first infiltrated the revenge room, a night spent evading the police, led by none other than Li Rue himself. His sudden appearance here surely heralded no good news, and I steeled myself, preparing for whatever he had in store. Li Rue pulled up a chair beside me and casually remarked, "It seems I have not done enough in the past to ensure you remember me. But fear not, we will have ample opportunities to interact in the future." "Is this a threat?" I inquired. "Of course not," he replied. "I am a police officer. I would never engage in such behavior. However, it does depend on the nature of the person one is dealing with. In your eyes, what do you perceive me to be?" I gazed into Li Rue's eyes and found a certain amusement in our playful banter. "Am I the elusive perpetrator you seek to apprehend?" Although Li Rue continued to smile, there appeared to be a flicker of fire in his gaze. He lowered his voice and solemnly warned, "Remember, luck will not always be on your side." I shrugged nonchalantly and, turning my gaze towards the window, inquired, "So, are you here today to bring me to justice?" Li Rue offered a smile that seemed incongruous with his profession and replied, "The case has already been closed. Why would I still wish to apprehend you? As for my visit today, I merely wish to hear your thoughts on the body that has gone missing from the hospital." Chapter 56. The eccentric Li Rue. I withdrew my gaze and turned it towards Li Rue, inquiring nonchalantly, "Is this an interrogation or a collaborative investigation? What do you think?" Suddenly, Li Rue's expression shifted dramatically. He leaned forward, bringing his lips close to my ear, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Do not presume that with Team Leader Liu absent, no one can handle you." It dawned on me that he was one of Liu's associates, which explained his undue attentiveness towards me. A faint smirk of disdain crept across my face. It seemed my words had struck a nerve with Li Rue. His eyes widened furiously as he pressed his hand against my left chest, forcefully pushing me back against the bed, declaring vehemently, "You cannot escape. I swear, Team Leader Liu will not have died in vain." I gritted my teeth, battling the searing pain radiating from my wound, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. The subsequent words escaped my lips in a nearly inaudible whisper. "If you continue to press me like this, today's collaboration might just falter." Upon hearing this, Li Rue gradually released his grip on my wound and resumed his seat. The moment his hand lifted, I instinctively pressed against the injury, curling up like a shrimp, gasping for breath in agony. "So, do you require me to summon a doctor?" Li Hui sneered. Yet his posture remained unchanged. I mustered the strength to straighten my back, unwilling to yield, and forced a smile onto my face, replying, "No. I'm not dying yet." The once bustling corridor outside the hospital room had fallen silent, with only a few nurses and doctors passing by. If I were to hazard a guess, the police who had accompanied Li Rue were likely stationed outside, preventing the idle onlookers among the other patients from crowding my door, which spared me from unwanted attention. Li Rue's demeanor had transformed dramatically from our previous encounter. His gaze and tone had sharpened, becoming increasingly audacious, leaving me bewildered. After a considerable pause, my breathing gradually steadied, and the pain from my wound dulled. I turned to Li Rue and asked, "May we now discuss the matter at hand?" As I spoke, I cautiously shifted my body to the side, wary of inciting his anger and provoking him to take it out on my injury. Perhaps my display of suffering had satisfied his frustrations, for Li Rue's mood had noticeably improved. He leisurely crossed his legs and remarked, "You are aware of the incident concerning the missing corpse from the hospital morgue, are you not?" "I have heard about it," I replied. "Then tell me, where has that corpse gone?" Though Li Rue did not state it outright, his implication was painfully clear. I gazed at him in confusion and asked, "Do you suspect this matter is linked to me?" Rumors do not arise from a void, especially now that there are eyewitnesses. It would be wiser to confess rather than deny. Eyewitnesses? Those words instantly recalled the conversation I had with old Wang, who had mentioned a nurse who saw Nie Qian at my door last night. Could it be that Li Rue was referring to her? Li Rue did not directly address my inquiry. Instead, he continued to speak to himself. This matter is neither trivial nor monumental. If you cooperate well, we can diminish the severity of the situation. His words left me feeling perplexed, particularly that phrase about cooperation, which bore an unsettling tone. I was unwilling to engage in this futile riddle any longer and asked bluntly, "What do you mean by cooperate? Are you suggesting that I should accept this baseless accusation?" Suddenly, Li Rue employed the same tactic once more, leaning closer to me, which startled me, prompting my right hand to instinctively shield my chest. It was evident that he was pleased with my reaction. This time, he refrained from making any physical move, instead locking his gaze onto mine and, in a gravelly voice, reiterated, "Let me clarify once more. I am a police officer who does not falsely accuse others. I apprehend only those who deserve it, including you. However, if you exhibit a willingness to cooperate, we may consider leniency." Li Rue returned to his seat and added, "What exactly do you want me to do?" "The truth. I demand that you articulate the truth." It was a clear reflection of moral decay that someone like Lu Yong, lacking integrity, could produce such inexplicable subordinates. More alarming was the fact that this madman seemed to be thriving within the ranks. From the moment I recall my identity, I had been vacillating over whether to return to the Criminal Investigation Unit. Yet, my weakened state and a series of unforeseen events hindered me, leaving me in a position where the police treated me like a criminal, relentlessly pursuing me. If I were to perish at the hands of my own, it would be a grave injustice. But gazing at Li Rue, I realized that expressing such sentiments was futile. He would neither believe me nor view it as anything but an attempt at self-justification. The most prudent course of action was to return to the Criminal Investigation Unit and retrieve my identity records. Now that Lu Yong was deceased, as long as I could substantiate my identity, these officers would surely temper their approach. The truth is, this matter has nothing to do with me. If you doubt it, feel free to review the surveillance footage in the corridor. Everything will become evident. I remained resolute. I have already viewed the surveillance video. Indeed, a woman was brought into the ward by you last night. Impossible. This is a fabrication. I demand to see the footage. I glared fiercely at Li Rue. Even if Lu Yong were still alive, he would have acted with caution. How could anyone be so brazenly deceptive? Li Rue sneered dismissively and replied, "Surveillance footage is not for criminals to view. Then provide me with a lawyer." Li Rue shook his head once more, saying, "Do not waste your time. As I have reiterated, only through genuine cooperation can you hope for leniency." He smiled, yet strangely, I did not sense malice in his grin. Could it be that someone like him possessed a semblance of kindness? Surely, I was merely deluding myself, I thought. "You cannot do this. I will file a complaint against you." My insides felt as though they were ablaze with fury, but the words that followed from him extinguished my anger entirely. Li Rue gestured towards the door, saying, "No problem, as long as you can exit this room." I understood that he was resolutely determined to shoulder the blame himself today. His current actions bore no resemblance to those of a police officer. Even the most notorious thugs would feel inferior in comparison. His intent was solely to fabricate a charge against me, perhaps to facilitate his own arrest. If this were the case, why go to such lengths to urge me to cooperate and seek leniency through confession? The true nature of his intentions eluded me, and I slowly closed my eyes. Murmuring in a dreamlike state, "You go out, let me have a moment of solitude." Surprisingly, Li Rue complied without a word, rising silently and exiting the room, even closing the door behind him. The room once again fell into silence. Everyone has their own destiny. Character determines whether one chooses to resist. Yet, regardless of resistance or submission, a result will inevitably arise, an unknown outcome. Thus, character dictates fate. Since the onset of the revenge mystery case, I had navigated countless choices, each step altering the course of my life. No one can make the right choice at every turn, but intertwining each decision is what truly defines me. When I resolve to no longer submit to fate and to confront it instead, I must brace myself for all consequences that ensue, whether erupting in silence or finding tranquility amidst upheaval. That is what constitutes an extraordinary life. In my newfound calmness, I pondered a crucial question. Was the truth that Li Rue sought truly the one regarding the corpse's disappearance from the hospital morgue? At first glance, this thought seemed absurd. Yet upon careful reflection of Li Rue's demeanor and words today, it became evident that the reality was far from what it appeared. Suddenly, an odd notion took root in my heart, startling even myself with its audacity and absurdity. If this were indeed the case, everything would be rewritten. With this in mind, I hastily retrieved my phone and swiftly sent a few messages, feeling reassured only after receiving responses, before finally setting the device down. Approximately half an hour later, I descended from the hospital bed and approached the door, pulling it open and calling out to the officer stationed outside. "Have Li Rue come here. I have something to say to him." Having spoken, I returned to the room and stood facing the door. Minutes later, Li Rue arrived, a victorious smile gracing his face as he sat before me, awaiting my response. Meeting his gaze, I declared clearly, "I need to find a lawyer. I am innocent." In an instant, Li Rue's smile froze upon his face, a comical expression that nearly provoked laughter within me. Almost immediately, he resembled an enraged lion, roaring at me. "How dare you play games with me? Do you believe I won't let you leave this room?" I did not believe him. As soon as the words left my lips, I took a step forward. This sudden shift caught Li Rue off guard. He was so flustered that he even drew his gun, pointing at me as he commanded, "Stop right there." I halted, anxiety creeping into my mind. It had already been 40 minutes. Why had the person I sought still not arrived? Should they fail to arrive, today shall witness my utter defeat. I declared, "You shall not exit this room today." Li Rue's voice was frigid, and a murderous intent began to manifest upon his countenance. With each step forward I took, I was certain a new wound would be inflicted upon me. We remained in this stalemate, listening to the incessant ticking of time, beads of sweat beginning to emerge upon my forehead. Suddenly, I lifted the corners of my mouth, revealing a knowing smile. This unexpected grin left my opponent visibly unsettled, and Li Rue's eyes widened as he inquired, "What brings about your laughter?" "For I am on the verge of my escape," I replied nonchalantly. Chapter 57. The showdown. A look of astonishment finally crossed Li Rue's face, for he heard a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps approaching from outside the hospital room. It seemed a throng of individuals was hastening towards this very spot. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he fixed me with a fierce glare and demanded, "What have you done?" Li Rue appeared quite agitated. I offered a slight smile and deliberately slowed my speech, responding, "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely shared some information with the reporters, claiming that zombies had emerged here and that I was the informant. However, the police are preparing to detain me secretly to prevent this news from leaking." At my words, Li Rue scoffed. "Do you think those reporters are fools? They won't easily take your word for it." His bravado was palpable, yet I simply gestured with my chin towards the door behind him, suggesting, "If you don't believe me, you may as well step outside and see for yourself. They are about to arrive." "If I were you, I would put away that gun," I smiled, advising him. Li Rue's eyes blazed with fury, yet even he was not foolish enough to continue this standoff. As he holstered his weapon, the footsteps had already reached the threshold of the room. Soon after, the air outside was filled with a cacophony of voices, as it seemed a dispute had erupted between the reporters and the police stationed at the door. Li Rue took a few steps closer to me and said, "Do you think this will spare you from repercussions? Don't be delusional. Do you plan to make a move against me in front of everyone? Rest assured, I won't allow anyone to find fault with me." With that, Li Rue turned towards the door and bellowed, "Silence. This is a hospital. How did you people get in here?" I could almost foresee his next actions, and it was precisely the outcome I desired. Straightening my attire, I inhaled deeply and followed closely behind him. At that moment, the doorway was packed with reporters, and the scene was far more chaotic than I had anticipated. I had not expected Lin Hui to summon such a crowd in just over half an hour, preventing me from being at a disadvantage here. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the throng. "What a brilliant question. How do we get in?" "We simply walked in." His remark provoked a raucous laughter. It was Lin Hui's voice. I scanned the crowd, but there were so many people that I momentarily lost sight of him. Among them, I estimated that a large portion were mere extras. I was no celebrity, and it was improbable to gather so many reporters in such a short time. Let Luo Jun out. You police cannot resort to extrajudicial measures. In a society governed by law, everything must be conducted openly and transparently. Came another cry from the crowd, followed by a chorus of agreement. I am a reporter from XX Radio. Is it true that a zombie has been discovered here? Where is it now? Does it pose a threat to humanity? I heard that the zombie has gone missing. Why are you police detaining an informant instead of searching for it? Are you attempting to cover up the truth? In an instant, the reporters began to bombard with questions like a barrage of gunfire, leaving Li Rue unable to interject even a single word. He turned to glare at me, as if to say, "This is all you're doing," before turning back and bellowing, "Who are you all listening to for these rumors? There are no zombies here. We are all educated individuals, so please refrain from such superstitions." "What brings you here, then?" one reporter inquired. "We received a tip-off and are here to apprehend a suspect," Li Rue explained. "Is it related to the missing corpse from a hospital?" I reiterated. "I assure you, there has been no missing corpse from the hospital," Li Rue insisted, struggling to maintain his composure. However, the next statement became the straw that broke the camel's back. "But there are other patients who can testify that a corpse has indeed gone missing. May I ask why you are lying? Are you trying to conceal something?" Clearly unaccustomed to such scrutiny, Li Rue was momentarily rendered speechless, while the reporters seized the opportunity to press on relentlessly. "Is the missing corpse the so-called zombie? Why haven't you evacuated the patients here, in case the zombie is aggressive?" Li Rue's face grew long and pale, his patience visibly waning. I leaned closer to him and whispered, "If I were you, I would release me immediately and take your team away from here." "How naive," he retorted. "We already have witnesses. Even if we cannot secure a conviction on the spot, we have the authority to require your cooperation and bring you back to the station." He emphasized the last sentence with a deliberate weight. Suddenly, I changed my tone, feigning urgency as I exclaimed, "You can't do this. I'm not a criminal. Don't think that just because you've brought a swarm of reporters, you can escape easily. Let me tell you, that's not going to happen." Li Rue shot back, before confiding a few words into the ear of the nearest officer and leading several colleagues ahead. I found myself sandwiched between two officers being escorted from the inpatient building. Had Li Rue noticed the smile curling at the corners of my lips, he might have realized that I was deliberately provoking him into making a foolish decision. But it was too late. Events were unfolding seamlessly in accordance with my plan. The tenacity of the reporters should not be underestimated, from the upper floors to the lower, from the hospital to the entrance. Even as Li Rue pushed me into the police car, they relentlessly pursued us. To any discerning eye, today's events raised suspicions, not to mention those reporters with their exceptionally sharp instincts, which was precisely what I desired. As soon as I arrived at the Criminal Investigation Unit, I would demand to disclose my identity in front of everyone. I believed that with the reporters present, even if the police attempted to evade responsibility, they would have to consider the subsequent social ramifications. For the reporters, obtaining a sensational headline was a cause for celebration. Both scenarios were beneficial to me. By placing myself under the public spotlight, Li Rue and his associates would be compelled to act with caution, thus ensuring a modicum of safety for myself. The journey was enveloped in an unusual silence, with Li Rue casting menacing glances in my direction, yet hesitating to act upon his impulses. After all, we were trailed by a throng of bothersome journalists, and he was acutely aware that any misstep could be sensationalized, inviting pressures from all sides. This mutual understanding hung palpably between us as we arrived at the Criminal Investigation Division unscathed. However, before the vehicle could even cross the threshold, the journalists who had anticipated our arrival converged upon us, effectively sealing off the car and trapping us at the entrance of the division. It was only when the police intervened to restore order that the crowd was dispersed, allowing a narrow passage for us to navigate. As I stepped out of the police vehicle, I tilted my head back to inhale the refreshing outdoor air, which invigorated my spirit and dulled the pain of my wounds. Suddenly, amidst the sea of faces, I spotted Lin Hui, who swiftly raised his hand and gave me a thumbs up before disappearing back into the crowd, unnoticed by others. In that moment, I comprehended this long-anticipated moment had finally arrived. Li Rue approached from behind, nudging my shoulder and urging, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move forward." "No," I retorted, turning to face him, and declared with resolute clarity, I want to reclaim my identity. Though succinct, each word resonated with conviction. And not only those nearby, but even those further away, could hear my proclamation. Li Rui's expression darkened with rage, his eyes likely brimming with thoughts of violence. Yet he was constrained by the public setting, forced to suppress his fury as he queried, Luo Jun, what trickery are you attempting? I want to reclaim my identity, I reiterated with fervor. This time, Li Rui's anger morphed into confusion as he questioned, what identity? What do you need to reclaim? The memories flooded back. I was not a criminal, but a police officer, a member of the Criminal Investigation Division. Lu Yun. Badge number. The moment I uttered that sequence of numbers, the previously raucous crowd fell into an eerie silence. Countless eyes fixated upon me, rendering me akin to a celebrity ensnared by ardent admirers. Li Rui stood stunned, disbelief flooding his features. A fugitive he had pursued had now transformed into a colleague, a reality too jarring to accept, even for a seasoned officer. Headline: Tomorrow's newspaper will have a scoop. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, and in an instant, the atmosphere erupted like a boiling cauldron. Phones emerged, capturing images and videos, as the police attempted to quell the chaos. But their efforts proved futile. Voices clamored for the truth to be unveiled, plunging the scene into further disarray. Li Rui's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he gravely warned, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I will, and what will you do? Arrest me or execute me? Or perhaps you wish to coerce me into a confession? I retorted defiantly, asserting that this was an opportune moment for me, and failing to seize it would truly be a disservice to myself. Why should I act in such a manner? You are merely fabricating lies. So why not investigate it right now? In front of everyone. I believe this should not pose a challenge for you, should it? Li Rui was rendered speechless. He was still too inexperienced, allowing me to lead him by the nose without any recourse. Had he been more astute at that moment, he would have refrained from engaging in this dispute with me, as it would only arouse suspicion among others. Just then, a police officer approached from behind, whispering a few words in Li Rui's ear. His furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, and he nodded vigorously. A sense of foreboding surged within me. It seemed that the real challenge was approaching. After hearing the officer's message, a smile returned to Li Rui's face as he looked at me and said, the captain has already approved your request. He will come to speak with you personally. The captain? Hadn't Lu Yong already perished? Then who is the captain of the criminal investigation team now? Before I could finish my thoughts, a deep and familiar male voice resonated behind me. It was Su Long. Chapter 58. Progressing smoothly, to my astonishment, Su Long has already ascended to the position of captain of the criminal investigation team. Upon reflection, however, this development seemed entirely reasonable. With Lu Yong deceased, it was only natural for Su, as the deputy captain, to step into the role of captain. Yet, there is a silver lining in this turn of events. Lu Yong is truly gone, and with the elimination of my greatest threat, I can now await the restoration of my identity, confident that the remaining issues will be resolved seamlessly. I no longer have to live in the constant fear and anxiety that once plagued my days. With these thoughts, I felt a sense of reassurance wash over me. I turned slowly to face Su Long, locking eyes with him. How is your injury? He inquired gently, his tone reminiscent of an old friend reuniting. I smiled in return and replied, much better. Thank you for your concern. Lu is gone now, and I will temporarily assume his position. If you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to bring them to me. I will handle them diligently. His words were subtly loaded, at first glance. They seemed to convey the news of Lu Yong's demise, yet I understood that he sought to calm his own nerves, hoping to assure me that I could entrust him with the ensuing matters. I remember everything. I am a police officer, and I must reclaim my identity. I had repeated this phrase thrice within a span of mere minutes. Such reiteration undoubtedly deepens impressions and bolsters trust. Even Li Rui, who had been my adversary, fell silent, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Su Long gazed at me in surprise. It was evident that his astonishment was genuine. Was it possible that he remained entirely unaware of my identity? This seemed implausible for someone in his position. After a moment of contemplation, Su Long glanced at the surrounding crowd and proposed, how about we discuss this further inside? Would that be acceptable? No, I firmly rejected. You must provide me with a clear answer in front of everyone here. Su Long appeared composed, nodding slowly before asking, "You claim to be a police officer. What proof do you possess?" "My memory," I replied succinctly. "Is that all?" "Yes." "Do you believe that could serve as evidence?" "Perhaps not solely based on that, but I trust that your database will contain my information." Su Long suddenly chuckled. "Why is it that no one else knows such a significant detail besides you? Since you once worked here, what about your colleagues? Why are they unwilling to come forward to testify on your behalf?" His inquiries were incisive, leaving me somewhat at a loss. I must concede that my actions today were hasty, lacking adequate preparation, or rather, I had no preparation at all. Had it not been for Li Rue's relentless pressure, I would not have been compelled to take such a rushed step. The current situation resembles rowing upstream. One must either advance or retreat, and I have long since exhausted any possibility of retreat. Today, I must clarify my identity regardless of the obstacles. You are mistaken. This matter will not go unnoticed. As for why they are reluctant to speak out, I suspect there are deeper reasons at play. However, once my identity is established, everything will naturally become clear. At this moment, I simply wish to know whether you will investigate or not. Despite my assertive words, I feel a twinge of anxiety within. If Su Long continues to refuse to investigate on the grounds of insufficient evidence, I fear I may be powerless to change the outcome. Just then, the crowd around us began to stir once more. The journalists, unable to contain their curiosity, clamored for the police to disclose my identity, expressing their intent to follow this matter closely. Though my face betrayed no emotion, I was inwardly elated. Such perfectly timed demands were no coincidence. It was evident that Lin Hui was orchestrating the situation from behind the scenes. I had underestimated this young man's cleverness. I truly chose the right friend. With the media applying pressure, even if Su Long's justification was not entirely convincing, he would have to reconsider. I observed him furrow his brow, about to speak, when a police officer beside him whispered something in his ear and handed him a mobile phone. This time, Su Long's brow was nearly knotted in a tight coil. He held the phone to his ear, stepping away from the cacophony, and answered the call, although I was unaware of who was on the other end. Su Long's expression and demeanor indicated that the caller held considerable influence. Li Rue reappeared before me, his gaze now devoid of the earlier hatred and fury, replaced instead by a hint of confusion. He solemnly warned, "Luo Jun, do you understand the gravity of your actions? Impersonating a police officer carries legal repercussions, and they are not trivial. I'm unafraid. I speak only the truth." I responded resolutely. Li Rue fell silent. At this moment, he appeared less volatile, a far cry from a person I had encountered in the hospital. Curiosity is a natural human trait. In just a short span of minutes, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered, drawn by the commotion, effectively blocking the entrance of the criminal investigation team. The scene was quite impressive. After concluding the call, Su Long returned to face me, slightly nodding as he said, "I have agreed to your request, but verifying your identity will take time. Results will not be immediate." His words alleviated the heavy burden in my heart. Although many uncertainties remained in my memory, as long as my identity was restored, other matters could be addressed gradually. I gently shook my head and replied, "It is of no consequence. I am willing to wait as long as you agree to investigate." Then, in that case, Su Long turned to glance at the ever-growing crowd, smiling as he inquired, "Could we persuade them to disperse?" "Them?" I chuckled along, shrugging helplessly. "They are not under my command. Whether they stay or go is beyond my control. However, I am confident that once the outcome of this matter is revealed, they will not linger here a moment longer without needing you to suggest it. You truly leave me at a loss." Su Long smiled wryly, shaking his head. He had arranged for personnel to specifically verify my identity in front of everyone, and had Li Rue accompany him to the criminal investigation team, while he turned to deal with the bothersome reporters. Throughout the journey, Li Rue cast glances my way, both intentional and unintentional, remaining silent and leaving me perplexed about his thoughts. Although I had only met him a few times, each encounter left a lasting impression. His cunning and sly demeanor was hardly befitting of a police officer, making me wary of him even within the confines of the criminal investigation team. This feeling suddenly reminded me of Kong Long, Indeed, he had a crucial piece of information regarding the criminal investigation team that he had yet to deliver to me, which might explain why Lu Yong was so eager to silence him. That crucial information vanished along with Kong Long's death, leaving me with a sense of great loss. Li Rui led me into a lounge, then closed the door behind him as he left. However, it seemed he hesitated for a moment, appearing as if he had something to say, but ultimately, he remained silent. Given the circumstances, his threats no longer held any power over me, and I presumed he recognized this, which was why he refrained from further discourse. Sitting alone in the room, I felt quite anxious. Although everything was proceeding according to my plan, I had no certainty about what would transpire next. Everything seemed shrouded in uncertainty. This brought to mind a saying, if one does not succeed, one must become a martyr. After about 10 minutes, Su Long dismissed the reporters and entered the lounge. Looking weary, as soon as he stepped into the room, he raised his palms towards me and said, "You win." I waved my hand dismissively, replying, "No, I was merely fortunate. Without that phone call, I might have lost everything." "You are correct, but only partially," he replied. "Oh, then I would like to hear the other half." I regarded him with keen interest. Su Long sat down in the chair opposite me, his expression serious as he elaborated. That phone call was from a superior who conveyed quite a bit. Although it was not explicitly stated, it was clear they wanted me to resolve this matter swiftly, thus providing me with an opportunity to ride the wave of circumstance. Ride the wave of circumstance? I do not quite understand your phrase, I said. Su Long leaned slightly forward, articulating clearly, because even without that phone call, I would have ultimately agreed. Why? Because I, too, seek the truth. Su Long straightened his posture and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you must harbor some doubts about me, especially concerning your true identity." His words took me by surprise. It appeared he had already seen through my thoughts. I chose not to respond, tacitly acknowledging his insight. "It is not surprising that you think this way. Were I in your position, I might ponder even more." However, Su Long's expression turned exceptionally serious. "I genuinely have no knowledge of your identity." His demeanor did not suggest deceit, which only deepened my sense of bewilderment. Was this truly absurd? As the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, how could you possibly be unaware of the number of personnel in your own unit? Is such a scenario even conceivable? Su Long's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered the matter, eventually responding slowly. "There exists a possibility that your identity was encrypted prior to our arrival here. If the encryption level of the opposing party surpasses ours." Suddenly, an epiphany struck Su, and he abruptly ceased speaking, leaping from his chair, exclaiming, "I understand." He dashed out of the break room. His actions left me bewildered. However, I surmised they were likely connected to my own identity, which filled me with a sense of anticipation. A mere few minutes later, Su Long returned, urgently inquiring about my officer number before hastily departing once more. This time, I felt assured that progress regarding my identity had been made. Indeed, after another 10 minutes, Su Long reappeared before me, bearing both good news and bad news. Chapter 59. Encrypted numbering. Su Long appeared to be in good spirits and asked me which of the two pieces of news I would prefer to hear first. In truth, whether the news was good or bad, I would have to hear it eventually, so the order did not matter much to me. I merely desired to know the outcome as swiftly as possible. Thus, I casually replied that I prefer to hear the good news first. The good news was that the police officer's number you mentioned had been located. As soon as Su Long uttered those words, I nearly leapt from my chair in joy. However, the thought of the bad news quickly dampened my spirits, leading me to quietly inquire, "What is the bad news?" The bad news was that we could not yet verify the identity of the officer associated with that number. In other words, we still did not know whether that number indeed belonged to you. Su Long's words left me bewildered, prompting me to ask, "What do you mean by that? Even if my number has been located, why is there no information on my records?" He explained, unhurriedly, "As I mentioned earlier, this number has been encrypted. Even individuals at our level, like myself and Lu Yong, cannot access it. This is why we are entirely unaware of your existence. You and Lu Yong cannot access it." Is that even possible? I found myself at a loss for words. This was an exceptionally unusual situation, and I could not fathom why someone would take such measures. Yet, the reality was that they had indeed done so. Confused, I queried, But you mentioned before that if I were indeed part of the criminal investigation team, there would surely be colleagues who know me. Yet now, not only do you not know my identity, but no one else seems to recognize me either. What is going on? Su Long furrowed his brow and contemplated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. I cannot answer that question at present. We must wait until the encryption is resolved for the truth to be unveiled. How can we unlock it? What must I do? I pressed on. I have already submitted a decryption request to the higher-ups. Shortly, you will need to sign a relevant document. This level of encryption requires the upper echelon's password, in conjunction with the subject's retinal and fingerprint scans for a collaborative decryption process. Su Long's explanation was thorough, leaving me with no ground for doubt. It seemed that he may indeed have been truthful all along, and I had wronged him. However, the matter of the investigation report lingered in my mind. I quickly inquired, but I don't understand. Despite your lack of knowledge about my identity, could it truly imply that I am a criminal? The disparity between a police officer and a criminal is rather extreme. It is due to that investigation report from 3 years ago, he replied. Thus, I wish to ascertain the authenticity of the report you showed me. I directly posed this question, which also reflected a newfound trust in Su Long. How could the report possibly be false? I retrieved it directly from the archives and made a copy. Though it was against regulations, it was a necessary measure. Su Long answered decisively. Suddenly, I smiled. By your reasoning, doesn't that present a contradiction? Am I both a police officer and a criminal? Suddenly, my smile froze upon my face. If I consider a police officer as a criminal, it seems no longer contradictory. Thus, unveiling this secret may not necessarily be a fortuitous event for you. So brace yourself for the psychological impact. Su Long seemed to have anticipated this and cautioned. Even if the outcome is less than ideal, it is still preferable to our current predicament. Moreover, I have always felt that the intricacies of this matter are far from the simplicity we perceive now. Once the enigma of my identity is unraveled, many questions will find their answers. Su Long bowed his head in contemplation, his expression grave, murmuring, "Indeed, I too wish to swiftly decipher that encrypted number." Subsequently, I casually inquired about the final resolution of the Revenge Chamber case, and the response was within my expectations. Although the Revenge Chamber case has been closed, it is fraught with discrepancies, the most significant issue being the murder weapon, which the police have yet to discover, and they are even unaware of its appearance. They have resorted to publicly declaring that the weapon was a thin rope, which has been found, yet they disclosed no further details. The entire case was hastily concluded, and Su Long expressed his helplessness regarding this. The Revenge Chamber and the other related cases not only stir the upper echelons, but also cause considerable upheaval within the city. Almost every gaze was fixed upon the criminal investigation team, and the pressure from various societal sectors was unprecedented. Thus, after consultations with the higher authorities, it was decided to expedite the case closure to ensure social stability and public confidence. Do you truly believe that Kong Long is the murderer? I suddenly posed a question. Su Long looked at me in surprise. Was it not you who deduced the identity of the murderer? Why inquire of me now? I was momentarily at a loss for words. Before Kong Long's demise, I had firmly believed in his guilt. Yet his death came so abruptly that the words he spoke on the night of his death constantly replayed in my mind, leaving me perplexed. Su Long immediately sensed my unease, and under his probing, I recounted all that transpired the night I was shot. When he heard that Liu Yong had shot Kong Long and then himself, he did not exhibit much shock, which was somewhat puzzling. I could not help but ask, "Did you already know of these events?" "No, I did not." "Then why do you appear as if you were already aware?" Su Long smiled faintly, tapping his temple with his finger. In truth, when I arrived at the scene, I could surmise what had transpired. However, you remained unconscious, leaving me unable to confirm anything. I had intended to wait until your health improved before arranging for someone to take your statement, especially since the case was already closed, making many matters less urgent. Yet, I did not expect you to come here on your own today. Come here on my own? I did not come here of my own volition. As I spoke, I felt a tinge of resentment, and my tone became somewhat less agreeable. Not of your own accord? Su Long raised an eyebrow in surprise. I had assumed you came here specifically to address the matter of restoring your identity. I am still nursing injuries, were it not for an unavoidable circumstance. I would not have chosen to come today. Gazing into his eyes, filled with confusion, I instantly grasped that Li Rue had evidently not informed him of this matter. Li Hui, wasn't he at the hospital today, investigating the missing corpse case? How had you come to be entangled with him again? Su Long, indeed still in the dark, prompted me to recount the events of the day. To my surprise, upon hearing my words, he slapped his thigh in outrage, exclaiming, "What? How could he act in such a manner? No, I must confront him. As the deputy captain, how can he conduct himself this way?" As he prepared to rise and depart, I hastily grasped his arm, astonished, and inquired, "What did you say? He is now the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team? No wonder Li Rue appears so drastically changed." Indeed, Su Long sighed, displaying a sense of helplessness. There are many in the team with more seniority and experience than he. Were it not for Liu Yong's influence, he would never have attained this position. Liu Yong's influence? He is Liu Yong's most trusted individual, and he was the first to discover you that night. Although both Liu Yong and Kong Long have perished, you were successfully rescued, and the higher-ups praised his effectiveness. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the leadership has long desired to inject youthful vigor into the management, which led to his exceptional promotion to deputy captain to learn alongside me. I nodded thoughtfully, for now, having broached the subject of Liu Yong. I cannot resist asking about the cause of his demise. By what means did Liu Yong meet his end? He was shot in the back. The time of death was roughly concurrent with Kong Long's. Upon hearing the word "shot dead," a vague fragment flashed through my mind. I recalled, just before losing consciousness that day, a faint sound of gunfire. Could it be that the bullet which took Liu Yong's life was indeed that very shot? Su Long affirmed. But who would wish to kill him? Could it possibly be the first person to arrive at the scene? Are you suggesting Li Rue? Su Long shook his head vehemently. No, that cannot be. He has no motive to act thus. Liu Yong's survival was far more advantageous for him. I suddenly felt that although this case had ostensibly been resolved, the number of suspicious elements had only multiplied. I remarked, somewhat ironically, you claim to have closed this case. Yet there remain so many unresolved mysteries. One must have quite the audacity. Indeed, the conclusion of the case is merely a temporary measure. We shall continue our investigation into many matters. Although Liu Yong's death is shrouded in numerous uncertainties, one comforting fact remains. The true threat to you and me is no longer present. Moving forward, we need not act with trepidation. I am confident that the truth of this case shall soon be laid bare. I acknowledged that Su Long's words bore considerable weight. Just as Lin Hui admonished himself, the matter had ostensibly been settled, and the greatest threat had been eliminated. Why should I delve further into the quagmire? What I must now do is wait patiently, eagerly anticipating the moment when the encrypted numbers are unraveled. After that, we both lost the enthusiasm to continue our conversation. I raised my hand to check the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon, well past the hour for lunch. Had I not indulged in a late breakfast, I feared my stomach would not have endured until now. Clearly, Su Long had also recognized this fact. He suggested that I take a brief respite here while he went to fetch lunch. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly turned back and said to me, "I still recommend that you stay with the team for the time being. After all, once we receive directives from above, we can implement actions immediately. As for your health, it appears there are no significant issues. You merely need to rest and recuperate. What do you think?" His reasoning was sound, and I had no grounds to refuse. So I nodded in agreement. Before he left, I specifically advised him not to seek out Li Rue to avoid alarming him, and that we should simply observe how events unfold. I slowly scanned my surroundings, pondering how this place, which I had found so distasteful, had ultimately become my residence after a convoluted journey. Indeed, the workings of fate are truly remarkable. Chapter 60. The deceased. The lunch provided to the criminal investigation team was quite austere. Simple boxed meals with limited variety, yet the rice was plentiful. Su Long, burdened with other matters, departed shortly after his meal. Before leaving, he thoughtfully arranged for a young officer to accompany me to my residence, situated in a modest building adjacent to the office. Perhaps due to the occupancy of the lower floors, I was assigned to the innermost room on the top floor. Room 604 on the 6th floor. Residing in such a location, one could only imagine the difficulty of escape in the event of a fire or other emergencies. How peculiar it was for me to entertain such thoughts. I chuckled softly and shook my head. My room, though not spacious, was impeccably tidy, offering a comforting sight at first glance. I had my own considerations about remaining here. The ability to swiftly uncover my identity was but one reason to stay. The other reason was Li Rue, a veritable ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment, should he seek to conjure trouble. Remaining here was decidedly preferable to facing solitude outside. The officer accompanying me was named Su Song, who had recently joined the team. With only half a month of service, he was yet to be assigned any significant tasks. Typically occupied with minor duties such as serving tea and welcoming guests, euphemistically termed starting from the grassroots. We engaged in light banter within my room for a while, but soon felt the oppressive air. I suggested he guide me through the office building, unaware that his familiarity with the place matched my own. Given the restricted access in many areas, it wasn't long before Su Song found himself disoriented. This marked my fourth visit to this establishment, and everything remained unchanged from my prior experiences. My familiar colleagues were absent, and the only difference was that following the commotion at the front gate earlier that morning, many now recognized me. As I passed by, I could feel the curious gazes directed toward me, akin to being an oddity on display. Navigating through such scrutiny was uncomfortable, akin to walking on needles, prompting me to retreat from the office. The weather outside was splendid. During leisurely moments, I often find myself gazing skyward, unable to resist the allure of the open air. Upon stepping outside, I would inevitably linger, savoring the sensations imparted by the varying climates. However, few shared this inclination. Thus, when Su Tsong observed me lost in thought beneath the sky, he curiously inquired, "Luo Gu, what is the matter? Is there something amiss with the weather? Is it going to rain?" I merely smiled and shook my head, offering no explanation as I made my way to the entrance. Moments ago, the area had been teeming with people, yet now it was eerily deserted, casting a surreal contrast that left me feeling as though I had traversed into another realm. I took out my phone and dialed Lin Hui, inquiring about the events that transpired after my departure. Lin Hui informed me that once the protagonist had departed, he felt that the day's commotion had reached its conclusion. At least the objective had been achieved. Discreetly, he allowed those who had come to support to gradually disperse, leaving behind only genuine journalists, who had indeed come for the sake of the news. They insisted that Su Long maintain transparency regarding my situation and expressed their intention to continue following the story. A few even contemplated staying. But after a persuasive dialogue with Su Long, they eventually took their leave. Given the hasty commencement of events today, I was immensely satisfied with the outcome, and the journalist's continued interest would undoubtedly lend greater solidity to the matter. Suddenly, Su Tsong unexpectedly uttered a thought-provoking remark. "Luo Gu, once your identity is restored, will you remain in the team?" I was momentarily taken aback. I had not contemplated this question. If my identity were confirmed, it would necessitate my return to the path of a criminal investigator. Yet I possessed no understanding of this vocation. How could I navigate it? Furthermore, I had seemingly never considered an alternate possibility, the potential failure of identity verification. If that were the case, I dared not ponder further. This was perhaps the consequence of haste. Beneath the facade of a seemingly smooth day lay a plethora of hidden perils. Su Long gently nudged my arm and inquired softly, "Luo Gu, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, nothing." As I noticed his skeptical gaze and recalled that I had yet to respond to his question, I continued, "Let us discuss future matters later. The team will make arrangements when the time comes." Su Tsong displayed an expression of agreement, just as I hastily departed. Just moments ago, as my gaze aimlessly scanned the street, I spotted an individual, one who should have long been deceased, Zhu Lu. Indeed, it was he. Setting aside the fact that his appearance and hairstyle had remained unchanged, even his attire was identical to what he wore the last time I encountered him. It was nearly impossible not to recognize him. Burdened with a multitude of doubts, I trailed him from a distance, contemplating my next course of action. His deliberate fabrication of a false death must have been for some purpose, likely connected to the vengeful secrets in the 1018 case from 3 years prior, stirring my recently tranquil heart into agitation once more. Lin Hui was correct. My curiosity was indeed burdensome. There were matters that could remain unexamined. Yet I found myself unable to resist, and I chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that one day, my morbid curiosity would lead to my own demise. Zhu Lu kept his head down, seemingly oblivious to being followed, engrossed in his own thoughts as he proceeded forward. Why had he suddenly appeared here? How coincidental that I should spot him. These two questions lingered in my mind for but a brief moment, soon replaced by queries of where he was headed and what he intended to do. Most choices made by individuals stem from curiosity. Few are genuinely contemplative. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, as Zhu Lu passed by a narrow alley, he unexpectedly darted inside without any warning. I quickened my pace, and as I reached the mouth of the alley, I cautiously peeked inside. Zhu Lu continued to stride forward, his steps noticeably more hurried this time, suggesting that his destination was not far off, most likely hidden somewhere deep within the alley. The motivations behind human actions are often peculiar, sometimes to the point of making one seem utterly mad or deranged. Much like the enthusiasts of extreme sports, who gamble with their lives. Each choice they make could very well be their last, yet they persist on their chosen paths. Such is individuality, unalterable and steadfast. As I gazed at Zhu Lu's receding figure, I made the decision to follow him within the span of a mere second, driven solely by my curiosity about the secrets concealed in the depths of the alley. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, devoid of any other presence. I was grateful for the cushioning of my air-soled shoes, which allowed me to tread silently. Otherwise, in such a tranquil setting, I would surely have been detected. Although Zhu Lu quickened his pace, increasing the distance between us, he inadvertently afforded me a safer distance to pursue him. My ability to keep up was significantly aided by the simple structure of the alley, a lengthy straight path with few turnoffs. However, before this thought could settle in my mind, Zhu Lu had already halted at a junction, seemingly contemplating which path to take. Suddenly, without having glanced back throughout his journey, he abruptly turned around. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick enough. I ducked behind a protruding wall just as he moved, avoiding detection. Yet, when I cautiously peered out again, I was taken aback to find that Zhu Lu had vanished from the junction where he had just stood. I sprinted toward the intersection, knowing that only a brief moment had passed since he turned around. He could not have gone far. Lu Yun. Just as the junction loomed before me, a voice, all too familiar, resonated from behind. It was a voice that rendered me momentarily stunned, causing me to forget everything else. I abruptly halted my run and turned around, incredulous as I beheld the woman who haunted my thoughts. Xiao Qian. What are you doing here? I stammered, unable to comprehend her presence. Nie Qian did not respond to my question. Instead, she rushed to me, grasping my hand tightly and pulling me back in the direction I'd come.